As the mightiest creature on Earth, Zhong expressed his fearless demeanor. However, this did not appear to be Godzilla's realm. Chapter 1. Rebirth on a Small Island. Where am I? Zhong felt disoriented, as if under the influence of some narcotic. Upon opening his eyes, he was enveloped in darkness, akin to being blind. Am I being kidnapped? I thought I merely dozed off while watching a film. After a while, he began to regain his senses. As he attempted to stretch his body, he encountered an obstruction. With a mere exertion of effort, the circular barrier around him dissipated. Sunlight streamed into the shell, prompting Zhong to emerge. What is happening? Slowly, he realized the peculiarities of his situation. It seemed he had crawled out. Looking down, he discovered claws instead of hands. Zhong was momentarily stunned. Could it be that I have been reborn? But wait, I haven't died. He felt a surge of frustration. Others were reborn after death, while he had merely watched a film and found himself in this predicament. Couldn't the computer have exploded first before my reincarnation? Though he lamented his circumstances, rebirth was still rebirth, and there was no turning back. Transforming into a lizard was better than being deceased. Although the abruptness of his rebirth vexed him, he reasoned that it was preferable to exist, even in this form. As a newly emerged creature endowed with human-like intelligence, Zhong resolved to live his life splendidly. Nevertheless, every creature must satisfy its hunger, so he set out to find sustenance. Just as he was about to take his first step, a blinding light suddenly pierced his eyes. Holy cow! With that, Zhong's new life commenced, only for him to lose consciousness. His last thought was that the blinding light was a nuclear explosion. After an indeterminate period, he finally regained consciousness, only to find the lush forest had vanished, replaced by a colossal crater. Goodness, the power of a nuclear bomb is this immense? Although Zhong was aware of the bomb's destructive capabilities, such knowledge was merely theoretical. Few had witnessed its true force. Remarkably, he felt no ill effects from a nuclear blast. Yet, the gnawing hunger began to drive him to madness. With the forest transformed into a great pit, he had no choice but to venture into the sea in search of food. Fortunately, Zhong's location was in the tropics, where the ocean teemed with life, providing ample opportunities to satiate his hunger. Time passed swiftly, and after a week, Zhong had grown considerably. He realized that he was likely no ordinary creature. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed above the water's surface. Curiously, he surfaced to see a gigantic vessel. Although he was unfamiliar with its purpose, the American flag confirmed it was a U.S. ship. Observing the soldiers on deck, he noted their attire resembled that of World War II. Could it be that I have not only been reborn, but also transported through time? The soldiers were busily moving crates, and Zhong spotted a radiation symbol on one of the boxes. No way. Are they conducting nuclear tests? He understood the lethality of nuclear radiation, but at present, he was merely a reptilian creature, no longer human. A week has elapsed, and Zhong has experienced significant growth. His hind legs have become robust, allowing him to stand upright and walk, a remarkable transformation from his previous state of crawling on land. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, he has become a veritable behemoth in the natural world. With this development, one might even liken him to Godzilla. While standing in the shallows, Zhong observed that his transformation mirrored that of Godzilla perfectly. Meanwhile, the Americans on the island were swift in their actions, having erected a steel framework and were in the process of assembling a nuclear bomb. It seemed that they were preparing for yet another nuclear test. As a creature already altered by the baptism of nuclear energy, Zhong could acutely sense the radiation emanating from the bomb. However, this time he felt no fear, for nuclear radiation posed no threat to him. On the contrary, he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, indicating that his cells had fully transformed into G cells. As time flowed quietly by, Zhong's appetite grew exponentially, and dorsal fins akin to those of Godzilla began to sprout from his back. It was becoming increasingly evident that he truly embodied Godzilla, and he was certain of his identity. If that is the case, I shall be invincible once I reach maturity, Zhong mused, recalling the indomitable figure of Godzilla from the films. Regrettably, he was still in his juvenile phase, smaller even than mini Godzilla. Now, Zhong found himself observing the progress of the American nuclear experiment. The preparations were nearing completion, and the final checks were underway. Zhong felt a thrill of anticipation, for in the presence of radiation, he would grow even stronger. The inspections proceeded with excruciating meticulousness, and 2 weeks passed. At last, the American military was ready to detonate the nuclear device. Zhong, unable to contain his excitement, noted that the military personnel were beginning to withdraw. He knew that the day of detonation was imminent. He submerged himself in the water, for his current form could not withstand the force of a nuclear explosion. While fishing to satiate his hunger, a thunderous boom startled him, prompting a rapid ascent to the surface, where he witnessed a colossal mushroom cloud. Truly, it was the ultimate weapon of humanity. Following this, a shock wave surged forth, and Zhong quickly dove back beneath the waves. The shock wave skimmed across the water's surface, generating a tumult of waves. After nearly 2 hours, Zhong dared to emerge once more, only to be met with a wave of radiation that his cells eagerly absorbed. Before his eyes, his physique began to swell at an astonishing rate: 10 meters, then 20. Ultimately, his size stabilized at 25 meters. However, Zhong's stomach was empty, and he felt capable of consuming an entire cow. No, a cow would no longer suffice. He envisioned devouring a whale. With that thought, he plunged back into the depths, embarking on a spree of hunting. Given his immense size, he had become the undisputed ruler of these waters, instilling fear even in schools of sharks. Moreover, Zhong's atomic reactor had finally evolved, enabling him to unleash Godzilla's signature attack, the atomic breath. Though its power did not rival that depicted in the films, it was more than sufficient to cleave through stone and metal, effortlessly severing the hulls of human vessels. As Godzilla seeks to evolve, it is inextricably linked to nuclear radiation. Thus, Zhong has no intention of leaving this rare site, a veritable haven of nuclear radiation. To better absorb the radiation, Zhong made his way to a small island, where the soil now radiated heat, and the original site of the nuclear explosion still emitted wisps of smoke. The deeper he ventured into the center, the higher the radiation levels became, until he finally halted in a place that began to feel somewhat scorching. There, he dedicated himself to absorbing the radiation, and after a considerable time, Zhong sensed a certain fullness within him before returning to the ocean. After indulging in a hearty feast, he casually selected a spot to rest. Just before succumbing to slumber, he contemplated whether he should seek a new location for hunting, as the nearby fauna seemed significantly diminished. Then, he drifted into a deep sleep. This slumber was profoundly restorative upon awakening. Zhong sensed something was amiss. He appeared to have grown larger, and an insatiable hunger gnawed at him, compounded by the realization that he had seemingly slept for more than a day. With no alternative, Zhong ventured further afield to hunt and satiate his hunger. Upon returning, he discovered a multitude of American soldiers on the island, seemingly engaged in some form of testing. Zhong surmised it was related to the radiation from the nuclear bomb. However, now that he had grown so immense, he could no longer observe them stealthily and could only watch from a distance. Chapter 2. Growth as the most formidable being on future Earth. Zhong felt an immense sense of pride. After all, it would be quite a challenge to vanquish Godzilla once he reached maturity. However, being still in his youthful state, he knew he must exercise caution. Observing from a distance, he concluded it was time to depart from this location. Given his considerable size, lingering on this small island to absorb radiation would likely draw attention. With that thought, he submerged once more into the ocean. Yet, despite this decision, Zhong harbored other intentions. Having arrived in this world, he was unaware of the current time, and he yearned to visit Japan. Although Zhong was uncertain of his exact whereabouts, he believed that traversing in a singular direction would eventually lead him to a destination. Glancing at the sun, he set off toward the west, for in the original narrative, Godzilla was born on a small island in the Pacific. Thus, traveling westward would guide him to Japan. The vast expanse of the ocean held him in its embrace for quite some time. Fortunately, his nearly 30-meter stature deterred any marine life from provoking him, and hunting was a simple matter. Small creatures were consumed whole, while larger ones met their demise through his atomic breath, dismembered before being devoured. In this world, no mere animal could withstand his atomic onslaught. While Zhong was en route, he suddenly sensed a collision against his back. Puzzled, he raised his head and discovered a vessel upon the surface of the water, measuring approximately 40 meters in length. He had been so focused on his journey that he had overlooked it. Assuming that the ship's sonar had detected him, he promptly dove deeper. Yet, upon submerging, he felt another, albeit gentler, nudge against his back. Curious, he turned to ascertain the source of the disturbance. Before he could surface, he heard a boisterous laugh and an incomprehensible cacophony of foreign tongues. What was happening? Emerging from the water, he spotted a Japanese flag, beneath which stood a man, though the laughter ceased upon the sight of the bizarre creature that was Godzilla. Shortly thereafter, Zhong detected a metallic scent in the air, a scent of blood. It was the blood of whales. He realized he was observing a whaling ship. The neatly arranged carcasses of whales at the ship's stern filled him with displeasure. In his previous life, Zhong had already grasped the grave implications of whaling. Yet he had not anticipated that the Japanese had commenced their hunts so early. In that former existence, he would have merely abstained from whale meat, unable to afford it, and perhaps raised a few slogans against the practice. But now things were different. He was Godzilla, the mightiest force on Earth, and he felt compelled to intervene against the environmental destruction perpetrated by these Japanese whalers. The Japanese crew aboard the ship soon shifted from astonishment to elation, for they had never encountered such a creature. They envisioned the riches that could be gained from selling him. However, Zhong was acutely aware of their intentions, and it filled him with discontent. The slaughter of whales was already intolerable. Now, they sought to turn their predatory gaze upon him. It was time for him to assert his existence. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of atomic breath. The concentrated nuclear radiation, generating searing temperatures, melted through the steel of the ship, cleaving it in two with a precise incision. The ship began to fill with seawater and promptly sank, taking the Japanese aboard down to the ocean's depths. However, a few dead whales, adhering to the principle of not wasting, opened their mouths to consume the remains. It was not out of a desire to feast on whales that they attacked the whaling vessel. After devouring the whales, Zhong remained unsatisfied. It appeared that he was not far from Japan. Subsequently, he resolved to continue his journey westward. Along the way, Zhong encountered numerous whaling ships. As a creature of compassion for all living beings, he did not hesitate to sink each whaling vessel he came across before departing. His actions, however, successfully piqued the interest of the Japanese military. Although Japan's Pacific Fleet from World War II had long been obliterated, the self-defense forces still possessed a few small warships. The disappearance of several whaling ships and their crews raised Japan's alertness, for this would ultimately become the naval force of the greater Japanese Empire. This highlighted the enduring spirit of Japanese militarism. Nevertheless, upon spotting the Japanese warships, Zhong quickly retreated. Despite being a creature known for causing trouble for Japan, he was still in a developmental stage, making a confrontation with the military an unwise endeavor. Thus, he submerged and left the area. Zhong then set his sights on heading north toward the Bering Strait. Along his journey, he continued to trouble Japanese vessels, targeting merchant ships, and sinking any solitary ones with a direct atomic blast. This ultimately led to the emergence of a legend in Japan, claiming that a ghost ship roamed the Pacific, specifically seeking to challenge Japanese vessels. Sailors would pray for their safety before venturing into the seas. As Zhong advanced toward the Bering Strait, he suddenly felt a slight tremor, followed by an electromagnetic pulse sweeping over him. What was happening? He then sensed a spike in the radiation in the air, which quickly subsided. Zhong had to pause to assess the situation, and suddenly, a vivid red point appeared in his mind. He recognized it as a sign of high radiation levels. Deciding to investigate, he altered his course toward the north, presumably toward Russia, surmising that the Russians were also conducting nuclear tests. Zhong adjusted his direction to approach the center of the nuclear radiation. His speed was quite impressive, and after 2 months, he finally traversed from the Pacific Ocean to the Arctic Ocean. He then prepared to land in Siberia. Fortunately, there were few inhabitants in that region, and with a bit of caution, he could avoid detection. Zhong ultimately resolved to take the risk, believing that any leftover nuclear materials he could acquire would significantly aid his growth. After another week, he finally glimpsed the coastline. At last, he had arrived. In the vastness of the ocean, even a colossal creature like Zhong felt insignificantly small. Relying solely on his sense of direction, he inevitably encountered numerous detours. Eventually, he landed in a certain area of western Siberia, though he could not specify the exact location. Surely, he was not far from his destination. Zhong strode forward with bold steps. Attempting to be quiet was impossible, leaving behind a trail of destruction and footprints. Aware that he would inevitably be discovered, he decided it was best to hasten his pace for a swift exit. As the colossal Zhong sprinted across the desolate, snow-covered terrain, he suddenly stumbled upon an immense structure, a grand edifice that seemed out of place in the lifeless frost. Zhong speculated that it might be a clandestine base belonging to the Soviets. The red roof stood out strikingly against the pristine white landscape, truly emblematic of the Soviet Union, Zhong remarked wryly. Yet, his pace did not falter, for where there was architecture, there were bound to be inhabitants. Assuming that the locals possessed some sense, he believed he could remain concealed, especially since this was during the Cold War, when human responses would likely be sluggish. He planned to procure the residual nuclear waste left after an explosion before any military forces arrived. Unbeknownst to Zhong, the Soviets had indeed detected his immense presence. The first to take notice was the highest-ranking officer within the Red Roof facility. This establishment, known as the Red House, served as a secret base for training spies. Within its confines was a young girl named Natasha, who would later rise to fame as the formidable Black Widow in the Marvel Universe. Zhong inhabited a world intertwined with Marvel, yet he remained blissfully unaware, having merely brushed shoulders with significant figures from that realm. Natasha, however, would not forget. The image of a 30-meter-tall dinosaur indelibly etched itself in her memory. Surely, no one could easily dismiss such a colossal creature passing by. The Soviets were efficient. Shortly after Zhong's departure, the officer at the Red House promptly reported to his superiors. Regrettably, their initial reaction was dismissive. You must be jesting. A 30-meter dinosaur? It has been millions of years since their extinction. Such a creature would have been discovered long ago. The officer was met with scorn before the call was abruptly terminated. Frustrated yet resolute, he decided to dispatch someone to follow the monstrous being. As Zhong continued his rapid advance, he noticed several military trucks trailing behind him. He paused momentarily to glance back. This brief look left the seasoned driver of one truck trembling with trepidation, despite his experience. The thrill of tailing such a magnificent beast was undeniably exhilarating. Zhong had no desire to stir trouble. His sole aim was to acquire the nuclear waste and depart swiftly. With that thought, he resumed his sprint. The seasoned driver, recognizing the futility of confrontation, refrained from any reckless actions, fully aware that his sidearm would scarcely suffice for self-defense. Chapter 3. The emergence of Godzilla. Though Zhong now towered at 30 meters, his speed had not diminished. After traversing several hundred kilometers, he finally arrived at the outskirts of a nuclear explosion site, where he beheld a massive crater, undoubtedly a remnant of the detonation. This pit was twice the size of that produced by American nuclear bombs, showcasing the Soviets' penchant for grandiosity. Zhong was elated, for he knew that nuclear fission would always leave behind unreacted remnants, and given the nascent state of nuclear technology at the time, the greater the debris, the more fruitful his expedition would prove to be. The seasoned driver trailing behind recognized the crater as a product of a nuclear explosion, for by that time, such knowledge was no longer classified. Even those with a modicum of awareness understood the implications. However, the locations of nuclear bomb tests are shrouded in secrecy, which left him utterly astonished. Yet, he could not pursue further, for the dangers of nuclear radiation are lethal. Of course, as Godzilla, Zhong was not particularly troubled by such radiation. Without hesitation, he advanced into the nuclear crater. In contrast, the seasoned driver, valuing his life, decisively retreated to establish contact with headquarters. Ultimately, headquarters sensed that something was amiss and prepared to dispatch personnel for inspection. However, these nuclear test sites are often located in remote and desolate areas, making it far too late to set off now. Zhong paid little heed to such concerns, as he spotted a chunk of metal at the center of the pit, which he seized with his jaws and made his way toward the sea. The tardy Russian could only trail behind, engulfed in dust, soon discovering the series of enormous footprints left by Zhong. Once in the sea, Zhong was elated. This substantial mass of radioactive material would likely sustain him for years. Imagining the possibilities, he felt a surge of excitement. He was a creature towering over 100 meters and weighing tens of thousands of tons. In time, he would become the mightiest entity on Earth. Yet, being Godzilla also brought a sense of solitude, as he had no kin to share his existence with. Furthermore, possessing human-like intelligence, he found little use for it. Given that in his previous life, Zhong was merely an ordinary university student, and Godzilla's fighting style relied predominantly on brute strength rather than finesse. Nevertheless, he needed to contemplate the intricacies of atomic breath, as the original narrative depicted various applications for it. After acquiring a sizable quantity of radioactive material, Zhong found himself devoid of purpose, uncertain of where to go or what to do next. He aimlessly drifted in the ocean until boredom compelled him to seek a location to absorb nuclear energy. The subsequent events could be contemplated later. He swallowed the radioactive metal whole and succumbed to slumber. However, his body was far from idle. Within, his cells voraciously consumed the nuclear energy, rapidly dividing, growing, maturing, and then repeating the cycle. The dorsal fins expanded, while his formerly short forelimbs elongated, gaining strength for combat. His height surged from 30 meters to 60 meters as he entered maturity. Time passed swiftly, and Zhong remained in slumber for 2 decades. Upon awakening, his immediate reaction was an overwhelming hunger. In these 20 years, human technology had advanced remarkably, with satellites launched and the internet taking form. The likelihood of Zhong being exposed had significantly increased. Yet he remained unconcerned, for he had reached maturity. Missiles posed little threat to him now. Nuclear bombs still held some danger, but as long as he could endure a nuclear explosion, the subsequent radiation would continually repair his body, rendering its effects largely limited. Upon awakening, Zhong felt an acute hunger, a pressing need for radiation to replenish his energy. However, having previously ventured into Russia, he suspected that the Russians would no longer respond with the same sluggishness regarding nuclear waste. It appeared he would need to explore other locations for nuclear materials. A contemplative glimmer passed through his immense eyes as he pondered the requirements. A coastal area, sparsely populated. Japan would suffice, being coastal and home to many nuclear power plants. The Fukushima nuclear power plant, in particular, is one of the largest in the world, though he was uncertain if it had been completed. Thus, Zhong began to close his eyes and sense the nuclear radiation, and indeed, he faintly detected a source of heat emanating from it. He then propelled himself towards the direction of the radiation. Now, in his mature phase, Zhong had grown in size without a decline in speed. Under the immense power he possessed, his velocity only increased, leaving human vessels far behind. Submarines in the water were rendered obsolete in his wake. However, the vastness of the ocean meant that Zhong swam for a month before finally catching sight of the Japanese islands. His head emerged slightly above the surface, allowing him to gaze at the Fukushima nuclear power plant, which appeared to have been constructed not long ago. Observing the towering smokestacks, which still looked new, Zhong reached a conclusion. After watching for a while, he prepared to take action, though he felt a sense of nervousness being in front of all humanity for the first time, as this would shape his future image. Submerging in the water, Zhong keenly sensed the source of nuclear radiation once more, then resolved to seize the uranium rods without delay. He aimed to minimize casualties, as he intended to return frequently and did not wish to leave a negative impression. Slowly approaching the nuclear power plant, he suddenly burst forth from the water, creating a small-scale tsunami. The workers within the plant were instantly startled, with a few even fainting in shock. Upon seeing Zhong, who towered over the facility, the workers, realizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned their tasks and fled in terror. Witnessing the chaos, Zhong felt a surge of destructive desire, but fortunately, his self-control prevailed. Yet, to enhance his imposing presence, he opened his enormous jaws and let out a resounding roar, a sound that echoed for several kilometers. Funde, embodying the demeanor of a formidable figure from a bygone society, advanced confidently and struck a mighty blow, shattering the walls encasing the reactor. With a swift motion, he grasped a handful of uranium rods and, without a glance back, returned to the depths of the sea. The immediate reaction of those present was to marvel at how adeptly the creature performed its task. Clutching the uranium rods, Zhong just swam into the deep ocean, while the Japanese, encountering such an event for the first time, were slow to respond. By the time their navy was mobilized, Zhong had vanished without a trace. The following day, the incident garnered worldwide attention, with the Japanese government bestowing upon Zhong the title of Godzilla, reminiscent of the original name. His figure graced the pages of major newspapers and appeared on large screens in city centers, sparking widespread discussion. Headlines proclaimed the revival of a prehistoric behemoth, the impending doom for humanity, and even speculated about an alien invasion, although the latter seemed rather peculiar. Simultaneously, various secret organizations around the globe began to grapple with the implications of this occurrence, with some ambitious individuals seeking to harness this creature to fulfill their own aspirations. In a whirlwind of intrigue, at the headquarters of the National Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau, a cyclopean figure listened intently as his subordinates reported on the developments surrounding Godzilla. Consequently, this sudden emergence of a colossal lizard left them utterly perplexed. They remained clueless about its origins, its intentions, or the purpose behind its acquisition of a cache of uranium rods. After perusing the inconsequential report, the Cyclops began to experience a throbbing headache. If only his adversary were human, he could at least speculate on their intentions. However, since the entity was anything but human, discerning its motives proved to be an insurmountable challenge. With a resigned sigh, he cast the report aside. At that moment, the Black Widow entered the Cyclops' office. "Come in," he said, scratching his head. "Director, I have something to discuss regarding Godzilla," she stated, bypassing pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "I encountered this creature during my time in the Soviet Union, when it stood a mere 30 meters tall. I witnessed its landing in Siberia firsthand. It is rumored to have visited the site of a nuclear bomb test, absconding with the radioactive metals left in the aftermath of the explosion." Upon receiving this new intelligence from the Black Widow, the Cyclops felt a flicker of understanding. At least this monster exhibited a degree of purpose, as both of its appearances were linked to nuclear activity. "Very well, you may leave now," he replied, rubbing his temples as he sank into contemplation. Chapter 4. A glimmer of insight. Zhong, having seized the uranium rods, had now descended into the depths of the ocean. Although he sensed that someone was searching for him, evident from the increased number of vessels in the area due to radiation emitted from their engines, he discerned that these were naval ships, as the radiation they produced was notably stronger than that of ordinary vessels. Nevertheless, these ships were of little consequence. WWII merged, and only submarines could potentially match his capabilities. However, it was evident that no number of submarines could withstand his might beneath the waves. With that in mind, he strode confidently through the depths. Yet, as he delved deeper into the ocean, the sonar systems aboard human vessels lost track of him, rendering him invisible in the vast expanse of the sea. "What do you mean Godzilla has vanished?" exclaimed a silver-haired scholar named Ron, a renowned biologist. The first time he laid eyes on Godzilla, his entire worldview had shifted. He now regarded previous biological theories as utterly flawed and devoid of merit. Darwin's theory of evolution, in his eyes, was erroneous. If he could procure even a fragment of Godzilla's tissue and analyze it, he believed he could entirely discredit Darwin's theories and secure his place in the annals of history. The thought sent shivers of excitement through the elderly scholar. However, upon hearing that Godzilla had been lost, he fainted, prompting nearby soldiers to urgently call for an ambulance, hoping to revive him. Yet, this was merely the public face of the scientific community. In contrast, specialized organizations like SHIELD had already obtained samples of Godzilla's tissue, gleaned from the remnants of a collapsed wall at the nuclear power plant. Though scant, it was sufficient for research purposes. The efficient SHIELD had already reached preliminary conclusions regarding the samples. A scientist clad in a lab coat entered the Cyclops' office, bearing the results of their study. "The fundamental findings are in. This creature is truly remarkable. Its cellular activity is extraordinarily robust and distinctive. It can absorb nuclear radiation to replenish its energy. with an almost perfect conversion rate, nearly 100%. Thus, it stands to reason that Godzilla's incursion into the nuclear power plant was likely a quest for sustenance, as nuclear energy serves as its nourishment. Upon hearing this, the Cyclops found himself once again beset by a throbbing headache. Thus will Godzilla, in the future, appear at various nuclear power plants to seize nuclear fuel rods to satiate its hunger? The one-eyed dragon, conjuring images of Godzilla pilfering nuclear fuel, could not help but shiver. Theoretically, yes. The researchers, upon hearing the one-eyed dragon's conclusion, were also hesitant to affirm it. All right, I understand. For now, let us classify this as a level 5 secret, he declared, continuing to investigate the creature's cells in search of any potential weaknesses, with the intention of addressing it when the opportunity arose. The one-eyed dragon scratched his bald head and pondered, where could this monster possibly originate from? Could it be an extraterrestrial being? In response to the one-eyed dragon's musings, the lab-coated researchers promptly revealed another shocking piece of information. Certainly not. This creature is undoubtedly of earthly origin, as its cellular genetic information encompasses nearly all known human genes, including our own. To claim it as the progenitor of earthly life would not be an exaggeration. Ah, if only Captain America were here, sighed the one-eyed dragon, as if his presence would make any difference. Meanwhile, Zhong, still submerged in the ocean, had already ingested several nuclear fuel rods. Now in its mature phase, Zhong no longer required slumber for digestion. Bored and lacking entertainment, if Zhong were still human, it would surely be sprawled on the couch, engrossed in its phone after a meal. Yet, this seemingly simple notion was now nearly impossible. Nevertheless, a postprandial stroll to aid digestion was still feasible. Thus, Zhong's colossal form began to undulate through the ocean depths, preparing for a leisurely stroll in the Pacific. This sent the humans searching for him into a frenzy as they set sail to monitor the waters. Naturally, S.H.I.L.D. had also received early notifications and began to observe intently, hoping to gather more data on this peculiar sea creature, suspected to be the origin of life on Earth, an entity that could not be overlooked. Zhong had long since detected the vessels on the surface and the sonar waves they emitted. However, there was little he could do. He couldn't simply eliminate them all, so he allowed them to follow. As he swam, he arrived at a region of the sea, its surface cloaked in ice and snow, rendering passage impossible for the ships. Consequently, the humans resorted to helicopters to continue their pursuit of Zhong. However, Zhong sensed something amiss in this area. The radiation here seemed higher than elsewhere. It was not nuclear radiation, but rather a peculiar form of radiation, emitting energy far exceeding that of nuclear power. Strangely, it appeared that humans had yet to detect this radiation. Intrigued, Zhong began to trace the radiation to its source. In the vast expanse of the ocean, even a behemoth like Zhong felt exceedingly small. Suddenly, the concentration spiked. It seemed the source was nearby. Zhong quickened his pace towards the heart of the radiation. Yet, the closer he drew to the center, the greater the energy concentration became, and gradually, even Zhong, with his abnormal cells, began to struggle. What on earth is this? Such immense energy. Initially, Zhong could tolerate it, but now he felt as though he were on the verge of being boiled alive. He hastily retreated from the central zone. What on earth is happening? Zhong was bewildered, having thought himself the strongest entity on Earth, only to be thwarted by an unknown force, without even having seen what it was. Curious, Zhong lingered at the edge of the radiation zone, eager to explore its mysteries. Suddenly, he was struck by the realization that the few nuclear sticks he had just consumed had inexplicably been digested. This should not have been possible. Could it be attributed to the unknown radiation source? Unbeknownst to Zhong, his cells were undergoing rapid changes within the radiation zone. The organelles originally designated to absorb nuclear radiation began to adapt to the novel energy emitted, although these alterations were still minimal. It would not be long before Zhong would perceive the effects. With a continuous influx of radiation, he felt no fear of hunger, and driven by curiosity, he resolved to remain in this place, hoping for an unexpected breakthrough. Just as humans tend to feel drowsy after a hearty meal, so too did Zhong, even akin to Godzilla. The relentless radiation coupled with his already abundant energy and the absence of pressing matters, lulled him into a state of fatigue. Thus, he yawned mightily and drifted off to sleep in the sea. Meanwhile, humanity lost track of Zhong as he ventured deeper, and due to the limitations of scientific methods, they ultimately abandoned their search for Godzilla. However, research on Godzilla persisted, particularly within SHIELD, where a cadre of scientists delved deeper into the analysis of Godzilla's cells, initiating increasingly radical and inhumane experiments. Chapter 5. The Mad Scientists. Although SHIELD is considered a reputable organization dedicated to protecting the Earth, their quest for the unknown led them to acquire Godzilla's genetic material, prompting a group of scientists to embark on cellular analysis. The advances in technology during the Cold War were remarkable, and the scientists' equipment grew increasingly sophisticated. While genetic engineering was still in its infancy, SHIELD's research in genetics was relatively advanced. The scientists aimed to compare different genes to infer Godzilla's ancestral lineage and its behavioral traits. However, they stumbled upon a multitude of complex genetic findings. In comparing the genes of various animals, they consistently observed identical genotypes manifesting within the cells, suggesting an interconnection between Godzilla and all living creatures. This phenomenon contradicted Darwinian evolution, driving the biologists of the time into a frenzy, astonished that such a miraculous creature existed. Even more alarming was the audacious scientist who secretly compared Godzilla's genes with those of humans, discovering that Godzilla's genetic makeup contained human genes. This revelation sent him into a frenzy of excitement as he proclaimed to his colleagues, naively asserting that Godzilla was the master of all beings, as his cells harbored every known human genotype, though this was a rare occurrence. Yet other scientists pursued even more perilous experiments. In SHIELD's laboratory, the question arose, was the nuclear radiation contained? A group donned in lead protective suits conducted experiments in a modest yet well-equipped enclosed laboratory. On a small experimental platform lay a white mouse, while outside, the one-eyed director observed, having heard rumors of the mad scientist's intentions to experiment with the cells. Concerned, the director decided to supervise the proceedings personally. Gazing at the incomprehensible experimental plan in his hands, the one-eyed dragon was beset by a sense of foreboding. Scientists had discovered a multitude of genotypes from various animals within the cells, prompting an audacious scientist to propose the possibility of these animals accepting the cells. Thus, the current scene unfolded. A group of scientists resolved to inject a cell into the body of a small white mouse to observe any resultant changes. With a command, the scientists proceeded to inject the meticulously prepared cell and subsequently monitored the cellular status on their computer screens. Due to the limitations of the technology at the time, the cells appeared merely as red dots, while the mouse's cells were depicted in green. Nevertheless, the scientists could distinguish the various cells in the mouse by their different shapes. As time elapsed, changes in the cells began to manifest, albeit subtly, prompting the lead scientist to issue an order to activate the switch for nuclear radiation. Consequently, a group of scientists pressed a red button, and indeed, the computer displayed a significant reaction. The cells began to categorize themselves and assimilate the surrounding cells. This thrilled the scientists, yet they overlooked the fact that the white mouse began to convulse and change at a visible rate. The frenziedly mutating mouse eventually broke free from its enclosure on the experimental table. It was only then that the scientists realized the gravity of the situation. A clever scientist attempted to shut off the radiation switch, only to become the first victim of the mutant mouse's attack. Though the mouse was no larger than a cat, its ferocity and grotesque appearance were formidable. The attacked scientist was knocked down, but fortunately, due to his protective suit, he survived what could have been a fatal encounter. However, the lead-line suit provided only limited protection, suffering a deep dent from the impact. Having sensed the impending danger, the one-eyed dragon urgently summoned guards to enter the laboratory. Despite the mutant mouse's fierce demeanor, it capitulated before the armed humans, only to be mercilessly gunned down. The scientists, having fled in a state of shock, gazed at the mangled remains of the creature. Cease all live cell experiments, commanded the one-eyed dragon as he departed. Meanwhile, a group of reckless scientists continued their examination of the remains, wisely opting to observe the corpse through a microscope. To their astonishment, one bespectacled scientist exclaimed, "Is still alive?" The others were drawn in, taking turns to peer through the lens at the still active mouse cells. "Should we irradiate it again?" One suggested. "Get lost." The remaining scientists collectively rejected the reckless proposal and unanimously agreed to send the remains to the incinerator for complete destruction. Shortly thereafter, the one-eyed dragon received a comprehensive experimental report. Upon reading it, his already serious demeanor grew even more grave. "Halt all biological research concerning Godzilla and elevate the confidentiality level to the highest tier." The fact that the creature had endured such gunfire and yet survived was utterly terrifying. The one-eyed dragon suddenly comprehended the severity of the situation. This was merely SHIELD, and the implications paled in comparison to the potential repercussions of what the Russians could create. Due to the recklessness of a certain individual, the experiment involving the cultivation of genetically modified mice, which had reached an astonishing height of 3 meters, ultimately resulted in disaster. The mutated mouse successfully escaped, ruthlessly eliminating several soldiers who attempted to impede its flight. Consequently, the Soviet Union was compelled to deploy military forces to search for this creature across the desolate plains of western Lya. After the sacrifice of numerous battalions, the colossal mouse, now measuring an imposing 8 meters, was finally eradicated by a missile strike. Fortunately, the overseer was not oblivious. In addition to halting all experiments, they elevated the security classification to the highest level. Meanwhile, the slumbering Zhong remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in the human world, and even upon awakening, he would still be oblivious. However, as he lay in repose, his body had grown to an astounding length of 100 meters, adorned with faint blue markings. Moreover, his physique had fully acclimatized to the detrimental effects of the unknown radiation. Gradually, Zhong began to awaken from his slumber. He couldn't shake the feeling that since his transformation into a Godzilla-like being, he had been perpetually drowsy. Stretching his massive form, he remained unaware that centuries had silently passed, encapsulated in a dream that felt but a fleeting moment. In reality, humanity had advanced into the 21st century. Over the decades, Godzilla slowly faded from public consciousness, relegated to the realm of urban legends. Nonetheless, governments worldwide persisted in their quest to locate this colossal beast. Despite rapid advancements in technology, the vast oceans remained shrouded in mystery, and no trace of Godzilla had been uncovered over the decades. Simultaneously, a significant event unfolded in America. The nation's wealthiest heir went missing in Afghanistan, a casualty of an assault by local militias, which led to plummeting stock prices for the largest arms manufacturing company in the United States. This incident stirred considerable turmoil, though fortunately, Zhong had no investments in the stock market. Upon awakening, Zhong immediately sensed that his body had grown even larger, now containing a more formidable strength within his immense frame. Chapter 6. Cosmic Cube. As Zhong shook off the remnants of drowsiness, he remained acutely aware of his purpose for being there. Rising to his full height, he flicked his tail and headed toward the center of the radiation. No longer did he feel discomfort in this new radiative environment. He had evidently adapted to it. Indeed, his cells exhibited remarkable environmental adaptability. Before long, he encountered a layer of ice. It appeared that this ice was relatively close to the surface. How had humanity failed to detect it? To Zhong, the ice was not particularly thick. Naturally, he would not foolishly attempt to excavate it with his hands, so he unleashed an atomic breath, effortlessly penetrating the ice layer. Surprised by the increased potency of his atomic breath, Zhong watched as the entire ice layer was obliterated, resulting in a brilliant column of light soaring into the sky. Pleased with his handiwork, he nodded in satisfaction before extending his head to extract the radiation source. Meanwhile, the human world, having entered the 21st century, had already detected this anomalous occurrence, and SHIELD responded with remarkable swiftness. In recent years, the world had not been particularly tranquil. Certain individuals or organizations had taken advantage of Godzilla's cells to create bizarre and monstrous beings. Fortunately, the SHIELD has consistently demonstrated its capacity for rapid response and impeccable resolution, ensuring minimal leakage of sensitive information to the public. Otherwise, how could Godzilla still merely exist as an urban legend? In a moment of unexpected happenstance, Zhong found himself inadvertently biting into a small figure adjacent to the radiation source while simultaneously engaging with the source itself. Subsequently, he broke free from the ice and, lowering his head, expelled the contents of his mouth onto the ground. To his astonishment, Zhong recognized a familiar blue cube, alongside which lay a frozen figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was adorned in the iconic star-spangled attire, accompanied by a shield, triggering a flood of memories from a past life. At that moment, he comprehended that he was in the presence of Captain America and the Tesseract, also referred to as the Space Stone. I have traversed into the Marvel Universe. Zhong mused, his surprise palpable. He had always believed himself to be entrenched within the realm of Godzilla, a notion that instilled a sense of trepidation, particularly given the instances in the source material where Godzilla met his demise and the weapon specifically engineered to counter him. However, now that he found himself in the Marvel Universe, fear dissipated. It appeared that the unknown radiation he had absorbed stemmed from the energy of the Tesseract, leading him to wonder if he could manipulate space in some manner. Yet, upon attempting to do so, he found no response. Indeed, it was not so simple. Relinquishing his inquiries, Zhong could not let the Space Stone escape his grasp. He delicately picked up the cube with his mouth and swallowed it, feeling no apprehension regarding the energy of the Tesseract. Nevertheless, the cube reacted, and suddenly a blue light emanated from within Godzilla's belly, only to extinguish moments later. Zhong then patted his belly with a claw, feeling an overwhelming sense of fullness. However, the commotion he had caused did not go unnoticed. Human satellites had long since detected the disturbance. In their capacity as guardians of global peace, SHIELD was among the first to arrive at the scene, with armed fighter jets encircling Zhong, signaling an imminent conflict. Wait, the one-eyed commander discerned certain clues. This creature was the original Godzilla, the very one that had initially attacked the Japanese nuclear power plant, now seemingly more formidable than before, as evidenced by its significantly increased size. Yet it proved ineffective. Amidst the fleet of F-22 fighter jets, one pilot, perhaps succumbing to nerves, launched a missile, his hand trembling at the sight of a creature with an eye larger than his aircraft. The one-eyed commander inwardly lamented the impending wrath that would befall this monster. However, to his astonishment, the missile veered off course as if influenced by an unseen force, spiraling away from Zhong. Unbeknownst to him, Zhong's immense size obscured the small projectile. Yet the sound of the explosion piqued his curiosity. Noticing the audacity of an attack, he instinctively reached out and seized the aircraft that had dared to assault him. However, his excessive force caused the plane to explode. Fortunately, the pilot, quick-witted and agile, activated the ejection seat and propelled himself into the sky, only to be captured by Zhong. Confronted by the reality of being ensnared by a monstrous entity, the pilot fainted from sheer terror. The sight of the pilot, frothing at the mouth, filled Zhong with disgust, leading him to discard the unfortunate soul onto the ground and wipe his claws against the icy surface, repulsed by the perceived filth. However, SHIELD stands apart. Behavioral scientists have deduced that this creature possesses an intelligence comparable to that of humans and have suggested exploring the possibility of communication. The Cyclops, observing the trembling pilot in the snow, resolved to take a chance. After all, America is a nation that values human rights. Any surviving soldier is worth saving. Subsequently, the selection of representatives for contact proved to be a dilemma, as it was unlikely that anyone would willingly engage. Ultimately, amidst the averted gazes of his subordinates, he chose a biologist, a behavioral scientist, and a linguist. Nevertheless, orders are orders, Despite the reluctance etched on their faces, they steeled themselves for the task. Equipped with a set of gear and having pinned their last wills, they boarded a helicopter destined for Godzilla's location. Upon arrival, the pilot, displaying considerable cowardice, unceremoniously deposited the trio along with some equipment onto the icy expanse before fleeing. This brusque treatment incited a torrent of curses from the unfortunate trio. After gathering their gear, they approached the towering form of Zhong. Although Zhong had once been human, he had not communicated with people for many years. The prospect of engaging with humanity piqued his curiosity. Contrary to typical cinematic portrayals, where immediate aggression and nuclear weapons are employed to eliminate monsters, he opted for dialogue. Thus, with intrigue, Zhong crouched down and pressed his face to the ground, observing the three individuals laboriously traversing the frozen terrain. Yet the moment Zhong moved, not only did it startle the trio, but even the Cyclops, who was directing from the command center, experienced a jolt of shock. Such a sight was profoundly impactful. The two individuals on site were filled with trepidation. The biologist, frightened, drew his gun, uncertain whether it was for self-defense or self-destruction. Ultimately, the behavioral scientist, retaining a semblance of rationale, persuaded the panicked biologist to cease this foolish act. You must be mad. From a behavioral perspective, your recent actions should stem from observation or curiosity regarding this new entity. Thus, one must refrain from any aggressive gestures. With this admonition, the biologist reluctantly lowered his weapon and countered no, no, no. Before he could finish, the behavioral scientist interjected, "What about the linguist who accompanied us?" The two glanced around and soon discovered the linguist sprawled on the ground, undoubtedly having fainted from fright. After calling out and shaking him, they finally roused the unconscious linguist. "Am I still alive?" he mumbled upon awakening. "Of course, we are all still alive. We still have to meet our wives," the biologist reassured him. My wife has passed away," the linguist replied awkwardly. "Ah," the biologist sighed in exasperation. "You absolutely must not perish. There are many beautiful women awaiting you." The biologist continued his attempts at consolation. Thus, the three individuals, initially set out to communicate with the monster, found themselves engaged in an awkward exchange. Eventually, unable to contain himself, the Cyclops cleared his throat, reminding them of their mission. The trio then began to arrange their equipment in an effort to establish communication with Zhong. First, the linguist grasped a large microphone and began to address Zhong in English. Zhong listened with a furrowed brow, his disinterest rendering him oblivious to the speaker's words. With a claw, he inscribed a large character and 2 words in the ground, then executed a swift atomic dive into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 7. The Secrets of the Cosmic Cube. After completing his tasks, Zhong submerged once more into the abyss, feeling as though he had consumed something that did not sit well with him. He sought refuge in a volcanic cave, squatting atop it much like a human would. However, nothing emerged from him, merely a relic of habits from his past life. Yet, the tumult within his stomach was genuinely uncomfortable, and after an indeterminate time, he finally felt a semblance of relief and rose to his feet. Remarkably, a profound transformation had occurred within him. The outer shell of the cosmic cube had vanished entirely, leaving only a spatial gem nestled within his abdomen. However, the gem's resistance had not abated. It relentlessly unleashed its formidable energy. The intensity was such that Zhong felt a pang in his stomach, which began to emit a blue luminescence, a result of years of adaptation. The power of his cells exhibited a terrifying capacity for adaptation. As the spatial gem released energy, Zhong's cells tirelessly strived to enhance themselves. Ultimately, each of Zhong's cells produced a brand new organelle glowing blue, specifically designed to absorb the energy radiation from the spatial gem. Zhong had now evolved into a being entirely distinct from the Godzilla of the original narrative. His form was enveloped in flowing blue light, and his formerly innocent white eyes had transformed into wise blue orbs, a reflection of his newfound sagacity. This was all a figment of Zhong's imagination. Meanwhile, the human world was astounded by the 2 English words he had inscribed. A monster capable of communicating in English sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the American government. They understood that a creature devoid of intelligence was far easier to manage than one endowed with it. Consequently, a panicked assembly of high-ranking officials hastily delegated this predicament to the Cyclops. Simultaneously, Zhong remained concealed beneath the waves, reveling in the immense power bestowed upon him by the spatial gem. He began to experiment with the possibility of spatial movement. However, after an extended period of concentration, nothing transpired. To his surprise, he discovered that he could shrink in size. This ability bore resemblance to that of Ant-Man, albeit with a distinct difference. Zhong's reduction was based on spatial dimensions rather than atomic diminishment, and he could not shrink to a microscopic scale. Eventually, he managed to reduce himself to merely 30 centimeters, at which point further diminishment was impossible. Concurrently, he sensed an unprecedented concentration of energy within him, causing the upper layers of ice to exhibit signs of melting. Reluctantly, Zhong expanded once more, lowering his energy radiation to a minimum. Ultimately, he uncovered that when his height exceeded 2 meters, his energy radiation was negligible, whereas when below that height, his energy surged dramatically, leaking heat in the process. Unbeknownst to the world, a 2-meter-tall creature resembling a lizard man had made landfall in the United States. Sneaking into the human world was Zhong's greatest aspiration. However, upon discovering his identity as Godzilla, he felt that returning to human society was nearly impossible, given his colossal form. To his surprise, the Cosmic Cube possessed such remarkable abilities. While he had not mastered teleportation, the power to shrink was the very ability he yearned for most. In his previous life, Zhong was a reclusive individual. Yet since transforming into Godzilla, he had lost track of how many years had passed without touching a computer. Of course, back then, there were none. Now, in the 21st century, where personal computers had become ubiquitous, the opportunity to shrink meant he could relish the pleasures of his former life. Strolling along the beach, Zhong made his way toward the brightly lit city in the distance. As darkness enveloped the city, the shadowy corners began to stir, concealing all manner of activities. This was, after all, within the United States, where drug transactions occurred in alleys, thrill-seeking couples indulged in their escapades in secluded groves, and addicts lurked in the shadows, consuming illicit substances, all of which were perceptible to Zhong through a sense akin to spatial awareness. At last, Zhong beheld a row of houses of varying heights, silhouetted under the dim glow of streetlights, with figures flitting about. He quietly slipped into the nearest residence, eager to ascertain his precise location in America and to procure a disguise to mask his appearance. After all, given his current form, stepping onto the street would undoubtedly attract a crowd. To his astonishment, there appeared to be no one home. His luck seemed to be on his side. With impatience, Zhong climbed through a window and entered the modest villa. He swiftly made his way to the bedroom, deducing from the disarray of feminine belongings on the bed that a woman resided there. His gaze soon fixated on a laptop resting on the table, and his breath quickened in anticipation. Having not touched a computer in years, Zhong could no longer contain his excitement and lunged toward it, trembling hands opening the device. Fortunately, the owner had not set a password, allowing him to browse the web without hesitation, though the English interface was somewhat discomforting. On Google's trending page, he encountered a familiar figure, none other than the legendary Tony Stark. The headline revealed that Stark's disappearance had caused a plummet in Stark Industries stock prices. Could it be that Iron Man 1 was about to commence? Zhong pondered as he immersed himself in the vast ocean of the internet, time slipping away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Jenny was having a rather unfortunate day. As a journalist, overtime was a common occurrence, and today was no exception. Just as she prepared to leave, her boss summoned her to venture into New York's most dangerous neighborhood, having received intel about a brutal shootout. Reluctantly, Jenny complied with her boss's directive, motivated by the promise of tenfold overtime pay. Fortunately, Jenny had secured first-hand information, but she was soon apprehended by the police, who demanded the destruction of her painstakingly acquired photographs. Such experiences were not uncommon for a reporter, and Jenny followed her usual protocol. However, this time, her efforts seemed futile. As a rough officer seized her camera and took advantage of the situation, keeping her detained at the precinct for an extended period. Fortunately, she was clever enough to discreetly hide a card containing some information. As Ginny approached her home, she recalled the prospect of receiving tenfold overtime pay and the handbag she had long admired on Amazon. She felt that her expenditures would yield rewards, which brought her a sense of joy. However, upon parking at her doorstep, an unsettling feeling washed over her, though she could not precisely identify what was amiss. The scene shifted to Zhong, who had long lost track of time due to his internet addiction. He unconsciously rummaged through the refrigerator for a carton of milk, sipping it while engrossed in his computer screen, oblivious to the fact that the true owner of the house had just arrived. Chapter 8. 3 Types of Contact. Pseudo. Ginny reached her front door and opened it as she usually did. However, she noticed a faint light emanating from her bedroom, a subtle glow that stood out against the darkness. Instantly, her instincts kicked in. It seemed as though her home had been burglarized. Unsure whether an intruder was still present, she grasped her pepper spray tightly, prepared to unleash it upon any suspicious figure she might encounter, and stealthily approached her bedroom. As she neared the door, Ginny discerned a dim blue light spilling from her room. Reflexively, she tightened her grip on the pepper spray. Zhong sensed someone outside, but was at a loss as to what to do. Suddenly, Ginny forcefully pushed the door open and unleashed a flurry of pepper spray until she was choked by the fumes herself. In that moment, she caught sight of a creature seated at her desk, munching on an apple, and promptly fainted. Zhong was aware that his appearance was rather frightening. However, witnessing someone faint at the sight of him left him feeling somewhat defeated. Was he truly that terrifying? Fortunately, Zhong was not a bloodthirsty individual, so he placed the unconscious stranger gently on the bed and stared at her in bewilderment. Was he really contemplating harming her? This dilemma left him perplexed. Time passed swiftly, and as dawn began to break, Ginny gradually regained consciousness. It seemed she had encountered an extraordinary monster the previous night. Gazing out at the bright sunlight, she wondered if her experiences were merely a vivid nightmare. Rising to observe her bedroom, which appeared as usual, Ginny concluded that she must have experienced a remarkably realistic bad dream. Meanwhile, Zhong busied himself preparing breakfast, sensing movement in the bedroom. He entered with a plate in hand, only for a piercing scream to erupt from the room. Ginny stood agape, staring at a 2-meter-tall lizard man holding a plate containing what appeared to be a sandwich intended for her. "Why you?" Ginny desperately wished to speak, but words eluded her. Zhong, noticing her surprisingly calm demeanor, produced a note on which was written "Good morning" in English. As Ginny read the note, she began to regain her composure and accepted the sandwich he offered. Zhong continued to communicate with her via notes, apologizing for scaring her the previous night, explaining his computer use, and mentioning that he had consumed some milk. Observing the lizard man's sincerity, Ginny gradually lowered her guard. As a journalist, she was naturally bold, and she began to inquire about Zhong with various questions. The first question was, "Are you an alien?" Zhong was surprised that this girl had such an open mind, readily accepting the existence of monsters in the world. He scribbled a note saying no. "Then where do you come from?" Ginny bombarded him with questions reminiscent of a curious child. Eventually, she posed the most sensitive inquiry. "Will you harm humanity?" Zhong hesitated, then wrote, "It depends." However, due to his inadequate command of English, he resorted to using a translator to communicate with her, typing in Chinese and translating it for Ginny. He conveyed that as the progenitor of Earth's life, his purpose was to safeguard the planet's balance and protect it from extraterrestrial invasions. He described several aliens he had seen in Marvel Comics. After a lengthy and nonsensical conversation, this Na'vi girl surprisingly believed his words. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong asked if he could stay at her place for another day. Remarkably, she nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhong successfully transformed into a freeloader resembling Godzilla. After Ginny left for work, he nestled in her home, preparing to embrace the life of a recluse. He began to surf the internet, not merely for entertainment, but also to diligently study English. His proficiency was woefully inadequate, and he mused why others could instantly grasp a language upon crossing over while he was not afforded such a luxury. He yearned for a system akin to a currency exchange. Yet, reality proved harsh. He possessed no such system. Fortunately, transformed into Godzilla, Zhong's intelligence remained only slightly elevated, but his memory had significantly improved. Within a day, he memorized the majority of everyday English phrases. When evening arrived and Jenny returned home, Zhong bid her a solemn farewell, taking a set of clothes with him. Before departing, he left a scale from his body as a parting gift. Subsequently, this journalist penned a science fiction book about aliens titled Close Encounters, using Zhong as inspiration. The book became a bestseller, garnering substantial profits. Due to the intricate details, some readers speculated that the author had previously encountered aliens up close. Of course, these matters were no longer relevant to Zhong. As a devoted fan of Iron Man in his past life, Zhong resolved to illegally infiltrate Tony Stark's residence, particularly his seaside villa, fueled by fantasies of the armored suit. Even as he had transformed into a beast, his fascination with mechs remained undiminished. Given that he resembled a lizard man, he could not walk boldly down the street, nor could he hail a taxi. Thus, he chose to traverse through the wilderness, avoiding detection. Fortunately, he had consulted a map before departing, setting his sights on New York City. He selected a location, Hell's Kitchen, where the mlang of people would make it easier for someone as peculiar as him to blend in unnoticed. Little did Zhong know, he was already being watched. A bald man, endowed with the extraordinary ability of a global census, immediately recognized the uniqueness of Zhong. After all, being non-human certainly qualifies as special. Were Zhong aware of this, he would undoubtedly scoff at the notion. Indeed, he is the leader of the moderate mutant faction, Professor X, who had already taken note of Zhong's exceptional presence while he was at Jean's residence. Within him lies an immense power, so formidable that even the professor's telepathic abilities cannot penetrate Zhong's essence. This piqued the professor's interest, compelling him to locate Zhong before Magneto does. The professor harbors fears that such a powerful individual might stray from the righteous path. Hence, he urged the X-Men to find Zhong promptly and bring him back to the School for Mutants, where he could learn, grow, and contribute his extraordinary abilities to the cause of world peace and the harmonious coexistence of mutants and ordinary humans. Meanwhile, the professor sensed something brush past him, sending a chill down his spine. What on earth was that? Zhong shook his head and glanced around, finding nothing amiss, then resumed his walk. However, after a while, a subtle energy swept over him once more. This time, Zhong did not dismiss it as an illusion. He remained vigilant, aware that the Marvel Universe is fraught with peril, and caution was prudent. Chapter 9. The X-Men. The X-Men had long been accustomed to the routine of searching for mutants, making them rather relaxed, as this was not deemed a particularly perilous mission. Wolverine sat off to the side, sipping a drink. Indeed, such tasks required little exertion, and he found himself lacking in enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the X-Men's aircraft was no ordinary vehicle, being a high-tech marvel inspired by the Blackbird, equipped with cloaking abilities, optical camouflage, advanced radar scanning, and an array of weaponry, all supporting vertical takeoff and landing. Thus, they ensured their operations remained discreet. At that moment, Storm, piloting the aircraft, scanned the woods below with the radar, but found no signs of life. "Hey, it seems our target has vanished," she remarked to her teammates. "What?" they exclaimed, gathering around the radar screen, which indeed showed no biological readings. Concurrently, Zhong felt electromagnetic waves sweep over him, but as he could absorb all forms of radiation, the radar failed to detect his presence. Wolverine, unfazed, commented, "It's probably related to his abilities. I'll find him." With that, he opened the hatch and, relying on his regenerative capabilities, leapt out without a parachute. Zhong noticed Wolverine's dramatic entrance and headed in his direction. Though cautious, Zhong was not one to shy away from confrontation. Having come to this encounter, he was determined to stand his ground. Thus, in the midst of the woods, Wolverine and Zhong crossed paths. Clearly, Wolverine, still new to the X-Men, retained his primal instincts and combat fervor. Upon seeing Zhong's reptilian visage, he couldn't help but mock. Quite the ugly sight. Sensitive to sound, Zhong's anger flared, and he thought to himself, "Even if I am ugly, I'm still the most handsome among Godzillas. Thank you very much." Although Zhong remained silent, Wolverine could distinctly sense his anger and prepared to unleash his claws to teach this new mutant a lesson. Funde, realizing that he was facing Wolverine from the Marvel Universe, found it intolerable to be mocked. Even Wolverine was not exempt from his wrath. Thus, a confrontation was imminent, with Storm arriving too late to intervene. The two were already engaged in battle. However, reality often harbors unexpected twists. Just as Wolverine's claws were about to pierce Zhong's skin, he encountered an obstruction and was suddenly propelled away by an immense force. Unbeknownst to Wolverine, who was caught in the throes of battle, the magnitude of the power he faced was beyond comprehension. Onlookers, however, witnessed the spectacle. Zhong's slap conjured a gale-like wind, sending Wolverine flying several hundred meters, crashing into countless trees and protruding rocks along the way. Zhong, taken aback by his own strength, couldn't help but worry whether he might inadvertently slay Wolverine with a single blow. This apprehension was quite normal. Zhong's diminutive form resulted from a spatial contraction, meaning he still retained a stature of 100 meters tall. The Space Stone allowed him to fold himself within space, creating the illusion of reduced size while leaving everything else unchanged. This phenomenon was the source of his immense power. After sending Wolverine sprawling, Zhong turned to regard the recently arrived Cyclops and his companions. Their reaction was immediate. They collectively took a significant step back, eyeing Zhong warily. After all, not everyone possessed Wolverine's extraordinary regenerative abilities. Storm hastily clarified their intentions. Zhong, in disbelief, found it surprising to be mistaken for a mutant. Yet, the powers of mutants were indeed varied and bizarre. There were certainly others like him, transformed into a hybrid of human and beast, making it plausible for him to be categorized as a mutant. This realization eased his mind. At least the X-Men were relatively amicable, devoid of the grotesque human experimentation that plagued other factions. Moreover, with a school for mutants, Zhong felt that mingling there would be far less arduous than attempting to ascend as a crime lord in New York's Hell's Kitchen. Indeed, Zhong's objective for venturing to New York was to infiltrate Hell's Kitchen, a chaotic haven where he could navigate the murky waters and perhaps align with a powerful figure behind the scenes. However, this endeavor would not be without its challenges. Given his appearance, blending in would likely prove difficult. After weighing his options, Zhong concluded that attending the Mutant Academy seemed quite appealing. At the very least, it would provide sustenance, devoid of any tuition fees. Furthermore, with the opportunity to join the X-Men, he could leisurely stroll through New York whenever he wished. His personal interests had long been piqued by Stark's armor, and in a few years, Stark would likely unveil new suits. Zhong hoped to have the chance to acquire one for himself to tinker with. Moreover, there was the Hulk. Zhong glanced at Storm once more, then retrieved a note he had brought from Jean's home, indicating his willingness to join them, which relieved Storm. After all, mutants like Zhong, possessing such formidable powers, would inevitably be forcibly taken away, even if he resisted. The potential consequences of his powers spiraling out of control posed a significant threat to societal harmony between humans and mutants. As for Wolverine, he seemed somewhat intimidated. It was the first time he felt a twinge of discomfort in his bones when confronted with a creature as irrationally powerful as Zhong. The most critical aspect was Zhong's extraordinarily resilient skin, which rendered even Wolverine's sharp claws ineffective. Faced with such immense strength and formidable defenses, Wolverine was at a loss. Upon hearing Zhong's agreement to join, Wolverine, still simmering from their earlier skirmish, muttered begrudgingly, "You're quite strong." Eventually, Zhong boarded the highly advanced Blackbird aircraft, accompanying the X-Men back to the mutant school. As soon as he disembarked, he was greeted by a bald man in a wheelchair who had been waiting for him. The professor understood the true extent of Zhong's terrifying potential. The energy coalescing within him was unlike anything, surpassing even Jean's Phoenix Force. Consequently, the professor resolved to have a private conversation with Zhong. Upon arriving at the Mutant Academy, the professor took Zhong to an underground chamber and commenced his verbal exploration. Although he could not glean much from Zhong's mind, he recognized that most mutants endured tragic childhoods and exhibited a degree of obsession, prompting the necessity for psychological guidance. Thus, He began a lengthy discourse on mental wellness. Although Zhong was not particularly inclined to listen, he respected the professor enough to allow him to finish. It must be noted that the professor was a highly knowledgeable and sagacious individual, tirelessly seeking paths for the future of mutants, a truly commendable endeavor. After approximately half an hour, the professor concluded his monologue, yet Zhong remained silent, which piqued the professor's curiosity. Observing Zhong's demeanor, Zhong finally moved, pulling out the note from his pocket to inscribe something. The first line read, "I am not a mutant." He prepared to reveal his true identity. "I am the progenitor of Earth, the guardian of the planet." The professor, however, dismissed this as mere adolescent fantasy and directed Zhong to the infirmary for documentation, thus solidifying his enrollment in the mutant school. Yet, the recorder soon discerned the uniqueness of Zhong's essence. Chapter 10. The professor's astonishment. Zhong was aware of the professor's disbelief, yet he felt no inclination to argue. He complied and recorded his information, subsequently receiving a student ID and proceeding to his dormitory. Given Zhong's transformation abilities and the apparent inability to revert to human form, as perceived by the professor, he was assigned to a dormitory with others possessing similar powers. A thoughtful arrangement. However, the recording machine in the infirmary, or rather the small biological laboratory, malfunctioned. In truth, although Zhong was akin to Godzilla, he embodied the essence of all Earth's life forms, representing the very spirit of terrestrial biology. The genetic information contained within Zhong's cells is far more complex than that of ordinary organisms. Even the advanced technology employed by the Mutant Academy, which automatically records data, cannot fully decipher all of Zhong's genetic information. However, machines are relentless in their pursuits. Despite their limitations, they continue to scan Zhong's samples repeatedly to record whatever they can. Consequently, the hard drive of the Academy's mainframe became saturated with Zhong's genetic data. The following day, the professor noticed that the Mutant Academy's mainframe was operating sluggishly and asked Qin to investigate. Before long, Qin approached the professor with a laptop, stating, "The issue has been identified. Since yesterday, our recording device has been continuously logging genetic information until the hard drive reached its capacity, and the scanner is still in operation." What? The professor was taken aback and, glancing at the laptop, fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he called for Zhong, who had only arrived the previous day. Upon their reunion, the professor exclaimed, "So you are not a mutant? In fact, you are not even human." Even the sagacious professor found it difficult to mask his tone. The abrupt assertion of Zhong's inhumanity struck a chord, leaving him somewhat unsettled, despite the fact that he was indeed not human. Moreover, your cells lack the genes characteristic of mutants. Yet, you possess superhuman strength? The professor was engulfed in confusion. Zhong internally scoffed at the recent declaration that he was not human. He retrieved the small whiteboard and marker that Qin had given him the previous day and began to write. "You believe me now?" Although the professor accepted this assertion, he still found it hard to digest. "Since you claim to be the guardian of Earth, you must possess knowledge of many things. Do you know the origin of genes?" The professor, much like Magneto, perceived himself as the culmination of human evolution. Yet, various indications suggested otherwise, leaving the professor with a lingering query, the ultimate question of our origins. Zhong fell silent, momentarily lost in the memories of his past life. Recalling his affinity for Marvel during the emergence of Iron Man, he remembered some mention of the origins of mutants within the comics, though the details had grown hazy with time. Noticing Zhong's contemplative expression, the professor grew anxious, sensing that Zhong might possess knowledge of significance. Eventually, Zhong unearthed a fragment of the memory he sought. "Are you certain you wish to know the true origins of mutants?" he inscribed on the whiteboard. The professor swallowed hard, nodding resolutely. "Yes, I wish to know." Zhong wiped the board clean and began anew. This dates back quite a while. A formidable group of extraterrestrials once invaded Earth, conducting experiments on humanity, and mutants are the results of their experiments. These extraterrestrials are known as the Celestial Order. The whiteboard was limited in size, prompting Zhong to convey the information succinctly. "Is that so?" The professor acknowledged his understanding. "Do not seek to confront these extraterrestrials. They are exceptionally powerful. If we're just one, I might handle it. But as an organized group, provoking them would lead to considerable complications, Zhong cautioned. Upon hearing this warning, the professor assured him that he would not pursue such actions. Since Zhong was not a mutant, the professor felt relieved. Moreover, Zhong was older than he was, alleviating any further concerns. He invited Zhong to join the X-Men, as the current team lacked sufficient combat strength. And the only formidable member, Wolverine, was restrained by Magneto. After some contemplation, Zhong agreed to join. Ultimately, he was hired by the school as a security personnel, despite lacking a passport or green card. Remarkably, he was still employed without any complications. In the end, Cyclops presented Zhong with a specially designed uniform for the X-Men. Thus, Zhong proudly became a member of the team, ready to engage in the disputes between mutants and humans. Meanwhile, Cyclops indicated that to address Zhong's communication issue, the professor and his team were preparing to create a speaker capable of establishing a telepathic link, allowing Zhong to speak in due course. One can't help but feel sympathy for the protagonist. Subsequently, the Mutant Academy held a brief meeting for the students, introducing Zhong to everyone. Upon introduction, the students did not express surprise at Zhong's appearance, which brought him great comfort. Without delay, Zhong commenced his duties, patrolling the school. Before long, Jean approached him to inform him that the telepathic communication device was ready. With a look of astonishment, Zhong donned the device. Indeed, in the Marvel Universe, such advanced technology was readily available, and it was astonishing that it could be created so swiftly. Observing Zhong's amazement, Jean began to explain the device's workings. The professor's abilities pertain to telepathy, and the technology for telepathic links had been established long ago. The device Zhong was equipped with was essentially a speaker added to this existing technology. Zhong silently marveled at the scientific prowess in the Marvel Universe. It was astonishing that such advanced technology existed in 2005. Jean then produced a sheet of paper to outline Zhong's specific responsibilities. As a security personnel, his primary duty was to protect the mutant children within the academy. However, that was not all. He was also tasked with monitoring disputes among the young mutants, as some abilities could prove quite dangerous. Handing the sheet to Zhong, he acknowledged, "I understand." This marked Zhong's first spoken words in the Marvel Universe. Though his voice emerged as a peculiar electronic tone, it felt refreshing to him, given that he had not spoken for nearly a century. As he perused the paper while walking, he inadvertently collided with something and, upon looking up, found himself face to face with a young girl, approximately 13 or 14 years old. "Oh, my apologies," Zhong emitted through the electronic voice, assisting the girl to her feet. However, the girl appeared startled and attempted to shy away, but Zhong, undeterred, firmly helped her up. "You are unfazed?" The girl was astonished to see Zhong's calm demeanor, her expression revealing more joy than fear. Unbeknownst to Zhong, this young girl was the mischievous character from the X-Men series, and he regarded her reaction with a mixture of curiosity and bemusement. He speculated that her powers might be dangerous and thus not to be touched. As Zhong reviewed the information Jean had provided him, he noted that this particular girl was not listed, perhaps an oversight on Jean's part, he pondered. As he walked along the road, numerous children greeted Zhong, a courtesy he had not experienced in nearly a century. This brought him immense joy, evoking a sense of reintegration into human society. He recalled the tragic fate of the X-Men, whose ranks had been decimated. Moved by their plight, Zhong contemplated offering his assistance, recognizing the adversity faced by those targeted by this world. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to realize that his own full manifestation before humanity would likely incite similar hostility. Chapter 11. The X-Men today marked the commencement of Zhong's first day at the mutant school, complete with his salary. Though he might not venture out to make purchases, he at least possessed some funds. As he wandered through the school, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura. Following the sensation, he encountered the little girl he had bumped into the previous day, who appeared rather upset. Accompanying her was Iceman, yet the aura emanating from the girl was distinctly foreign. Approaching her cautiously, Zhong noticed her distressed demeanor, prompting her to storm away in anger, only to inadvertently collide with him once more. This time, however, Zhong immediately sensed something amiss. He swiftly scooped up the little girl, casting a wary glance at Mystique, who was disguised as Iceman. Enough of the charade. You are not Iceman, he declared, reaching out to apprehend her. Yet, Mystique, possessing remarkable agility, evaded his grasp and fled without hesitation. Zhong, prioritizing the little girl's safety, refrained from pursuing her. Upon recognizing the little girl in his arms as the pivotal character, Little Mischief from the X-Men, who possessed the ability to absorb energy and mutant powers, he understood why he remained unharmed. His own energy was far too potent for her to fully absorb, rendering him unaffected. Thank you, Little Mischief said as Zhong set her down. It's nothing. It seems there are intruders in this school, and you're their target. So be cautious. I need to report to the professor. He responded before walking away, already aware of the unfolding events. Clearly, the professor had also noted the school's unusual activities. After hearing Zhong's report, he remarked, "It appears my old friend is concocting yet another nefarious scheme. We must intervene." Mystique's attempt had evidently failed, leaving Magneto with no recourse. Although the higher-ups in humanity were convening at a summit, Magneto, unwilling to let his plans be thwarted by Little Mischief's failure to apprehend him, resolved to take matters into his own hands. He intended to sacrifice himself, using technology to transform the entire human leadership into mutants, a notion that, albeit grandiose, was fraught with peril. However, the mutant school soon learned of Magneto's scheme through a mutant congresswoman seeking Jean Grey. To thwart him, the professor dispatched the X-Men to stop Magneto, with Zhong joining the effort. Thus, a group boarded the Blackbird aircraft, setting course for the Statue of Liberty, determined to prevent Magneto from executing what they deemed a foolish endeavor. At least, that was Zhong's perspective, as transforming human leaders into mutants would ultimately prove futile. Humanity could always appoint a new cadre to replace them. The advanced aircraft soared swiftly, arriving at the Statue of Liberty in no time, where an exhilarating battle scene was set to unfold. However, the inclusion of Zhong transformed the entire narrative. Although Magneto's minions had laid numerous traps within the Statue of Liberty, the agility of the amphibians initially left the group struggling to cope. As Zhong entered the building, he immediately sensed something amiss with the statue at the entrance. With a mere gesture, he lifted the statue, revealing Mystique's true form. "How did you discover me?" Mystique lamented, as this lizard-like mutant seemed perpetually exposed whenever she attempted to disguise herself. Instantly, Mystique morphed into Zhong's likeness, intending to engage him in a struggle to confuse the others. Yet, her cunning plan fell short. Under Zhong's inhuman strength, the flexibility of yoga proved futile. Even as Mystique wrapped her long legs around Zhong's neck, exerting all her might, he remained unfazed. Ultimately, Zhong dispatched Mystique to the ground, leaving her unconscious with her face down. The surrounding sentinels watched in pained disbelief. Logan, however, remained vigilant, sensing the presence of more adversaries. Suddenly, a grotesque tongue ensnared Zhong's hand, indicating that the enemy had discerned him as the most formidable opponent. Yet their strategy was foolish, with a powerful yank. Zhong sent the amphibian flying from the ceiling, propelled by inertia through the window of the Statue of Liberty. Witnessing Zhong's swift defeat of two foes, the other sentinels felt a pang of regret for bringing him along, their inner thoughts echoing with frustration over their diminished roles. With the absence of Little Mischief, Magneto resolved to sacrifice himself to fulfill his ambitions, seizing ample time to confront the sentinels. Indeed, villains often possess grandiose aspirations, and Magneto was no exception. He observed Zhong's performance with keen interest. "With such strength, why do you submit to that cowardly professor?" It was evident that Magneto sought to recruit a powerhouse like Zhong. Seeing Magneto directly undermining the Sentinels ignited Logan's fury, prompting him to charge at the elder villain in an attempt to eliminate him. Thus, Logan found himself facing his nemesis for the first time, albeit in a one-sided display of dominance. Enveloped in metal, Logan was lifted by Magneto and repeatedly slammed against the ceiling. Observing their comrades engaged in battle, the Sentinels began clashing with Sabretooth. Although Sabretooth possessed great strength, He was outmaneuvered by two sorceresses, Jean and Storm, and a marksman, Cyclops, unable to close the distance. Meanwhile, Zhong lunged at Magneto. As one of the strongest mutants, it was only natural for him to engage in combat. Magneto, well aware of Zhong's immense power, avoided close-quarters combat. After tossing the dazed Logan into the air, he gathered metal from around him, preparing to unleash a barrage upon Zhong. Feeling quite pleased, Magneto proposed, "Join me, and I shall spare your life." Zhong, incensed, retorted, "What are you anyway? Since fists cannot reach you, let us unleash Godzilla's signature skill, the colossal laser." Thus, Zhong's mouth emitted a blue light, a beam reminiscent of an atomic breath slicing through the heavens, effortlessly obliterating a meteorological satellite that happened to be traversing above. As for Magneto, he was fortunate enough to harness all his superpowers, gathering the surrounding metal and displacing himself just in time to narrowly evade disaster. However, the metallic shield that offered him slight protection was instantaneously transformed into plasma by the searing heat of the atomic breath, vanishing into thin air. From this moment on, Magneto dared not underestimate Zhong. He remained vigilant as Zhong extracted a chunk of adamantium from Wolverine to defend against the formidable laser. Poor Wolverine. What followed was a game of shooting orchestrated by Zhong, with his blue laser relentlessly targeting Magneto, who skillfully wielded the adamantium to counter the atomic breath. The exchange was lively and exhilarating. Alas, unlike Captain America's shield, the adamantium did not possess the energy-absorbing properties of vibranium, compelling Magneto to endure the force of the atomic breath. Though he managed to defend against it, the exertion was considerable. Without his extraordinary abilities, he would have succumbed to the kinetic energy produced by the atomic breath long ago. Zhong, whose atomic breath had been thwarted, grew somewhat impatient. Although the melting point of adamantium becomes exceedingly high after its initial formation, nearing 500,000 degrees Celsius, making it arduous to destroy, Zhong asserted that there was nothing an atomic breath could not resolve. If there were, he would unleash something even greater, having previously unleashed a continuous stream of atomic jets. Zhong began to gather energy. The blue aura in his mouth swirled and gradually transformed into purple, signifying a geometric increase in power. Magneto, noticing Zhong's intent to escalate his attack, hastily compressed the remaining adamantium, thickening it before retreating to a safe distance. Unquestionably, Magneto succeeded in blocking the attack once more. However, the colossal atomic breath collided with the adamantium, generating terrifying heat and energy. Ultimately, Magneto could not withstand it. The adamantium was sent flying. Yet the trajectory of the atomic breath was deflected. Nonetheless, fear began to creep into Magneto. This creature, possessing such formidable close combat skills coupled with terrifying long-range attacks, was a greater threat than he had anticipated. Observing the saber-toothed tiger being besieged by a group and Wolverine, whose injuries had healed and was ready to rejoin the fray, Magneto realized that his plans for the day were likely unattainable. Thus, he made a hasty retreat with his peculiar machinery. In the end, the battle police apprehended the saber-toothed tiger, taking him aboard their advanced technological aircraft as they departed. Meanwhile, Zhong's monumental laser was visible throughout New York, leading to speculation the following day that it was the work of mutants. Zhong is not a mutant. Consequently, the mutant scapegoat once again bore the brunt of blame. Some lawmakers began to oppose mutants, yet, curiously, the mutant legislation was inexplicably placed on hold. Chapter 12. Security personnel at the mutant school after the Great Battle. Life returned to its previous peaceful and serene state. Zhong continued his role as a security guard at the mutant school, yet this tranquil existence felt somewhat monotonous. Wolverine chose to venture to Canada in hopes of reclaiming his lost memories. Meanwhile, Cyclops was blissfully ensnared in the throes of romantic fantasy with his girlfriend, while John remained a solitary observer, witnessing the couple's affectionate displays throughout the day. This prompted John to ponder whether he should procure a mother Godzilla of his own. Disregarding the couple's antics, the school environment was quite pleasant. The mutants coexisted harmoniously, seemingly untouched by the external prejudice against them. Yet, it was precisely this facade that heightened Zhong's concerns. The societal rejection of mutants was intensifying, and the crime rate among mutants was on the rise. Restless, Zhong found himself unable to ignore a news report about mutant criminality that flashed across the television screen. He made his way to the professor's office to voice his apprehensions. "There's no need to rush. Humanity will eventually evolve," the professor replied, maintaining his characteristic calm demeanor. Having heard the professor reiterate this sentiment multiple times, Zhong could no longer contain himself and interrupted. "Humanity's evolution is progressing too slowly. We cannot afford to wait. This country is becoming increasingly hostile towards mutants. We must leave. Where shall we go?" The professor countered. It was evident that Zhong had already contemplated a solution, inspired by an anime from a past life. "We could find a small island, relocate the entire school there. It would not belong to any nation, and we could establish it as a city. With formidable defenses, we could protect the mutants, rendering us immune to any discriminatory legislation." Zhong's proposal finally piqued the professor's interest, although he resolved to consider the idea further. This was merely a minor episode in Zhong's daily life, with 6 months remaining until the next storyline of Warpath 2. Finding school rather tedious, Zhong requested a leave of absence to return to the ocean. Under the cover of night, he enlisted Storm to pilot the Blackbird and transport him to the heart of the Pacific. With a leap into the void, he transformed mid-air back into his full form. It had been nearly a year since he had fully transformed, and he relished the sensation of liberation that accompanied it. While he could shrink, it felt akin to curling up, lacking true comfort. Embracing his complete form allowed him to stretch out and feel utterly at ease. Overjoyed, Zhong let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. Even Storm, aboard the Blackbird, felt the tremors of his mighty presence. In midair, the sight of Zhong's colossal figure instilled a sense of dread within her. The sheer magnitude of his form was undeniably intimidating. Gradually, Zhong descended into the depths of the ocean, where the vastness of the sea became his ideal habitat. After a prolonged absence, he commenced his circumnavigation of the Pacific, reveling in the aquatic realm as if patrolling his territory. Yet, along the way, he encountered a series of intriguing events. For instance, in the South Pacific, he crossed paths with a nuclear submarine on a mission. Clearly, humanity's advanced sonar had detected him, yet the captain dared not act impulsively. The existence of colossal prehistoric creatures within the ocean is not merely a figment of urban legend. Such phenomena have been documented in classified files across various nations. However, the vastness of the sea renders these accounts largely unmanageable, and the level of secrecy is not particularly high. For instance, the commanding officers of nuclear submarines possess the authority to access such confidential information, although this pertains to only a fraction of the total knowledge available. To my astonishment, I encountered one of these submarines today. Zhong also observed the vessel, identifying it as a nuclear submarine based on the radiation it emitted. With a playful spirit, he approached the submarine, meticulously inspecting it from every angle. In his previous life, as an ordinary individual, he had never beheld a submarine in person. Before departing, he playfully tapped the submarine's exterior, causing it to be pushed several meters away by his sheer force. The American soldiers inside were left in a state of panic, drenched in sweat, fearful that this monstrous entity might exert its strength and send them to the depths of the ocean. Finding little amusement within the submarine, Zhong decided to explore the depths of the sea, eager to discover how far he could dive. He plunged into the abyss, and, as he descended, the surrounding light gradually waned until darkness enveloped him entirely. Activating his spatial perception abilities, he began to sense the environment of the deep sea. His formidable physique disregarded the crushing water pressure. Initially, he encountered various peculiar deep-sea life forms, but soon even these vanished, leaving him in a desolate void, akin to a zone devoid of life. Uncertain of the depth he had reached, Zhong was suddenly captivated by the emergence of red lines in the pitch-black water, flickering like human veins, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Curiosity piqued, he approached to discover a cluster of underwater volcanoes. Indeed, they resembled human veins, with molten lava flowing within them akin to blood. He experienced the enchanting color gradients from the radiation and magma erupting from the Earth's core. Abruptly, the magma began to shift violently, suggesting that something significant was about to occur, perhaps a volcanic eruption. However, after a moment, the tumult subsided without any further changes. Yet, Zhong sensed an indescribable alteration in the surrounding space, as if the fabric of reality had thinned. Puzzled by this sensation, he recalled that although he had consumed a spatial gem, he had not acquired its full powers. He lacked the ability to perform spatial jumps or create wormholes. His control over the gem was limited to rudimentary applications like folding space to reduce his own size. This time, however, it was evident that the spatial gem was acting independently. A vast surge of energy erupted forth, with a significant portion absorbed by Zhong, while the remainder collided with the fragile boundaries of the space around him, which clearly proved insufficient to contain it. Consequently, the spatial gem began to accumulate energy for another release, and the scale of this energy was exponentially greater than before. If the previous energy output was quantified as 1, this surge equated to 10,000. Even a being of Zhong's stature could hardly withstand such a force, prompting him to expel the gem from his mouth, gazing at the diminutive object in astonishment. Then, a radiant white light enveloped Zhong, illuminating the entirety of the Pacific Ocean. The following day, the entire world was captivated by this extraordinary phenomenon. Some proclaimed that the apocalypse was imminent and that the Earth was on the brink of explosion. It was merely a harbinger of what was to come. Speculation ran rampant, while scientists scoured the Pacific in search of explanations for this bewildering event. As for the instigator, Zhong, he found himself enveloped in a blinding light, whereupon he glimpsed a dark vortex and was subsequently drawn into it. Within this strange realm, he encountered bizarre fragments of imagery, inhabited by alien-like creatures that, despite their peculiar forms, exhibited a discernible intelligence, communicating with one another in a manner he could not comprehend. Yet he could feel their palpable joy. Then came an overwhelming sensation of dizziness, akin to the aftereffects described in novels about traversing wormholes. Just before losing consciousness, Zhong realized that his space gem had vanished. Chapter 13. Monsters a Zhong e gradually regained consciousness. His first thought was the whereabouts of the space gem he had expelled. Clearly, he could not pinpoint its exact location. However, he remained unperturbed, for he discerned that he had arrived in a new universe, one markedly different from the Marvel realm. To articulate it scientifically, certain physical constants diverged from those of the Marvel universe. This was particularly intriguing, especially since Zhong sensed that his atomic propulsion capabilities were now more potent than before. With significantly reduced energy consumption, the disappearance of the space gem, however, presented Zhong with considerable challenges. It appeared that, due to the absence of the gem, his ability to alter his size had been compromised. This implied that he could not infiltrate human society to glean insights about this world, such as its chronology and historical context. Fortunately, Zhong's disposition was rather relaxed, and he did not fret over these minor inconveniences. Instead, he continued to reside beneath the ocean's surface, relying on geothermal radiation to replenish his energy. Although his previous travels had depended on the energy of the space gem, he was bewildered by the substantial reduction of his own energy upon awakening. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of this world remained oblivious to the sudden emergence of a monstrous creature, continuing their daily lives. Nations engaged in mutual sanctions and disputes. Zhong, too, enjoyed a tranquil existence and refrained from causing any disturbances, but this serenity was soon shattered. He recalled that while basking in the geothermal warmth, he sensed something peculiar as the Earth's core exhibited unusual activity. Suddenly, he felt a rupture in the depths of the ocean from which something emerged. Simultaneously, humanity faced an unprecedented crisis. On August 11, 2013, a colossal monster arose from the Pacific and made landfall in San Francisco. Despite the United States' vigorous response, deploying military forces, tanks, aircraft, and artillery, conventional weaponry proved largely ineffective against the beast. In desperation, the resorted to nuclear weaponry, an unconventional choice to eliminate this formidable creature. However, the monster's toxic blood vaporized in the intense heat of the nuclear blast, ultimately rendering San Francisco a desolate wasteland. Following the initial onslaught of the monstrous creature, the pioneer civilization began to experience the first wave of invasions by these formidable beings. However, Zhong was not idle. He had already discovered the entrance to the wormhole hidden beneath the sea. He reasoned that when humanity initiated the Hunter program, the initial wave of the invading beasts would likely be eradicated with nuclear weapons. Concerned for the Earth's environment, Zhong resolved to confront the beast himself before the humans did. In the Marvel Universe, he had never engaged in battle with creatures of a similar size, and he was clearly eager for the challenge. The second beast made its assault on Japan, yet the world was still grappling with the reality of monstrous beings on Earth, leading to a lack of immediate reaction to the creature's arrival. Countries like the United States were merely observing, hoping to gather more intelligence on these colossal entities. However, the Japanese populace held a different perspective. Their conventional weaponry proved woefully inadequate against a creature towering nearly 60 meters high. Even the American Tomahawk cruise missiles merely provoked a few roars of discomfort from beast. As the Japanese government sought assistance from other nations, many expressed willingness. But help would require time. Only China acted decisively, promptly dispatching a vessel for rescue operations. Watching other nations remain inactive, Japan's leaders felt a profound sense of despair. In stark contrast, Zhong was invigorated by the activity within the wormhole, indicating that another beast had emerged. He began to swim in the direction of the creature's trail. The beast had come ashore. The shallower waters indicated proximity to the mainland. Eventually, Zhong could no longer conceal himself. He burst forth from the water and beheld the rampaging creature within the city, prompting his excitement to surge. Had he been single for too long? Meanwhile, the once desperate Japanese citizens sank deeper into despair, and those who had survived felt even more hopeless. The overwhelming news coverage plunged all of Japan into panic. Yet, Zhong remained oblivious to this feeling of despair. He was merely thrilled. The unintelligent beast was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a creature larger than itself. Undeterred, Zhong charged forward with a fervent shoulder throw, hurling the first-generation beast, which stood 40 meters shorter than him, aside. Although it was bewildered by the unexpected presence of an opponent, the simple-minded beast quickly responded with a roar and charged at Zhong. Fonde, Andontiv, delivered a powerful punch directly to the beast's head, causing its blue blood to spatter like rain. The visceral thrill of this hand-to-hand combat exhilarated him. This was true battle. In the Marvel Universe, fighting smaller targets like mutants was unsatisfying, as the overwhelming size disparity rendered the encounters trivial. Dazed from the punch, the beast shook its head and roared again, continuing its advance. Zhong frowned, acutely aware of the first-generation beast's apparent lack of intelligence. He recalled that in the original narrative, monsters exhibited teamwork and strategic cooperation. However, with this hulking creature barreling towards him, there was no reason not to engage. Zhong wrapped his arms around the beast's waist and executed a powerful suplex. Of course, the creature's head struck the ground, demolishing several high-rise buildings and inadvertently harming numerous individuals. The tremendous force drove the creature's skull deep into the earth. Zhong once again grasped the creature's tail with both hands, yanking its head from the ground. Surprised that it was still alive, he gazed at the deformed and barely conscious creature, but his astonishment was of little consequence. He dragged the creature out of the city and settled by the coast, contemplating the prospect of consuming the creature. After the skirmish, an unexpected curiosity about the creature's flavor emerged within Zhong. He casually tore off a piece of meat from an indeterminate part of the creature and stuffed it into his mouth, only to promptly spit it out. Indeed, the artificial flavor was rather unpalatable. The poor texture of the meat left Zhong feeling somewhat disheartened, and he leisurely returned to the water. At this moment, the Japanese populace began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. A monster had appeared and vanquished another. Japan was saved, and the survivors, akin to those who had lost their parents, erupted into jubilant cheers. Subsequently, attention turned to post-disaster reconstruction. Interest in the creature's carcass surged globally, prompting Japan to sell the remains to various nations, which, in turn, pooled resources to assist in the rebuilding of Tokyo. Ironically, to commemorate the monster that had saved Japan, the citizens collectively funded a statue at Tokyo Bay, precisely where Zhong had previously expelled the creature's flesh, dubbing it the guardian deity of Japan. Unbeknownst to them, such statues would proliferate and be erected in numerous countries around the world. Chapter 14. The Pacific Rim after the battle. Zhong returned to the ocean. Yet humanity could not simply walk away as he did after defeating the monster. They were now engaged in the study of the creature's remains, delving into its origins. Ultimately, they discovered a wormhole beneath the ocean floor, leading some scientists to whimsically speculate about an alien invasion. The creature's toxic substances and the pollution of Earth's atmosphere lent credence to their theories. However, the origins of the other monster, Zhong, remained a mystery to the scientists, although it was evident that he was not aligned with the other creature. Unbeknownst to Zhong, humanity was actively seeking him. Meanwhile, he was not idle. Although this world was relatively pleasant, he yearned to return to Marvel. Most importantly, without the Space Stone, he could not shrink, leaving him unable to enjoy his computer or watch short videos. Puzzled, he wondered where the stone could be. As he aimlessly roamed the ocean floor, it became clear that he had traversed the entire Pacific without sensing any energy fluctuations from the Space Stone. What could it possibly be? Zhong gazed at a trench at the bottom of the Pacific, now transformed into a potential portal. If that were the case, he would have to wait for the next creature to emerge to seize the opportunity to enter that world. Resigned, he reassured himself that perhaps he had simply fallen into another location. Thus, Zhong shifted his exploration from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, humanity was not idle. Upon discovering the wormhole beneath the Pacific, they recognized it as an extraterrestrial assault on Earth, perpetrated by a nefarious species. In the aftermath, the scientists found themselves at an impasse surrounding the enigmatic creature known as Zhong, a mysterious beast that had never before graced human eyes, suspected to be a native superorganism of Earth. Yet, dissent echoed among some who contended that Zhong was an extraterrestrial entity, merely arriving ahead of its time. This divergence of opinion among the scientists led to fervent debates, marked by the clattering of tables and the shattering of chairs, as the discovery of an alien life form ignited palpable excitement. Despite the discord among the scientific community, the governments across the globe exhibited remarkable unity, embarking on a collaborative venture to develop anti-monster technology. Thus, the Hunter program was initiated, wherein nations united to engineer colossal automatons to counter the onslaught of the Kaiju. Having traversed the 4 great oceans, Zhong still found no trace of the coveted space gem, leading to the conclusion that it resided on the planet of the progenitor civilization. Unable to reach that destination for the time being, Zhong returned to the Pacific, awaiting the next wave of Kaiju. Concurrently, humanity commenced its ambitious project to construct giant mechs. Filled with fervor at the prospect of creating such ultramodern, science fiction-inspired machines, the populace, particularly enthralled by the experts' assurances, believed that with these weapons, the Kaiju would be utterly vanquished. Importantly, while the demise of the Kaiju would result in environmental pollution, human ingenuity quickly devised methods to transform waste into valuable resources. Zhong, however, grew impatient, as the space gem lay tantalizingly close within the progenitor civilization. In the original narrative, humanity had utilized the Kaiju to traverse into the progenitor civilization. Yet Zhong had mistakenly left the carcass in Tokyo Bay, thus resigning itself to await the next Kaiju's arrival. As time progressed, the year 2015 quietly arrived. Humanity's Hunter program began to yield initial results, with the first experimental mech, the Noisy Boy, finally completed and deployed in North America to defend against Kaiju attacks. However, true to villainous form, shortly after the Noisy Boy commenced its service, a Kaiju emerged from a wormhole, making its way towards Canada. Although Zhong had lost the energy supply from the space gem, its own energy levels remained low. After engaging in battle with the Kaiju, Zhong sought refuge in a volcanic cluster beneath the Pacific, immersing itself in a nuclear radiation bath for rejuvenation. After a year of rest and recovery, Zhong finally regained its former prowess. Yet, without a power source akin to the space gem, it could no longer expend energy as lavishly as before. Henceforth, in subsequent battles, Zhong resolved to engage in hand-to-hand combat whenever possible. Sensing the Kaiju heading towards North America, Zhong refrained from rushing into battle, instead opting to follow at a distance. Over the years, Zhong had remained aware of humanity's endeavors, noting the completion of the first mech. Due to Zhong's influence, this Kaiju was significantly augmented compared to its predecessor, though this was of little concern to Zhong. It was eager to witness the combat capabilities of the Hunter mech, the pinnacle of human technological achievement. The moment the Kaiju emerged from the wormhole, humanity swiftly detected its presence. The path of the Kaiju was charted, and humanity swiftly deployed their noisy young pilot to the skies, preparing to thwart the Kaiju at the coast to prevent it from wreaking havoc on the city and causing greater losses to the populace and their property. Humanity had made thorough preparations, as it was their first encounter with this new type of weapon, leaving everyone uncertain. Thus, they approached this battle with utmost seriousness. However, upon witnessing the Kaiju and the initial human mecha reach their designated position, Zhong submerged beneath the waves to observe the battle, showing no intention of intervention. The already enhanced Kaiju held a slight advantage in strength, yet appeared more cumbersome and lacked the agility of the human mechs. Nevertheless, the core drive of the noisy young pilot was electric, rendering it significantly deficient in terms of raw power. Nonetheless, both pilots possessed considerable combat experience. Upon recognizing their shortcomings in strength, they began to engage the monster in a dance of evasion. Observing from below, Zhong shook his head, noting that while humanity's strategy of evasion was indeed sound when outmatched in strength, the sheer size of the creature would limit how long it could rely on its agility. Zhong, who had far more experience than humanity, began to shake his head in judgment, though no one would be aware of his musings. As predicted, the human pilots, having sustained several blows, grew hesitant and forcefully pushed the monster away, creating distance to unleash a barrage of high-explosive missiles upon the Kaiju. Humanity was not foolish. Since they could not prevail in close combat, they opted to eliminate the threat with heavy artillery. The Kaiju, encountering such a situation for the first time, was momentarily bewildered, enduring several missile strikes that inflicted considerable damage. However, the situation for the human mechs was also grim. The initial mechs suffered from multiple deficiencies, and with parts damaged, their overall performance noticeably declined, making them increasingly unable to withstand the Kaiju's assault. Seeing the humans at a clear disadvantage, Zhong felt compelled to intervene. Stealthily approaching the engaged Kaiju, he erupted from the water with a dual dragon leap, catching the creature off guard. Following this, he executed a powerful move that sent the Kaiju soaring out of the sea. Already weakened by the human mechs, the Kaiju was severely injured by Zhong's surprise attack, teetering on the brink of defeat. Yet, Zhong did not relent. He charged forward, leaping into the air to land squarely upon the Kaiju's neck. A distinct crack echoed as the Kaiju's neck was unmistakably broken beneath his weight. Rising from his position, Zhong was dismayed to find himself covered in blue blood, prompting him to wash himself in the ocean and vowing never to employ such a move again. Finally, he warily observed the damaged human mechs as they dragged the Kaiju's lifeless body, gradually fading into the vastness of the sea. Chapter 15. Traversing the Wormhole. What nonsense! With the Kaiju's corpse in tow, Zhong merrily made his way toward the wormhole. Upon discovering the space gem, he felt invincible. For the universe of Pacific Rim was vast, and sequels were undoubtedly on the horizon. While the most advanced opening flower beast in the film is classified as level 5, who can ascertain whether this level represents the pinnacle of the Prophet civilization's formidable creatures? It is entirely plausible that levels 6 or 7 may emerge in the future, leaving Zhong uncertain of his ability to prevail against them. Though Zhong does not possess a physical advantage, His capability to unleash atomic breath as an energy attack provides him with a distinct edge. However, without the support of Spatial Gem, the energy consumption for him remains considerable, relegating this technique to a last resort measure. Zhong swiftly traversed the terrain, soon arriving at the wormhole with the corpse of the opening flower beast in tow. With a determined leap, he plunged into the wormhole, only to be met with a fantastical sight, culminating in the appearance of a door resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum. Zhong understood that passing through this portal would lead him to the planet of the Prophet civilization. What followed was a grand battle. Just as he neared the threshold of the door, an unexpected force propelled him out of the wormhole. Confounded, Zhong pondered the rationale behind his failure. After all, in the movie, human mechs had successfully accessed the Prophet civilization's planet by detonating the wormhole. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zhong grasped the corpse of the opening flower beast and attempted to breach the wormhole multiple times, yet each effort ended in failure. Ultimately, he concluded that his method must be flawed, though he could not pinpoint the error, leading him to abandon the endeavor. Regardless, the narrative dictated that humanity would eventually succeed in entering the wormhole, and he would simply follow suit. Scratching his head, Zhong decided to vacate the wormhole. Meanwhile, humanity monitored Zhong's actions through their probes, leading scientists to swiftly deduce that this extraordinary creature possessed remarkable intelligence and was likely not an artificial being like the opening flower beast, but rather a prehistoric creature from Earth. This revelation instilled a sense of urgency among humans, who were alarmed at the existence of such a terrifying beast on their planet, uncertain of how their ancestors had survived. Fortunately, human rationality prevailed, as it did not pose a threat of species invasion. They felt some relief. Moreover, the creature's behavior suggested the potential for future collaboration with Zhong. As for the initial performance of the human mechs, it left much to be desired, prompting scientists to identify various issues with the machines. Most crucially, influenced by the government's subtle encouragement, Zhong transitioned into a friend of humanity, with numerous experts advocating for the burgeoning relationship between humans and Zhong. Unsurprisingly, an increasing number of people began to refer to Zhong as Earth's guardian deity, with some even promoting a so-called Godzilla cult, claiming that belief in Godzilla would protect them from attacks by the opening flower beast, and purportedly obtaining a holy relic believed to be a scale from Godzilla itself. Astonishingly, some individuals genuinely embraced this belief. However, this constituted only a small fraction of humanity. A larger segment placed their faith in the government's hunter program. The initial skirmishes between the hunter mechs and the toxic opening flower beast demonstrated that employing mechs would minimize environmental impact when combating such hybrid creatures. Concurrently, the chief overseer of the hunter program recognized the shortcomings of the initial mechs and began to explore designs for a new generation of machines. Though fierce disagreements erupted among the designers regarding the aesthetics of the mechs, an elderly man, his hair a cascade of white, vehemently proclaimed that we could no longer design humanoid mechs. Despite their intricate structure and high maintenance costs, the threat of the invincible Kaiju was not solely ours to confront. An unknown monster lurked as well. We ought to study the morphology of these creatures and devise a bionic beast-like mech. Several supporters of biomimicry echoed the professor's sentiments from behind. This, however, displeased others who argued fervently for humanoid mechs, citing their ease of operation for pilots and capacity to bear more human-compatible weaponry. Clearly, these are proponents of the Gundam style. The chief overseer of the Hunter Project listened silently for a while before decisively stating, "Let us proceed with humanoid designs. We possess greater experience in this realm." While beast forms remain uncharted territory, with the project head's affirmation, the design team commenced the creation of the first generation of hunter mechs. Under the guidance of Japanese engineers, the humanoid mech Tango Wolf was successfully constructed, compelling the white-haired professor to temporarily withdraw his dissent and contribute to the design of the anthropomorphic machine. Thus, we awaited the impending onslaught of the Kaiju. In contrast to previous encounters, humanity had gained valuable experience in mech design, leading to significant optimizations and a steady increase in combat efficacy. By May 2016, disturbances in a wormhole beneath the Pacific Ocean stirred once more. Soon, a kaiju classified as the demon, which emerged from the depths, targeting Tokyo. Simultaneously, the Tango Wolf, freshly assembled in Tokyo, was urgently summoned to defend the city. However, Zhong refrained from joining the fray, acutely aware that another kaiju lay in wait within the wormhole. As the demon which engaged in a fierce battle with the Tango Wolf, a second kaiju surfaced from the wormhole, markedly distinct from the first. Towering at 90 meters, it was slightly shorter than Zhong, yet appeared far more formidable. Rather than advancing towards Tokyo, it roamed the Pacific as if in search of something. Clearly, this was an unidentified level 3 kaiju, and it was searching for him. Zhong sensed the abnormal behavior of this kaiju, prompting him to abandon his perch near the Earth's core. Although he had no desire to fight and preferred to bask in a radiation bath that had recently proven beneficial for his strength, he recognized that he could not shy away from the challenge presented. Rising resolutely, he swam towards the mysterious level 3 kaiju. Humans, too, took note of this peculiar occurrence. However, due to the limited number of mechs, they could only permit the kaiju to wander the Pacific unimpeded. Clearly, Zhong was determined to confront it directly. Humans soon became aware of Zhong, the enigmatic creature, for unlike the kaiju, he did not vanish after leaving the battlefield, making it impossible for them to track his whereabouts. Nevertheless, humanity remained keenly observant as a cadre of scientists began to scrutinize the conflict between Zhong and the kaiju. In an attempt to draw inspiration from Zhong, who has long been regarded as a marvel of nature, it is understood that studying the natural world has historically been an essential means of advancing human technology. Chapter 16. The passionate collision of beasts. Zhong, relying on his skin's remarkable camouflage abilities, launched a surprise attack on a level 3 kaiju at the outset. However, it was evident that the level 3 kaiju was significantly sturdier and more resilient than its level 2 counterpart. Despite Zhong's ambush, it did not prove as effective as against the level 2 kaiju. Angered by the injury inflicted by Zhong, the kaiju began to roar, attempting to assert its dominance. Regrettably, Zhong, being human, did not favor roaring as a show of strength, instead adhering to the principle of action over words. He delivered a swift slap to the creature during its roaring. How audacious, Zhong mused. The kaiju, bewildered, thought it should have been the one to roar and then engage in combat. Unfortunately, Zhong was oblivious to such conventions and felt a peculiar satisfaction in interrupting the roaring creature. As the kaiju noticed Zhong's unconventional approach, it ceased its verbal threats and engaged him in combat within the sea. Possessing some knowledge of combat techniques and strength, Zhong held a distinct advantage in the grappling match against the beast. With a powerful straight punch, he struck the kaiju squarely in the face, sending it hurtling away. The kaiju howled in pain, yet, unlike its level 2 counterpart, it seemed unfazed and retaliated by seizing Zhong. Goodness gracious, Zhong exclaimed upon witnessing the kaiju's audacity. However, undeterred, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the overly enthusiastic kaiju tumbling to the ground. Yet, wrestling alone proved insufficient to inflict significant damage on the beast. It merely caused discomfort. Rising to its feet, the kaiju shook itself off and lunged at Zhong once more. TSK. Zhong expressed his displeasure. This beast, reminiscent of a pig, while not particularly formidable, exhibited an extraordinary resilience to punishment. Meanwhile, humans observing Zhong's battle began to classify the newly emerged kaiju as a level 3 entity, codenamed Mountain Storm. Due to its toughness, the conflict between Zhong and the kaiju became fiercely contested. Even humans began to grow concerned for the safety of this guardian of Earth. Zhong recognized that this kaiju, which was not meant to appear until 2017, had manifested prematurely, indicating that his arrival had significantly altered the course of events. The two colossal creatures clashed in the sea, exchanging blows, yet Zhong's considerable weight and immense strength gave him the upper hand, leaving Mountain Storm battered and bruised. Conversely, while Mountain Storm managed to inflict several hits on Zhong, the enhanced scale armor, fortified by spatial gems, rendered even adamantium nearly ineffective against him. Thus, the level 3 Kaiju's attacks failed to deliver any substantial harm, merely causing him mild discomfort. Zhong pondered, wondering why the Kaiju, which had been swiftly defeated by the Wanderer's mech in the original narrative, proved so resilient in his encounter. In truth, despite Zhong's formidable strength and resilience, he found himself devoid of suitable weaponry. Relying solely on his fists proved to be limited in its lethality. In contrast, the Wanderer possessed not only his fists, but also artillery and cryogenic liquid, which could inflict considerable damage upon the monstrous creature. Although Zhong had the capability of atomic jets, he hesitated to employ them due to their significant energy consumption. Recovering energy remained a challenge for him. Moreover, facing a mere level 3 monster did not warrant the use of such an extravagant attack. Seizing an opportunity, Zhong executed a sweeping tail strike, sending the mountain beast tumbling. He halted, observing that the creature was battered and bruised, its resilience waning with each wound. Meanwhile, Zhong only felt slightly winded from the encounter. Just as he intended to rest briefly before resuming the fight, he sensed movement behind him. Turning to investigate, he spotted a robot approaching, not Japan's Tango Wolf, which had already been incapacitated, but rather a Horizon Warrior, manufactured in China during the same era. The mountain beast, witnessing the arrival of human mecha, was evidently terrified and prepared to flee. Yet, Zhong would not allow it to escape. He lunged forward and hurled the creature back. The Horizon Warrior, demonstrating impressive coordination, swiftly closed in on the beast and unleashed a blast of liquid nitrogen, effectively freezing it in place. Zhong's eyes brightened at the sight, and he charged forth to deliver a decisive blow, shattering the mountain beast into pieces. As Zhong could not speak, he silently walked away, his telepathic communicator, originally provided by the doctor for communication, having been lost during his underwater battles, likely damaged beyond repair. However, the liquid nitrogen employed by the Horizon Warrior sparked inspiration within Zhong. He realized that his prolonged struggle against the mountain beast stemmed from his lack of weaponry. While human mecha might not possess overwhelming power, they carried weapons capable of inflicting tremendous damage upon monsters. In the original narrative, the Wanderer's sword had proven exceptionally effective, dispatching several level 4 beasts in quick succession. Thus, Zhong resolved to forge his own weapon. As for materials, the ocean was replete with the remnants of human shipwrecks, providing ample metal for his endeavors. With newfound determination, Zhong's imagination ran wild, envisioning himself adorned with 18 different weapons to vanquish the monsters. However, the disparity between his lofty aspirations and harsh reality became evident. Having never forged metal before and lacking adequate tools, he initially aimed to create a sword but ended up with nothing more than a crude club, causing him considerable frustration. After several failed attempts, Zhong ultimately abandoned the idea of crafting a sword, redirecting his focus towards simpler creations. In the end, he fashioned a hammer, initially intending to make an axe. He reassured himself that this would suffice. Gazing at his hammer, Zhong felt it lacked sufficient lethality. Yet, struck by inspiration, he modified it into a mace, merely shaping one end into a conical point using his atomic jet. This transformation proved satisfactory, and he prepared to test it. Indeed, when he struck the ground, it left a deep crater, significantly enhancing its destructive power. However, as Zhong attempted to withdraw the hammer, the handle broke off. Indeed, the intensity proved inadequate. Zhong, upon reflection, decided to thicken the handle to enhance its strength. After several attempts, he felt a marked improvement. However, as practice is the sole criterion for truth, Zhong resolved to test this weapon against the flower beast upon their next encounter. Meanwhile, humanity commenced the refinement of their weaponry, initially believing the first generation of machines to be satisfactory. Yet, they soon discovered that the flower beasts had also fortified themselves. The machines could barely contend with the second-tier witch, and were decidedly insufficient against the third-tier mountain gale in the ocean. Nations accelerated the development of hunter mechs. Thanks to Zhong's assistance, the losses sustained by various countries were relatively minimal, and with several mech battles proving manageable, the government had yet to abandon the hunter program. Following the experimental design of several second-generation machines, nations proceeded to design and manufacture new models. As for the prophet civilization, it appeared to have been momentarily stunned into silence by Zhong's formidable prowess. The anticipated second wave of flower beast assaults ceased abruptly after the demise of the mountain gale. Thus, Zhong was afforded a rare stretch of tranquility. Chapter 17. The Scythehead strikes. After several years of calm, the prophet civilization initiated a new wave of attacks. The Scythehead, the most formidable among the third-tier flower beasts, successfully evaded the melancholic Romeo of the United States and prepared to launch an assault. However, the United States had already detected its presence and was preparing to dispatch a wanderer for interception. Yet, Zhong was swifter. He had followed the Scythehead through the wormhole, never forgetting the spike hammer he had crafted. Clearly, he intended to test the weapon's might. With a resounding roar, Zhong easily captured the attention of the Scythehead. The Scythehead, in turn, responded, abandoning its pursuit of the United States to engage Zhong instead. Witnessing the Scythehead's willingness to confront him excited Zhong, who thought to himself, "My spike hammer has long been yearning for this moment." However, the Scythehead was blissfully unaware of the grim fate that awaited it. As Zhong and the Scythehead prepared for close combat, the United States third-generation mech, the dangerous wanderer, arrived on the scene. Initially intending to engage in a friendly melee with Zhong, the Scythehead suddenly faltered and considered retreat. Yet, Zhong was not about to relinquish a hard-won opportunity to test his weapon. With a fierce cry, he charged forward, blocking the Scythehead's escape route. The Scythehead, clearly flustered, glanced back at the approaching wanderer. Then, in a moment of desperation, lunged toward Zhong in an attempt to break through his defenses and flee. Funde, fully aware of its intentions, embraced the Scythehead in a bear hug and hoisted it onto his shoulder, flinging it backward. Although the Scythehead weighed a staggering 700 tons, it was insignificant in the face of Zhong's 60,000 tons. The Scythehead was thrown a considerable distance, landing heavily but now closer to the wanderer. Consequently, it shifted its focus and charged at the wanderer to protect the ill-fated fishing vessel behind it. The wanderer had no choice but to brace itself against the Scythehead's onslaught. However, the Scythehead was no ordinary foe. It was the strongest among the third-tier flower beasts, verging on a fourth-tier entity. Thus, the immense force directly toppled the wanderer. Zhong hurriedly caught up from behind, deciding to abandon the Scythehead this time and wield instead the mace he had crafted himself. With a fierce cry, Zhong lifted the hammer and brought it down with considerable force upon the Scythehead. The tremendous energy concentrated at the tip of the mace unleashed a colossal impact, eliciting a pained howl from the Scythehead, a sound far louder than its usual roars, imbued with a mix of agony and a hint of desolation. The fallen wanderer was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It seemed as if the Scythehead had suffered a grievous blow. The protagonist from our original tale beheld Zhong, standing in the sea, hammer in hand, relentlessly striking the Scythehead. Witnessing such ferocity in Zhong stirred a peculiar feeling within the wanderers, though they could not quite discern its source. Nevertheless, they remained focused on their objective, retrieving the boat that had nearly been overturned and making their way to shore. As for Zhong, he was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of combat, evidently favoring the heavy, powerful weaponry like the mace. The Scythehead, under Zhong's relentless assault, was indeed pitiable. With a weapon in hand, Zhong's close-quarters lethality had significantly increased. However, the Scythehead was somewhat fortunate. Its scythe-shaped head, composed of exceptionally hard material capable of slicing through armored mechs, endured numerous strikes without succumbing entirely. Yet, what good was its resilience? Regardless of its sturdiness, it was destined for death. Realizing the hardness of its head, Zhong shifted his target, commencing to strike its back instead. Although the back was also armored, it was far less resilient than the head, and with just a few blows, the blue blood gushed forth. In pain, the Scythehead struggled to escape, exclaiming in terror that Earth was too frightening and it yearned to return home. However, Zhong would not allow it to flee. With several more powerful strikes, he swiftly dispatched the Scythehead. After the skirmish, Zhong felt invigorated. having expended little effort during the battle. This clearly demonstrated the significant role weapons play in combat. Meanwhile, the protagonist piloting the Wanderer finally discerned something amiss. Goodness, that monster was wielding a weapon, he realized, suddenly understanding the source of his discomfort. The notion of a monster employing tools was utterly terrifying. With a spark of imagination, the protagonist envisioned a scenario where the creature wielded a colossal weapon, reminiscent of a 47. Evidently, the commanding hunters also noted the mace-like object in Zhong's grasp, promptly convening to discuss the implications. Although scientists had previously remarked on Zhong's high intelligence, they had not anticipated it to be this profound. It was clear that this creature exhibited signs of civilization, posing a significant threat. A biologist cautioned, "I believe we can communicate." A sociologist proposed a commendable suggestion. Impossible. A creature with human-like intellect is far too dangerous, the biologist countered vehemently. If we do not eliminate it, humanity is likely to face annihilation, the biologist expressed, showcasing a heightened sense of urgency. We are on the brink of destruction, a general declared. It is evident that as the Kaiju grows stronger, humanity's mechs are increasingly incapable of resisting its incursions. Today's battle clearly demonstrated the significant inadequacy of the Wanderer's combat strength. Had it not been for Zhong's assistance, the Wanderers would have been obliterated by the scythe-headed monster, much like before. It was decided that communication should be attempted. The general, serving as the overseer, made what appeared to be a foolish decision before departing. The biologist, astonished, left with a look of disbelief, evidently considering the people here to be mad. Consequently, humanity began to search for Zhong, hoping to seek his aid or request his protection for Earth. Yet, they were uncertain. Should their negotiations fail and provoke Zhong, humanity would face yet another beast. While humanity scoured the vast ocean for Zhong, he was busy repairing his beloved hammer. Clearly, the durability of the hammer had significantly diminished after striking the scythe-headed monster. To Zhong's keen eye, the handle was already bent. Without repair, it would likely break in the next battle. Thus, he commenced his restoration work, salvaging materials from sunken ships on the ocean floor. Utilizing the high temperatures from underwater volcanoes, Zhong began the mending process. He softened the bent portion of the handle with intense heat, then manually straightened it, subsequently adding materials to thicken and reinforce it, thereby creating a sturdier hammer. Zhong understood that the upcoming battle would be even more challenging, and because the Wanderers had not been annihilated, humanity had not abandoned their hunter initiative. Therefore, the Wanderers would continue to guard the American coastline. In the original narrative's 2025 Battle of Hong Kong, only the Crimson Storm mech will be stationed there. As a Chinese individual in a past life, Zhong naturally felt compelled to assist China. Thus, he resolved to complete the modifications on his spiked hammer and prepare to lie in wait in the South China Sea, anticipating the arrival of 2025 to vanquish 2 Level 4 Kaiju and thereafter accompany humanity through the wormhole, ultimately reaching the prophetic civilization to wreak havoc, and find a space gem to return to the Marvel Universe. Chapter 18. Before the Great War, while humanity scoured the Pacific for Zhong, they remained oblivious to the fact that he had stealthily made his way to the South China Sea, hammer in hand. Thus, those seeking collaboration were destined for disappointment. Once in the South China Sea, Zhong decided to wait patiently for his prey. However, the region was far less entertaining than the Pacific. Apart from discovering numerous antiques and wooden hulls from ancient Chinese shipwrecks, there was little to satisfy his forging desires. Yet, the prophetic civilization evidently did not wish for Zhong to remain idle. In 2019, 2 Level 4 Kaiju attacked Manila. In the original narrative, there was only one, signifying that, due to Zhong's presence, the prophetic civilization had intensified its invasion of Earth. It seemed they had nearly comprehended all of Zhong's data, preparing to annihilate humanity in earnest. The location of this assault was evidently equipped with mechs, encountering China's first mech, the Horizon Warrior, unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Zhong in the South China Sea sensed the disturbance and prepared to investigate. In a casual endeavor to test his modified hammer, he swam towards the Philippines, clearly indicating that the emergence of the monsters had united the world. Apart from the collaboration among the great powers, smaller nations had become mere vassals to the larger ones. While China provided protection to the small nations encircling the Pacific, these nations also demanded a form of tribute. Consequently, China stationed a first-generation mech in the Philippines to safeguard the region, simultaneously keeping the monstrous kaiju at bay and preventing their incursion into Chinese territory. Although the concept was commendable, it was unlikely to succeed, for two level 4 kaiju could not be repelled by a single mech. Fortunately, the presence of Zhong offered a glimmer of hope, leaving the outcome uncertain. The kaiju did not possess the radiation-absorbing skin that Zhong had, prompting humanity to take swift action. They dispatched the Horizon Warriors and the Storm Crimson, who were en route from Hong Kong. Clearly, humanity recognized that a single mech could not withstand the onslaught of two kaiju. Zhong swiftly traversed the water, his dorsal fin breaking the surface. Soon, satellites detected Zhong's movements, and reports were sent to the authorities. Humanity had evidently lowered their guard, assuming Zhong was heading to confront the monsters. Nevertheless, to ensure absolute safety, China sent Storm Crimson to provide assistance. The two kaiju were remnants from the previous battle in Hong Kong, two level 4 armored tortoises and a tail stalker, each possessing unique abilities such as corrosive acids specifically designed to dismantle mechs. It was apparent that the progenitor civilization aimed to eradicate Asian mechs in one fell swoop. Since Zhong typically lingered in the Pacific, his ability to provide timely support was hindered when he ventured close to shore, thereby gradually wearing down humanity's fighting strength. However, in a serendipitous turn of events, Zhong arrived early in the South China Sea, ensuring he wouldn't miss the unfolding drama. As the two monsters engaged the Horizon Warriors, Zhong made his timely entrance. The level 4 kaiju exhibited distinct tactics, with one serving as a decoy while the other aimed to launch a surprise attack. Yet, the ambush was doomed to fail. As the armored tortoise ensnared the Horizon Warrior, the tail stalker lurked beneath the waves, seeking an opportunity to obliterate the human mech. Yet, as fate would have it, while the tail stalker lay in wait, Zhong approached from a distance, realizing its intentions. Silently, he glided behind the tail stalker, raising his hammer. Oblivious to Zhong's advance, the tail stalker slowly lifted its head, just as Zhong's hammer reached its zenith. As the tail stalker prepared to leap, Zhong's hammer descended with tremendous force. What was meant to be a successful ambush turned into chaos as the tail stalker was struck with immense power, plunging into the water. Bewildered, the subsequent pain on its back indicated an unexpected assault. Whirling around to confront its attacker, it was met with the sight of a hammer towering above its head. Struck once again by Zhong, the tail stalker was momentarily dazed, yet its instinct for survival kicked in, prompting it to retreat from its original position. The spiny-backed turtle, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Horizon Warrior and gaining the upper hand, began to sense something amiss. It withdrew from the attack range of the Horizon Warrior and dove into the depths of the sea to investigate. To its astonishment, it spotted Zhong in pursuit of the tail force mouse. Recognizing Zhong's superior intellect, the spiny-backed turtle unleashed its power, generating a pulse with its electrical organ that incapacitated the Horizon Warrior. Clearly, the turtle understood that Zhong posed a formidable challenge and decided to neutralize one threat before confronting the other. However, Zhong remained unfazed. He was the strongest being on Earth. Even without the support of the space gem, he held his ground as Earth's mightiest creature. As the spiny-backed turtle charged towards him, Zhong stood resolute, wielding his hammer with vigilance, ready to strike should either creature dare approach. The spiny-backed turtle, realizing the danger, hesitated, leading to a standoff between the two parties. Having once been human, Zhong possessed considerable patience. He adhered to the principle of remaining still until provoked. Observing the movements of the two creatures, he awaited their next move. The spiny-backed turtle, however, lacked his patience. After a prolonged period of inaction from Zhong, both beasts lunged at him from different directions. Unfazed, Zhong raised his hammer to intercept the spiny-backed turtle while simultaneously swinging his tail to strike the tail force mouse approaching from behind. With a resounding thud, Zhong's hammer connected with the spiny-backed turtle's head, sending it reeling. Yet the agile tail force mouse deftly evaded the blow aimed at it. Unperturbed, Zhong quickly turned his attention to dealing with the tail force mouse. However, the tail force mouse, seizing the opportunity, fled from the incapacitated spiny-backed turtle. This marked the first time Zhong had witnessed a spiny-backed turtle retreat, leaving him momentarily stunned before he gave chase, contemplating the dignity of such a large creature abandoning its ally. Yet the tail force mouse cared little for such considerations, sprinting away with remarkable speed, buoyed by its light frame, making it difficult for Zhong to keep up. In a fit of anger, Zhong hurled his hammer at the tail force mouse, striking its tail and causing it to momentarily falter. Despite closing the gap, Zhong still struggled to catch the tail force mouse, which prepared to breach the surface and spread its wings to ascend into the sky. The clever creature seemed to understand that Zhong could not fly, ensuring its safety above the water. Seeing the tail force mouse poised to escape, Zhong felt a surge of urgency, contemplating the audacity of the creature to flee rather than fight. However, fortune favored the bold, just as he believed the tail force mouse would successfully evade him. A mechanical arm equipped with a circular saw descended from above. The unfortunate tail force mouse, thinking it had eluded danger, found itself plunged back into the water. Engulfed in despair, with a final, defiant roar, its head was crushed into a pulp by Zhong's hammer. Chapter 19. The Battle of Hong Kong. In the aftermath of this incident, China appeared to recognize that the formidable kaiju had grown increasingly powerful, while its own mechs had become inadequate to confront this threat. Consequently, China resolved to consolidate its defenses, summoning all Horizon warriors stationed abroad back to Hong Kong in preparation for the imminent assault by the kaiju. Although Hong Kong did not receive the global mech reinforcements depicted in the original narrative, it was nonetheless defended by 3 Horizon warriors, a Shaolin Ranger, and the Storm Red Garrison, constituting an unprecedented level of combat strength. Zhong was engaged in the repair of his mighty hammer, which had suffered significant wear due to the materials involved. After each great battle, the hammer's durability was nearly depleted, prompting Zhong to seek a nearby underwater volcano in Japan for the necessary repairs. As for the Battle of Hong Kong, originally set for 2025, Zhong had anticipated that his presence might precipitate an earlier confrontation. However, after nearly 6 years submerged in the volcanic waters, no kaiju had emerged, leading Zhong to feel exceedingly bored. Immersed in the irradiated hot springs, Zhong resembled a languid fish, particularly due to the lack of entertainment facilities, which left him feeling profoundly empty. The appearance of a kaiju would at least provide him with an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Yet, the world remained unervingly quiet during these 6 years, with no kaiju sightings. One fateful day, however, Zhong distinctly sensed a kaiju bursting forth from a wormhole, heading towards Sydney. This invigorated him, as it indicated that the Battle of Hong Kong was imminent. Clearly, this kaiju was the level 4 kaiju virus from the original story. Fortunately, due to Zhong's presence, the losses of mechs across nations were not substantial. Thus, the Monster Wall plan was not activated. Consequently, Australia's most advanced level 5 mech, the Eureka Striker, once again successfully defended Sydney. It was apparent that Zhong was absent as he was preparing for the Battle of Hong Kong. Although Australia faced a level 4 kaiju, the 2 level 4 kaiju that had already manifested in the Battle of Hong Kong suggested that the upcoming confrontation would likely involve a level 5 kaiju. The level 5 kaiju femme fatale from the original narrative was exceptionally formidable, towering nearly a third higher than Zhong. Nevertheless, Zhong felt reassured with his hammer in hand. As anticipated, several months after the virus assaulted Sydney, a high-energy reaction was detected from the wormhole beneath the Pacific Ocean. It was evident that another kaiju had arrived, and Zhong sensed the presence of 3 kaiju. 2 were clearly level 5 femme fatale, accompanied by a level 4 spiked-back turtle. The trio of monsters surged towards Hong Kong, and China, fully aware of the situation, initiated its defense plans while also seeking assistance from other nations. given that this was the first instance of 3 Kaiju appearing simultaneously, with 2 being unprecedented level 5 entities. China remained apprehensive. In addition, Zhong swam towards the Kaiju, determined to eliminate the spiked-backed turtle first. Evidently, the civilization of the prophets has discerned the vulnerabilities of the mecha. From the 3rd generation onward, the mecha systems have relied on digital transmission. With the presence of the spiny-backed turtle, they can incapacitate human mechas and unleash the chaos of the beast at will. This blatant intent was immediately perceived by Zhong, prompting him to eliminate the spiny-backed turtle first before engaging in a melee with the 2 level 5 beasts. Utilizing his radiation-absorbing skin, Zhong swam close to the beast without detection. Although discovered, the proximity was adequate. With a powerful flick of his tail, Zhong accelerated dramatically, breaking through the 2 level 5 beasts, flanking the spiny-backed turtle and wielding his massive hammer directly at its head. Despite being called a turtle, this was precisely its weakness. And Zhong, well-versed in combat, was acutely aware of it. Though the beasts sensed his approach, Zhong's sudden burst of speed caught them off guard. The spiny-backed turtle managed to evade, yet was still struck by the hammer, inflicting significant pain and eliciting a pained cry from the beast burdened with a vital mission. The other 2 beasts quickly reacted, ensnaring Zhong with their tails and attempting to pull him away while biting at his arm. The hammer in Zhong's grasp posed a considerable threat. In pain, he relinquished the hammer, but his 60,000-ton weight was beyond the capacity of 2 level 5 beasts to displace. Thus, remaining in close proximity to the spiny-backed turtle, he endured the agony in his arm and finally seized the opportunity. With a powerful bite, he clamped down on the turtle's head. The crushing force of Godzilla's jaws is terrifying. To amplify the lethality, Zhong relentlessly shook his head. Clearly agitated by the unfair tactics of the beasts, Zhong, in his fury, bit down with such ferocity that he severed the spiny-backed turtle's head. With the turtle dispatched, Zhong's wrath turned towards the 2 venomous beasts. Observing Zhong's ferocity, the 2 beasts were momentarily intimidated. Yet, as level 5 beasts, they could not forego their dignity and prepared to confront him. Releasing Zhong, they circled around him, vigilant and poised for action. Funde, harboring no goodwill towards these 2 beasts, charged at one without hesitation, catching them off guard. Chapter 20. The wormhole. Humanity approached the task of detonating the wormhole with unwavering confidence. Yet a dilemma arose. Without the beasts, passage through the wormhole was impossible. Thus, the plan shifted to waiting for the beasts to appear. Once they did, they would incapacitate one and utilize it for passage through the wormhole. Consequently, mecha from around the globe stood ready at the closest base to the wormhole, poised to execute their strategy at the first sighting of a beast. Clearly, the precursor civilization possessed a method to utilize the beast for reconnaissance of Earth. Now, the precursor civilization was astounded by Zhong's final atomic blast. Yet this only intensified their desire to invade Earth. Such exceptional genetics, if integrated into their own beasts, would render them invincible. Not long after, the civilization of the prophets unleashed their greatest combat forces, deploying 2 level 5 monsters and 1 level 6 monster. They fantasized about the potential of analyzing Godzilla's genes after their invasion of Earth, believing their own monsters would become invincible. However, in their excitement, they overlooked the fact that their current monsters were ill-equipped to withstand Zhong's atomic breath. Soon, Zhong, lying in ambush near the wormhole, sensed that a monster was about to emerge. The humans, filled with anticipation, mobilized to capture the creature alive, intending to use it to launch nuclear missiles, thereby obliterating the wormhole. Ultimately, when a level 6 monster appeared in the wormhole, it was met by 6 waiting mechs. Confronting such a colossal beast, the humans found themselves at a disadvantage. Close combat was futile due to its size, but fortunately, each mech possessed ranged attack capabilities. The Australian raiders unleashed a barrage of missiles at the creature, clearly aware that the level 6 monster lacked the skills of the armored turtle. Thus, it could only endure the onslaught, followed by the American Wanderer's plasma cannons. After sustaining considerable damage from the humans' ranged fire, they prepared to swarm the creature. Yet, the level 6 monster was markedly different. Its remarkable regenerative abilities allowed its wounds to heal almost instantaneously, leaving the humans in a state of despair. At that moment, Zhong, concealed beneath the sand, emerged with a roar, wielding a hammer to strike the chest of the level 6 monster. Meanwhile, the level 5 monsters had also traversed the wormhole, but as they did, the level 6 monster began to sink into the wormhole. Observant humans quickly noted this, exclaiming that another monster was present. They urged their comrades to bring down the level 6 beast, which, due to its immense weight, began to plummet under the force of gravity. The humans exerted themselves to press the monster down. Zhong, observing the struggle between the rising monster and the resisting mechs, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Nevertheless, he remained committed to his plan, assisting the humans in their efforts to push the creature down. Regrettably, the strength of the level 6 monster should not be underestimated. With a powerful surge, it dislodged all of the human mechs. Except for Zhong, the sheer weight of 60,000 tons rendered it invulnerable, impervious to any attempt to shift it. However, due to its massive size, Zhong found himself clinging to the monster. As the level 6 creature crawled out of the wormhole, preparing to strike at the human mechs, Zhong unleashed a blast of atomic breath that cleaved the monster in two. Yet, the regenerative capabilities of the level 6 monster surpassed even that of a cockroach. Despite being bisected, it did not perish, its lower half desperately writhing to reconnect with the upper half. Zhong, determined to thwart its recovery, plunged into the body of the level 6 monster. Inside, he wreaked havoc like the Monkey King, smashing its innards with wild abandon. Although the level 6 monster possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, it still experienced pain, rendering it unable to stand. Seizing the opportunity, the humans outside began their own assault on the level 6 creature. At that moment, 2 5th-level Kaiju beasts emerged from the wormhole, leaving humanity with no choice but to contend with the remaining 2 Kaiju beasts. Meanwhile, the 6th-level Kaiju beast lay in a state of near demise. Zhong continued his destructive endeavors within, but suddenly noticed a lack of activity. Driven by curiosity, he tore open the belly of the 6th-level Kaiju beast to ascertain the situation. To his surprise, the 6th-level Kaiju beast seemed quite pleased, for as soon as Zhong emerged, its combat prowess would swiftly be restored. However, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. He witnessed 6 mechas fervently assaulting 2 Kaiju beasts and decided against further involvement. Gradually retracting his head, Zhong inadvertently caused great distress to the 6th-level Kaiju beast, particularly as he nonchalantly pulled its torn belly closed, akin to drawing curtain. Thus, the 6 mechas commenced a relentless assault on the 2 5th-level Kaiju beasts, who were far from defenseless, engaging fiercely in the battle. The 6th-level Kaiju beast, squatting at a distance, yearned to join the fray, yet was hindered by Zhong's massive form, which rendered it immobile, forced to observe from afar. Zhong clearly sought to bide his time, waiting for the humans to vanquish the beasts before revealing himself. However, the 2 5th-level Kaiju beasts were not easily subdued by mere humans. After one was eliminated, the remaining beast had little chance of survival, as the human mechas sustained significant damage while the Kaiju beast merely bore some injuries. Zhong, fully aware of the unfolding events, was eager to escape from the belly of the 6th-level Kaiju beast. However, he could not forget the plight of this unfortunate creature. He turned back and decisively severed the beast's head. Though it was on the brink of death, for safety's sake, he ensured its demise. After dealing with the 6th-level Kaiju beast, Zhong advanced towards the human mechas, which remained cautious of his presence. With a cry, the remaining Kaiju beast attempted to flee back into the wormhole. Zhong, however, would not allow it to escape, swiftly intercepting its path. Realizing it could not evade capture, the Kaiju beast resorted to a frontal assault, yet it stood no chance against Zhong. In mere moments, it was brought to the ground. Although the human mechas were severely damaged, they still retained some operational capacity. Several mechas struggled to stuff a nuclear bomb into the wound of the 5th-level Kaiju beast before hurling it towards a nearby wormhole. Observing this, Zhong suddenly grasped the situation and quickly embraced the airborne Kaiju beast, entering the wormhole alongside it. although the humans were oblivious to his motives. They were powerless to intervene. Zhong pondered why he had once achieved a similar feat without success. Was it merely for the sake of the plot? He mused. Fortunately, Zhong was not one to dwell on such thoughts. If he could not comprehend it, he would let it be. However, the nuclear bomb posed a significant concern. To prevent its detonation, Zhong opened his mouth and consumed it. Thankfully, with his invulnerable stomach, he swiftly digested the uranium-238 contained within the bomb. Moreover, having been enhanced by the space gem, Zhong did not transform into a monstrous form. Yet, the sense of emptiness within him subsided, knowing that a fierce battle awaited him upon reaching the civilization of the prophets. Chapter 21. The atomic breath. The wormhole was brief and soon. Zhong successfully traversed the entrance resembling a chrysanthemum. Clearly, he had waited a long time for this day. Upon entering the new planet, Zhong immediately sensed the spatial gem emanating a continuous flow of energy. Indeed, here, he felt the warm energy waves of the spatial gem. Before long, Zhong arrived at this planet, characterized by thick, ominous clouds, barren land, and devoid of rivers, only rocky layers. The atmosphere was a murky yellow, and the precursor civilization resided within the rock formations, a colonial species dedicated to crafting toxic monsters. However, Zhong's arrival was an unforeseen event, even for the precursors, who did not anticipate that a creature from Earth would willingly walk into their trap. Upon witnessing Zhong, a beast of such magnitude, the civilization that wielded colossal monsters as weapons erupted in excitement. It was evident that their interest in Zhong had been brewing for quite some time. Ever since his emergence on Earth, he had captivated the precursor's attention. Zhong could evidently sense the malicious intent of several alien beings, and then, with a swift motion, he unleashed an atomic breath directed at a group of observing precursors. After being vaporized by Zhong's attack, the remaining precursors finally grasped the gravity of the situation and fled in panic. Yet, Zhong remained focused on his objective, meticulously sensing the precise location of the spatial gem. Curiously, he observed a device resembling a black hole maintaining the stability of the wormhole, and it appeared that the spatial gem was the source of its energy. Given its proximity, Zhong felt a surge of joy, for this meant he need not exert excessive effort in his search. Ignoring the nature of the apparatus, he unleashed an atomic breath that obliterated the device. Unbeknownst to him, this act triggered a catastrophic explosion akin to a nuclear detonation. Fortunately, the radiation emitted was solely energy from the spatial gem, causing only Zhong to be toppled by the shockwave. Absorbing the radiation from the spatial gem, Zhong was undeniably elated. However, the precursors were far from pleased. Ordinary beings could not withstand such radiation and were instantly vaporized, while those at a distance succumbed to excessive exposure shortly thereafter. Subsequently, Zhong noticed the spatial gem floating before him, unrestrained by the wind. He reached out and consumed it, feeling a rush of power return to him after a prolonged absence. As he reveled in the surging strength within him, he realized he could once again unleash his atomic breath without restraint. However, the precursor civilization was evidently a species well-suited for experimentation. In no time, the precursor's beastly creations began to arrive in droves. With a sinister chuckle, Zhong fearlessly charged toward the incoming creatures. He unleashed a full-force atomic jet, slicing through anything that dared to obstruct its path. The beasts were cleaved in two, leaving the precursors momentarily stunned by the ferocity of such a creature. Yet, the precursors were not limited to these beasts. They possessed antimatter bombs at their disposal. Zhong also sensed a faint feeling of threat. It was evident that a civilization significantly more powerful than humanity would undoubtedly possess formidable weaponry. Just as humanity has nuclear bombs, the precursors wielded antimatter bombs. However, who was Zhong? He was Godzilla, and an enhanced version at that. Despite detecting some semblance of danger, Zhong felt no fear. Clearly, the mere existence of an antimatter bomb could not intimidate him. Could such a thing truly quell his desire for destruction? Such naivety, fun amused. Feeling exhilarated by the reclamation of the space gem, which demanded an outlet for his exuberance. Ignoring the antimatter bomb entirely, he began to wreak havoc on the surrounding structures and the grotesque precursors resembling aliens. The precursors, not lacking in wit, witnessed this frenzied behemoth, and many swiftly piloted their bizarre flying machines to escape. Yet, Zhong would not allow them their wishes. His back began to glow, and numerous streams of atomic breath erupted forth, obliterating several airborne craft. Clearly, the precursors discerned that aside from the antimatter bomb, they possessed little to deter Zhong's rampage, prompting their decision to deploy the antimatter bomb as their civilization's most potent strategic weapon. Funde, sensing a modicum of threat, resolved to test a newly acquired skill following his fusion with the space gem, the energy shield. Evidently, after merging with the space gem a second time, his compatibility had significantly increased, granting him a notably useful ability. Eager to test the defensive prowess of this new skill, Zhong hastily summoned the energy of the space gem to conjure a spherical blue barrier around himself, bracing for impact. However, the precursors were not to be trifled with. A thick black rod descended from the heavens, followed by a violent explosion, a surge of shockwaves and blinding light. The forceful shockwave toppled Zhong. Fortunately, the protective shield absorbed the brunt of the attack, and he merely stumbled, sustaining no substantial harm. Yet the distant precursors harbored a different perspective. Believing the beast to be vanquished, they swiftly dispatched a squad to gather remnants of Zhong, evidently hoping to extract genetic material for cloning purposes. Their ambitions, however, were destined for failure. Zhong, now imbued with the power of the space gem, was anything but ordinary. A single antimatter bomb could not extinguish him. As anticipated, the scouting party had barely arrived when they witnessed the fallen monster rise once more. With a thunderous roar, Zhong lifted his gaze towards the approaching precursor squad. Upon seeing the glimmer of mischief in his immense blue eyes, the precursors screamed and fled in a frenzy, clearly terrified. With an atomic breath, a beam of laser-like fury struck the ground, carving a deep chasm. This was impossible. Evidently, the commander of the pioneers, orchestrating everything from afar, could scarcely believe that beings capable of withstanding the assault of an antimatter bomb emerged unscathed. After a moment of venting his frustrations, Zhong's heart finally found solace, prompting him to cease his onslaught. Surrounding him was nothing but desolation, the remnants of ruins and the corpses of the fallen beasts. The defiant pioneers gazed upon the colossal creature standing amidst the heavens with expressions of sheer terror, their hearts filled with dread. This was a beast that harbored no fear of any weapon. Its only response to their aggression was indifference, and unbeknownst to them, they were soon to be crushed into oblivion beneath its foot. How could one not feel fear in such a presence? The reason for Zhong's cessation of attack lay in his consciousness being immersed within the space gem. He had evidently discovered intriguing elements within this gem. What is this? Within the confines of the space gem, he found a coordinate, presumably linked to the Marvel Universe. The method of teleportation involved activating the gem's energy, which would automatically generate a wormhole, allowing for traversal back, a foolproof and remarkably simple operation. Alas, this technique was limited to long-distance transportation, such as between universes. However, Zhong remained perplexed regarding short-range teleportation, and the space gem offered no instructional guidance. It seemed he would need to research this aspect further, he mused. Subsequently, Zhong resolved to return to the Marvel world, having spent considerable time away and yearning for the Mutant Academy. Yet, how could one return empty-handed? Transforming into a diminutive Godzilla, he began to scour the ruins of the pioneer civilization in search of mementos. In Chapter 22, Marvel, I have returned. The shrunken Zhong rummaged through the rubble, acutely aware that, following the detonation of the antimatter bomb, few remnants would remain. Nevertheless, he persevered, convinced that he would find something capable of enduring the explosion like himself. The pioneers, puzzled by Zhong's sudden disappearance, as he was now too small to be seen, began to search the ruins, their minds still preoccupied with his genetic information. Eventually, Zhong arrived at a massive ruin, and through his spatial perception, he sensed something beneath the debris. Without hesitation, he began to clear away the rubble and soon uncovered an object resembling a cube, exuding a distinctly sci-fi aura, though its exact nature eluded him. With his coveted souvenir in hand, Zhong saw no reason to linger any longer. He activated the power of the space gem, and in a brilliant flash of blue light, he vanished before the tardy pioneers. After a bout of dizziness, Zhong gradually regained consciousness, having finally returned to the Marvel Universe after years of arduous journeying. I wonder how the professor has fared. In Zhong's recollection, the mutants had indeed faced numerous tribulations. In the second installment of the X-Men, they encountered significant challenges, particularly following the destruction of their academy, which forced them into an alliance with Magneto. The professor himself was tragically hypnotized by humans and subsequently exploited by both humanity and Magneto. And his capacity to obliterate a planet with a mere thought was truly terrifying. Clearly, in order to protect the Xavier School for gifted youngsters, the diminutive Charles could not immediately depart from the depths of the Pacific Ocean and return to the institution. After all, if the school were to be destroyed, finding another sanctuary would prove to be a formidable challenge. Concealed by the cloak of night, the shrunken Charles made his way ashore, relentlessly advancing toward the school. Fortunately, as a super being, he required neither rest nor sustenance, allowing him to continue his journey uninterrupted. From nightfall until dawn, Charles finally beheld the familiar grand villa of the school, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Upon arriving at the entrance, he discovered the professor awaiting his return, having sensed Charles's presence long before. "My old friend, where have you been? I searched for you countless times, as if you had vanished from the earth," the professor expressed, clearly overjoyed by Charles's return. Regrettably, without a mental link communicator, Charles was unable to respond to the professor's inquiries. However, the professor, ever resourceful, had anticipated this and equipped Charles with a second-generation mental link device, enabling him to speak once more in that familiar electronic synthesized voice. "You won't believe it. There truly exists a parallel universe." Understandably, Charles could not disclose his journey to the Trans-Pacific universe directly. "Well, I believe you. Welcome back," the professor replied, unable to penetrate Charles's consciousness to discern the veracity of his claims, thus choosing to accept his words at face value. Charles found it rather surprising that the professor so readily believed him. Given the circumstances, Charles had little choice but to comply. Upon entering the school, he was greeted by many unfamiliar faces. Consequently, the professor convened a brief assembly to introduce Charles to the students, many of whom, having not seen him in over a year, were unaware of his identity. "Has Magneto been up to any mischief?" Charles inquired, uncertain of how much time had passed in the Marvel Universe. "Magneto? No, I haven't heard anything from him since our last collaboration," the professor replied, puzzled by Charles's question. "Which occasion?" Charles sensed a vague feeling of having missed something significant. Indeed, while he had spent years in the Trans-Pacific realm, time continued to flow in the Marvel Universe, albeit at a different pace. It was evident that Charles had missed the events of X-Men 2. Is that so? And what of Jean? Charles pondered, as a palpable sadness enveloped several individuals in the room. It occurred to him that the narrative of X-Men 2 had remained unchanged in his absence. However, should they face the events of X-Men 3, the situation would likely be far more perilous. With Jean having awakened her Phoenix powers, Charles felt uncertain about his ability to contend with her, though he reasoned that her powers might be somewhat diminished within the confines of the film's narrative. Alleviating some of his fears, upon entering the school, Charles noticed Cyclops wearing an expression reminiscent of one mourning a lost spouse, which in a sense he indeed was. "Brother, let it go. The past is the past," Charles attempted to console him, though his skills and comfort were lacking. Cyclops merely responded with a nod, maintaining his somber demeanor. Yet, Charles recalled that in X-Men 3, Cyclops had met his demise at the hands of Jean. "Now that I'm here, such tragedies shall not occur," Charles reassured himself, contemplating the increasingly dire circumstances that awaited the mutants ahead. Moreover, humanity persistently develops an array of exceptionally targeted weapons and pharmaceuticals aimed at mutants, which are indeed rather troublesome for them. For instance, the ability of one mutant to nullify the powers of others has been synthesized into a form of medication. The following day, Zhong finally returned to his long-abandoned security job, observing the vibrant campus. He felt that the Marvel Universe was undoubtedly far more appealing than languishing in the frigid depths of the Pacific, steeped in nuclear radiation. However, Zhong noticed that the students at the school had matured significantly. For example, the once ordinary girl, Little Mischief, had transformed into a distinctive member of the alternative subculture. This was all well and good, but the most concerning matter was the presence of Cyclops, who had callously abandoned his responsibilities. Zhong found himself increasingly irritated by him, yet his primary concern lay with Cyclops. Furthermore, it seemed that in the original narrative, Cyclops would soon depart from the school, only to be inexplicably killed by Jean Grey. As days passed, Zhong meticulously observed Cyclops' demeanor, yet he detected no peculiar changes, aside from the perpetual expression of a man mourning his deceased wife. In contrast, Wolverine appeared more straightforward, having taken on the role of a teacher at the academy, instructing students on how to control their abilities or engage in combat. However, setting that aside, Zhong's relentless vigilance finally bore fruit when he discerned something amiss. Evidently, Cyclops was beginning to pack his belongings in preparation for his departure from the school. One morning, Cyclops intended to leave discreetly. "Care to take me with you?" Zhong materialized behind him like a specter. "There's no room on the motorcycle," Cyclops replied, clearly wishing to refuse. "Don't you have a car?" Zhong countered. Seeing Zhong's persistence and recognizing that he was unable to overpower him, Cyclops reluctantly acquiesced. Ultimately, Zhong accompanied Cyclops to the dam, where Jean had perished. During the journey, Zhong initiated a casual conversation. "If it's such a sorrowful place, why go there?" he inquired, as it was evident that a rational person would avoid their own place of grief. "Lately, I have been experiencing auditory hallucinations, hearing Jean's voice. Thus, I suspect she may not be dead, and I wish to investigate," Cyclops candidly replied. Indeed, it is plausible that Jean harbored a potent force within her that remained untapped. Logically, her demise should not have been so straightforward, Zhong responded. "Is that so?" Cyclops appeared exhilarated, as those around him believed Jean was dead. "I cannot say for certain, but it seems unlikely," Zhong conveyed, though he was unable to disclose the full truth since he had not been present at the time. Nevertheless, Cyclops became increasingly animated upon hearing Zhong's words, even accelerating the vehicle. After Zhong and Cyclops departed, Wolverine noticed Cyclops' absence and hurriedly reported to the professor. "It's fine. With Zhong around, there's nothing to worry about," the professor assured him, evidently aware of the unfolding events. Chapter 23. The Phoenix Force. Thus, Cyclops and Zhong engaged in conversation throughout their journey, arriving at the dam that had been destroyed by the X-Men in the second film. Clearly, the dam had since been repaired, and it was now the height of summer. This picturesque locale serves as an ideal camping site. However, it is evident that Cyclops does not share this sentiment. Upon gazing at the river below, he is engulfed in memories. "Is Jean truly dead?" asked Zhong. "I must descend to investigate, for I sense a profoundly subtle energy fluctuation." Clearly, Zhong, having undergone a secondary fusion with the space gem, has significantly enhanced his perceptual abilities. Without hesitation, he plunged into the river, making his way toward the source of the energy resonance. Alas, Cyclops intended to intervene, but Zhong had already submerged. Underwater, Zhong approached the origin of the energy disturbance. As expected, he discovered Jean's lifeless body resting quietly at the riverbed. Having found her, Zhong resolved to retrieve her. As he neared Jean, her eyes immediately snapped open, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, startling Zhong. However, this was no longer the Jean he once knew. She was now under the control of the Phoenix Force, her eyes entirely blackened. Immediately, the water around Zhong began to swirl towards Jean, akin to a toilet being flushed. Yet, Zhong remained steadfast, his weight anchoring him in place. On the riverbank, Cyclops noticed the peculiar behavior of the water and urgently called for Zhong to return to shore. Just then, a shadow emerged from the center of the whirlpool. Cyclops focused intently and realized that his girlfriend had entirely forgotten about Zhong. "Jean's that you?" he inquired. However, as Jean approached him, Zhong burst forth from the water, positioning himself between Jean and Cyclops. "What are you doing? Step aside," Cyclops exclaimed, visibly irritated by Zhong's obstruction. "You truly have made no progress at all," Zhong quipped, having already discerned Cyclops' lack of combat prowess. It was no surprise that the villains were easily overcoming them, given that there had been no noticeable growth by the third season. "This is not Jean," Zhong warned, his expression one of vigilance. "What do you mean it's not?" Cyclops, oblivious to the abnormality, questioned with annoyance. Faced with Cyclops' sluggish perception, Zhong felt compelled to elaborate. "Jean is being controlled by something. It is perilous. Keep your distance." "What?" Cyclops gazed skeptically at Jean before realizing something was indeed amiss. "Jean, what has happened to you?" Yet, Jean did not respond. Instead, she regarded Zhong with suspicion, clearly perceiving him as a significant threat. After a tense standoff, Jean initiated an attack on Zhong. She attempted to levitate him with her telekinesis. But who could have anticipated that Zhong's weight, amounting to 60,000 tons, was far beyond her current capabilities? Thus, Zhong stood unmoved, as if nothing were amiss. Zhong felt Jean's psychic assault and instinctively unleashed an atomic breath, only to have it thwarted by Jean's mental barrier. This unexpected development astonished Zhong. After wielding his atomic breath for so long, he had never encountered anyone capable of resisting it. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, gradually increasing the intensity of his atomic breath. With the space gem as his energy reservoir, Zhong felt liberated to expend his power without reservation. Certainly, the newly awakened power of the Phoenix within Jean is indeed formidable, allowing her to stand toe-to-toe with Zonder. As she begins to feel the overwhelming force of Zonder's atomic breath, Jean uses her telekinetic abilities to elevate herself into the air. Evading the onslaught, Zonder, clearly irritated by her aerial agility, finds it exceedingly difficult to strike her. Concurrently, Professor X, sensing the commotion, quickly alerts Wolverine and Storm to assist and retrieve Jean. He can acutely perceive that Jean has shattered the mental barriers he had established around her. Such potent mental fortitude makes it challenging for even the Professor to penetrate. The second clash between Zonder and the Phoenix-powered Jean commences. Zonder, relying solely on his atomic breath, finds it increasingly rare to encounter someone capable of resisting such an attack on Earth. Faced with this dilemma, Zonder devises a strategy to amplify his atomic breath. After charging up, he unleashes a brilliant red atomic blast, the blue light and sparks radiating from his dorsal fins to his mouth. Sensing the imminent threat, Jean immediately withdraws all her telekinetic energy, causing the leaves and stones around her to plummet to the ground. She conjures a telekinetic shield in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault. However, the amplified atomic breath proves to be tremendously powerful, despite her efforts. It begins to spread around her, ultimately propelling Jean away into the horizon. Soon after, Wolverine and Storm arrive, inquiring about Jean's whereabouts. Wolverine, harboring a certain fondness for Jean, is visibly anxious. Meanwhile, Zonder finds himself in an awkward position, admitting, "I just sent her flying." Wolverine, unaware of the truth, is furious, as he believes no one could survive being struck down by Zonder. Remaining composed, Zonder reassures him, "Jean is incredibly strong, stronger than I can imagine. I may not even be able to defeat her." Wolverine struggles to comprehend this, as he has come to view Zonder as nearly invincible since their last encounter. Ultimately, Wolverine leaves empty-handed, but there is a silver lining. Zonder successfully alters Cyclops' fate, preventing Jean from draining him completely. However, Zonder muses that perhaps being drained to the brink wouldn't be so bad after all, immediately shaking off the thought. Observing Zonder's animated demeanor, Storm inquires, "Are you all right?" To which Zonder hastily replies, I'm fine. Simultaneously, a pharmaceutical company announces the development of a drug aimed at curing mutants, provoking outrage among the mutant community who take to the streets in protest. Mischievous in nature, one of the mutants decides to pursue the drug. believing that despite possessing significant power, it remains a double-edged sword that is ultimately unappealing. Desiring to engage in intimate activities with her boyfriend, the protagonist finds herself thwarted, which significantly disrupts her daily life. However, Zhong believes that the impish nature of her companion is justified, as this ability proves to be rather impractical. If only she could harness energy from a distance. Consequently, no intervention is made on her behalf. As for the despicable Iceman seeking out her companion, this incites great ire in Zhong, who resolves to confront him at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 24. The Affliction of Mutants. Soon, the company begins to disseminate rumors, claiming that mutants are afflicted by a hereditary disease, thereby misleading those unaware of the truth. Furthermore, the treatment costs are waived, leading to an influx of individuals reluctant to be classified as mutants being coerced into hospitals. However, the most significant reaction comes from Magneto, who first seeks out his capable subordinate, Mystique. Together, they embark on a mission to hijack vehicles, inadvertently recruiting several new mutants in the process. This long-silent and ideologically extreme old man begins to incite the masses at an underground illegal mutant gathering, rallying a considerable following to dismantle the company. Meanwhile, the professor is in search of Jean, as she is a vital member of the X-Men. Naturally, he aims to rescue her, offering to establish a mental barrier for her protection. Zhong expresses dissent, noting that with the power of the Phoenix, Jean has become exceedingly formidable, making it difficult even for the professor to penetrate her psyche. In the original narrative, the professor sacrificed his life to construct a mental barrier, which ultimately proved futile as Jean remained under the control of the Phoenix consciousness. "I must find Jean," Cyclops declares, clearly worried for his girlfriend, who had been thrown aside by Zhong. Indeed, I concur. Wolverine unexpectedly aligns his thoughts with Cyclops. "I have located her," the professor announces as he emerges from the global census. Quickly to where? The three hastily make their way to the basement to board the aircraft. Observing their urgency, Zhong turns to Storm and inquires, "Did they exhibit such haste when I suddenly vanished?" "Not at all, especially when the professor declared your absence from Earth." "Their reaction was not nearly as intense," Storm replies. Zhong is taken aback, pondering the stark disparity in human emotions. At that moment, the professor pokes his head out, urging, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." He emphasizes that they need Zhong's assistance regarding Jean. With a resigned sigh, Zhong climbs aboard the aircraft, acknowledging that despite her complaints, aiding Jean is essential. Simultaneously, Magneto becomes aware of Jean's peculiar behavior and, eager to make headlines, seeks to recruit her as a weapon for his cause. Thus, both factions, each with differing intentions, converge upon Jean's childhood home. Upon their simultaneous arrival, the two elderly men exchange pleasantries before attempting to guide Jean together. However, Magneto's contrasting ideology proves counterproductive, complicating their efforts. As the professor begins to reconstruct the mental barrier, Jean erupts in fury, wreaking havoc throughout the house. The X-Men outside immediately sense something amiss and prepare to intervene forcefully. Yet, this time, the situation is markedly different. With the formidable presence of Zhong, the battle prowess of the X-Men soared to unprecedented heights. Magneto's subordinates were swiftly incapacitated by Zhong's mere gestures. The X-Men wasted no time entering the room, where they beheld Magneto struggling on the floor and the professor, whose expression resembled that of someone in distress. Upon entering, Zhong couldn't help but notice the professor's unusual countenance. Clearly engaged in a mental struggle with Jean, the professor caught wind of Zhong's jest, causing his composure to falter and nearly resulting in Jean expelling him from her inner sanctum. Casting a disgruntled glance at Zhong, the professor resumed his confrontation with Jean. As the intensity of their struggle escalated, Zhong distinctly sensed the burgeoning strength of the two powerful wills in the room. Observing that the professor was evidently at a disadvantage, "You all should leave. I will assist here," he urged. The Phoenix Force began to tear at the surroundings, absorbing everything in its path, and if Zhong did not intervene, the professor's physical form would likely be obliterated. Fortunately, Zhong recalled his ability to create an energy shield. He pondered that had he lacked this skill, he would be at a loss for how to protect the professor. Thus, he harnessed the energy of the space gem to conjure a protective barrier around the professor. "Thank you, Zhong," the professor gasped. "For what?" "Just pay me my wages," Zhong retorted, suddenly realizing that despite his lengthy tenure as the professor's guardian, he had never received compensation. Although Zhong had safeguarded the professor's corporeal form, he found himself powerless against the psychic duel between Jean and the professor. Ultimately, Jean succeeded in expelling the professor from her mind, and the mental barriers were utterly shattered. The Phoenix consciousness had completely seized control of Jean's body and made its escape. Zhong assisted the mentally exhausted professor as they departed. Before leaving, the professor still attempted to persuade Magneto to reconsider his path, though it proved futile. In response, Zhong suggested capturing Magneto for closer supervision. This notion left Magneto in a state of disquiet, as the fear instilled by Zhong's devastating laser 2 years prior had yet to dissipate. Moreover, he found himself utterly powerless against Zhong, especially now that Zhong had acquired the ability to create energy shields. As an old friend, the professor declined the proposal, insisting that Zhong escort him away. Inwardly, Zhong scoffed. What a foolish notion. Though the professor could not read Zhong's thoughts, he sensed the negativity behind them. With Magneto idly observing, he noted Jean's departure and the exit of his erstwhile ally, leading him to ponder his own presence in the room. Consequently, he too made his exit, but not before casting a glance at his incapacitated subordinates strewn across the floor, causing his eyelids to twitch in irritation. It was evident that Zhong was responsible for their plight. Thankfully, Zhong refrained from taking lives, but their injuries were assuredly severe. "I can't just leave them like this," Magneto thought, reluctantly manipulating the metal around a few of his men to lift them away. After all, dismantling the company required manpower. Though Jean had escaped, the company still needed to be torn down. Subsequently, the rift between mutants and humans widened considerably. After the sudden assault on the public mutant treatment facility by the firemen, Magneto declared an open war against humanity. Naturally, humanity did not falter, and began to prepare with great urgency. In order to counter Magneto, the weapons employed were entirely composed of plastic, devoid of any metallic elements. Thus, a conflict between the human government and the mutants commenced, just as Magneto was growing increasingly agitated by the absence of formidable mutant adversaries. He unexpectedly encountered Jean on the road. This encounter brought him immense joy. He had anticipated that Jean would flee, but she instead sought him out. Magneto approached her, eager to persuade her. At this juncture, Jean had succumbed to darkness, seeking to consume more and incite chaos, motivated by Magneto's declaration of war. However, Magneto was not inclined to heed her intentions, determined to continue his attempts at persuasion. Yet, Jean's ruthlessness was evident, as she refrained from direct confrontation. Upon recognizing the stark disparity between himself and Jean, Magneto fell silent, though his subtle manipulations persisted. Meanwhile, as the mutants around them grew increasingly radical, the professor had no choice but to seal the school to protect the students from harm. Chapter 25. Engage in combat while the Mutant Academy sought refuge in isolation. Magneto embarked on his own war strategy. His plan was deceptively simple: to utilize a mutant capable of creating duplicates to fabricate a false mutant stronghold, then launch a surprise attack on Devil's Island to eliminate the child who could nullify mutant abilities. Ultimately, the plan succeeded. Upon the army's arrival, they found only a single duplicate mutant. Magneto's entourage, however, marched triumphantly toward the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, intending to construct a bridge to Devil's Island. Evidently, Magneto embraced the persona of a terrorist. To demonstrate his power, he dismantled the Golden Gate Bridge and erected it over to Devil's Island. This display of might left the soldiers stationed on the island in a state of shock. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of mutant foot soldiers surged forward. Each possessed unique abilities, rendering immediate defeat for humanity improbable. Yet, the army, despite the chaos, began to organize a counterattack. Due to a particularly potent drug that could diminish mutant powers, coupled with the development of large-scale weaponry akin to mortars. The mutant foot soldiers began to fall one by one. Magneto remained unperturbed, aware that this initial wave consisted of expendable, lesser mutants. As he had anticipated, the first wave was soon obliterated. Magneto then initiated a second wave of assault. Meanwhile, the X-Men had already seen Magneto's misdeeds on television. Most crucially, Wolverine and Cyclops spotted Jean among the chaos. Determined to engage in combat, Cyclops rallied the other X-Men, boarding their aircraft with caution, instructing them to minimize harm to civilians. Before departing, the professor expressed his concern for Cyclops, who seemed entranced by unfounded excitement. The team boarded the aircraft, soaring toward San Francisco at remarkable speed, in a modified version of the Blackbird reconnaissance jet. In an instant, Zhong beheld the inferno that was Devil's Island. Is this truly the infamous Devil's Island? One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary chaos wrought by the mutants. It appeared as though a bomb had detonated, leaving devastation in its wake. Just as the human soldiers were on the brink of collapse, the X-Men descended from the heavens, positioning themselves between the mutants and humanity. This infuriated Magneto, who muttered under his breath, the treachery of self-proclaimed justice. Clearly, he was displeased with the X-Men's assistance to humanity. However, Zhong believed Magneto was overthinking. Among the 4 X-Men, 2 were specifically targeting Jean. As expected, upon landing, Wolverine turned his gaze to Jean and shouted, "Jean, it's not safe here. Come back." Cyclops echoed similar sentiments. Magneto, indifferent to these exchanges, waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to engage in battle with the X-Men. Yet, none opted to confront Zhong, evidently intimidated by his overwhelming prowess displayed outside Jean's residence. Observing the cowardice of his adversaries, Zhong let out an exasperated snort. His attention then shifted to Jean, standing beside Magneto, for she alone possessed the capability to challenge him. Simultaneously, Wolverine sensed Zhong's battle intent and hurriedly advised, "Remember, Jean is one of us. I hope you will show restraint." "Understood," Zhong replied curtly, inwardly scoffing at Wolverine's concern for his girlfriend's well-being. He then leaped before Jean, who remained remarkably composed, glancing briefly at Zhong before averting her gaze once more. Such tranquility? Zhong found himself perplexed by her unusual demeanor. He could not afford to provoke her, lest he appear as a mere background character. Observing the turmoil around him, Zhong was at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, a grave thought struck him. In the original narrative, Magneto had come to Devil's Island with the intention of eliminating a certain mutant child, for this was the origin of all the chaos. Zhong quickly scanned his surroundings and, indeed, noticed that Magneto's new underling, resembling the character Billy, was nowhere to be found. He hastily made his way to the laboratory. As he navigated through the gaping holes in the walls, he finally spotted Billy, clutching a bald, white child. "Put him down," Zhong yelled, charging forward. At this moment, Billy, preoccupied with the child, was merely an ordinary human. Zhong lunged at him, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. However, the brute force of Billy, driven solely by muscle, met Zhong's strike head-on, resulting in the demise of Billy, a mere mortal. The child, witnessing a lizard-like creature reduce another to a pulp, was drenched in blood and promptly fainted from terror. Zhong felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing the psychological trauma this child would endure. Yet, having committed to action, there was no turning back. He carried the child out and pulled Storm onto the aircraft, as Zhong was not a pilot. Meanwhile, the mutant known as Pixie, entangled in a skirmish with Storm, was violently subdued by Zhong. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Magneto, having discerned Zhong's intentions, exerted control over the aircraft, preventing its ascent. Zhong, who had anticipated a swift escape, was immediately filled with rage. He handed the child to Storm and, upon disembarking from the aircraft, cast a furious glare at Magneto. Clearly, Magneto had no intention of conceding to Zhong, as he continued to exert control over the plane. Faced with such obstinacy, what recourse did Zhong have? He opened his mouth and unleashed an atomic breath directed at Magneto. At that moment, Jean intervened, employing her telekinetic shield to deflect the attack meant for Magneto. Seeing Magneto's smug expression only ignited Zhong's desire further. How dare he underestimate my prowess? With that thought, he charged toward Jean, all while not forgetting about Magneto, launching a powerful tail swipe in his direction. In a bid for self-preservation, Magneto was forced to shift his focus, manipulating two reinforced concrete slabs to block Zhong's strike. Storm, displaying her keen intelligence, seized the opportunity to hastily pilot the plane away. However, the force of the impact sent Magneto hurtling backward. To mitigate the blow, he floated far away before gradually regaining control in midair, indicating the sheer strength behind Zhong's tail strike. Yet, Zhong had not forgotten about the peril posed by Jean and unleashed another atomic breath, compelling her to extend her telekinetic shield once more. Meanwhile, Magneto began dismantling the bridge to hurl debris at Zhong. Unfortunately for Magneto, Zhong's extraordinary defenses rendered these assaults ineffective. In retaliation, Jean commenced her counterattack, employing her significantly more potent psychic abilities to infiltrate Zhong's mind, causing a tremor within his mental realm. This was the first time Zhong felt a genuine sense of crisis, despite being shielded by the Space Stone. Fortunately, Jean's intrusion merely unsettled his resolve. In a swift response, Zhong fired another atomic breath, forced to retreat her psychic energy to counter Zhong's offensive. Jean barely managed to protect herself. A sense of unease lingered with Zhong. It was the first time someone had posed such a formidable threat to him. This time, he adopted a more cautious approach, summoning a shimmering blue shield that enveloped him, radiating a strong defensive aura. Indeed, Jean's psychic assault bore significantly less impact on Zhong's will, as high-energy matter provided a degree of resilience against mental forces. Nevertheless, Zhong still found himself beleaguered. For while he could withstand Jean's onslaught, she too could repel his attacks, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Chapter 26. Magneto's delightful defeat. The battle between Zhong and Jean had reached an impasse. However, Magneto's involvement plunged the X-Men into dire straits. Wolverine, the mightiest among them, was effectively immobilized by Magneto's powers, unable to retaliate. Cyclops struggled valiantly to hold the line, but humanity was not devoid of cunning. The remaining soldiers began to assist the X-Men. Ultimately, it was Storm's timely return in the aircraft that prevented total collapse of their defenses. Yet, victory remained elusive. Both factions found themselves entrenched in a stalemate, but it was soon shattered by the arrival of human reinforcements. A battalion of American soldiers materialized on the Golden Gate Bridge, brandishing specialized weaponry, evidently poised to capture the mutants. Zhong initially contemplated enlarging himself to confront Jean directly. However, upon witnessing the assembly of American soldiers, he reconsidered. The troops on the bridge commenced a barrage of projectiles toward them, prompting a triumphant smile from Zhong. However, how is it that the needles directed at me are so vastly more numerous than those aimed at Jean? Alas, it is of little consequence. After all, Zhong is not a mutant, and not even bullets could penetrate the outer layer of his cellular membrane. Indeed, all the needles were thwarted by Zhong's skin. Furthermore, he himself is not a mutant. Fully focused on maintaining her psychic shield, Jean was unable to attend to the events transpiring behind her, and a scant few needles found their way into her rear, causing her to fall helplessly from the air. Finally, it was accomplished. Zhong ceased his atomic breath. He had no intention of killing Jean, for she was once a comrade. Thus, he resorted to a human serum to suppress her superpowers, rendering the Phoenix Force incapable of wreaking havoc. Clearly, even the Phoenix Force could not withstand the effects of the drug. Without her superpowers, Jean was nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Simultaneously, the Phoenix Force, having retreated due to the loss of her abilities, retracted back into her body. Observing Jean's diminished state, Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. He then glanced at Magneto, who was using two concrete slabs to shield himself from the flying needles, and at the Punisher, who was hiding behind cover. Zhong smirked wickedly as he approached Magneto, violently overturning the concrete slabs. then casually seized a needle from the air and thrust it toward Magneto. "Why don't you take this drug?" Magneto, now convulsing from the injection, could hardly believe it. "Who said I was a mutant?" Zhong shot him a disparaging look. Soon, the powerless Magneto sat despondently on the ground. In fact, Zhong was the only one left standing on Demon Island, making him the obvious target. He was far too disinterested in battling the soldiers, instead merely grasping one side of the bridge and casting the Golden Gate Bridge back to its rightful place, with the soldiers no longer a nuisance. The Punisher dared to cautiously peek out. Wolverine and Cyclops, upon seeing Jean lying in the distance, rushed over immediately. "Jean, are you all right?" Wolverine called out loudly. It was evident that Cyclops was feeling envious as he approached Jean and cleared his throat, yet Wolverine, a man of singular focus, paid him no mind. He hastily pulled out the cluster of needles from Jean's rear and turned her over, gently patting her face. Zhong, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze. For a portion of the needles was indeed his doing. Cyclops and Wolverine called out to Jean for a while, but she remained unresponsive, causing both to grow increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Zhong stood by, seemingly indifferent to offering assistance. Suddenly, he noticed a surge of energy within Jean, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "Be careful, danger!" Yet, Zhong's warning came too late. A shockwave radiated from Jean's center. Cyclops was immediately knocked unconscious by the blast, while Wolverine, thanks to his indomitable resilience, managed to endure. He swiftly rushed to Jean's side. Jean, the joy in Wolverine's voice was palpable. However, his elation was abruptly halted as he gazed into Jean's vacant eyes, sensing something amiss. Indeed, the human serum could not entirely extinguish a mutant's superpowers, and Jean, enhanced by the Phoenix Force, was clearly regaining her abilities at a pace far swifter than Magneto in the original narrative. The darkened Phoenix was evidently engulfed in fury, having been cunningly manipulated by Zhong. Moreover, it was deceived by a mere human, akin to an ant. In a fit of rage, the Phoenix unleashed its power, commencing the absorption of surrounding matter to replenish its energy. Observing this, Zhong hastily dragged away the unconscious Cyclops, who had been incapacitated by Jean, lest he be reduced to mere refuse by her voracious energy drain. As for Wolverine, there was little to be done. Proximity to Jean left him vulnerable. Indeed, at the eye of the storm, Wolverine was effortlessly lifted by Jean, who began to siphon his powers. In a frantic struggle, Wolverine kicked wildly, his expression a mask of sheer agony. Ultimately, he realized that if he did not retaliate soon, his fate would be sealed. With a swift motion, his claws burst forth, apologizing to Jean before plunging into her body. In an instant, Jean's extraordinary abilities ceased, evidently interrupted by Wolverine's assault, and she perished with a quiet finality. Though Zhong had been merely coasting through the chaos, he couldn't help but scoff at Jean's demise, which felt far too contrived. A mere stab, and she was gone. How absurd! What followed was Wolverine, cradling Jean's lifeless form in sorrowful lamentation, while Cyclops remained oblivious in his unconscious state. Otherwise, he would have been engulfed in jealousy and bitterness. Just as the X-Men's attention was fixated on Jean's body, Magneto stealthily slipped away, unnoticed by any. How could this be? Zhong sensed Magneto's movement and swiftly apprehended him. Stripped of his powers, Magneto appeared particularly meek, resembling an ordinary man. In his eyes, son de cinephile. Yet, when Magneto had possessed his abilities, despite his inability to best Zhong, there had been no trace of fear in his gaze. Taken aback by Magneto's reaction, Zhong quipped, "I never imagined that without your powers, you would exhibit such responses akin to those of an ordinary human." Magneto was consequently engulfed in shame by Zhong's words. However, Zhong paid little heed to Magneto's internal turmoil, tossing him onto a plane. With Jean's death, no amount of sorrow could change the reality. So, Wolverine boarded the aircraft with Jean, while the unconscious Cyclops was carried away by storm. What followed was humanity's superficial acceptance of mutants, seemingly a step in a positive direction. In the wake of Jean's death, Wolverine retreated into the wilderness, embracing a life akin to that of a hermit. Cyclops, too, was despondent, taking on the role of a teacher at the school. Zhong continued his work as a security guard, until one day, a blue-haired stranger visited him, bestowing upon Zhong a green card bearing an unfamiliar name, clearly a forgery. Subsequently, the professor provided him with financial assistance. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Zhong resolved to engage in self-improvement, acknowledging the paramount importance of knowledge in this world. He also began to refine his ambitious project, a plan dubbed Academy City. Chapter 27. 6 years. Time flew swiftly, and 6 years had elapsed at the mutant school. During this span, Zhong, apart from idly performing his duties as a security guard, devoted himself to diligent study. Through battles with Jean, he had become acutely aware of his shortcomings. Thus, he began to entrust his hopes to the discovery of certain phenomena within the realm of science. Over the course of 6 years, Zhong achieved remarkable advancements. Foremost among them was the development of various types of atomic exhalations. For instance, his ultra-high temperature atomic exhalation could reach an astonishing 500,000 degrees Celsius, harnessing the principles of light nuclear fusion. Additionally, the high-penetration atomic exhalations stem from the rapid vibrations of plasma. However, for Zhong, these were merely standard achievements, as he had devised numerous formidable techniques and auxiliary skills. Among these was a spatial cloaking ability that diminished his presence, and the most powerful technique he named the annihilating light, an appellation quite peculiar. Its destructive capability bore a resemblance to the weaponry of Hydra during World War II, yet Zhong's was far more potent. This attack method obliterated space itself, theoretically rendering it impervious to any defense. Nonetheless, given that this is the Marvel Universe, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Through his research on the space gem, Zhong made significant discoveries akin to the isotopes found within the Tesseract from Iron Man. However, he still lacked clarity regarding the arc reactor. Fortunately, he began to gain insights into the concept of a spatial bridge, which might one day facilitate travel to extraterrestrial realms. In these years, aside from Zhong, only the professor found joy in the developments. The reason was quite straightforward. Humanity had ceased to provoke conflict, allowing mutants to enjoy a semblance of equality in the public eye. "Professor, take a look." Zhong called to the professor, who was basking in the sun. After 6 years of relentless effort, Zhong finally refined his ambitious plan, titled the Academy City Project. Its primary aim was to establish a school specifically for mutants, a sanctuary for the development and study of superpowers. The chosen location was a small island in the Pacific Ocean, situated in international waters, thereby existing beyond the jurisdiction of any nation. The idle professor began perusing a substantial stack of project documents under the shade of a tree, clearly having been aware of this initiative for quite some time. However, at that moment, the world was decidedly unwelcoming towards mutants, rendering such a monumental relocation impractical. The implementation of such a plan would likely provoke a myriad of societal issues, leading to further complications. Now, however, the tide was turning. Public perception of mutants was beginning to shift, making the plan worthy of consideration. The entire project appeared to be without major flaws. Yet the challenge remained: how to locate an island in international waters. Most islands had already been discovered and were owned by individuals or nations. Clearly, finding an unclaimed place posed a significant dilemma. While the professor agreed to the concept, identifying a suitable location remained a formidable challenge. "Of course, I have contemplated such issues," Zhong remarked, for it was inconceivable that a mind as astute as his would overlook such a critical concern. Thus, he produced another document entitled the Beastwork Island Project, which was quite substantial. Evidently, the professor found Zhong's professional demeanor somewhat unusual. Flipping through the pages, he realized he lacked expertise in geography and thus hesitated to ascertain the feasibility of the proposal. However, he grasped the general idea: to create an island through the eruption of an underwater volcano, a process that would require an immense amount of energy. The source of this energy, of course, would be Zhong's atomic exhalations. It is not as simple as it seems. Constructing an island that does not sink necessitates considerable research and substantial funding. how to secure such funds. Clearly, the professor lacks the financial resources. A sly grin spread across Zhong's face, for it all hinged on Wolverine's performance. Time was indeed drawing near, as Zhong recalled that the plot of the Wolverine was set to commence in 2013. In the narrative, Wolverine was seen charming beautiful women, too, in fact, and eventually vanquished the antagonist with ease. The entire tale naturally evoked feelings of envy and admiration within Zhong. He pondered. Perhaps a journey to Japan might yield similar fortune. After all, it was said that the peculiar taste of the Japanese could lead him to a suitable companion. Thus, he discarded the proposal documents and prepared to visit Wolverine under the pretense of paying an old friend a visit, while subtly implying that the funds for the island project would rely entirely on Wolverine, leaving the professor awestruck. Ultimately, Zhong set off for Canada, now far more capable than before. Previously, he was merely competent in combat, but now he had mastered his abilities with remarkable finesse. Upon closing his eyes and sensing his surroundings, Zhong detected Wolverine's presence amidst the great mountains of Canada. With a gentle smile, he opened his eyes and ventured deeper into the wilderness. The allure of foreign lands captivated him, and he marveled at the abundant wildlife around him. He recalled his childhood, when creatures still roamed the hills of his hometown, but as he grew older, those animals gradually vanished. Here, however, life thrived in the mountains. Suddenly, he sensed a bear nearby, indicating that Wolverine's abode was close. As he wandered, Zhong stumbled upon a clearing filled with clutter, reminiscent of the disarray one might find in a bachelorette den. He chose to wait for Wolverine's return without haste. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wolverine finally arrived. "At last, you're back," Zhong greeted him. Wolverine, startled, relaxed upon recognizing Zhong. "What brings you here?" he asked, still seemingly haunted by the recent loss of Jean. "Nothing much. Just came to check on you and thought I might stay for a while." Zhong replied with a languid demeanor. Wolverine opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately said nothing. Thus, the two spent a month in the wilderness, braving the elements together. As time passed, Zhong grew anxious, sensing that a red-haired Japanese girl should have appeared by now. Just as he began to feel restless, Wolverine was abruptly awakened from a nightmare. "What did you dream about?" Zhong inquired, knowing that Wolverine often dreamed of Jean. In a state of disarray, Wolverine replied, "No, it was about World War II in Japan." Instantly, Zhong perked up, realizing that the plot was about to unfold. "I have something to attend to. I must descend the mountain," he declared, rising suddenly to seek out the red-haired girl who had offended the makeup artist. "Red-haired girl, he murmured, beginning to sense her presence as he made his way down the mountain. Soon, he detected a Japanese girl driving toward him. It is her, he thought. Sensing a katana in the car, Zhong confirmed his suspicions. He then proceeded towards the red-haired girl, who had evidently invested considerable time and energy in her quest to find Wolverine. Determined to assist her, Zhong approached her, knowing her name was Shui Su, as she sought her master, Wolverine. While she claimed her intentions were merely to express gratitude, only her master truly understood her motives. Shui Su was resolutely dedicated to her task of locating Wolverine and escorting him to Tokyo. However, Wolverine's elusive nature meant that she had only managed to trace him through scant leads, leading her to a desolate area where he was last sighted. As Shui Su traversed a remote highway in the Canadian wilderness late at night, she spotted a figure standing in the middle of the road. She was compelled to slam on the brakes, mentally cursing the presence of what she presumed to be a lunatic. Chapter 28. Young Maiden, do you seek this Wolverine or the Silver Wolverine? Upon seeing Shui Su's vehicle come to a halt, Zhong approached with caution. He felt assured that the risk of being struck was not a concern of his. Such matters were the driver's burden. Shui Su sensed something was amiss, assuming an attempt to hijack her vehicle and grasped the katana from the back seat. Ignoring her alarm, Zhong leaned against the side of her car. Su, possessing a more limited worldview as Zhong perceived, was startled by his appearance. "A monster!" she exclaimed, as Zhong's imposing figure exuded a formidable presence in the night. Accustomed to her reactions, he addressed her kindly. "Young maiden, do you seek this Wolverine or the Silver Wolverine?" Upon hearing his words, Shui Su unsheathed her sword. Perceiving Zhong as a foe of her master, fearing her mission and whereabouts had been compromised, unfazed by her assault, Zhong brushed aside her efforts. After all, even Wolverine's adamantium claws could not penetrate his skin. Xuesu's strikes were akin to mere tickles. After several fruitless attempts, Xuesu, breathless, lowered her weapon and inquired, "Who are you? What are your intentions?" "I'm a friend of Wolverine," Zhong casually replied. "I heard that people are searching for him, so I came to assist." "Really? Su zet pondes get the goal. Do you know where Wolverine is?" "Of course, I can take you to him," Zhong assured her. "Very well," she conceded, though her trust was tenuous. Given Zhong's evident resilience, she realized that confronting him would be futile and escape was not an option. "Shall I accompany you?" Zhong asked, and without waiting for her consent, he opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. With no alternative, Xuesu reluctantly drove away. To expedite the plot, Zhong swiftly guided her to Wolverine's secluded cabin nestled in the mountains, foregoing the opportunity to share a delightful evening with her. Unable to drive up the mountain, Xuesu disembarked and followed Zhong on foot, her wariness unwavering. After all, such remote locales were often the perfect setting for sinister deeds. The two individuals strolled slowly along the mountain path until Zhong grew impatient. "Could you possibly walk a bit faster?" he complained. In the past, Zhong would ascend the mountain in less than a minute, leaping effortlessly and leaving behind several deep impressions in the ground to reach Uncle Wolf's camp. Frustrated, Zhong suddenly embraced Xuesu, provoking her desperate resistance. However, it proved futile. Zhong effortlessly leaped to their destination. Upon arrival, he set Xuesu down. She immediately drew her dagger and began to slash wildly. But Zhong remained unfazed and called out, "Uncle Wolf, Uncle Wolf." Before long, a tipsy Uncle Wolf emerged from the camp, holding a bottle. "Ah, you're back. Funde, I thought you had left," he remarked, clearly inebriated, the impact of Qin's death evident in his demeanor. With his remarkable regenerative abilities, alcohol posed little concern for him. "Actually, someone was looking for you, so I brought her back," Zhong explained with a playful jab. "Were you out gallivanting? Making her seek you out?" "Let me think." Uncle Wolf paused, reminiscing about his past escapades. "No way. Could it be something from before my memory loss?" "Just kidding." Zhong chuckled at Uncle Wolf's adorably bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Xuesu, after several observations, finally recognized the bearded wild man as Uncle Wolf and promptly clarified her intentions, extending her request with utmost politeness. Yet, Zhong disdained such superficial niceties. After some dialogue, Uncle Wolf stubbornly declined Xuesu's request, although she considered using force. She recalled Zhong's formidable defense and Uncle Wolf's legendary combat prowess, realizing her chances were negligible. Reluctantly, she persisted in her appeal. Uncle Wolf, however, remained obstinately unyielding, rejecting her kindness with a lack of understanding. Disappointed, Xuesu prepared to depart. "What? Fund interjected, pulinguncle wolfesaid. How can you refuse? Just think about it." She is here to express her gratitude. Who knows, she might even have a lovely granddaughter to introduce to you. Uncle Wolf merely chuckled at Zhong's words. Seeing his expression, Zhong grew anxious. Consider this. Even if you aren't interested in her granddaughter, you could enjoy a trip to Japan at no cost. Just think of it as a getaway. At this, Uncle Wolf became indignant, defiantly stating, "I'm not upset about Qin." However, Zhong looked at him skeptically. Eventually, under Zhong's persistent gaze, Uncle Wolf reluctantly agreed to go to Japan. Grateful, Xuesu expressed her thanks. "I truly appreciate it, Zhong Cohen. Is that all the gratitude you can muster?" Zhong replied, dissatisfied with her response. "Ah," Xuesu quickly added, "since Zhong Cohen is a friend of Wolverine, it would be fine for us to go together." Zhong was pleased with Xuesu's response. Meanwhile, Uncle Wolf regarded Zhong with disdain. "You're just trying to persuade me to go to Japan for your own enjoyment, aren't you?" Feeling slightly embarrassed under Uncle Wolf's scrutiny, Zhong stammered. "I have important business in Japan as well, you know." Uncle Wolf remained unconvinced. Finally, aboard a private jet, Wolverine, Xuesu, and Zhong settled into their respective seats, savoring the gentle caress of the air currents above. Suddenly, Wolverine remarked, "We won't perish on this airplane, will we?" Upon hearing Wolverine's comment, Zhong could not help but scoff. That assertion is flawed. If there were to be a disaster, it would only be Xue Su who meets such an end. There is no way both of us would succumb to an aviation catastrophe. Zhong's reasoning was sound, and Wolverine soon realized he had posed an utterly foolish question, leading him to awkwardly fall silent. Eventually, both Wolverine and Xue Su drifted into slumber, leaving Zhong wide awake. At that moment, Zhong gazed out the window, succumbing to nostalgia as he reminisced about the plot of the Wolverine. Indeed, in that narrative, the character of Viper proved quite resourceful. Perhaps he could persuade her to join the school for the gifted. As for her obedience, Zhong believed that strength alone would suffice to ensure compliance. Clearly, Viper's research into mutants could significantly aid the future development of superpowers for ordinary individuals in Academy City. Regarding finances, Zhong had already set his sights on the Japanese underworld. He could easily procure funds from them, much like the character in the original tale who yearned for immortality. Zhong could exploit this to entice him. In any case, Zhong intended to withdraw all the necessary funds for his island construction from the Japanese Yakuza, which he viewed as a veritable ATM. However, should he encounter failure, he could always rely on Wolverine. Zhong was confident that Wolverine's young girlfriend would certainly be willing to assist mutants. Chapter 29. Journey to Japan. In his previous life, Zhong had criticized the Wolverine, noting that the entire plot seemed to serve as a promotional vehicle for Japan's unique cultural heritage, enticing certain individuals to visit. Unfortunately, he had lacked the funds to do so. This time, however, Zhong was determined to fully immerse himself in the customs and traditions of Japan, particularly the social interactions, though he assured himself that mere observation was his only intention. Upon disembarking from the private jet, Zhong arrived in the fabled land of Japan. Not much different from my expectations, was his first impression. Subsequently, a luxury vehicle whisked Zhong and Wolverine away. The company's affluence was evident in the opulent interior of the car, further solidifying Zhong's resolve to secure a financial windfall. As they drove into the heart of Tokyo, the modernity of the city was striking. Soon, Wolverine and Zhong found themselves before a grand mansion, exclaiming in awe at its impressive stature. However, it was only upon entering that Zhong truly grasped the essence of true wealth. The exquisitely designed, antique Chinese-style decor radiated opulence. Both Wolverine and Zhong, like country bumpkins, marveled at their surroundings. Zhong could not help but silently critique the ugliness of capitalism. Xue Su guided Zhong and Wolverine on a brief tour before preparing to introduce Wolverine to the Japanese soldier he had saved during the nuclear explosion. Funde, of course, would not be permitted entry, but that mattered little to him. As he slipped away, he activated his invisibility and stealthily followed a maid inside. What he encountered was a hospital room that exuded a futuristic aura, where an elderly man lay upon a bed adorned with an array of metallic rods. Strangely, these rods appeared to be capable of extending and retracting at will. Zhong could not help but complain, questioning whether a more conventional narrative could be presented. As for the dialogue between the two individuals, it unfolded as follows. "Could you bestow your abilities upon me?" the old man inquired. "Why?" the Wolverine retorted. "I wish to avoid death. And for you, immortality is a burden," the elder elucidated. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Begone," Wolverine replied curtly. Funde, aware of the conversation's nature, remained indifferent. His attention was captured by a robot positioned beside the hospital bed, evidently a marvel of advanced technology. A bionic automaton, exquisitely crafted. Although Zhong was not an expert in this field, he could discern its sophistication. Additionally, there was a device designed to suppress Wolverine's regenerative abilities. Having reached an impasse in their exchange, Wolverine chose to depart. In a gesture of gratitude, the elder insisted that Wolverine stay for a few days. Much to Zhong's delight, unbeknownst to Wolverine, a conspiracy concerning him was set in motion. That night, Wolverine dreamed of Jean, clad only in lingerie. After being tantalized, a kiss from Jean roused him from slumber. However, the reality was that it was the mutant Viper who had kissed him, leaving behind a miniature device within him. Upon awakening, Wolverine found the elderly man, who sought immortality, lifeless. He silently lamented the fragility of life before preparing to return to his room for more rest. Meanwhile, Viper, believing her escape had been flawless, was unaware that Zhong had been tailing her. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Zhong appeared suddenly, blocking her path. Startled, Viper composed herself and inquired, "Is there something you need? Have you lost your way?" She adopted a seductive demeanor, attempting to ensnare Zhong. However, Zhong was not so easily deceived, though he could not help but notice her long legs. Stealing a glance at her legs, he was caught by Viper. Noticing his gaze, deliberately revealed more of her legs, moving closer to him. As she approached, Zhong suddenly declared, "I witnessed what you did to Wolverine." Instantly, Viper's expression darkened. Just as she contemplated eliminating Zhong, he continued, "You dare to kiss him? Are you not concerned that his girlfriend might seek retribution?" Zhong feigned exaggerated astonishment as he regarded her. Upon hearing his words, Viper's demeanor softened, and she continued her seductive approach, suggesting, "I could treat you similarly." She leaned in closer to Zhong, who internally scoffed at her cunning. In a swift motion, he struck, incapacitating Viper, even as a mutant. With an impassive expression, Zhong hoisted her over his shoulder and headed towards his room. Noticing the swelling on her forehead, he frowned, realizing he needed to better control his strength. Zhong possessed immense power. In the past, his actions had either left adversaries severely injured or obliterated them entirely. After years of honing his abilities, he had finally gained some mastery over his formidable strength. Though Zhong was not entirely satisfied with the bump he had inflicted upon the serpent's head, he casually discarded it in his room and hurriedly made his way to Uncle Wolf's chamber. Just as Uncle Wolf was contemplating returning to his slumber, hoping to regain the dreamlike state, Zhong burst in. "Is there something you need?" Uncle Wolf inquired, somewhat irritated yet still polite. "Certainly," Zhong replied as he entered the room. "Do you not feel any discomfort?" Uncle Wolf, puzzled by the inquiry, responded, "Not all." "Well, here's the situation. Would you accompany me to a certain location?" Observing Zhong's peculiar expression, Uncle Wolf, though reluctant, was intrigued enough to follow. They meandered through winding corridors until they arrived at what appeared to be a medical facility. What's the purpose of this visit? Uncle Wolf thought, his mind swirling with questions. "You are unwell. Lie down," Zhong urged as he pushed Uncle Wolf onto a bed. Uncle Wolf regarded Zhong with a look of incredulity. Yet he refrained from protest, knowing he could not overpower him. "Someone has poisoned you, and I am here to extract it," Zhong succinctly explained. "Who did this?" Uncle Wolf's composure began to falter. "I want to tell you. You must uncover that yourself," Zhong replied with a mischievous grin, further aggravating Uncle Wolf. "Let us get to business," Zhong said, closing his eyes to sense the location of the microbot. Indeed, it was situated near the heart, siphoning blood flow to inhibit Uncle Wolf's regenerative abilities. Fascinating. He grabbed a knife and tweezers, preparing to proceed. Alarmed by Zhong's lack of professionalism, Uncle Wolf struggled to rise, attempting to voice his concerns. "Enough," Zhong pressed him down, stuffing a roll of gauze into his mouth as he began his work. With a crude incision, Zhong opened Uncle Wolf's abdomen and deftly inserted the tweezers within. Uncle Wolf writhed in agony. Oh, Zhong rummaged through the chest cavity, locating the heart and the diminutive robot. Upon extraction, Uncle Wolf's healing abilities began to restore, the wound mending seamlessly. "Who did this?" Uncle Wolf demanded. "I want to reveal that," Zhong responded, steadfast in his silence. "If you wish to know, you must seek the answer yourself." Faced with Zhong's obstinacy, Uncle Wolf was left with no recourse. "I merely desire to extend my stay in Japan," Uncle Wolf remarked. "Indeed, are you not curious about who intends to harm you?" Zhong retorted, leaving Uncle Wolf speechless. Chapter 30. The conspiracy unfolds. Uncle Wolf, indeed intrigued by who wish him ill, opted to remain a few more days. Thus, the two prepared to attend the old man's funeral. However, the serpent had a different perspective. Upon awakening, she discovered herself in an unfamiliar room. Just then, Zhong walked in. "Ah, you're awake." Evidently, Zhong had been rather forceful the previous evening, leaving the serpent slightly dazed. Fortunately, as a mutant, her recovery abilities were commendable. The swelling on her head had diminished overnight. Otherwise, her predicament would have been exposed. What transpired last night? Clearly, the serpent struggled to recall the events of the prior evening. Oh, I happened to witness you fainting last night for reasons unknown, so I brought you back. Explain fonde. Is that so? The Viper felt an urgency regarding last night's events, yet she chose to trust Zhong's words for the time being. Nevertheless, an unsettling feeling lingered, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Ultimately, she arose to attend the old man's funeral, momentarily setting aside her thoughts of the previous night. Zhong and Uncle Wolf were also invited to the funeral, both donning black suits. However, Zhong found the situation somewhat peculiar as his tail could not be hidden, protruding conspicuously. Fortunately, his ability to diminish his presence ensured that no one noticed him. Uncle Wolf was then introduced to Truth's father by Shui Su, only to be met with the same disdain as in the original tale, leaving him quite displeased and Shui Su feeling exceedingly awkward. As expected, Uncle Wolf's young girlfriend was soon to be in peril. Upon returning to the crowd, Uncle Wolf sensed something amiss. Acting rather impulsively, he rushed forward to intervene, only to be regarded as a fool. In response to Uncle Wolf's antics, Zhong could only shake his head in disbelief. As Uncle Wolf approached the monks, he uncovered more clues. Then, a gang member, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by Uncle Wolf, drew a gun and shot at him. Chaos erupted, gunshots and cries for help filling the air. Truth was subsequently taken away by the gangsters, prompting Uncle Wolf to panic at the thought of such a beautiful maiden being abducted. With a surge of determination, he pursued them. Meanwhile, Zhong seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to slip away, casually commandeering a vehicle. Zhong had no intention of participating in Uncle Wolf's heroic rescue. His aim was to bolster Uncle Wolf's standing in Truth's eyes. As for Zhong, he planned to seek financial support from the local Japanese gangs to facilitate the creation of a mutant island, for the gangs' influence in this world was substantial. By controlling them, he could secure a steady influx of funds. Thus, Zhong intended to gradually locate and assimilate various gangs. As he ventured outside, Zhong scanned the surroundings in search of a gang leader. Ah, you will do, he decided, despite his inability to discern who was truly in charge. He settled on the most tattooed individual, apprehending him and dragging him into a corner to employ coercive tactics. Fortunately, he had luck on his side. The individual he captured was a minor lieutenant, possessing some knowledge but not an overwhelming amount. He learned that their gang was among the top factions in Japan, having been hired by Truth's father to capture her. However, Zhong was more interested in discovering the whereabouts of their leader. Little did he realize that the Japanese gang hierarchy was rigidly structured. Eventually, he inquired about the small lieutenant's superior. Although he did not acquire the information he initially sought, it proved somewhat useful. Zhong then took him to locate his boss, soon encountering a bald man adorned with more tattoos than Zhong himself. Indeed, it seemed that the rank within the underworld was indicated by the quantity of ink on one's skin. Zhong mused to himself. However, the bald man across from him clearly held a different opinion. He dared to strike his own men, and without uttering a word, he allowed them to confront Zhong. Yet, upon witnessing Zhong's peculiar visage, the insults that had been poised on his lips were abruptly swallowed. Zhong, unfazed, being merely an ordinary individual, casually waved his hand, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, the expression on the little henchman's face turned ashen as he regarded Zhong with palpable fear. Grasping the bald man, Zhong steadily made his way into the house. Through conversation, Zhong learned that the entirety of the underworld in Tokyo fell under the jurisdiction of the Yamaguchi-gumi, which required an annual financial tribute. Nevertheless, individual gangs retained a considerable degree of autonomy. Smaller gangs, like the Bald Man's, typically align themselves with larger gangs, performing minor tasks or providing manpower, all for compensation. Ultimately, the Bald Man divulged the name of the gang to which he belonged. Upon acquiring this information, Zhong donned a hooded trench coat to obscure his unusual appearance. Utilizing a spatial gemstone to diminish his presence, he was finally able to stroll openly down the street. He then began his methodical pursuit of the foremost and secondary gangs in Japan. Eventually, he uncovered a premier gang known as Hanakami, primarily engaged in the entertainment and sex industries. holding stakes in nearly all establishments of such nature throughout Tokyo and its neighboring cities. However, due to the nature of their business, their combat and armed capabilities were relatively lacking. Given the lucrative nature of the entertainment industry, other gangs were keen to encroach, straining relations with rival factions. Clearly, this presented an appealing target for Zhong. Most intriguingly, the leader of this gang appeared to be a woman, a rarity within the Japanese underworld. With his objective firmly established, Zhong wasted no time in devising his plan. After employing force to ascertain the leader's residence, he prepared to stealthily infiltrate for a cordial and amicable conversation with the head of Hanakami. Meanwhile, the wolf-like figure, accompanied by a young woman, had already boarded Japan's Shinkansen. En route to Nagasaki, returning to Zhong, he had now arrived at the exterior of the Hanakami leader's villa. The villa exuded grandeur, albeit slightly lacking in comparison to the elder's abode in the original narrative, as it bore a certain heritage. Its modern decor was adorned with numerous embellishments. The villa appeared resplendent, yet shadows concealed numerous sentinels and security personnel. Armed with infrared cameras, guard dogs, and patrols, the security measures seemed excessive. In total, there were 3 patrol units for concealed sentinels surrounding the house, and 4 pairs of teams, all accompanied by canine units, along with a multitude of surveillance cameras. Analyzing this with spatial awareness, Zhong pondered, such a level of guard is quite unusual. Observing from the outside, he discerned that the strength of the security was somewhat disproportionate. It was likely that Hanakami had encountered some troubles, yet this worked to Zhong's advantage, providing an opportunity to extract additional funds from within. After careful consideration, Zhong commenced his infiltration plan. Given his extraordinary stealth abilities, he resolved to forego invisibility in order to heighten the challenge for himself. Evidently, Zhong had remained invincible for far too long, and this time he sought to create some obstacles for his own amusement. Chapter 31. Conversations in the villa, cautiously scaling the outer wall. Zhong landed silently on the ground. His heart raced with exhilaration, as this was his first experience with stealth. After surveying his surroundings and finding nothing amiss, he decided to proceed. However, as he stepped forward, he unexpectedly trod on a branch. To his dismay, this initial misstep produced a sound that shattered the stillness. A patrolling minion immediately approached, sweeping his flashlight across the area, but failing to detect anything unusual. Strange, he muttered softly before turning away. Meanwhile, Zhong lay concealed on the ground. Thankfully, his invisibility ensured that he remained hidden in the crevices of the space, eluding detection. Undeterred, he pressed on, eager for more excitement. This time, fortune favored him as he carefully navigated through the garden and reached the corner of the wall. However, the prospect of infiltrating the house seemed nearly impossible. Observing the 4 vigilant guards at the front door and 2 bodyguards equipped with night vision on the balcony, Zhong pondered his options. Ultimately, he decided to launch a surprise attack from the balcony. Cloaked in invisibility, he stealthily ascended. As he approached the 2 armed bodyguards, his abilities proved overwhelming. Not even someone as formidable as Wolverine could perceive his advance. With a swift motion, he struck both guards on their tattooed heads, leaving them incapacitated before slipping through the door into the room. Everything proceeded smoothly. Zhong murmured to himself. He began to scan the opulently adorned space, which clearly boasted a faux European style, rife with chaotic color schemes indicative of wealth. Finding the room unoccupied, he resolved to explore further. The display case revealed an array of ancient European flintlock pistols. This hardly resembled a woman's domain, he mused, noting the abundance of weapons and the complete absence of any feminine presence. The house was modest in size, and, after a quick search, Zhong ventured into the upstairs corridor. Upon exiting, he heard sounds emanating from the first floor. Crouching beside the staircase, he listened intently. Was that the sound of a man weeping? A disturbing image flashed through his mind. A tall, seductive woman clad in leather, wielding a whip, while a gagged man sat submissively at her feet. A shiver ran down his spine. Shaking off the unsettling thoughts, Zhong returned to the upstairs corridor. The number of rooms was limited, and he systematically searched each one until he discovered a bedroom. Another room secured with an iron door and locked, piqued his curiosity. But he chose not to investigate further. During his exploration of the various rooms, he encountered a servant. Before the man could utter a sound, Zhong swiftly incapacitated him as well. It seemed even the servants were male, seated upon a distinctly feminine bed. I awaited the house's mistress to conclude her indulgence in her hobbies. Meanwhile, the servant lay hidden beneath the bed. At last, the sound of high heels echoed from outside, signaling the arrival of a guest, whose footsteps drew ever closer to my chamber. To avoid alarming anyone, I positioned myself at the threshold, poised to act. The door creaked open, and with swift reflexes, I seized the mouth of the individual outside, pulling them into the room while ensuring the door was securely shut. As anticipated, it was a tall and alluring woman. However, unlike my calm demeanor, her face was etched with terror, particularly upon recognizing my countenance. Yet, as a seasoned figure in the underworld, she soon composed herself. I released my grip, tossing her onto the bed. "Who are you? What do you want?" she exclaimed, her words spilling forth in rapid Japanese, a language I could not comprehend, save for a few scattered phrases. A single utterance in English halted her torrent of speech. "You can speak English?" she inquired. "Indeed," I replied, suddenly realizing that seeking a woman might not have been the wisest choice. Her eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity. "Are you an alien?" she posed, a question I had grown accustomed to. "No, merely a mutant. I wish to bypass such trivial exchanges. My purpose here is not to take lives, but rather to become your leader," I stated directly. Upon hearing this, the woman recognized my intentions were far from benign, her expression shifting to one of vigilance. "Do not entertain any treacherous thoughts," I cautioned. "Of course, there are advantages to my leadership. You would have the power to eliminate anyone you desired." With an air of confidence, I asserted that there were few individuals in this world I could not eliminate. Observing my self-assured demeanor and striking appearance, she began to place her trust in me. "But why choose me?" she queried, perplexed. "Because you are a woman," I replied, though I had no substantial reasoning behind my choice. "What is your ultimate goal?" she inquired. "To acquire your wealth," I responded plainly. "I can provide you with funds immediately," she offered, preparing to access her safe. "I require a substantial amount," I clarified, wishing to be forthright. After all, anyone who dared to betray me would face dire consequences. "Here's the deal. I can position you as the leader of the largest gang in Tokyo or even Japan, but I request your unwavering support for a project of mine." This marked the first time she had encountered such an unusual kidnapper with peculiar demands. Contemplating my mutant status and the power I wielded, she recognized her life was in my hands. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement, though her true thoughts remained her own secret. "Ah," I remarked, surprised by her swift acquiescence. "Since you are so agreeable, let us dispense with pleasantries. Who do you wish to see eliminated?" Seeing my straightforwardness, she too shed any pretense. Retrieving her phone, she displayed a photograph, saying this is the one. The image revealed a man with slanted eyes and a flat chin, his appearance unmistakably resembling that of a stereotypical Japanese pervert. As the familiarity of Zhong WWII grew, he couldn't shake off the feeling that he had encountered this individual before, though the memory eluded him. Subsequently, Meina pulled a stack of documents regarding this lecherous man from her safe and presented them to Zhong. "Since you claim you can assist me with anyone, let us commence with this individual," she stated. This person, known as WWII, was also a crime lord in the realm of the adult industry. Aside from her own dominance, he could be considered the second most influential figure, Meina elucidated. Zhong understood the adage that rivals are often enemies, so he acknowledged her explanation. However, he was perplexed about how this man had acquired a cache of weaponry to disrupt his operations. A flicker of anger appeared in Meina's eyes, clearly indicating that this formidable woman had endured considerable losses. "Eliminate him, and I shall be willing to collaborate with you," she asserted, revealing her intention to engage in a partnership rather than submit to his authority. Zhong remained unhurried, knowing that ultimately everything would fall into his grasp. He took the documents and vanished from Meina's presence. Chapter 32. Kill, kill, kill. Meina, drenched in cold sweat, was evidently shaken by the prospect of facing a mutant capable of vanishing at will. If Zhong intended to eliminate her, she would hardly know how it transpired. Upon leaving Mayna's grand villa, Zhong prepared to fulfill this task. Time was of the essence. In a few days, once the matter with Lang Su was resolved, he would have to return to America. Thus, as he perused Mayna's files, he finally comprehended why this man seemed so familiar. He had previously seen him in various adult films from certain island nations. Clearly, this crime lord had his own peculiar tastes. Fundamentalist. Is it true that the Japanese underworld is so distinctive? Without further ado, Zhong, with the dossier in hand, made his way towards WWII's residence. Fortunately, it's not far, he thought while glancing at the navigation on his phone. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a cluster of villas, where it was evident that WWII resided in one of them. After a brief exploration, Zhong discovered WWII's abode. Cloaked in invisibility, he found himself in a realm devoid of witnesses. Even if he stood directly before someone, he would remain undetected. Skillfully navigating the familiar terrain, he ascended to the second floor. Standing on a balcony, he pushed the door open, only to be greeted by a rather stunning sight. To his surprise, he witnessed two figures entwined in a passionate embrace, exuding an air of indulgence. Clearly, his timing was less than ideal. However, the occupants of the room were not of the same mindset. The notion of a crime lord being assassinated was hardly unusual. Thus, even in the midst of such intimacy, bodyguards were present. The sound of the door creaking open was not subtle, and everyone in the room took notice. Immediately, a henchman and bodyguard of WWII stepped outside to investigate, but found nothing amiss. Just as confusion settled in, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him, and then darkness enveloped him. The door slowly closed, and WWII's subordinate crumpled to the floor as if supported by an unseen force. Initially, Kitaro was oblivious to the absence of his younger sibling, but the prolonged disappearance rendered him unable to focus on his physical training. With his pants in hand, Kitaro pushed open the balcony door and leaned out. To his horror, he discovered his brother lying in a pool of blood, yet the assailant remained unseen. In a state of panic, Kitaro dashed back inside, only to be confronted by a girl who appeared to be staring at something behind him as if witnessing a ghost. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he found himself transported to another realm. Meanwhile, the girl inside screamed and fled in a frenzy, evidently terrified by Zhong's sudden invisibility. Tragically, 2 lives had already been claimed. Before long, a group of tattooed gang members congregated in the modest room. After a brief silence, a bald man, seemingly the leader, mumbled something to the others, prompting them to disperse in search of something. It was clear they were intent on avenging their fallen leader and were determined to locate the perpetrator. Observing the organized search for the assassin, Zhong felt that merely killing one was insufficient. Thus, he resolved to commence his killing spree that very night, with the first target being the commanding bald man. As the others scattered in pursuit of the elusive assassin, only the bald man and his confidant remained in the room. It was a rare opportunity. Zhong stealthily approached the bald man and raised his claws. All things are ephemeral. All matters are permissible. Beneath the beast's paw lies truth, he mused, recalling the assassin's mantra from his previous life. Oblivious to the impending doom, the bald man met his end as his head exploded. His confidant witnessed this horrific event and, in a fit of panic, fled as if he had seen a ghost. Shortly thereafter, the group returned. Upon discovering the headless corpse, an eerie silence enveloped them, clearly shaken by the bizarre assassin. Only the bald man's confidant began to pray fervently, convinced that a ghost was responsible, perhaps due to his influence. Divisions emerged within the gang. Some wished to uncover the true culprit, while others prepared to flee. The sudden demise of their leader and second-in-command had shattered the gang's morale. A heated argument ensued between the factions, though no physical altercation broke out. Eventually, those wishing to escape departed, leaving behind a few loyal members committed to identifying the murderer. Noticing the small group of steadfast individuals, Zhong decided to eliminate the remaining members, facilitating Mayna's takeover of the gang. "Ah, I truly am too benevolent," Zhong lamented as he raised his blood-stained claws once more. The sound of heads exploding soon drowned beneath the horrified screams of the survivors. The remaining witnesses gazed in terror at a shadow, a silhouette composed entirely of blood. Soon, there were no survivors left. Only the grim sight of lifeless bodies for those who arrived afterward. As they entered the room, an unsettling chill crept down their spines. As dawn gently broke, Zhong finally arrived at Mena Z's home, having entered through the balcony. In the midst of his shower, the unmistakable scent of blood clung to him, a grim reminder of the previous night's carnage. Mena Z gazed at him in sheer terror, evidently unsettled by his formidable presence. After his bath, Zhong donned his flowing hooded cloak and departed. At that moment, Mena Z's trepidation had dissipated, but Zhong found himself ensnared in a considerable predicament. Initially intending to flaunt his attire, he abruptly realized he had nowhere to go. The Shitsishin family, embroiled in turmoil, would likely not welcome him. Returning to Mena Z's abode would tarnish his image, leaving Zhong effectively homeless. The notion of renting a room was out of the question, since his transformation into Godzilla. He had lost the habit of carrying money. Moreover, the mutant school provided food and lodging, rendering him almost devoid of financial needs. Given his limited options, Zhong reluctantly decided to seek out the mutant Viper. A chemist and a mutant, Viper held significant value for Zhong, who required assistance in researching mutants and developing superpowers. Thus, Zhong embarked on the quest to locate Viper, humming a tune as he strolled along the rural path. Before long, he reached Tokyo Bay. The early morning was tranquil, devoid of the usual elderly patrons exercising. Only a few couples, having spent the night together, rested on the benches. Without hesitation, Zhong plunged into the sea, aiming for Nagasaki. The long-awaited taste of seawater invigorated him, and he prepared to swim along the coastline. In the past, his speed in the water was only slightly faster than that of a boat. However, the current Zhong was not the same as before. Having acquired extensive knowledge of fluid dynamics and the Soviet Union storm torpedoes, he transformed into a whirlwind of power. Zhong conjured an energy shield in the shape of a droplet and, with his head downward, unleashed an atomic breath propulsion. In an instant, he surged forward like a wild stallion, achieving speeds comparable to that of a commercial jet. The nearby American submarines detected an unidentified high-speed object moving through the water, only for it to vanish from their radar in an instant. The velocity at which he traveled was so extraordinary that it defied belief. Consequently, the American military dismissed the anomaly after a cursory sonar check. Chapter 33. All is well. Zhong swiftly circumnavigated the island, emerging on the shores of Nagasaki. The exhilaration was palpable. Driving beneath the sea proved far more exhilarating than on land. However, this thrill came at a cost. Mena Z had only lent him her phone for a day, and the salt water had rendered it useless. Discarding the ruined device, Zhong made his way toward the dwelling where the original protagonist and Wolverine shared a bed. He recalled vividly that their residence was directly across from Nagasaki. After assessing his location, he returned to the water to swim across to the opposite side. A small island, modest in size, hosts merely a single village. After a brief exploration, Zhong successfully located his destination. He then intruded upon a private residence, as if it were his own, brewed a cup of tea, and turned on the television, awaiting the arrival of the young couple. The news broadcast began, reporting a gruesome massacre at a villa in Tokyo last night, where all the victims' heads had vanished. Suspected to be a gang-related vendetta, the report urged the public to refrain from venturing outside after dark. The scenes depicted on the television were evidently from the very place where Zhong had committed his heinous act the previous day. Thus, Zhong passed a considerable amount of time in this manner until he suddenly heard footsteps. The couple had finally arrived. Sipping his tea, Zhong mused to himself. Upon entering, Uncle Wolf observed Zhong with a vigilant expression, cradling his girlfriend in his arms. Even if you wish to hold her, must it be in such a manner? Zhong chuckled as he turned to face Uncle Wolf. The distinct features of Zhong's face seemed to ease Uncle Wolf's tension, prompting him to settle comfortably beside Zhong. Where have you been these past few days? Uncle Wolf inquired. Taking care of business, unlike you, who seems to be pursuing your girlfriend, Zhong teased. This remark rendered Uncle Wolf slightly embarrassed. However, being European, he retained a certain openness, which surprised Zhong as he maintained his composure, tacitly acknowledging Zhong's words. TSK, shameless couple. Zhong silently scoffed. It was evident that, influenced by Zhong, the dynamics between Uncle Wolf and Mariko had deviated somewhat from those in the original narrative. A silence enveloped the two men until Mariko, feeling uncomfortable with the sudden stillness, excused herself to prepare a meal. I know who poisoned me. It was that female doctor, wasn't it? Uncle Wolf queried. If you already know, why ask me? Zhong rolled his eyes in response. Uncle Wolf found himself at a loss for words. Hand me your phone, Zhong instructed. Oh, why? Uncle Wolf queried, perplexed. To make a call, Zhong replied, looking at him as if he were simple-minded. I don't have one, Uncle Wolf said helplessly. Just lend me mine. Mariko then timely produced her phone for Zhong. He took it and called Maina. Hello? Maina, I've taken care of the matter for you. How is it? Zhong spoke nonchalantly. You may have gone a bit overboard, Maina replied, clearly disapproving of the scale of Zhong's actions. That's of no consequence. What are your thoughts on our collaboration? Zhong's tone carried a hint of menace. No problem. Maina seemed somewhat intimidated. What project are we discussing? Someone will reach out to you in due course, Zhong concluded, hanging up and returning the phone to Mariko. Come with me to deal with the Yashida family. Wolverine likely surmised the situation. After a moment's reflection, Zhong considered refusing, but suddenly recalled the old man's body, adorned with adamantium, which prompted him to nod in agreement. After dinner, Mariko took Uncle Wolf for a stroll. Not wishing to be a third wheel, Zhong remained in the house, watching television. The Japanese dramas proved utterly unengaging. Unable to comprehend the dialogue, Zhong relied on his imagination to guess the plot, ultimately leading him to switch off the television. Bored, he wandered to the garden, gazing at the stars above. Before long, the two individuals returned. Their presence permeated with the acrid scent of romance, so much so that Zhong found himself choking on it. Unable to endure their company any longer, he stormed out, muttering a parting remark, the poor singleton. Having exited the house, Zhong resolved to locate the lair of the Yashida clan, which was essentially a laboratory. In the original narrative, it was here that the Wolverine engaged in battle, although the film only depicted the confrontation between Wolverine and the Silver Samurai. Zhong was convinced that treasures of considerable worth lay within. Consulting the map, he stealthily commandeered a motorcycle and set forth towards his destination. Japan is not vast, and soon enough, Zhong arrived at a quaint village, with a towering structure perched upon a distant cliff. Surely, that was the place. Despite being a laboratory, the security was surprisingly lax. Zhong easily infiltrated the premises, lying atop a beam on the roof, from where he had a clear view of the happenings below. Indeed, the old man Yashida had not perished. Rather, he was clinging to life with the aid of the Silver Samurai's mechanized armor. However, this situation would soon change. As with Wolverine's immortality, Yashida would soon reclaim his youthful vigor. At least, that was his belief. As for the mutant known as Viper, she was preoccupied with some endeavor. Zhong decided it prudent to wait until Wolverine was captured before making his move, thereby allowing him to rescue Wolverine and gain a favor in return. He entertained this wicked thought as he settled down for a lengthy vigil, a task he had grown accustomed to. While Zhong dozed atop the roof, he was abruptly awakened by a string of Japanese utterances. Just as anticipated, Mariko had been captured. It seemed the arrival of Wolverine was imminent. Sure enough, a few hours later, a group entered, dragging Wolverine, who was adorned with arrows. They secured him to a rather ornate chair, and as the Silver Samurai prepared to sever Wolverine's claws, Zhong sensed it was his moment to intervene. With an act of divine justice, he struck, sending the Silver Samurai crashing down to the lower level. This was achieved without Zhong fully leveraging his weight. Was it surprising? With a mischievous grin, "Quick, free me." Wolverine, however, was in no mood for banter. With a casual flick, Zhong shattered the handcuffs binding Wolverine. The sudden arrival of assistance caught Viper off guard, and more critically, it reminded her of that fateful night. Clearly, Zhong orchestrated this entire scenario, leaving her without any means to retaliate. Not willing to let Viper escape, Zhong pursued her, preparing to strike. Aware that escape was futile, Viper turned and shot at Zhong's face. Ugh! The green venom splattered across his visage, a most unpleasant sensation. Zhong wiped the sticky substance away and continued his pursuit of Viper. In a few strides, he caught up and pinned her to the ground. "Don't kill me," Viper cried out in terror. "Of course not," he replied, just as a familiar bump appeared on her head. Turning around, they saw Wolverine engaging in a game of hide and seek with the Silver Samurai. Chapter 34. Conclusion and Rebirth. Observing the antics of Wolverine and the Silver Samurai, Zhong couldn't help but voice his disdain. Such a fantastical exoskeleton framework surprisingly lacks even an infrared night vision device. How can one engage in combat under such circumstances? As expected, the astute Wolverine swiftly retrieved another katana from the Silver Samurai. Yet, despite obtaining the weapon, Wolverine lacked the proficiency to wield it as the Silver Samurai did, failing to produce a heated blade. This left him flailing in frustration. Zhong observed these two comedic figures with an air of exasperation. Before they could finish their antics, he stepped forward, and the Silver Samurai, not one to be trifled with, countered with a swift strike. Zhong, relying on his formidable skin, braced himself against the blow. However, this time, he found himself at a disadvantage, as the high-energy particles heated the adamantium blade, inflicting a wound. To his astonishment, Zhong quickly evaded, staring in disbelief at the laceration on his chest. The adamantium knife, combined with the high-energy particles, had breached his defenses. Since becoming Godzilla, he had grown complacent, believing nothing could harm him. Gazing at the torn flesh, Zhong learned a valuable lesson. He must never lower his guard, regardless of the adversary. He regarded the peculiar samurai before him with newfound seriousness. Meanwhile, Yashida Taira, encouraged by his initial success, began to relax his own vigilance. Facing two mutated ninja blades had been quite a strain on him. The samurai's blade relentlessly slashed toward Zhong. Clearly, Zhong harbored resentment toward the pay-to-win player flaunting his epic gear. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Without a suitable weapon, how could Zhong effectively fight? Thus, he called out to Wolverine, "Toss me the blade." Fortunately, Wolverine, being quick-witted, tossed the katana his way. Zhong leaped to seize it, delivering a powerful strike that sent Yashida Taira crashing to the ground. Just as Yashida attempted to rise, Zhong would not allow it. He unleashed a torrent of high-temperature atomic breath, scorching Yashida Taira mercilessly. Though the adamantium armor could temporarily withstand the heat, it was not like vibranium, which absorbs and rebounds all energy. This was merely a hard metal, and it conducted heat. The searing particles penetrated the armor, eliciting screams from within. Eventually, the cries faded, indicating that Zhong had cooked him alive inside the suit. At that moment, Wolverine approached and remarked, "You're truly ruthless to kill him in such a manner." Clearly, he felt some sympathy for Zhong's brutal method of execution. Such considerations were of no concern then. Zhong thought dismissively of Wolverine's reproach. Finally, Mariko emerged, embracing Wolverine. It was time for Zhong to intervene. "Mariko, consider the tremendous sacrifices Wolverine made to protect you. Surely, you must express your gratitude. I also contributed significantly, didn't I?" Zhong said with a casual demeanor. "All right, I understand. How much do you want?" Mariko replied, clearly perceptive. "Zhong, how could you be like this?" Wolverine was evidently dissatisfied with Zhong's approach. It was quite inappropriate to take advantage of the situation. Though financial compensation was no longer required, he insisted on an investment in one of my projects, which promises substantial returns. Zhong, enticed, inquired about the nature of this project, expressing his willingness to invest. Truthfully, he assured. Stifled, he added, soon someone would come to discuss this matter in detail. Zhong had clearly achieved his objective. Should you fail to uphold your promise, Wolverine shall be bound to labor for me for a lifetime. Who wishes to toil endlessly? Wolverine contemplated a rebuttal, yet Zhong merely disregarded him. By the way, could you commemorate these two swords for me? Upon first wielding such an impressive weapon, Zhong was enamored. A katana of this caliber was ideal for showing off. Certainly, that poses no issue. It was apparent that truthfully was not fully aware of the value of such items. Thus, Zhong planned to return to his homeland alongside Wolverine. Naturally, he had not forgotten the skilled drug manufacturer, the Viper, who had remained surprisingly compliant since being subdued by Zhong. However, he deemed it prudent for the professor to provide further training for enhanced safety. During this period, Zhong also contacted the professor, informing him that the funding for the island construction had been secured. So soon, the professor expressed astonishment, inquiring about the source of the funds. That would be a question for Wolverine. Zhong teased, casting a playful glance at Wolverine. Subsequently, the two boarded a plane back to America. Wolverine clearly wished to indulge in more escapades. Upon disembarking, he immediately departed with Xuesu. Zhong, observing Xuesu, couldn't help but ponder the significance of physical allure. Subsequently, he left the airport in a daze. Upon exiting the airport, Zhong was taken aback to find the professor waiting for him outside. Is what you say true? The professor, who had dedicated his life to aiding mutants, was evidently overjoyed. Although he previously established a school to protect mutants, it was too small, and the world was far too vast. He was unable to safeguard everyone, and each time he entered the census device, he could feel the discrimination and exclusion faced by mutants in society. Such thoughts pained his heart deeply. Yet, Zhong had conceived a method to protect a greater number of mutants, leaving the professor unable to contain his excitement. Quickly introduce me to them. Funde, observing the professor's elation, provided him with Mina's and Truthfully's contact information, cautioning him that Truthfully was Wolverine's girlfriend and thus should not cause concern. Mina, being a gang leader, might be disobedient, so the professor should exercise caution. The professor's reaction was markedly different. The typically affable man now seemed transformed. Should she dare, she would regret her existence in this world. It was clear that the professor placed great importance on Zhong's plan. Zhong was escorted back to the mutant school, where the professor led him to a conference room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large group engaged in fervent discussion. The sight startled Zhong. His arrival silenced the once boisterous room. Here stands the creator of this proposal, the remarkable Zhong. The professor's mood was evidently buoyant, for he believed he had finally discovered a method to save mutants. Is this your plan? Excellent. A figure adorned in blue skin and hair approached warmly, extending a hand to Zhong. Evidently, Beast was delighted to see Zhong, as both shared a beastly appearance and astute intellect. Laser Eye was also present at the meeting, alongside Magneto and others. Zhong gazed in astonishment at a group of individuals who were not supposed to be there, then turned to the professor, inquiring how he had managed to assemble such a crowd. Zhong expressed his profound surprise, remarking that the plan was exceedingly grand, one that cannot be accomplished by just one or two individuals. Furthermore, it was a matter concerning all mutants. They ought to be included, the professor asserted. Are you not concerned they might cause chaos? Zhong queried, harboring a significant distrust towards Magneto. At your age, you still act like a mischievous child, he added, reflecting on the numerous plots within the X-Men saga that were either directly or indirectly related to Magneto. Hey kid, I assured the professor that during this island construction phase, there would be no trouble, Magneto responded, sensing Zhong's apprehensions. TCH, I could very well be your grandfather, Zhong retorted, feeling quite irked by Magneto's address. Nevertheless, he had somewhat accepted their presence, and ever since returning from Japan, a sense of unease had crept over him, though he could not pinpoint the cause. Chapter 35. The prologue to island creation. Ultimately, Zhong acquiesced to the presence of this assembly, and the meeting transitioned into a fervent discussion. It was evident that although Zhong's plan was feasible, it was riddled with deficiencies and imperfections, particularly given the presence of numerous intellectuals. Take Beast, for instance. His intelligence seemed inversely proportional to his appearance. Despite having invested 6 years in self-education, Zhong found himself unable to contribute meaningfully to the discourse, falling short compared to the formally educated geniuses around him. However, he had no intention of becoming engrossed in scientific matters. Since he could not interject, Zhong decided to step out and discuss funding with the professor. Upon encountering Magneto, he was struck by a new idea: to secure sufficient funding for his ambitious goals. Zhong resolved to entrust Magneto with the contact information of Mina. Individuals like Magneto, with their formidable presence, were well suited for engaging with the underworld, in contrast to the professor, who might not have fared as well. Thus, Zhong modified his strategy, intending for Magneto to solicit funds on his behalf. It was clear that Zhong did not expect that woman to invest willingly. He pulled Magneto, who was deeply engrossed in discussion, out of the meeting room, though his expression was rather peculiar. A group was deliberating on the nature of the island's construction, while Magneto proposed establishing a military base to better protect their mutant brethren. However, the most bizarre suggestion came from Beast, who advocated for the creation of an amusement park, passionately asserting that it would enhance the island's revenue. Consequently, the two factions were embroiled in a heated argument. At last, Zhong intervened. "Silence. This proposal is mine, and I hold the authority to decide," he declared, amplifying his voice through a speaker, which swiftly quelled the commotion. "Regardless of the island's form, it must evoke a sense of home," Zhong stated. His words evidently resonated, silencing both sides. Evidently, for mutants, home is a distant aspiration. Observing the tranquility on both sides, Zhong felt a sense of satisfaction. Given this, it was time to hasten the construction of a home. After offering some words of encouragement, he led Magneto away. "Old man, you know that this plan seems quite splendid, but without funding, it amounts to nothing. Thus, I have a task for you. I trust you won't mind." Zhong and Magneto walked shoulder to shoulder, resembling old friends reunited. Though Zhong's expression bore a hint of peculiarity. "You want me to rob?" Magneto's thoughts indeed veered towards the extreme. Coughing slightly, Zhong clarified, No, merely a legitimate partnership. However, our collaborator is affiliated with a Japanese gang, so they may be somewhat unruly. Therefore, I need you to instill fear in them." He added, "Any means are permissible, but do not allow the professor to catch wind of it." Furthermore, he inquired, "Do you still possess the machine you created to turn ordinary individuals into mutants?" Clearly, Zhong felt that the mutant population was insufficient and required a fresh influx of abilities, hence the so-called superpower development initiative. "That one? I have abandoned that plan. It was flawed," Magneto responded, somewhat puzzled by Zhong's sudden inquiry. "In addition to the island creation project, I have another superpower development scheme." Zhong produced a plan regarding how ordinary people could also possess superpowers. "Fascinating," Magneto remarked as he perused the document. Ordinary individuals could indeed acquire superpowers, but it necessitated certain methods to awaken them, akin to unlocking latent potential. Zhong had clearly conducted thorough research and presented a comprehensive proposal on human potential development. In truth, anyone can become a mutant. The genetic potential resides within everyone, though some are more easily activated than others. Through my studies, I have discovered a gradual method to transform ordinary individuals into mutants, Zhong elucidated. Subsequently, Magneto expressed considerable interest in Zhong's plan and agreed to assist him in securing funding in Japan. However, what Magneto ultimately decided to do remained uncertain to Zhong. In the ensuing months, Beast worked on perfecting Zhong's plan, while the Professor and Magneto completed their investment-seeking mission. Fortunately, Magneto refrained from committing any catastrophic acts against Tokyo. With funds acquired, the next step was to commence island construction. Zhong intended to utilize the eruption of an underwater volcano to form a small island, a process that occurred remarkably swiftly. Nevertheless, this island posed a dilemma, as it lacked the gradual accumulation of sediment, causing it to submerge back into the ocean shortly thereafter. To address this issue, Beast designed 12 pillars to support the island, yet material constraints persisted. Are there no alternative solutions? Magneto, somewhat perplexed, expressed his urgency. "No, this is the fastest and most effective method," Beast replied, exasperated. "Speaking of materials, I happen to know that Mariko's family possesses a significant quantity of adamantium," Zhong remarked. "Is that so? Then let us procure the metal." This suggestion is evidently put forth by Magneto. "No, he has invested in our island construction. We cannot proceed in such a manner." Zhong is already at a loss regarding Magneto's bandit mentality. Is that so? It appears even Magneto feels a tad embarrassed. I wonder if Wolverine might have a word with his girlfriend about this. Zhong, too, has no choice but to devise a solution that is far from ideal. However, the outcome is quite apparent. Someone like Wolverine would never make such a request. Thus, we find ourselves in a stalemate. Although the issue concerning materials has been obstructed, other matters cannot be neglected. 2 days later, Beast summoned Zhong for a trip to the Pacific, claiming that the unmanned submersible he deployed had discovered an exceptional location. Accordingly, Zhong and Beast set off to the Pacific aboard the Blackbird. During the flight, Beast provided an introduction to the geographical coordinates. This volcanic crater lies within a branch of the Pacific mid-ocean ridge, situated between Midway Island and Hawaii. Crucially, this area is relatively shallow. The small island formed after a volcanic eruption would be more stable and distant from seismic zones. The tectonic plates here are significantly more stable compared to regions like Japan. Furthermore, once the 12 stabilizing pillars are established, this island is virtually assured against sinking. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where Beast retrieved a set of diving gear for an underwater survey and to gather additional data. Just as Beast handed Zhong his diving equipment, Zhong chuckled and, pulling off the Neuralink speaker, leaped directly into the sea. Beast, unable to comprehend Zhong's actions, switched the plane to hover mode and followed him into the water. Although Beast possesses a rugged appearance, he is, in fact, a person of considerable intellect. The moment he plunged into the ocean, he quickly realized something was amiss. He had not yet reached the seabed. Looking down, he was astounded to see a colossal, dinosaur-like creature observing him, estimated to be around 60 feet in size. The most alarming aspect was the beast's almost mocking gaze, which sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, the professor arrived just in time, explaining to Beast that this was Zhong's true form. Despite the professor's assertion, Beast remained skeptical, exclaiming, "This defies logic." Observing his frantic exclamations, Zhong disregarded his doubts, grasped him firmly, and transported him to their destination. Eventually, Beast came to accept the reality before him, contemplating the terrifying nature of Earth. Zhong, oblivious to Beast's thoughts, urged him to commence his work. Clearly, Beast's eyes were vacant, his worldview shattered and in the process of reconstruction. Nevertheless, he did not forget his responsibilities. After marking the points and retrieving several unmanned submersibles along with their data collectors, he prepared to depart. However, finding Beast too sluggish, Zhong executed an aquatic leap, propelling Beast to the surface. Startled and disoriented, Beast gazed around in a panic. And shortly thereafter, a shrunken Zhong resurfaced. Beast looked on in horror, stammering, "Why you?" Yet, the current Zhong remained silent. He emitted a distinctive roar akin to Godzilla's, then executed a leap akin to a carp jumping over the Dragon's Gate, landing back inside the Blackbird. Grabbing the mental link speaker from the aircraft, Zhong was once again able to speak. "Hello, Beast." Then, they lowered the rope and brought forth the Beast. Chapter 36. The Emergence of the Island. A month had passed, and with the assistance of the Beast, Magneto, and the Professor, the plans for the island's construction were finally solidified. Following this, it was time for the momentous performance by Zhong. Clearly, a dormant underwater volcano could not erupt spontaneously. There must be a pressure differential. Thus, the plan involved creating an artificial pressure differential to compel the volcano to erupt. Not merely a standard eruption, but a cataclysmic one that would allow magma to accumulate swiftly, forming an island. Subsequently, modifications to this island would be necessary. However, inducing an eruption from a tranquil volcano is no trivial task. It requires an immense amount of energy, and the release points of this energy must be meticulously precise. Any deviation could prevent the magma from coalescing into an island. Soon, the Beast convened all involved in the subterranean laboratory for a final meeting before the island's construction, during which he elaborated on the steps involved in the process. The attendees beheld a three-dimensional projection depicting the envisioned island. As for the Edmund alloy required for the construction, it was procured by the professor, who had utilized his extraordinary abilities to manipulate truth and acquire the remaining Edmund alloy from Truth's estate. Although morally questionable, the professor was willing to overlook such concerns for the future of mutants. It could be said that all preparations for the island were complete. All that remained was the essential catalyst to set it into motion. Without further delay, After the conclusion of the meeting, the beast began to guide Changde on the precise points and quantities of energy to be released. Changde listened intently, as this island represented his dedication. Ultimately, the X-Men and Magneto arrived at a specific location in the Pacific, a site destined to become a marvel of the world, the homeland of mutants. Changde awaited the beast in the ocean while Magneto hovered above, documenting this historical moment. In the depths of the sea, the beast and Zhong finalized their plans for the island's creation. The beast, exhibiting great caution, meticulously checked his instruments before marking the designated points for energy release. "Let us begin," he said, swallowing nervously, clearly anxious to witness such a monumental event for the first time. Changde nodded, embodying his complete form. As Changde opened his gargantuan mouth, the surrounding waters swirled in a vortex, and a radiant energy began to coalesce within. A slender, powerful beam of energy struck the volcano. Despite its immense power, the volcano surprisingly remained dormant, caught in a peculiar state of equilibrium. "Hurry to the next point," the beast urged, aware that this strange balance could not persist for long. Upon verifying his instruments, the beast marked another point. "All right," he said. Changde once again gathered energy in his mouth and unleashed it upon the designated target. Quickly, to the final point, the beast implored, urging Changde to hasten. "After completing this point, we hastily ascended. Otherwise, we would perish in the searing heat emitted by the volcanic eruption," warned the beast. "Only you shall succumb, while I shall remain unharmed." It was evident that this creature, Zhong, was merely a beast accustomed to using the volcano as a latrine, utterly indifferent to the damage caused by such minor eruptions. Gazing into the volcano's crater, Zhong was reminded of his experiences in the Pacific Rim. Indeed, the last point differs somewhat. The more energy you release, the more the volcano erupts, and the islands that emerge become increasingly stable, the beast cautioned. Given the beast's scholarly prowess, Zhong felt no hesitation in amassing a considerable amount of energy. This time, the energy surpassed that of the previous two occasions, and a powerful laser struck the volcano, causing it to awaken as if from slumber. The seabed began to tremble. "Hurry, hurry!" The beast, recognizing the impending eruption, urged a swift departure. Unlike him, who was not keen to be buried under volcanic ash. However, Zhong released too much energy, causing the eruption to occur more swiftly than anticipated, and thus the beast's short legs could not outrun the encroaching lava. Fortunately, Zhong lent a helping hand, literally tossing the beast above the ocean surface. Then, Zhong minimized his form and darted out of the water as the azure sea began to darken rapidly, as if someone were washing their feet within it. Back on the aircraft, the beast panted, "This state will persist for a considerable while. I estimate we will see the island in a few days." Subsequently, the group prepared to return to the school for mutants. In the following days, the beast and Magneto needed to inspect the 12 stabilizing pillars, infused with Edmund alloy, ensuring that the installation plan would proceed without error. 3 days passed, and a small island, formed from cooled magma, emerged from the ocean's depths. The professor, upon discovering this island, promptly reported it to the United Nations, claiming ownership, which subsequently led to the island being legally recognized as his asset. In the days that followed, several oil tankers, each weighing thousands of tons, began their journey to the destination, laden with the 12 stabilizing pillars and their accompanying components. The next crucial task was to install these pillars on the island. To ensure the artificial island stability, the beast planned for the 12 pillars to penetrate the island's surface directly into the sea. Thus, Zhong transformed into a formidable construction apparatus, submerging himself as he followed the beast's instructions. Only Zhong could accomplish such a task beyond human capability. Following the beast's directives, he spent half a day boring 12 appropriately sized holes into the island. The rest of the task fell to Magneto, who struggled to control the 12 massive metal rods as he floated in the air. According to the beast's design, these 12 pillars needed to be installed simultaneously at various points around the island to ensure uniform weight distribution, preventing the island from capsizing. However, this placed considerable pressure on Magneto. For the sake of the mutant's future, old man persevered and ultimately succeeded in the arduous installation of the 12 stabilizing pillars. After the installation was complete, Old One stumbled and nearly plummeted from the sky to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and floated back to the island. Meanwhile, the professor observed him with a look of concern, asking, "Are you all right, my old friend?" "Huh, I'm fine, just a bit drained," Magneto replied with a casual smile. Next came the activation of the 12 pillars, a task once again entrusted to Magneto. These tasks proved relatively straightforward, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he activated the energies within the 12 pillars. As the entire island trembled, the basic construction of the island was essentially completed, paving the way for the establishment of fundamental facilities. Chapter 37. The unexpected journey. As the island gradually stabilized, the construction of facilities commenced. An engineering team from China began building roads and bridges, showcasing particularly remarkable performance from the skilled workers. After 6 months of development, the island had taken on a substantial form. Moreover, Magneto and the professor rekindled their friendship and set out together to locate mutants across the globe. They divided responsibilities clearly. Those who were obedient fell under the professor's guidance, while the rebellious ones were managed by Magneto. As for Zhong, he finally received a promotion. Having authored the artificial island plan, he was collectively elected as the island's leader. Though the professor continued to manage the island due to his esteemed reputation and experience, Zhong was nonetheless thrilled about his advancement, watching the skilled workers joyfully as they excavated and constructed roads. Suddenly, while he was in high spirits, a formidable force descended from the heavens. What did this be? Zhong gazed at the sky in terror, feeling as small as an ant beneath such might. He concentrated and realized, is this the power of time? Despite the overwhelming strength, no one else on the island seemed to sense it. What is going on? Son de pander perplexed. This force began to spread across the entire Earth, and the space gem within Zhong stirred restlessly, desperately releasing energy and attempting to break free. The commotion caught the attention of the nearby phantasm cat. "Uncle Zhong, are you all right?" it inquired. "If I'm fine, then something must be amiss," Zhong replied, as blue light began to emanate from his body, flickering intensely. The power converged around him as if drawn by a magnet. What is happening? Zhong struggled to control the energy of the space gem within him, but the external force disrupted his efforts. Soon, he lost control entirely, and a familiar sensation of immense spatial distortion enveloped him. Am I about to traverse through time again? Zhong thought helplessly, as the scenery before him began to shift wildly. The island appeared to be constructed at an accelerated pace, with more and more people seemingly materializing from thin air. Is this a journey through time? Zhong mused, observing the rapid transformations around him. As the power gradually dissipated, the chaotic scene began to stabilize. Have I arrived in the future? Zhong beheld a fully constructed artificial island materializing before him. No, this cannot be. Zhong observed the passers-by still clutching their button phones, feeling as though technology had lagged behind somewhat. As he pondered, a peculiar memory began to surge forth. Gradually, he recalled that this was a Marvel parallel universe, where history had diverged significantly. Many elements had transformed. The artificial island had been planned for construction several years in advance, and the professor and Magneto had reconciled, jointly overseeing this small isle. As the architect of this haven, he was revered by the mutant populace as their savior. Zhong sensed that all of this was rather abnormal, prompting him to seek out the professor. He entered the grand office building at the island's center, where the professor conducted his work. Upon entering, he encountered the deceased Jean and Cyclops, alongside a similarly stoic Wolverine. Once in the office, Zhong began to pose inquiries to the professor, who appeared equally bewildered. Subsequently, Wolverine divulged some information that Zhong was previously unaware of. After Wolverine's exposition, understanding dawned upon Zhong. Are you suggesting that the timeline has been altered? Is this not akin to a reversal of the future? He mused, regarding the Sentinel program. How could the mutants possibly falter with my presence? Doubts began to surface again. You vanished during the island's construction, and thereafter, you were never seen again, Wolverine explained. What? I disappeared? Zhong recalled encountering that surge of power during the island's construction, which subsequently warped him into this realm. What on earth was happening? He found himself perplexed and ultimately resolved to let it be, departing from the professor's office. Returning to his new abode, a quaint villa that was evidently far more splendid than his previous dormitory at the mutant school, he marveled at the typical American two-story home, complete with a small garden flourishing with vegetables and other crops. The architectural style within the villa community was refreshingly novel. "Ah, this exudes a distinctly Chinese flair," Zhong remarked, as certain cultural habits had evidently been etched into his very soul, impervious to the change of body. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door to his home, contemplating the sudden transition into this new world. The foremost task was to inspect his most crucial possession, the Space Stone. It had orchestrated both of his previous traversals, and he resolved to study it meticulously once more. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of consciousness emanating from the stone. "This gem is alive. I had never realized it before," Zhong gasped, startled. He immediately plunged his consciousness within, intent on expelling this newfound awareness. However, upon entering the depths of the Space Stone, he discovered that the consciousness was exceedingly frail, appearing before him as a mere flicker of a spark. Nevertheless, he perceived it as a threat, and without hesitation, he forcibly extracted it from the Space Stone and tore it asunder. Amidst the shattered consciousness, Zhong gleaned a wealth of information. It turned out to be a nascent consciousness, the very essence of the Space Stone itself. Originally, the Space Gem belonged to the power of the Goddess of Vengeance, comprising a total of 7 gems. Among them, one known as the Self Gem represented the very consciousness of the goddess herself, while the other 6 gems were governed by this Self Gem. However, upon traversing into another realm, the Self Gem was unable to receive signals from its counterpart, leading to the emergence of its own sentience. When Zhong returned from the Pacific Rim to the Marvel Universe, the Self Gem re-established its connection to the Space Gem and simultaneously suppressed the newly formed consciousness within it. Now, as Zhong embarked on another journey across dimensions, he became increasingly acquainted with the Space Gem, ultimately uncovering this diminutive awareness. Thus, it was not merely a traversal through the timeline, but rather an expedition into the fabric of space-time itself. This revelation elucidated the reason for his previous disappearance from the original Marvel Universe. As a meticulous individual, upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Zhong promptly allowed his consciousness to fully immerse within the Space Gem, thereby gaining complete dominion over it. He was certainly not naive enough to believe that the Goddess of Vengeance had left no hidden backdoors within these gems. In the end, Zhong wholly mastered the Space Gem, integrating it into his very essence. In a true sense of possession, he realized that the Space Gem had previously felt like a borrowed entity. Should the Self Gem desire to sever its connection, he would instantaneously lose it. However, the circumstances had changed. His consciousness now entirely occupied this gem. Zhong could now wield the full extent of the Space Gem's power, with teleportation becoming a mere trifle. Most importantly, his perceptive abilities had significantly intensified. Nonetheless, due to the limitations of his own consciousness, he could only perceive phenomena within the solar system. Yet, he stumbled upon something even more intriguing. He discovered a cosmic cube within this realm. Indeed, it was a parallel universe. Chapter 38. A distinct Marvel universe. What delighted Zhong most was the existence of another Space Gem in this universe. This indicated the possibility of acquiring yet another Space Gem. However, upon further scrutiny, he discerned that this Space Gem had already been discovered by humanity. With the ability to sense the entirety of the solar system, Zhong was evidently formidable, akin to a beastly census device, capable of operating without any mechanical aids. After indulging in his spatial perception, Zhong withdrew his consciousness, rose from a sofa, and powered on his computer. His curiosity about the historical context of this new Marvel universe piqued. The year was 2009. He glanced at the date displayed on his computer, then opened a browser to explore the latest trending news. He soon came across a report regarding the disappearance of Stark, noting that Stark Industries stock had begun to rise. Stark again. Zhong vaguely recalled witnessing this news when he had first arrived in the X-Men universe, But after that, there had been no further updates. It seemed Stark had simply vanished. Consequently, Zhong had forgotten his earlier desire for a suit of armor. It appears that this world is destined to be far grander. Clearly, in the previous Marvel universe, mutants were the sole focus, with even the influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. being rather limited. However, this realm is different. Zhong recalls that after the establishment of the mutant island, the director of S.H.I.L.D. had actually come to pay a visit. The reason? Zhong had seen a photograph in the professor's office featuring a perpetually stern-faced director, alongside the professor, Magneto, and himself. Moreover, the terminology used for mutants has evolved. They are now referred to as superhumans. Although fear still lingers among many, the situation is significantly improved compared to the previous world. The island's name has indeed been adopted as the Academy City, just as Zhong suggested. Its technological advancements surpass those of other cities, primarily focusing on research institutes. With the study of superhuman abilities being the most prevalent, it seems this world may be even more perilous than before, yet it is undeniably more magnificent. Zhong is reminded of Asgard from Marvel, as well as the Guardians of the Galaxy, who reside in an unknown galaxy. The allure of the outside world is evidently stronger for Zhong. It seems he can no longer remain idle on this island, and ought to venture out and explore. Resolute in his thoughts, he teleported to the professor's office. The professor was momentarily startled. "Ah, it's you." Upon recognizing Zhong, he greeted him. "Hee, this is my new ability. What do you think?" Zhong, feeling rather pleased, began to discuss serious matters. "Professor, I wish to step outside and see the world. What do you think?" "By all means. You are the island's master. I cannot hinder your desires," the professor replied, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, right." Zhong seemed to have momentarily forgotten his esteemed status in this world. "Well then, I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to the professor, Zhong embarked on a flight to Japan. Although this world is not overtly hostile towards superhumans, Zhong's completely beastly form, which has yet to revert to a humanoid appearance, certainly draws considerable attention. Despite the whispers from passers-by, Zhong remained unfazed, clutching his passport as he transferred from Japan to America. Seated in first class, he found this world rather agreeable, relishing the ability to stroll openly on the streets in his current form. It had been ages since he had last enjoyed such freedom. With his striking appearance, he became the focal point wherever he went. It wasn't long before an American flight attendant approached him. She seemed to possess a rather unique taste. "You are a superhuman, aren't you?" she inquired, her expression innocent and perplexed. "Indeed," Zhong replied, somewhat bewildered by her attention. "You are quite strong," she remarked, her hand brushing against his physique. Naturally, with a towering height of 2 meters and a long tail, he exuded strength. Zhong was at a loss for words. Ever since his transformation into Godzilla, he had ceased to harbor any hopes regarding human females. "Ha!" The flight attendant chuckled at Zhong's awkward demeanor before walking away. Watching her depart, Zhong closed his eyes to rest, but his respite was short-lived. No sooner had he shut his eyes than he was startled by furious shouts emanating from the economy section, accompanied by the piercing screams of women. As Zhong prepared to assess the situation, a peculiar man emerged, clutching an object resembling a wooden block, and shouted loudly, "Hijackers, behave yourselves. I am an explosives expert." The term explosives expert sent a shiver through the crowd, prompting hushed whispers filled with trepidation. Who is this explosives expert? Funding Quiet. Casting a puzzled glance at a nearby, suited gentleman who was crouched defensively. "You don't know? He's a member of the Super Criminal Alliance, notoriously ruthless and exceedingly cunning. The National Special Security Bureau has attempted to apprehend him several times without success." The suited man, emboldened by Zhong's imposing stature, dared to speak. His ability is to make anything explode. He is a level 3 superhuman. The individual seated next to Zhong was a notorious chatterbox, seemingly reckless. "Ah, I see. It appears that this world harbors its own darkness," Zhong reflected. However, as a champion of justice, he rose to resist. Suddenly, a pink energy rope ensnared him. "What?" Zhong was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. "Everyone, stay calm. A gun-wielding flight attendant emerged from the lounge, revealing the orchestrated nature of the hijacking. Zhong realized he had been outmaneuvered. "Nice job, binding," the explosives expert remarked, approaching Zhong. Clearly, they had prepared thoroughly to prevent any other superhumans from interfering with their plans. Binding attempted to take Zhong away for solitary confinement. Ugh, superhumans are such a nuisance. Binding mused inwardly. Despite the misfortune and sudden hijacking, Zhong found himself too drained to express his frustration. As Binding drew closer, he resolved that all schemes are futile in the face of true strength. With a swift motion, he broke free from the restraints and seized the flight attendant, cradling her in his arms. This unexpected twist left everyone in the room, especially Binding, utterly astonished. Her ability to ensnare individuals with energy while non-lethal was incredibly potent, particularly against someone like Zhong, who possessed beastly powers. Now, the captive Binding had become a bargaining chip for Zhong. With a mischievous grin, he addressed the explosives expert. "You might as well surrender. Your woman is in my grasp. If you comply, I may consider returning her to you." Clearly, the explosives expert was a scoundrel, unwilling to jeopardize his plans for a woman. "Go ahead and kill me. I can always find another," he retorted, utterly unfazed by Zhong's threat. "Do you think showing pity for women will lead to your demise?" Zhong detested such contemptible individuals who regarded women as mere possessions. Chapter 39. Hijacking. It seemed the hijacking incident had returned to square one, with the explosives expert maintaining absolute control of the aircraft, while Zhong found himself in a position of disadvantage. "TCH, Zhong grumbled as he tossed Binding aside, raising his claws above his head. Upon witnessing Zhong's cessation of struggle, the explosives expert let out a sigh of relief. With a furious roar, he commanded the bindings to ensnare Zhong once more. This time, the restraints adhered to Zhong, continuously channeling energy to significantly amplify their strength. However, it proved futile against him. Meanwhile, the explosives intended to eliminate the variable that Zhong represented. The massive hand drew nearer, and just as it made contact, the explosive attempted to unleash its power, only to be met with a grimace. The energy injected into Zhong vanished, as if swallowed by the abyss. Naturally, Zhong would not grant him the luxury of astonishment. He swiftly twisted and broke the explosive's hand. Once again, the reversal plunged into the nerves of the airplane's passengers. The sudden turn of events alerted the explosive to impending disaster. Aware of his impending failure, the explosive resolved to sacrifice the lives of everyone aboard the plane for his own demise, and with a mere thought, the aircraft began to detonate. However, how could Zhong be unprepared? Self-detonation is a quintessential skill of villains. In an instant, a blue protective barrier enveloped the entire plane, casting the explosions outward beyond the shield. Yet ordinary individuals could scarcely endure such an onslaught. To them, the aircraft beneath them had vanished in an instant. Could they remain sane? Soon, they discovered themselves encased within a blue dome, floating weightlessly in the sky. Those with acrophobia were instantly paralyzed with fear, some foaming at the mouth and fainting. However, Zhong could not fly. Once inertia was lost, they succumbed to gravity's pull, plummeting downward, eliciting further terror from the temporarily reassured passengers. Those with fragile psychological resilience fainted, while the survivors erupted into panic screams. The airplane's occupants began to experience the thrill of bungee jumping from 10,000 meters. Minutes later, they began their descent. Silence enveloped the protective dome as the screams faded. With a thunderous crash, the barrier met the ocean, conjuring a towering wave of 10 meters. The unconscious were jolted awake. "Damn, I'm still alive," exclaimed a young black man, immediately directing his ire at some unseen figure, his disjointed ramblings suggesting he might never sing again. Some, still in disbelief, imagined they had arrived in paradise. Clearly, the fact that everyone was alive was a cause for celebration, yet a pressing concern emerged: how to effect a rescue. With the plane gone, signaling for help became a monumental challenge, and those with foresight began to lose hope. However, who is Zhong? In this world, there was nothing beyond his grasp. Ripping down the mental link speaker, Zhong began to enlarge, gradually transforming into a colossal version of himself. The surrounding individuals were compelled to stand upon his back, and they realized they had been saved, their faces alight with curiosity as they explored their newfound vantage point. Without the mental connector, Zhong could not speak to remind them, so he simply initiated the journey. Once again, he expanded the protective barrier, tilting his head back to absorb energy. The second wave of Godzilla was about to commence. Just as everyone marveled at Zhong's remarkable transformation, they were suddenly thrust into a powerful inertia that sent towering waves crashing around them. The astute are well aware that Zhong is currently in a state of rapid motion. However, amidst the vastness of the ocean, devoid of reference points, no one can ascertain the true speed. Yet, the nearby American warship, engaged in its mission, has a differing perspective. The captain, upon noticing an unidentified vessel swiftly approaching, is alerted by the first officer who spots the radar icon. The captain, troubled by this report, remains vigilant in a world fraught with extraordinary forces. As an ordinary captain must be cautious. Though such encounters are rare at sea, prudence is always wise. He adjusts the course to evade. Clearly, the captain has made a judicious decision. However, Zhong harbors no malicious intent. He simply sensed another vessel and swam toward it. Soon, Zhong draws nearer to the warship, and ultimately, the captain from the bridge visually perceives the towering waves. Brace for impact, he commands, issuing the correct orders. Yet, those aboard Zhong have a different perspective. With a reference point, they realize just how fast Zhong is moving. Then comes the sound of piercing screams, as the shadow of freefall looms once again. Nevertheless, an experienced navigator like Zhong knows how to avoid capsizing, executing a deft maneuver that allows him to glide alongside the warship. Unfortunately, his long tail inadvertently brushes against the warship's hull, causing only a slight tremor without any tipping. The survivors, having narrowly escaped disaster, are elated upon spotting the American vessel, waving and shouting in excitement. Ultimately, all aboard are safe, with no casualties. In the midst of their jubilation, observant individuals notice that two hijackers have mysteriously vanished. However, they have no time for reflection, as Zhong, facing the warship, causes the captain to feel a surge of anxiety. Clearly, Zhong could easily overturn his small vessel. Yet he harbors no such reckless intentions. Instead, he expels a man and a woman, both covered in a foul, unknown substance. Observing their faintly rising chests indicates they are still alive. The captain wisely calls for medical personnel to see if they can be revived. At this point, Zhong has shrunk in size and leaped onto the warship, where he is met by a throng of grateful survivors seeking autographs, though he is dismayed by the absence of kisses. Meanwhile, aided by the medics, the two culprits finally regain consciousness after expelling a thick, yellowish liquid. Fonde, quick to act, delivers two punches to render them unconscious once more, as it is evidently safer for superhumans to remain subdued. Although the medics wish to voice their thoughts, they refrain, recalling the recent events. Thus, Zhong binds the two captives with a tortoise shell and personally oversees them. Ultimately, the captain sends out a distress signal, and soon a rescue helicopter lands on the warship's helipad. Due to the number of people aboard, women and children are prioritized for evacuation, leaving a group of men remaining on the warship. As everyone awaited the arrival of the helicopter, a distinctly high-tech aircraft appeared in the sky, descending to deliver a team of individuals who carried away two still unconscious superhumans. It seemed they were being taken into custody. Among them emerged a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an amiable smile. He introduced himself as a member of SHIELD, though Zhong had no recollection of him. In reality, he was Agent Coulson, the organization's dedicated liaison for negotiations and discussions. With a characteristic smile, he greeted Zhong, leaving him feeling quite awkward. "Who are you?" "Fonde Guidi, somewhat perplexed. Have we met before?" Chapter 40, New York, USA. Although Coulson felt quite embarrassed by Zhong's words, being an exceptionally skilled social agent, he maintained his composure. Upon hearing Zhong's inquiry, He proceeded with another self-introduction. Oh, now I remember. Zhong finally recalled that Coulson was often portrayed in fan fiction as the intermediary for dialogues between protagonists and the stern director. Seeing Zhong smile prompted Coulson to return the gesture. What brings you to see me? Zhong inquired, sensing that Coulson's appearance heralded some good news. It concerns the matter of the two superhumans, Coulson replied dismissively. I don't believe that, Zhong stated bluntly, causing Coulson to feel awkward once more. After a few forced chuckles, Coulson revealed his true purpose. I would appreciate it if you could share your intentions for visiting America. Oh, it's nothing much. The world is so vast. I simply wish to explore it. In truth, Zhong had no particular agenda. He was merely eager to witness the various superheroes from the Marvel Universe. Coulson clearly did not believe Zhong's casual remarks, but given the circumstances, he refrained from probing further, wishing him a pleasant stay in America before escorting the two superhumans away. By the way, what will happen to those two? Evidently curious about the consequences of their criminal actions, they will be sent to Academy City, where there are specialized facilities for such individuals. This was no secret, and Coulson willingly shared this information. It was rather astonishing that as a prominent figure, Zhong was unaware of such matters. However, Coulson dared not elaborate further, as Academy City was currently the most powerful entity among the superhuman factions. SHIELD aspired to form a superhuman team akin to the X-Men. It struggled to find suitable candidates. Ultimately, Zhong arrived in New York City, joining the final wave of survivors. However, this version of New York was markedly different from the one he had known. It was an exceptionally open city, bustling with diverse populations and featuring superhumans who did not hide their identities. On the surface, it appeared that ordinary citizens and superhumans coexisted harmoniously. However, Zhong later discovered that New York was among the few cities worldwide that maintained friendly relations with Academy City, permitting superhumans to roam freely without registration. In other cities, all superhumans were required to register. Though some inequities remained, it was undoubtedly an improvement compared to the previous world, and Zhong was a man content with his circumstances. As he walked along the vibrant streets, his first priority was to find accommodation. It was a modest yet peculiar budget hotel that prominently advertised superhumans preferred. Thus, Zhong opted to stay here for a month, clearly intending to linger in New York for an extended period. The receptionist was evidently a superhuman, as evidenced by the fluttering wings that adorned her back. However, she was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Zhong's unabashed and beastly appearance. Although New York is an open-minded city, individuals like Zhong are still a rarity. Nevertheless, the superhuman staff was exceptionally warm-hearted, even informing Zhong about a superhuman bar where he could seek entertainment. Zhong had come to New York to fulfill a personal wish, to meet the legendary Tony Stark. In the previous world, Tony had vanished and was never seen again, and Zhong, preoccupied with other matters, hadn't ventured to the Middle East in search of him. However, this world was different. Tony had returned. Stark Industries stocks had surged. And just recently, Tony announced the closure of Stark's arms division. Clearly, Iron Man was about to make an appearance. Meanwhile, Zhong pondered on how to engage with him, especially since Tony was wealthy. In the Marvel Universe, he was often portrayed as the unsuspecting fool. Zhong contemplated whether he could possibly swindle some money. As he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Curiosity piqued. Zhong peeked out to witness a girl with a foxtail being harassed by a burly man. How absurd that such a melodramatic scene could unfold. Zhong sighed and resolved to play the hero, intending to rescue the fox girl and take her home. However, what transpired next was astonishing. Doors along the corridor swung open, revealing that nearly all the occupants of the hotel were superhumans, and they seemed remarkably united. Upon witnessing the girl being bullied by an ordinary man, they vocally condemned the brute. A few hot-headed individuals had already emerged from their rooms, ready to confront the situation physically. Given the circumstances, the harasser appeared increasingly intimidated. Faced with several muscle-bound men akin to King Billy, he finally retreated, muttering a few choice words in defeat. Zhong was taken aback by this outcome. The solidarity among superhumans was remarkable. Perhaps it was such unity that allowed superhumans to establish their presence in a world of ordinary people. Zhong mused on this realization. After this minor interlude, he observed the situation settle and hummed a tune as he retired to wash up and sleep. That night, he slept soundly. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Il va t Zhong de esprit. After enjoying breakfast at the hotel, he ventured out. Today, he decided to pay a visit to his acquaintance, Tony Stark. But how to approach someone he did not know? The solution was simple: trespass into his residence, as Tony was known for his flamboyant lifestyle, and his address could easily be found online. Consequently, Zhong hastily hailed a taxi and made his way to Tony's abode. Indeed, as a privileged heir, Tony had little to occupy his time and was at home, diligently crafting his Mark II suit. At that moment, Zhong arrived, and he entered without any pretense. "Sir, you are trespassing," Jarvis warned, lacking any offensive capability. "I am aware," Zhong casually replied, preparing to force open the locked door. Just then, Tony finally made his entrance, clearly displeased by the unexpected visit of a stranger like Zhong. "I don't care who you are. Just leave," he mocked, deriding Zhong with a sneer. Nevertheless, Zhong pushed the door open. "What do you intend to do?" Tony panicked instantly. In his current state, he was merely an ordinary man. Facing someone with extraordinary abilities felt akin to courting disaster. Zhong, in high spirits, remarked, "I heard you created an exoskeleton suit. Why not send me one?" His request was articulated clearly, yet he refrained from mentioning any financial matters. Eventually, Tony composed himself and shook his head, stating, "No, not even if you are a friend of my father's." Upon hearing Tony's response, Zhong's first reaction was one of confusion. "How did I suddenly come to know your father?" Tony clarified, "Of course, your visage is quite memorable. I encountered your photograph in my father's office during my childhood." Zhong pondered, "I have met Tony's father, yet I am unaware of it? What have I done in this world? In light of your father's reputation, how about granting me an armor?" Chapter 41. The Unspoken Tale of Zhong and Tony. However, Tony stubbornly rejected Zhong's request, leaving Zhong somewhat helpless. He had initially considered resorting to theft if negotiations failed, but the revelation of their acquaintance made him hesitant. Zhong then cleverly remarked, "Your exoskeleton suit has numerous flaws. I could assist you." This statement infuriated Tony, for he was an arrogant genius who even held disdain for his own father. "If you assert that, let us compete to see whose exoskeleton suit is superior," Tony replied, brimming with intensity. "Very well," Zhong countered without hesitation, secretly reveling in the opportunity. "However, since I have never developed such a suit, that would be unfair." Zhong feigned a look of disadvantage. Yet, Tony was no fool. "I will not simply hand over my technology to you." Zhong, however, was not after Tony's technology, but rather the design schematics of the Iron Man suit. He then stated, "I do not require your miniature reactor technology. I merely seek the initial exoskeleton suit technology." At last, Zhong's true intentions were laid bare. After contemplating, Tony ultimately acquiesced. After all, as long as one dared to dream, the creation was within reach. The core element remained the reactor. Without it, the suit would merely be a toy. Moreover, being the proud individual he was reluctant to exploit Zhong. So he agreed and provided him with a set of exoskeleton suit schematics. Thus, the friendly competition for the creation of an exoskeleton suit between Tony and Zhong commenced. Almost in jest, perhaps due to the presence of such a rival, Tony became increasingly invested in the development of his new Iron Man armor. During this period, Zhong naturally took residence in Tony's grand villa. After all, with such vast space, his presence hardly made a difference. Throughout this time, Zhong learned quite a bit from Tony. Moreover, his playful endeavor of creating an exoskeleton mech was progressing steadily and systematically. Tony, with his signature red and yellow painted suit, appeared rather pedestrian in comparison. In stark contrast, Zhong's design exuded an impressive flair, presenting a quintessential Japanese-style mech. Given Zhong's towering height of over 2 meters, his mech was considerably larger, reaching nearly 4 meters in height. The mech featured colossal wings reminiscent of a Japanese protagonist, complemented by a massive military blade designed specifically for close combat. As for ranged attacks, Zhong did not give it much thought. which led to Tony mockingly ribbing him on several occasions. Nonetheless, Zhong maintained that the true essence of mechs lay in melee combat. Undeniably captivated by the visceral thrill akin to that found in Pacific Rim. Concerning the power core, Zhong opted to utilize himself as the energy source, and he candidly admitted his lack of expertise in operating systems, instead directly copying a suite from Tony. This further incited Tony's jests, yet Zhong remained unfazed. During this time, Tony also uncovered those who sought to bring about his demise, resulting in a few days of delay. Zhong chose not to involve himself in this trivial matter, considering himself a master and believing his participation would diminish his stature. Despite the delay, upon Tony's return and after he had made modifications to his mech, their competition finally commenced. Observing Zhong's far more stylish mech, Tony's mood soured instantly. Zhong seized the opportunity to ridicule Tony's mech's design for its lack of sophistication. The contest officially began within the confines of Tony's villa. Zhong brandished his military blade, his sole weapon, while Tony readied lasers and small missiles. The battle was on the verge of eruption. An inexperienced Tony initiated the attack, launching missiles from his shoulders, but Zhong remained unperturbed, ignoring WWII locking warnings. With his exceptional dynamic vision, he deftly deflected the missiles one by one. What a spectacle! It was the first time Tony witnessed such a mind-boggling sight. The explanation came that Zhong possessed superhuman abilities, yet Tony was not one to concede easily. He prepared to unleash his hand cannon upon Zhong. However, Zhong's mech displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly evading the onslaught and soaring into the sky. He then dove towards Tony, who, undeterred, declared that his mech could also fly. They ascended into the air, facing off against each other. Yet, due to his own attributes, Zhong's speed and maneuverability far surpassed Tony's, causing all of Tony's attacks to miss their mark while Zhong seized opportunities to harass him. As their duel seemed to reach an impasse, Tony unable to strike Zhong, and Zhong unable to land a blow on Tony. It was inconceivable that Zhong lacked a plan. Being a mech of Japanese design, it undoubtedly harbored a devastating ultimate technique. However, Zhong's mech operates at an astonishing speed, achieved at the cost of sacrificing its thrusters. While the destruction of the thrusters is a trivial matter, the real concern lies in the immense gravitational acceleration that could potentially injure the pilot. Yet, as an experienced veteran, Zhong remains unfazed, observing Tony unleashing a torrent of firepower not far away. Zhong resolves to demonstrate the true romance of the mech. He activates the overclock mode, transforming the thrusters from a fiery red to a brilliant blue. Such velocity is indeed extraordinary. In an instant, Zhong breaks the sound barrier, swiftly approaching Tony along a direct trajectory. Tony, caught off guard by Zhong's unexpected prowess and lacking experience in close combat, finds himself flustered before he can mount an effective counterattack. Zhong's blade is already before him. It is clear that he has lost. Feeling dejected, Tony, the prodigy, seldom experiences defeat, except at the hands of his father, although he would never admit it. Did his father's acquaintances all possess extraordinary abilities? Tony muses silently while seated on the sofa. Meanwhile, Zhong, busy replacing the thrusters on his mech, revels in his victory, unconcerned about the costs incurred. As they are borne by Tony, having lost the match, Tony develops a keen interest in the design of Zhong's mech and musters the audacity to inquire about it. Zhong, indifferent, shares his design philosophy with Tony. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme, he quotes. Reflecting on this newly learned adage, Tony falls into contemplation. Suddenly, he looks up and asks Zhong, isn't great speed synonymous with great strength? Certainly not, Zhong retorts with a glance. My mech can instantly accelerate from 0 to breaking the sound barrier, but the cost is substantial. Subsequently, the thrusters must be replaced, and an ordinary person could never withstand such acceleration, nor match this speed. Zhong's explanation enlightens Tony, leading him to understand that the best design is not necessarily the most advanced, but rather the one that suits oneself. This realization prompts Tony, who is still mulling over his thoughts, to prepare to design his original Mark Series Iron Man suit. Chapter 42. Zhong continues to seek amusement, having indulged his passion for mechs at Tony's home and formed a camaraderie with him. Zhong eventually departs. Following Tony's grand revelation of his identity as Iron Man, he garners significant popularity, clearly demonstrating that the fascination with mechs extends beyond just Zhong and Tony. After leaving Tony's residence, Zhong returns to the Superhuman Hotel. Following their competition, he takes a moment to reflect, strolling about and teasing the fox-tailed waitress, while also indulging in some exhilarating online content. Thus, Zhong enjoys a period of tranquility, gaining a profound understanding of the superhumans, or mutants, of this world. Firstly, those superhumans who walk freely on the streets do so without any criminal record. These individuals possess a sense of justice and are willing to act heroically. The most crucial aspect of this world lies in the remarkable unity among the superhumans, a fact that has been demonstrated on multiple occasions. Central to this is the island governed by Zhong, which exhibits an exceptionally firm stance in protecting superhumans. For instance, all superhumans globally are considered the property of Academy City, regardless of their personal consent. Dissent must be kept to oneself. Moreover, any intention to join other organizations necessitates registration with Academy City, adhering to the principle of voluntary participation. Failure to comply with these stipulations may result in an unwelcome visit from the enforcers the very next day. This explains why SHIELD lacks a team of extraordinary individuals. All superhumans are registered with Academy City, essentially making them employees of the institution. However, as a covert agency with stringent confidentiality requirements, SHIELD cannot afford to hire temporary workers. It is likely that these regulations were established by Magneto, with some menacing leverage, compelled these politicians to comply. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhong, it was indeed he, not Magneto, who held the authority, though Magneto's approval was certainly favorable. Nevertheless, this remains a part of history that has been obscured. Zhong has not taken the time to delve into his own memories and is consequently unaware of these truths. The reason for his reluctance to explore his past is rooted in a fear of deception. He worries about the potential emergence of a second personality, which would complicate matters. Thus, he has discarded most of his previous memories and refrains from reminiscing about his past actions. Living in the present is Zhong's life philosophy. What is done. As he meandered through the streets of New York after dusk, reflecting on the ordinariness of life, a cacophony of terrified screams and explosions erupted from a nearby street. However, Zhong quickly abandoned his moment of introspection when a car was hurled towards him from the adjacent street, accompanied by a feral roar. Instinctively, he raised a hand to block the oncoming vehicle, simultaneously saving the bystanders beside him. "Run," he urged loudly, prompting the pedestrians to awaken from their daze and skillfully vacate the area. In the midst of the chaos, a green figure wreaked havoc, and upon closer inspection, Zhong realized it was the Abomination from the Hulk saga. The Green Giant must be lurking nearby. As a champion of justice, Zhong felt compelled to intervene and halt the Abomination's rampage. His form began to enlarge, towering slightly above the monstrous foe, as he had no intention of bullying him. The Abomination immediately took notice of Zhong, mistaking him for a similarly sized adversary. With a furious roar, it lunged towards him. At this moment, Zhong found himself quite pleased with this opponent. After all, he relished the opportunity to unleash his strength against someone formidable. With a creature like the Hulk, he was assured that he would not face the risk of fatality. The same applied to the Abomination. He felt secure in delivering a few blows without concern for mortal consequences. However, he was reluctant to embrace the Abomination's fervent attack. Instead, he swiftly countered, sending the creature reeling backward. Although Zhong had harnessed nearly 90% of his power, he still found the Abomination a formidable adversary. The Abomination, having been struck violently, struggled momentarily before managing to right itself. It was evident that the recent blow had fractured its spine. However, thanks to its grotesque regenerative abilities, the broken bones healed after a brief struggle. Witnessing the Abomination's remarkable resilience, Zhong felt a surge of joy. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in combat with anyone after the events of Pacific Rim. Yet, on board the helicopter, Dr. Banner held a different perspective. With a superhuman caught in this turmoil, he felt compelled to intervene. Ignorant of the impending danger, Banner prepared to transform into the Hulk to assist Zhong, even taking a moment to impress his girlfriend before leaping from the helicopter, leaving a crater upon his descent. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhong and the abomination raged on, as Zhong skillfully tossed the creature around with various philosophical maneuvers. Fortunately, the abomination proved to be quite durable, sustaining numerous injuries, yet remaining lively despite the relentless onslaught. Unlike the Hulk, which acted solely on rage and violence, the abomination retained a semblance of rationality. Upon recognizing its inability to overcome Zhong, it began to consider retreating. At that fortuitous moment, the Hulk descended from above. The abomination quickly turned its attention to the Hulk, eager to escape Zhong's presence. At that point, the Hulk had completely succumbed to fury, bellowing loudly before charging directly at Zhong. To the Hulk, Zhong posed a greater threat than the abomination, which left the latter in a rather awkward predicament. Ultimately, the two formidable beings, once adversaries, began to unite against Zhong. Unfazed, Zhong welcomed the challenge, realizing that whether alone or against two opponents, the outcome remained the same. Thus, he engaged in combat with both. The clash of the three titans created a cacophony, and soon, reinforcements arrived for the Hulk. The number of armed helicopters surrounding them multiplied, prompting Zhong to lose interest in continuing the fight. With a swift sweep of his tail, he pushed the Hulk aside and seized the abomination by its body and head, applying force. Blood erupted from the abomination's neck. Surprisingly not green. Zhong had always assumed the Hulk's blood would be green, yet reality proved otherwise. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this revelation for long, instead glancing at the Hulk, who appeared somewhat more handsome than the abomination. The Hulk, not lacking in intelligence, observed Zhong's effortless defeat of the abomination and the brutality displayed. Instantly, he became apprehensive, eyeing Zhong warily before turning to flee towards the outskirts of the city. Zhong made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he shrank down, awaiting the professor's arrival for extraction. Confident in his own worth, he recognized from Tony's words that he possessed some form of standing, unlike the hollow fame of a mere island lord. Before long, several soldiers approached, rifles in hand. Despite Zhong's reduced stature, his 2-meter height still exuded an air of intimidation. Stammering slightly, the soldiers requested Zhong to present his identification. Upon verifying that everything was in order, they politely invited him to join them elsewhere. Zhong, unperturbed, nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he found himself at a military base in the presence of General Ross, a man determined to capture the Hulk for a super soldier program, yet perpetually thwarted in his efforts. In the general's eyes, Zhong discerned an insatiable yearning for superhuman abilities. Ross expressed his support for the acts of valor exhibited by superhumans, and thus generously awarded Zhong $1 million as a reward. However, to ascertain Zhong's identity, he requested a verification process. Internally, Zhong merely scoffed, yet outwardly he feigned eagerness to cooperate with the military's endeavors. While Zhong was acutely aware of Ross's ulterior motives, he was oblivious to the formidable nature of Godzilla's cells, which were notoriously difficult to control. He could already foresee a future where he would encounter colossal creatures in New York. His motivations for this charade were purely to seek amusement, as it would soon provide him with monstrous companions. The thought of deceiving General Ross never crossed his mind. Ross was quite astonished by Zhong's compliance. Nevertheless, since the latter had acquiesced, Ross did not dwell on it further and promptly handed over the $1 million, courteously escorting Zhong to New York. Grasping the cash, Zhong mused on Ross's straightforwardness, noting that a promise of $1 million truly meant $1 million. As for whether this constituted a reward for bravery, it would indeed be foolish for Zhong to believe so. Chapter 43. After the turmoil, once the Hulk departed, tranquility returned to New York. The neighborhoods reduced to ruins were rapidly rebuilt, with rumors suggesting that the construction teams hailed from China, as only they could achieve such swift progress. Zhong had anticipated that he would achieve instant fame, Yet to his surprise, the government deliberately suppressed the events surrounding him. Thus, the general populace was only aware of a superhuman safeguarding New York, with no knowledge of his appearance. This revelation was quite unexpected for Zhong, who had anticipated that someone would emerge to voice their opinions. Feeling somewhat dejected, he fell back into the monotony of daily life, which was particularly stifling due to his lack of a romantic partner. His days comprised aimless wandering or remaining cooped up at home. Ultimately, feeling driven to the brink of madness, he sought out Tony, a person he could consider a friend. Zhong possessed a delightful habit of visiting friends unannounced. He sauntered leisurely to Tony's grand villa and effortlessly slipped inside. This time, J.A.R.V.S. had left the door unlocked, informed Tony of his arrival, and graciously ushered Zhong inside. However, Zhong found J.A.R.V.S. to be quite astute, akin to a human. Yet, his understanding of artificial intelligence was limited, so he refrained from voicing any thoughts and settled onto the sofa, indulging in the snacks laid out on the coffee table. Tony's lifestyle was rather extravagant, even in broad daylight. He emerged from a room, flanked by two statuesque women, a drink in hand. As an ordinary man, he was already quite inebriated and, with a slurred tongue, introduced Zhong. The two women showed a fleeting interest but quickly lost it, as no one was particularly intrigued by a large lizard. They soon drifted away to engage in other amusements with Tony. Zhong felt a profound sense of emptiness wash over him. Finding himself in such a tedium, he decided to recharge his mind and requested J.A.R.V.S. to fetch some scientific and technical literature. Thus, he began to peruse the materials. Although he now embodied Godzilla, he was not devoid of intellect. On the contrary, he was quite astute. With patience, he could gradually comprehend the written word. In this manner, it was evident that Zhong had spent an entire night observing, while Tony reveled in the company of beautiful women, succumbing to slumber upon the couch. Zhong refrained from tucking Tony in, for he held a disinclination towards men. At the break of dawn, Zhong ventured into Tony's private laboratory, extracting the previously crafted Japanese-style mech frame to experiment with some new ideas. However, after a while, his interest waned. During this period, Tony awakened and, upon discovering Zhong lost in contemplation over the mech, excitedly shared various concepts related to it. Clearly, Zhong was the only one with whom Tony could engage in discourse regarding the realm of mechs. Zhong patiently absorbed Tony's words, then casually inquired if he had resolved the issue on his chest. Instantly, Tony's enthusiasm dissipated, indicating that he had yet to find a solution. Zhong suggested, perhaps you could seek assistance in Academy City. It was at this moment that Zhong recalled the familiar yet foreign artificial island. Tony, displaying a hint of his usual pride, expressed that he would consider the suggestion. For the ensuing 2 months, Zhong remained in this locale, diligently studying and replenishing his knowledge. During this time, a striking woman arrived, and Zhong instantly recognized her as the S.H.L.D. agent, Black Widow, exceedingly beautiful, particularly in her form. The playboy Tony, naturally, found himself intrigued by her. However, Black Widow was no easy conquest, and Tony's attempts proved fruitless. Gradually, due to his physical condition, he began to seek solutions. Yet, much like in the original narrative, he found himself at a standstill, descending into a state of despair. He spent his days indulging in alcohol and fleeting encounters with women, as if trying to hastily consume both pleasure and the absence of it. In fact, Tony even drafted a will, and to Zhong's astonishment, included him among the few friends he cherished. Unable to bear witness to Tony's pitiful state any longer, Zhong reached out to Magneto for assistance. Undoubtedly, the minuscule metallic particles within Tony's bloodstream posed no challenge for Magneto, who could extract iron ions from blood with ease. Upon hearing Zhong's proposal, Tony was taken aback, marveling at the wonders of superhumans, and felt a surge of joy at the prospect of potentially extending his life for decades. That very evening, a grand celebration was held, reportedly attended by all the cover girls Tony had once courted. Zhong, not particularly fond of such boisterous environments, nevertheless felt compelled to participate out of courtesy. while also taking the opportunity to help Tony organize his wine cellar. He then awaited Magneto's arrival. This version of Magneto was markedly different from the one Zhong had known, though equally formidable. He lacked the inclination to threaten humanity with destruction as he had in the past. Instead, he adopted a hawkish stance, maintaining a firm demeanor towards ordinary individuals. Perhaps this transformation was a result of fatherhood. Zhong mused, recalling the little girl next door in the old Magneto's household. Sighing unexpectedly, he was uncertain why such a sentiment had overtaken him. A few days later, old Magneto arrived at Tony's residence, soaring in a modified Blackbird. After a brief, casual conversation with Zhong, he waved to assist Tony before departing. During this interaction, he exchanged not a single word with Tony, maintaining an air of aloofness. Tony had intended to express his gratitude to Old Juan, but upon observing Old Juan's cold demeanor and the resemblance to his father's age, he found himself unable to voice his sentiments. Strangely, shortly after Old Juan's departure, Black Widow arrived at Tony's residence to report on her work. As she passed by Zhong, she cast a profoundly significant glance in his direction, leaving him perplexed. However, with Tony's physical issues only just resolved and his wounds still in need of healing, it was inconvenient for him to meet anyone, prompting him to ask Black Widow to leave the documents outside. Having placed the files down, Black Widow prepared to leave. Yet, Zhong was intrigued by her earlier gaze and inquired, "Why did you look at me that way, Agent of S.H.L.D.?" He attempted to mimic her expression, albeit rather comically. Despite the humor in Zhong's imitation, his words were anything but amusing. Black Widow immediately became wary. As an agent, the fundamental skill was to conceal one's identity, particularly as a top operative of S.H.L.D. "How did you discern my identity?" she questioned, her hand subtly moving towards her back, seemingly reaching for her weapon. "I possess telepathic abilities. Your memories are an open book to me. Son de fabricati da lie nonchalantly." Aware of Zhong's formidable combat prowess, having effortlessly defeated 2 Hulks, Black Widow hesitated to act against him. Drawing her weapon was merely a means of self-assurance. Yet, Zhong was acutely aware of her intentions and remarked, "I shall inform Tony of your identity." "You cannot do that," Black Widow retorted, her urgency palpable. She had applied for the role specifically for Tony. If he were to learn the truth, her mission would be jeopardized. "You may choose not to inform him, but you must offer something in return." Zhong chuckled mischievously. Chapter 44. I have a foreboding this chapter will witness death. Observing Zhong's lewd demeanor, Black Widow quickly recalled certain unspeakable thoughts. "No, I cannot." Although she was Black Widow, she felt no attraction toward a creature like Zhong. "What do you mean you cannot?" Zhong, innocent yet quickly realizing the implications, silently thought, "You can engage with the Hulk, but not with me?" It was evident he perceived the relationship between Black Widow and the Hulk as rather intense. Nevertheless, if that were the case, perhaps he too had a chance. Zhong's thoughts turned wicked, while Zhong's imagination roamed freely. General Ross's obsession with the super soldier program faced unforeseen complications. Experimental data had been stolen by an unknown individual, and Ross suspected S.H.I.E.L.D. was behind the theft. Due to Zhong's presence, the original world had undergone significant changes. The Abomination, once defeated by the Hulk, had been killed by Zhong. Consequently, General Ross could only gather samples from the deceased to continue his super soldier program. Moreover, with the inclusion of Zhong's blood, this initiative was destined for failure, only to become increasingly perilous. Regrettably, the Hulk remains a target of military pursuit, while the Abomination has been lauded as a hero among American soldiers. With the demise of the Abomination, S.H.I.E.L.D. refrained from intervening. However, Hydra, covertly nestled within S.H.I.E.L.D., took a keen interest in the Abomination's research and resorted to underhanded tactics to purloin the latest experimental data. Consequently, General Ross was incensed and accelerated the super soldier program. Surprisingly, the cells derived from Zhong yielded remarkable results, significantly enhancing the new animal test subjects compared to their predecessors. Nonetheless, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. All subjects became grotesque, developing triangular dorsal fins and hardened, scaled skin, their appearances increasingly resembling that of Chengde. The military typically prioritizes results, and upon witnessing such pronounced advancements, General Ross resolved to commence clinical human trials. Despite the inherent taboo surrounding such undertakings, the sourcing of test subjects posed a challenge. Even lawful human trials would face public outrage if exposed. Thus, the military often resorts to clandestine methods, ensuring that subjects are both legal and voluntary, while striving to keep the populace unaware. Ross found himself in a quandary, burdened by the necessity of appeasing public aesthetics while pursuing the might of America. However, where there is light, darkness lingers, and Ross began scouting for candidates in less savory locales. It was then that Wade, a mercenary, captured Ross's attention. Previously part of the organization, Wade had been discarded due to his failure to manifest superhuman abilities. Coincidentally, his profile matched Ross's criteria for test subjects, and adhering to a principle of waste not. Why not? Wade was delivered to Ross. Awakening from a harsh ordeal, Wade discovered he was no longer in a rundown factory, but rather a military base. Surrounded by soldiers clad in American uniforms, Wade, ever the chatterbox, paid little heed to his circumstances and jovially engaged with the soldiers nearby, oblivious to the gravity of his situation. "Hey, are you here to rescue me? I didn't realize the military cared so much for the people. Wait, am I in America? I was in Canada. Let go of me. Where are you taking me?" Even Wade, despite his dim-wittedness, sensed something amiss. Yet, struggling proved futile as he was thrust into a familiar operating room. "Damn it, this is reminiscent of my mother's influence," he lamented, recognizing the scent of antiseptic and various peculiar vials. Despair washed over him. As a doctor entered clad in a lab coat, Wade's restlessness resumed. "Honestly, this place isn't so bad. At least this bed is comfortable." Clearly, the military's laboratory was far cleaner than his previous surroundings. However, no one paid him any mind. After being affixed with numerous tubes, they began injecting him with a serum that combined the essence of Godzilla and the Hulk. The serum cells successfully assimilated the Hulk's genetic material, with the original cell organelles designed to store the Infinity Stones being replaced by the Hulk's unique high-energy protein. However, the cells exhibited a domineering trait. Regardless of the energy source, they would expel atomic breath. When Wade was injected with the verdant liquid, an odd sensation enveloped him, as if something were intent on consuming him. Yet, he felt no pain, and his chatter led him to speak, only to be seized by convulsions. The scientists outside the laboratory were utterly astonished by Wade's frenzied spasms. They had never witnessed such a pronounced reaction even in mice. Suddenly, Wade ceased his thrashing, his body temperature plummeting and heartbeat halting. "Has the experiment failed?" inquired a relatively young scientist. "Patience, be cautious," replied the older, more experienced scientist beside him. After a moment of silence, the group opened the door, preparing to handle Wade, who lay there with a serene expression. However, upon unlocking Wade's restraints, they sensed something amiss. Yet it was too late. Wade erupted, striking one scientist squarely in the face. Seizing a syringe from the surgical table, he punctured the necks of several others. Once freed from the leather restraints binding his limbs, the base erupted in alarm. Evidently, another test subject had escaped from General Ross's facility. Now liberated, Wade's mouth began to run amok. "I sincerely apologize for my earlier forcefulness," he remarked contritely to the lifeless white coats around him. But the distant shouts of soldiers reached his ears, prompting Wade to pray once more before locating a small handgun amidst the corpses and exiting the laboratory. Wade, being astute, understood that even his newfound prowess could not withstand overwhelming numbers, so he sought refuge in the ventilation ducts. The rusted silver panels still managed to reflect his handsome visage. To his surprise, this experiment had not marred his appearance. Pondering why he had even considered the prospect of disfigurement, Wade shook off the bizarre thoughts and prepared to escape the military complex through the ducts. However, he had barely ascended a few rungs when a rifle shot pierced through the metal. "How could you have discovered me?" Wade gasped in disbelief. "Of course. We use a life detection device. How could the U.S. military be without such technology?" He then spotted General Ross holding a device resembling a power bank. "Eliminate him," commanded Ross, unwilling to entertain any further complications, as he had already faced considerable troubles recently. Wade's small handgun stood no chance against the soldier's formidable weapons, and he was instantly riddled with bullets. Yet, unbeknownst to Wade, who lay feigning death, his body was undergoing a monumental transformation. The hybrid serum of Godzilla and the Hulk was triumphing, gaining an undeniable upper hand in the battle against the super healing factors, beginning the process of assimilating Wade's cells. This was, of course, thanks to the support of the American soldiers. Otherwise, Wade's disfigurement would have taken longer to manifest. Yet, as he was discarded into a body bag, Wade commenced a dramatic metamorphosis. First, triangular dorsal fins sprouted from his back, while his visage morphed into that of a reptilian creature. Due to the influence of the super healing factor, the once angular features on the lizard-like head had become smooth and rounded. Wade's face remained intact, but that was only because it no longer resembled a human visage. Shortly thereafter, a medical staff member received orders to transport Wade's body to the laboratory, where a new cohort of scientists sought inspiration and insight to refine the super soldier program. However, this occasion proved to be markedly different. Chapter 45, New Godzilla. Upon unzipping the body bag, the scientists were met with astonishment. A creature, resembling a grotesque version of Wade, emerged from within, completely devoid of its former human appearance. "Prepare for dissection," came the command, as several technicians hurriedly lifted Wade onto the operating table. A group of individuals was poised to commence their work with scalpels in hand, but just as the lead surgeon was about to make the first incision, a pair of green, beastly eyes abruptly opened, their black slit pupils exuding an air of cold ferocity. The assemblage of scientists, taken aback by the unexpected revival of what they believed to be a lifeless corpse, found themselves bereft of time for further astonishment. The indifferent monstrosity swiftly seized the surgeon's scalpel, leading to a cacophony of chaos in the laboratory before plunging into an eerie silence. With a roar, the blood-sensing creature became increasingly feral, making its escape from the lab without concealment. The corridor lay deserted, as it was precisely the lunch hour. However, a minimal security presence remained. As the creature reached the end of the hallway, two soldiers fortuitously passed by and beheld the lizard-like humanoid monster. "Who are you? Raise your hands," they commanded, their vigilance prompting them to aim their weapons. Yet, the frenzied beast had no intention of heeding their words and lunged at the two soldiers, prompting immediate gunfire. Unfortunately, the creature's thick, armored scales rendered their bullets ineffective. Realizing the futility of their efforts, one soldier, exhibiting a modicum of cleverness, bolted without a second thought. "Hey, wait!" the other soldier exclaimed, momentarily stunned by his comrade's abrupt retreat. The monster then pounced, followed by a horrifying scream that echoed through the corridor. The remaining soldier, hearing the dreadful sound, dared not linger and quickly called for backup, triggering the alarm throughout the base. The soldiers, who had been dining, hastily retrieved their weapons, preparing to confront the rogue experiment. Damn it, twice in one day. Can't these scientists conduct their experiments with a modicum of caution and ensure safety? David, an ordinary soldier, complained to his roommate. "Enough. Once we sort this out, I want to get back to my meal." His teammate, a glutton, lamented over his half-eaten food. A small team commenced their patrol, intent on locating the unruly experiment. Fortunately for David, another squad encountered the monster before them. The anguished screams of those unfortunate souls and the chilling roars of the beast reverberated through the public channel, instilling dread in all surviving soldiers. Thankfully, General Ross had prior experience dealing with escapees of such experiments and understood that ordinary soldiers would be ill-equipped to face them. Thus, he instructed the squads to band together and secure the remaining exits of the base. The surviving team began to converge towards the exit, striving to fend off the monstrous onslaught. However, Wade, transformed into a creature, had long since shed his humanity and wisdom. He approached the exit, oblivious to the dangers, and confronted a throng of U.S. soldiers. Upon learning of the creature's location, General Ross commanded all station troops to converge on the monster. intending to utilize human firepower and weaponry to subdue it. Yet, upon witnessing the creature firsthand, he gasped in astonishment. Before him stood a humanoid lizard clad in green scales. Its ferocity palpable, towering around 4 meters, even more imposing than the Hulk. General Ross issued an immediate order, realizing that their current firepower could only suppress the creature, while any hopes of extermination were far from attainable. Fortunately, U.S. military support arrived promptly. Soon, a tank rolled to the exit, pivoting its turret to directly target the beast. With a thunderous roar, a depleted uranium round struck true, penetrating the creature's skin and burrowing deep within, a lethal blow. The monster was hurled to the ground, lifeless. The soldiers present erupted into cheers, momentarily halting their fire. However, their jubilation was short-lived as the creature rose once more, its wounds rapidly mending, the embedded round expelled from its body. The soldiers were left in stunned silence, their perception shattered. Only a few seasoned veterans reacted swiftly, reloading and firing again. Yet, their sparse bullets failed to impede the creature's advance. Enraged, the tank fired another round, but this time the monster was merely knocked down, quickly regaining its feet. The horrific adaptability of its cells and super healing factor, combined with the Hulk's sheer strength, left General Ross bewildered by the monstrosity he had inadvertently created. The tank could no longer halt the creature's relentless progress, which charged through the American lines. Ensuing chaos and carnage as flesh and screams filled the air. Ultimately, the tank barricading the entrance was effortlessly lifted and thrown 10 meters away by the furious beast. As the creature surged forth, General Ross realized the gravity of his predicament. In less than 2 weeks, 3 monsters, either directly or indirectly linked to him, threatened to wreak havoc on the city center. The creature's escape trajectory pointed ominously towards New York. Just as the monster fled, Zhong felt a sudden surge of awareness. It seemed General Ross's experiment had been remarkably successful. Closing his aerodynamics book, Zhong resolved to confront this experimental subject. Tony, witnessing Zhong's abrupt decision, was taken aback. Over the past few days, he had come to appreciate Zhong's exceptional capabilities. Not only was he a formidable superhuman, but his intellect was also remarkable. During this time, Zhong had remained seated on the couch, motionless and sleepless, absorbing knowledge with a photographic memory akin to a machine scanning data. Proud Tony could not help but concede that Zhong's genius was on par with his own. Additionally, having traversed the Pacific Rim world, Zhong provided numerous insights regarding the structural design of the machinery. Tony is imbued with the notion that larger is inherently better, believing that a diminutive mech lacks any real prowess. He also received some rather dubious advice, such as the concept of a neural mechanical connection that would enable Tony to control the mech with greater fluidity. While the idea is commendable, the technology is far from straightforward to implement. Nevertheless, the confident genius Tony is convinced that he will soon create one. As Zhong rises to depart, he captures Tony's attention. "Where are you off to, brother?" Tony inquires, taken aback by Zhong's abrupt exit. "To save the world," Zhong replies. "Something akin to the previous incident in New York has emerged, and I intend to confront it." Zhong does not conceal his intentions. "Oh, I want to go too." Tony expresses immediate interest. Zhong glances at him, saying, "Forget it. With your little gadgets, they could dismantle you in an instant." Zhong is not convinced of the durability of Tony's mech. "No worries, I've already upgraded it," Tony retorts, then eagerly rushes to the basement to don the mech. Seeing this, Zhong refrains from dissuading him. Before long, a towering 3-meter mech stands before Zhong, adorned in a red and gold livery, quintessentially Tony's style. "What do you think of my new mech?" Tony's voice emanates from within. Observing the mech, which bears a resemblance to a prototype Hulkbuster, Zhong comments, "Not bad." This remark slightly irks Tony. "Let us go where to?" Tony, eager to test the mech's capabilities, directly asks Zhong for the location. "Hanford Nuclear Facility in Washington State." Zhong states with precision. "How do you know that?" Tony inquires, intrigued. "Because I'm a superpowered individual," Zhong replies dismissively. Noticing Zhong's reluctance to elaborate, Tony shrugs and proposes, "Let us race to Hanford." With that, he takes off in a flash. Zhong shakes his head in resignation before vanishing in a burst of blue light. When it comes to speed, Tony is destined for disappointment against Zhong, who possesses the Space Stone. While Tony is still airborne, Zhong is already awaiting the arrival of the experimental subject at Hanford. After a fierce battle and a long trek, Wade, transformed into a monster, begins to lose the green hue of the Hulk, revealing his naturally dark-scaled appearance. It seems the Hulk's rage has a time limit. Meanwhile, Wade gradually regains his sanity. Who am I? Where am I? Wade's mind is still somewhat foggy, but the unfamiliar buildings and streets indicate he has no recollection of his actions during his unconscious state. Those around him point and stare, as if beholding a monster. What is wrong? Am I too handsome? Wade wonders, only to be met with ominous glances from the crowd. In a panic, he rushes to a nearby car's reflective surface to confront his reflection. Upon seeing the grotesque visage staring back at him, Wade is overwhelmed with despair. Heartbroken, he stumbles away from the street and retreats to a secluded corner. Clearly, transforming into a beastly face is far more difficult to accept than mere disfigurement. As he inwardly wrestled with his thoughts, an alluring sensation emanated from within, enveloping his entire being. This feeling was akin to Wade's first encounter after months of abstinence from a woman's touch during his days of battle, as intoxicating as a wedding night. Forgive Wade his crudeness, for such moments were his sole source of solace. Defenseless against this allure, Wade found himself drawn to the Hanford nuclear plant, where he encountered a creature resembling him, squatting in an Asian-style posture. Is it you who has transformed me into this and lured me here? Wade seethed with anger. No. What attracted you is this, Zhong replied, gesturing toward the seemingly dilapidated factory behind him. Observing Zhong's audacious demeanor, Wade hesitated to ascertain the truth in his words and ventured inside the factory. Indeed, certain primal instincts within him remained unchanged. Zhong mused as he watched the more humanoid lizard enter the nuclear facility. As anticipated, Wade's intrusion sent the employees fleeing in terror. He successfully reached a storage area brimming with nuclear waste. Gazing at the heavy door, Wade exerted his strength to pry it open. Upon entering the warehouse, he found himself invigorated rather than incapacitated by the lethal radiation. His cells rejoiced, and his own power began to amplify. However, the method of absorbing radiation proved too slow for his liking, and without fear of mortality, he seized a chunk from a container and devoured it. I can hardly believe how delicious this glowing green substance is, he mused, blissfully oblivious to the warning labels on the containers. While Wade indulged, Zhong awaited Tony outside. How could you be faster than me? Tony exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Zhong had outpaced him. I can teleport. You cannot possibly compete with me. Zhong replied with a bemused expression. Tony found himself at a loss for words. How foolish of me to race against someone who can teleport. But I had no idea he possessed such a power. Fortunately, Tony was not one to dwell on trivialities. Where's that person? I must meet him, he asserted, clearly not forgetting his purpose. There, Zhong indicated towards the factory. Can your suit shield against radiation? Of course, Tony replied, confident in the comprehensive enhancements made to his armor, including nuclear and biochemical protections. Then you may enter, Zhong directed towards the door. Aren't you coming? Tony inquired, puzzled. I will await your good news outside, Zhong stated. Zhong's behavior struck Tony as peculiar, yet he refrained from questioning it and strode into the waste facility. Inside, the creature had begun to feast heartily, its size increasing, subtly mirroring the stature of Godzilla. However, Wade was but a diminished version of Godzilla, ceasing to grow further upon reaching 10 meters in height. Nevertheless, he was indeed a small monster, at least in the eyes of ordinary people, who would perceive him as a colossal beast. Yet, Tony, being a relatively astute, ordinary individual, remained unfazed. Inside the 3-meter-tall mech, Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the creature facing away from him. Suddenly, he realized how profoundly true Zhong's words were. His mech felt akin to a mere toy. Yet, surrendering was not an option. Having come this far, he could not cower. An orange-yellow laser struck the creature's back, successfully capturing Wade's attention. Upon turning around, Wade beheld a diminutive mech on the ground. You are Iron Man, He recalled Tony's public revelation of his identity upon seeing the red and yellow painted mech. "What do you want from me?" Wade, still in his monstrous form, was evidently irritable. He attempted to hurl Tony out of the factory. However, Tony's mech was far more agile, effortlessly evading the assault while returning fire with several lasers. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of blows. As time passed, Wade, possessing extensive combat experience, gradually acclimated to his dramatically enlarged physique. Unfortunately for Tony, amidst the tussle, he was inadvertently ensnared by Wade's grasp. "I've got you now, little bug," Wade declared, relishing his advantage. "Ha, caught you, didn't I?" he exclaimed, as he began prying open Iron Man's armor, commenting, "This mech must have cost a fortune. If you hand it over, I might spare your life." He punctuated his taunts by poking Tony's helmet, producing a clanging sound. "You wish," Tony retorted, his pride unwavering even in captivity, struggling fiercely against his predicament. Yet, the disparity in their sizes made it evident how futile his efforts were. Though Wade was audacious, he was not foolish. After verbally toying with Iron Man, he unceremoniously tossed him aside. With a resounding crash, Tony was propelled through a wall, landing beside Zhong, his battered mech shedding numerous parts and sparking ominously. It appeared that Tony's mech was on the brink of failure. Nevertheless, Tony struggled to his feet, managing to get his mech operational, albeit barely. "The quality seems decent," Zhong mused. "Looks like you can't win, can you?" he observed as a disheveled Tony emerged from the wreckage, grumbling, "When I return, I shall upgrade this mech." True to his nature, Tony remained defiantly proud. After having sent Iron Man flying, Wade indulged in his self-satisfaction before contemplating escape. Given Tony's stature as a major arms dealer, he undoubtedly had powerful connections. Having just emerged from military base, Wade had no desire to return. With a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the nuclear waste in the barrel, carelessly stuffing some into a bag before preparing to leave. However, reality proved harsh. As Wade burst through the wall, Zhong stood before him. "How about coming with me to Academy City?" Zhong invited. Chapter 47. A father strikes his son, Pseudo, now standing at 10 meters tall. Wade felt an unprecedented surge of confidence as he looked down at Zhong, who was merely 2 meters high. Wade thought to himself that this lizard-like figure must be out of his mind, daring to obstruct him at such a diminutive size. He dismissed Zhong and continued forward, intending to crush him beneath his massive foot. Upon witnessing Wade's disregard, Zhong could only shake his head in resignation. A luminous blue aura erupted from his being, and he ascended to a towering height of 20 meters before Tony and Wade. Clearly, this altitude was more than sufficient to contend with Wade. However, Wade was utterly dismayed, exclaiming, "Damn it, you're cheating." Even as he voiced his frustration, the author had no intention of granting Wade any advantages. Despite Zhong's greater stature, Wade was undeterred and charged forward, preparing to engage in combat. It was evident that Wade, as a mercenary, possessed superior fighting skills, yet Zhong was no slouch, matching him blow for blow. As the battle dragged on without any clear advantage, Wade quickly realized that Zhong was not exerting his full strength. Fearing the imminent arrival of military forces, he contemplated fleeing. Yet, Zhong was unwilling to grant him such an opportunity, ensnaring him and preventing his escape. "Damn it, do you have a crush on me? For the sake of family resemblance, let me go." Wade, having exhausted his insults, resorted to begging for mercy, losing all semblance of dignity. "Family?" Zhong's expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. "In a sense, he could be considered my son." However, he swiftly dismissed that thought. The combination of Wade's escape and the nuclear facility's anomalies alerted SHIELD to the unfolding situation. A lone passerby had covertly approached the site. Yet, SHIELD was left with little more than a handful of capable agents and a single enhanced Black Widow, lacking substantial combat power. Satellite imagery revealed extensive damage to the nuclear facility, with surrounding radiation levels presumably perilously high. Thus, the agents could only observe from a safe distance. In stark contrast to the agents' fears, the radiation leaking from the facility was largely absorbed by the two colossal figures of Zhong and Wade. However, the W-W-I-I-E-L-D. Agents, lacking Geiger counters, dared not venture into the radiated zone. Zhong found it effortless to subdue Wade, effortlessly exchanging blows until he decided to unleash an atomic breath to incapacitate him. To his astonishment, Wade retaliated with a feeble attempt of his own, yet its effectiveness paled in comparison to Zhong's. Consequently, Zhong dismissed Wade's attack with indifference. Injured and unable to flee, Wade had no choice but to surrender. Without further ado, Zhong seized him and tore through space, reappearing on the island of Academy City. Wade was taken aback by the sudden change of scenery. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, he relinquished his resistance and set aside his ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, the professor arrived in his latest hovering wheelchair, teasingly remarking, "Zhong, it seems you brought your relative along." It was evident that Zhong and Wade bore a striking resemblance, save for their differing heights. No, he acquired my serum and infected his cells, resulting in this transformation. Remarkably, he has not lost his reason. It appears he possesses superhuman abilities himself. One could consider him an esper, Zhong elucidated. Upon hearing this, the professor's jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Is that so? He activated his powers, delving into Wade's mind to witness the events that had led to the current situation. It seemed that the X-Men had work ahead of them. Upon witnessing the research on artificial mutants, the professor's demeanor darkened significantly, indicating that this particular project was likely on the verge of failure. Simultaneously, Wade became acutely aware that his mind had been thoroughly scrutinized, leading him to protest vociferously, "You bald-headed man, how dare you invade my privacy? I shall sue you." Clearly, with Zhong present, Wade refrained from physical confrontation, resorting instead to his foolish antics, which unfortunately went unnoticed by both Zhong and the professor. "I'll sue you, and you too." Wade continued to holler in vain, ultimately disrupting the conversation between Zhong and the professor. This incited Zhong's desire, prompting him to deliver a swift reprimand to Wade, who, submissively, fell silent. Once Zhong and the professor concluded their discussion, a flash of blue light vanished, leaving Wade abandoned on the island. As Zhong departed, Wade's composure unraveled, but he found himself immobilized in an instant, clearly under the professor's control. "Be obedient, my boy," the professor's voice echoed within Wade's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. "Are you all monsters?" Wade screamed internally, grappling with the realization that just when he believed he was invincible, he was confronted by even more grotesque beings. His psyche was in tatters. After leaving the Academy City, Zhong arrived in the southern United States, quite close to Mexico. His presence here was prompted by the impending descent of a hammer from the heavens. Zhong sought the hammer's master, for he deemed there were scarcely any adversaries on Earth capable of rivaling him. Thus, he aspired to leverage this hammer to venture beyond the confines of Earth into broader realms. Meanwhile, Wade was unwittingly ensnared in the professor's plan to recalibrate his worldview. Having never visited this desolate location before, Zhong found himself somewhat disoriented, oblivious to his surroundings. Observing the barren landscape devoid of any shelter, he realized he would have to embark on foot in search of a populated area. The region near the U.S.-Mexico border was exceedingly desolate. After considerable time traversing the wilderness, Zhong finally spotted a structure in the distance, prompting him to hasten towards it, embodying the spirit of a determined traveler. However, being Godzilla, he was impervious to the fatigue that would typically accompany such a journey. By midday, he reached the building, which turned out to be a gas station nestled in the wilderness. Zhong strode confidently inside, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere. Two armed bandits, one brandishing a shotgun aimed at the cashier and the other at the customers, created an air of tension. My apologies, I must have wandered into the wrong place." Zhong attempted to retreat, only to find a shotgun pointed at his head. "Don't move, or I'll pull the trigger." The two robbers, clearly novices, exhibited signs of anxiety. The emergence of a superhuman only heightened their apprehension, as they feared their first armed robbery was about to unravel disastrously. Disregarding the threat entirely. "Don't move," one bandit insisted, though his body betrayed him, causing him to inadvertently discharge his weapon. Yet, Zhong remained unfazed, effortlessly incapacitating the assailant with a swift motion. The other bandit, witnessing Zhong's indifference to the firearm, realized that his fate of imprisonment was now inevitable. With a swift toss of his firearm, he raised his hands above his head. Observing another robber's compliance, Zhong chose not to unleash a barrage of his Godzilla stun punch combo. Subsequently, several individuals bound the two criminals. To Zhong's surprise, he encountered an acquaintance in this desolate location. Chapter 48. The Hammer from the Sky. It was truly unexpected to run into someone familiar in such an obscure place. Though this person could hardly be called a friend, he greeted Zhong with a polite yet unembarrassed smile. "Ah, Mr. Zhong, we meet again," said Coulson. "Oh, it's you," Zhong replied, recalling their previous encounter aboard a naval vessel. "What was your name again?" Although he remembered the face, the name eluded him. Coulson's smile faltered momentarily. "I am Coulson. I hope that next time we meet, Mr. Zhong will remember me." He reminded himself not to feel offended. "Haha, Coulson. It's good to see you again." Zhong responded without a trace of awkwardness, embracing Coulson as if they were old friends. "I never imagined I would run into you in this godforsaken place. It's quite unbelievable. By the way, where are you headed, Coulson?" WWII. "I'm making a trip to New Mexico." Coulson couldn't divulge the specifics, but shared the general direction. "New Mexico? I'm on my way to Mexico. Could you give me a lift?" Zhong asked. "Of course, the gas money will be reimbursed anyway," Coulson agreed, not concerning himself with the implications of crossing the U.S. border. Thus, Zhong climbed into Coulson's sleek automobile. Soon, they arrived in a tiny, desolate town with sparse vegetation. Desembarque. Intending to traverse on foot into Mexico, Coulson turned around and set off for New Mexico. Once in Mexico, Zhong began his quest for the legendary hammer of Thor. However, he soon realized that the number of superpowered individuals was significantly diminished here. Consequently, he attracted curious and disdainful glances from the locals. Unlike the abundance of superhumans in New York, here they were a rare breed, making Zhong's striking appearance quite conspicuous. As he strolled down the street, the attention had become part of his daily routine, so he paid little mind to it. Zhong decided to indulge in the local cuisine and purchase some items, such as cigars. His friend, Wolverine, was quite fond of them, claiming they were quite enjoyable. Zhong figured he might as well give them a try, considering his imposing stature and social demeanor. Without hesitation, he made his way to a shop. "I'd like a box of cigars and a pair of stylish sunglasses," he commanded, startling the shopkeeper with his formidable presence. "Come on, hurry up." Zhong expressed his dissatisfaction with the shopkeeper's momentary daze. "Oh, right." The shopkeeper, finally snapping back to reality, hurriedly began gathering the requested items. While waiting, Zhong idly observed the television in the store. In New Mexico, a hammer inexplicably fell from the sky, and to this day, no one has dared to touch it. A group of citizens, however, endeavored to lift this hammer from its pit, drawing the attention of some American news outlets. When Zhong witnessed this scene, he was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this Mexico? What exactly was New Mexico? Though he had wandered into the wrong place, Zhong felt there was still an opportunity for redemption. He swiftly consulted his phone's map and vanished in a flash of light. Meanwhile, the delayed store clerk stood in confusion, suspecting that Zhong had stolen something and hastily checked the surveillance footage, which only deepened his bewilderment. In a sudden flash, Zhong appeared from a beam of blue light, his senses tingling as he realized the hammer was not far from him. The vicinity was bustling with curious Americans intrigued by the seemingly immovable hammer. One elderly gentleman, seated in the back of a small pickup truck, attempted to secure the hammer with a steel cable, only for the truck bed to snap under the strain. This was Stan Lee. Zhong recognized the legendary cameo artist, rumored to be an extraordinary observer according to the speculations of netizens. Cautiously, Zhong utilized his perception to assess the elderly man from head to toe, concluding that he was merely an ordinary individual. Perhaps the presence of such a powerful figure was overwhelming. Nonetheless, Zhong's primary focus remained on the hammer. Although he aspired to reach Asgard and awaited the arrival of Thor, the narrative had only just begun. It was likely to be a while before Thor made his appearance. Around him, numerous individuals were attempting to lift the hammer, igniting a sense of excitement within Zhong. Observing a betting pool forming, he could no longer remain idle. "Step aside. Let me give it a try," he called out, drawing the attention of the crowd. Standing at over 2 meters tall, he possessed an imposing presence. Moreover, it was evident to onlookers that he was a superhuman, prompting them to clear a space for him. "I possess the space stone. I should be able to lift this hammer," Zhong mused inwardly, recalling how Vision had lifted it in Avengers: Age of Ultron. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the handle of the hammer. To his surprise, the hammer resisted him as if it possessed a will of its own, clearly reluctant to be lifted. However, the struggle was futile, and Zhong effortlessly hoisted the hammer into the air. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, as if they themselves had achieved the feat yet. The hammer had a different sentiment. Despite being lifted, Zhong was not its true master and thus did not receive Thor's armor. Unfazed, he set the hammer back down, proclaiming, "Whoever can lift the hammer shall receive it," as he placed his foot upon its handle. This elicited a wave of joy among the onlookers. Although they were unable to lift the hammer, Thor assured them that there would certainly be someone who could. Once found, they would be rewarded with a wondrous hammer. Meanwhile, Heimdall observed everything clearly from Asgard. Naturally, the neighbors, relatives, and friends gathered to try their luck with the hammer, and soon, the number of people aware of its existence grew exponentially. Meanwhile, Thor, having put on a show, rented a room in a nearby town, awaiting the arrival of the rightful owner. Shortly thereafter, SHIELD arrived to escort these American citizens away and constructed a temporary laboratory around the hammer, akin to a vegetable greenhouse, where a group of scientists began their research. Before long, Coulson knocked on Thor's door. "We meet again, Mr. Thor." This time, Coulson was not alone. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. "Ah, you must be Coulson," Thor said, recalling the mature, bald man. "Thank you for the ride, even though I mistook the location." "I hear you can lift that hammer?" Coulson inquired. Indeed, Thor did not deny it. "Could you demonstrate for us?" Coulson asked. "Of course, but I require an appearance fee," Thor replied. "That's not a problem. Money is no object," Coulson assured him. "Then why wait?" Thor stood up, lifting Coulson effortlessly. "Let me down. I can walk on my own," Coulson protested. "This is quicker," Thor remarked, and with a few leaps, they reached the vicinity of the hammer. Chapter 49. The Despair of the Thunder God. Thor led Coulson to the hammer, but his manner of arrival startled everyone present. Coulson, being carried by Thor, was left gasping for breath, as such an exhilarating mode of travel was somewhat overwhelming for him. After catching his breath and sipping some water, he felt considerably better. "Mr. Thor, could you assist us?" he asked. "No problem," Thor replied without hesitation, stepping forward to lift the hammer. Just like this. He lifted it momentarily before setting it down again, addressing Coulson. "Now let us discuss the matter of payment." Thor's commanding presence put Coulson under significant pressure. "Your actions are acceptable," Coulson said, taking 2 steps back and nodding in agreement. "I want that blue cube from SHIELD. The one acquired from Hydra during World War II," Thor stated plainly. "What?" Coulson was taken aback, having expected a monetary request. "Did you not claim that money was no issue? Is that not the case?" Thor's intensity began to rise. Yes, that's fine," Coulson quickly assured him, clearly sensing that failure to comply would lead to dire consequences. "Well then," Thor responded, lifting the hammer with one hand. He had no doubt that SHIELD would fulfill their end, for they dared not defy him. "How long must I hold this?" Thor inquired. "Not long," Coulson replied, hurrying away. Meanwhile, Thor stood there, holding the hammer as a group of lab-coated scientists surrounded him, measuring and analyzing. Yet ultimately, they found nothing of significance. However, the rebellion of Mjolnir became increasingly fervent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, startling everyone around. "I apologize," Zhong expressed. "This is beyond my control." No sooner had he spoken than another flash of lightning occurred. "I told you so." At that moment, Coulson arrived. "Mr. Zhong, we cannot provide you with the Tesseract, but we can lend it to you. This is the maximum extent of our tolerance." After contemplating for a moment, Zhong nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us borrow it for half a year." "All right." Coulson agreed without hesitation, clearly having conferred with the Black Egg beforehand. Observing Coulson's swift consent, Zhong felt he had perhaps underestimated the time he had requested, but it was too late to revise his words. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought. Having held Mjolnir for quite a while, he finally set it down. "I'm going to grab a bite," he announced before walking away. The surrounding researchers were displeased, yet intimidated by Zhong's imposing figure. They reluctantly set down their instruments to take a break as well. However, Zhong's respite extended throughout the afternoon, and Coulson, too, did not dare to voice any objections, allowing him to rest. Later that evening, after dining with Coulson, Zhong returned to the site where Mjolnir had descended. The efficiency of SHIELD was evident. The entire area where Mjolnir had fallen was now encased in plastic, transforming it into a rudimentary research base. Following Coulson, Zhong made his way step by step into this makeshift military facility. After a thorough inspection, he returned to his original position to continue his work, lifting the hammer. At that moment, not far from the temporary base, two individuals lay in wait, preparing to unleash a wave of chaos. A genuine confrontation ensued between them. "I'll keep watch here," Jane suggested to the self-proclaimed Thor beside her. "No, we cannot hesitate. We must act." Thor, a muscular giant, charged forward, leaving Jane unable to intervene. It is worth noting that Thor, despite his formidable appearance, was unarmed, ready to enter a military base armed solely with his fists. Yet, astonishingly, he encountered no armed personnel within the base. Chaos erupted throughout the facility. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhong set down the hammer, while the surrounding researchers, exhibiting remarkable professionalism, evacuated in an orderly fashion, a display far surpassing that of the scientists under Professor Ross. Thor proved formidable, swiftly taking down several individuals. With a jubilant expression, he gazed at Mjolnir in the center of the makeshift greenhouse. He tore through the plastic barrier and rushed inside, only for his expression to freeze. A lizard was poised to set the hammer down. However, Zhong's reaction was markedly different. Upon seeing Thor, he looked up and inquired, "Is this yours? You seem quite pleased to see it," before casually tossing the hammer towards Thor. Thor was at a loss for words, his demeanor awkward. "It is mine." Then, he attempted to lift the hammer with his hand, but to his embarrassment, Thor could not raise it at all. "It was quite heavy, wasn't it?" Thor remarked to Condor, and with both hands gripping the hammer's handle, he exerted his strength once more, yet still, it remained immovable. Instantly, his expression soured. Undeterred, he tried several more times, but the hammer refused to budge. Soon, Thor's countenance reflected utter despondency. After a while, a group of guards escorted Thor away for questioning, while Condor returned the hammer to its original place, sitting silently in contemplation. Before long, a man with a delicate demeanor appeared nearby, though only Condor seemed to notice him. He too approached the hammer and made an attempt, but was unable to lift it. "You cannot lift it," Condor said to Loki. "Can you see me?" Loki was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Condor. A superhuman? In Asgard, Loki was aware that numerous superhumans had suddenly emerged on Earth, some possessing formidable abilities that even gods regarded with caution. "Would you be interested in submitting to me?" Loki, intrigued by this superhuman, extended the invitation to Condor. "Submit?" That term ceased to exist the moment I transformed into Godzilla. Instantly, Condor rose, his imposing presence putting Loki under considerable pressure. "If you're unwilling, then perhaps it's best to forget it." Loki gulped, feeling as though he could not contend with this formidable figure. Condor remained silent, picking up Mjolnir and examining it. This made Loki's eyes narrow slightly. Although Condor could lift the hammer, he did not feel the power of the god of thunder emanating from it. Nonetheless, it was indeed a fine weapon, albeit not suited for Condor. What he desired was a weapon that could be both long and short, adaptable to his needs at any moment. Seeing Condor take no further action, Loki hastily departed. Clearly, he had underestimated the power of Earth. Encountering just one superhuman had instilled such anxiety in him. However, he had no immediate plans to destroy the Earth, only a desire to eliminate Thor to secure his throne. As Loki left, Coulson arrived shortly thereafter, carrying a box in his hands. Chapter 51. The ruins of Asgard having absorbed the opulence of Asgard. Condor stepped out onto the Bifrost, an extraordinarily long bridge leading to the grandeur of Asgard. How magnificent! Although Condor had seen it in films before, the sense of majesty here was beyond what any cinematic effects could convey. At that moment, Thor had already taken a step forward, eagerly anticipating a friendly exchange with his brother. Simultaneously, Odin awoke the instant Condor arrived in Asgard, feeling the pressure of Condor's inadvertently revealed aura. He held the head of the destroyer, indicating that it had indeed been vanquished. Condor casually discarded the head of the destroyer to the ground, then leaped with a thunderous force, transforming into a meteor as he soared towards Asgard. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his strength left a minuscule crack in the Rainbow Bridge. As the meteors descended, damaging numerous edifices, the Asgardian guards had long awaited Zhong's arrival. Surrounded by the guards, Zhong bared his fangs in what appeared to be a grin. However, the guards interpreted it quite differently. Just as the guards were under immense pressure, an old man on a white horse unexpectedly appeared before Zhong. This formidable being from Midgard, sheath your hostility, he commanded. Odin, enveloped in radiant holy light, appeared quite imposing. Yet in this moment, Odin seemed rather timid, primarily because Gungnir was not in his grasp, and Zhong, formidable in his own right, instilled a sense of trepidation. Nevertheless, Zhong grinned and, without further ado, engaged Odin in combat. The purpose of Zhong's arrival in Asgard was to fight. He had no time for idle chatter and suggested they converse after the battle. Zhong's unconventional approach startled Odin. Hastily evading Zhong's tail strike, Odin had no choice but to retaliate. Overall, Odin was benevolent. In an effort to ensure Loki did not suffer excessively in his duel with Thor, he refrained from summoning Gungnir, opting instead for a mundane spear of unknown origin against Zhong. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki had reached the Rainbow Bridge, where Loki intended to use it to annihilate the Frost Giant's planet. Yet the minuscule crack caused by Zhong proved catastrophic for Loki's scheme. The normally operational Rainbow Bridge, with its energy output at maximum, began to leak due to Zhong's small fissure. Ultimately, this minor crack expanded into a significant rift, resulting in the complete collapse of the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, who had been so pleased with himself, suddenly found his expression frozen in shock. Without hesitation, Thor knocked him to the ground. Simultaneously, Odin realized that his two troublesome sons were unlikely to create any meaningful disturbance, prompting him to summon Gungnir back into his grasp. Armed with Gungnir, Odin regained his confidence, transitioning from evasion to a fierce exchange with Zhong. This was more like it. Zhong regarded Odin and, seizing a pillar from a nearby structure, swung it toward him. With Gungnir in hand, Odin shattered the pillar effortlessly. How inferior, Zhong muttered. A searing red laser shot forth from Gungnir, and without flinching, Zhong unleashed his atomic breath. A massive explosion generated a shockwave that obliterated the surrounding buildings. Odin was hurled away by the force of the blast, yet Zhong stood firm, advancing toward Odin, much to the latter's astonishment. However, Odin's steed was no ordinary horse. It braved the shockwave, whisking Odin away from the potentially fatal strike. After the shock wave subsided, Odin sat upon his horse, panting heavily. Clearly, had it not been for his steed, Zhong's recent blow would have either slain him or left him severely weakened. In stark contrast, Zhong appeared unfazed, breathing easily and wearing a relaxed demeanor. Yet, he showed no signs of aggression, instead grinning as he observed Odin, suggesting, "You should first attend to your own affairs." Odin comprehended the situation and then swiftly appeared beside Thor, casting a sigh at Loki, reflecting on his own shortcomings and guidance. He then grasped the mighty Mjolnir, resting upon Loki. However, Loki held a contrary perspective. Upon realizing he was not Odin's biological son, his mindset had been in a perpetual state of turmoil. Witnessing Odin's expression of disappointment only exacerbated his agitation. Without a moment's hesitation, as Odin lifted the hammer, Loki leaped from the Rainbow Bridge. Odin thought to himself, "I have yet to utter a word, and you leap off the bridge already," sensing something was amiss. Ultimately, despite Loki's jesting jump, Odin found himself powerless to intervene, returning to Asgard with Mjolnir in hand. Naturally, Thor was treated as an esteemed guest, for who does not revere the strong? In the end, Thor successfully remained in Asgard, even audaciously requesting a star map of the 9 realms from Odin. With his star map in hand, Thor could pursue his desires freely. Yet, having arrived in Asgard, he saw no reason not to explore this realm, also seeking weapons or mementos to bring back to Earth. Furthermore, Thor became a friend to Thor, as he was one of the few in Asgard capable of engaging him in combat, albeit rather one-sidedly. Thus, they forged a friendship, truly. The brawny Thor was singularly focused on battle. This turned out to be fortuitous for Thor, as he now had a free guide. What are you looking at, Thor? Thor emerged from the flowers, evidently enjoying high popularity in Asgard after thwarting Loki's schemes. As a prince, endowed with both prowess and power, who could resist his charm? I am in search of suitable weapons, Thor replied somewhat helplessly. Although Asgard was a martial nation, where weapons were readily available on the streets, Thor's unique circumstances meant he had yet to find a fitting armament. What kind of weapon do you desire? Thor inquired eagerly. One that is versatile in length and suitable for beings over 100 meters. Thor articulated his peculiar request, which explained why no local weapon shop could fulfill it. That is indeed a rare find, Thor acknowledged, but he remained determined to assist. Such weapons are uncommon, yet perhaps my father's treasury holds something that meets your needs. Upon hearing this, Thor's eyes lit up. Surely Odin, with his vast age, possessed numerous treasures, possibly including what he sought. Let us proceed without delay, he declared, launching into the sky like a cannonball. Thor followed suit, wielding his hammer, and they arrived at the central palace of Asgard, where Thor found Odin seated upon his throne. Lost in thought, lamenting over Loki, after all, was also his son. Just then, Thor made his entrance. Upon witnessing the sorrowful visage of Odin, Kondr remarked, "Are you troubled for your son? Fear not, for he shall not perish so easily." Kondr's words, although lacking in genuine sincerity, served as a comfort to Odin. Is there something amiss? Despite Kondr's uninvited presence, Odin maintained his courtesy, recognizing the strength of his visitor. I seek a weapon from the treasury that befits my stature. Kondr candidly expressed his purpose, feeling a tinge of awkwardness as he instinctively rubbed his nose. Chapter 50. The Return of the Cosmic Cube, Mr. Kondr. Thank you for your cooperation. Here is the cosmic cube you requested, Coulson declared as he presented the box to Kondr. This object harbors formidable energy. I advise you to exercise caution. A warning was issued as Coulson departed. The reason for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s acquiescence lay in the enigmatic nature of the cosmic cube. After years of study, they had gleaned all they could. Thus, they consented to Kondr's request, hopeful that Academy City might unveil new revelations, unaware that Kondr had no intention of researching the cube. Oh, thank you. Kondr marveled at the efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. With the box in hand, his spirits lifted. He was quite curious about the intriguing phenomena that might ensue when the two space gems converged. However, he set this matter aside for the moment, eager to witness the unfolding brotherly conflict between Loki and Thor, as well as his keen interest in the destroyer, hoping to seize one for his own studies. Yet, these musings were for another time. The primary goal was to allow the narrative to progress. Returning to his hotel, Kondr prepared to await the next turn in Thor's saga. While perusing a comic about the Avengers, a commotion erupted outside, indicating the arrival of Thor's companions. Indeed, 4 individuals, clad in diverse attire, soon appeared in the small town. After locating Thor, before he could settle in, the destroyer manifested, wreaking havoc upon the streets, obliterating flora and fauna alike. Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, devoid of extraordinary powers, found themselves in disarray. Following this, the quartet from Asgard displayed their skills. Their teamwork was commendable, yet utterly futile against overwhelming might. The destroyer, with its indestructible metal and powerful beams, sent the 3 fleeing in terror, once again affirming the adage that larger lasers equate to righteousness. Kondr, popcorn in hand, positioned a soda beside him, utilizing the space gem to breach the dimensional barrier, providing a grounded commentary for the readers. He had not forgotten to capture these moments on film. as a tripod stood near the window. Condor contemplated sharing these videos online in the future. As despair loomed over the onlookers, Thor stepped forth. Aware that Loki's target was himself, prepared to sacrifice his own life for the sake of others, a notion that seemed quite noble. Just as Thor approached the destroyer, Condor realized it was time to act, for if he did not intervene now, the opportunity would vanish. Thus, with a decisive leap, he shattered the ceiling and descended upon the destroyer with a resounding impact. This maneuver, reminiscent of the might of Mount Tai, had been seldom employed by Zhong since the events of Pacific Rim, but he resolved to wield it once more. The force was undeniably substantial. As the destroyer was driven deep into the ground, its metallic form contorted under the immense pressure. The one most affected was Thor, who had initially contemplated a final confrontation with the destroyer. The sudden arrival of Zhong disrupted the carefully cultivated emotions he had been nurturing. Meanwhile, Zhong engaged the destroyer in combat. In the background, Thor, apprehensive about Zhong's potential demise, hastily cautioned, "The destroyer can only be vanquished with divine power." Clearly, only Zhong possessed the strength to wield Mjolnir. "No need," Zhong replied, dismissing Thor's well-meaning advice. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The once mighty Zhong began to grow in stature, ultimately towering slightly above the destroyer. He did not wish to confront something greater than himself, and out of a sense of fairness, he decided to surpass the destroyer in height. Loki, the controller of the destroyer, recognized Zhong as a formidable threat. If Zhong were not eliminated first, Thor would never be able to defeat the destroyer. Once the metal that Zhong had deformed regained its original shape, the destroyer initiated the release of its devastating laser. In response, Zhong unleashed an atomic breath, resulting in a fierce clash of energy beams in midair. With Zhong's attack proving far superior, the immense kinetic energy sent the destroyer hurtling backward, creating a significant breach in its chest, a testament to the extraordinary power of the atomic breath. However, the destroyer, being a sophisticated automaton and the pinnacle of Asgardian technology, swiftly restored itself to its former state. Observing the undamaged destroyer, Zhong felt a pang of frustration. In the Marvel Universe, possessing great power does not equate to invincibility. Rather, it is the presence of enemies who are remarkably resilient and nearly indestructible that proves most vexing. Consider Wolverine, who survives through his healing factor, or the mischievous Deadpool, who navigates the world unfettered by mortality. Zhong harbored a particular disdain for adversaries capable of self-healing. Yet fortunately, while the destroyer was durable, it was not invulnerable. With determination, Zhong advanced, ready to engage the destroyer in close combat. Having gleaned insights from their earlier encounter, he resolved to dismantle the destroyer limb by limb, testing the limits of its regeneration. Loki, despite controlling the destroyer, proved to be inept in hand-to-hand combat, quickly succumbing to the seasoned prowess of Zhong. Without hesitation, Zhong seated himself upon the destroyer, employing his bare hands to systematically dismantle the formidable automaton. Onlookers were left in shock, witnessing the sheer ruthlessness of Zhong. In the throes of destruction, he reveled in the exhilaration of chaos, letting out a triumphant roar that echoed his unbridled delight. Simultaneously, the destroyer struggled to restore its form, while its face cannon was primed and ready to deliver a blow to Zhong. However, Zhong was not oblivious, as the destroyer had yet to gather enough energy. He swiftly unleashed an atomic breath aimed directly at its visage. In an instant, the destroyer's head vanished. Nevertheless, the advanced technology of the Celestial Palace proved formidable. Despite this setback, the destroyer remained operational. Yet, this distraction deprived Odin of the opportunity to showcase Thor's prowess. Consequently, Odin had no choice but to summon Mjolnir back to Thor's side, much to Thor's delight. However, Thor sought to engage in a meaningful conversation with his brother Loki, necessitating a return to the Celestial Palace, even leaving his newly acquired girlfriend behind, which irked Jane. Following this, Thor instructed Heimdall to teleport him back to the palace. At that moment, the frozen Heimdall heard Thor's call, breaking free from the ice to vanquish two frost giant minions and activate the Bifrost. On Earth, Zhong promptly rose and rushed to Thor's side, prompting Thor's curiosity. I wish to see your world. I am intrigued, Zhong explained. Without a second thought, Thor agreed. Ultimately, the six of them vanished in a flash of light. Is this the legendary Asgard? Zhong mused, gazing at the golden walls adorned with unfamiliar inscriptions, exuding an aura of opulence. Chapter 51. The ruined pillars of Asgard having absorbed the lavish atmosphere of Asgard, Zhong stepped off the Bifrost, a remarkably long bridge leading to the grandeur of Asgard. It was magnificent, although Zhong had seen it depicted in films. The grandeur could not be captured by mere cinematic effects. At this moment, Thor had already taken a step forward, wielding his hammer, eager to engage in a friendly exchange with his brother. Simultaneously, upon Zhong's arrival in Asgard, Odin awakened instantly, feeling the immense pressure emanating from Zhong, who casually held the destroyer's head, a clear indication of the creature's demise. Zhong nonchalantly discarded the destroyer's head onto the ground, leaping high into the air, transforming into a shooting star as he soared toward Asgard. Unbeknownst to him, the force of his leap left a minuscule crack in the Bifrost. As the meteor descended, it wreaked havoc upon several structures, while Asgard's guards had been awaiting Zhong's arrival. Observing the encirclement of guards, Zhong grinned, appearing to smile, though the guards interpreted it otherwise. Just as the guards felt the weight of tremendous pressure, an elderly figure on a white horse abruptly appeared before Zhong. Warrior from Midgard, sheath your hostility, Odin commanded, enveloped in a radiant aura. Currently, Odin felt somewhat intimidated, primarily due to the absence of Gungnir in his grasp, and Zhong's strength posed a considerable threat. Yet, Zhong simply grinned, without hesitation, and engaged Odin in combat. The reason for this confrontation was clear. Zhong had come to Asgard seeking a fight. With so many thoughts swirling, they simply dove into action, leaving any discourse for later, as Zhong suggested. The unconventional tactics of Zhong truly astonished Odin. Hastily evading Zhong's tail strike, Odin found himself compelled to engage. Overall, Odin was still a benevolent figure. In an effort to ensure Loki suffered a crushing defeat against Thor, he refrained from summoning his Gungnir, instead opting for an ordinary spear of unknown origin to confront Zhong. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki had already reached the Rainbow Bridge. Loki intended to obliterate the Frost Giant's planet using the bridge, but the small fissures created by Zhong dealt a devastating blow to Loki's scheme. The normally functioning Rainbow Bridge, under full energy output, experienced a catastrophic energy leak due to the fissures caused by Zhong, ultimately resulting in a significant rupture that severed the entire bridge. This left Loki, who had previously worn a smug expression, utterly frozen in shock. Thor, without a moment's hesitation, knocked him to the ground. Simultaneously, Odin realized that his two troublemaking sons were not likely to create any noteworthy disturbances, prompting him to reclaim Gungnir. With Gungnir in hand, Odin regained his confidence, transitioning from evasion to a fierce confrontation with Zhong. This was more like it. Zhong, observing Odin, swung a column torn from a building towards him. Armed with Gungnir, Odin shattered the column effortlessly. What poor quality, Zhong muttered under his breath. A scorching red beam of energy erupted from Odin's Gungnir. Without hesitation, Zhong unleashed his atomic breath. A colossal explosion generated a shockwave that obliterated the surrounding structures. Odin was hurled away by the force, yet Zhong remained steadfast, advancing toward Odin, much to Odin's astonishment. However, Odin's steed was no ordinary creature. It braved the shockwave, forcibly whisking Odin away from the lethal blow. As the shockwave subsided, Odin sat atop his horse, panting heavily. Clearly, had it not been for his steed, he would have been gravely injured by Zhong's prior strike. In stark contrast, Zhong appeared unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue and exuding an air of ease. Yet, he made no move to attack. Instead, he smiled at Odin, suggesting he should first resolve his domestic matters. Understanding the cue, Odin swiftly appeared beside Thor, gazing at Loki with a sigh of disappointment, lamenting his own inadequate guidance. He then grasped Mjolnir, which was pinned atop Loki. However, Loki perceived the situation differently. Aware of his lack of blood ties, His mindset had been in a constant state of turmoil. Witnessing Odin's sigh of disappointment only exacerbated his explosive temperament. Without a word, as soon as Odin lifted Mjolnir, Loki leaped from the Rainbow Bridge. Odin, observing Loki's impulsive leap, thought to himself, I hadn't even said anything before you jumped. Something felt amiss. Ultimately, Odin was powerless to prevent Loki's jestful leap, and he returned to Asgard with the hammer of the Thunder God. Naturally, Zhong was treated as an esteemed guest. After all, who does not admire the strong? In the end, Zhong successfully remained in Asgard, shamelessly requesting a star map of the 9 realms from Odin. Henceforth, Zhong would be free to pursue his desires, and with the acquisition of the star map, he had no reason to remain in Asgard. However, having the rare opportunity to visit Asgard, he felt compelled to explore this magnificent realm and search for weapons or souvenirs that might please him to bring back to Earth. Of course, Thor had also become a friend to Zhong, the sole reason being that, apart from Odin, Zhong was the only one capable of engaging him in combat, albeit a rather one-sided affair. Thus, they forged a robust friendship. After all, Thor, with his brawn, was primarily preoccupied with the art of battle. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, for with Thor by his side, Zhong had acquired a complimentary guide. What are you looking at, Zhong? Thor emerged from a thicket, evidently enjoying high popularity in Asgard following his thwarting of Loki's schemes. As a prince endowed with both strength and authority, it was no surprise that ladies were drawn to him. I seek a weapon of suitable craftsmanship, Zhong replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Although Asgard was a martial nation where weapons were readily available on the streets, Zhong's unique requirements had thus far hindered him from locating an appropriate armament. What kind of weapon do you desire? Thor inquired, his enthusiasm unabated. A versatile weapon, capable of varying lengths, ideally suited for engaging creatures over 100 meters in size. Zhong articulated his rather peculiar request, which elucidated why no local armory could fulfill it. That particular weapon may prove elusive, Thor discerned. Yet he remained undeterred in his quest to assist Zhong. Such weapons are indeed rare. However, it is possible that my father's treasury holds something that might meet your needs. Upon hearing this, Zhong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Surely, Odin, at his advanced age, possessed a plethora of remarkable treasures. Perhaps one was exactly what he sought. Let us hasten to depart, he exclaimed, launching himself into the sky like a cannonball, with Thor following closely behind, wielding his hammer. They arrived at the grand palace at the heart of Asgard, where Zhong found Odin, who sat upon his throne, lost in thought, lamenting the plight of Loki, his wayward son. At that moment, Zhong approached. Are you troubled by your son's misfortunes? Worry not. He shall not perish so easily, Zhong declared, attempting to offer solace, albeit lacking in genuine conviction. Is there something you require? Odin asked, maintaining a courteous demeanor despite Zhong's uninvited presence, as he was a formidable figure. I wish to seek a weapon from your treasury, Zhong stated plainly, feeling somewhat awkward and instinctively rubbing his nose. In Chapter 52, Weapons, Zhong's request was ultimately acquiesced by Odin. However, rather than granting him access to the treasury, Odin decided to forge a weapon for Zhong using metal. Since Zhong had not specified what kind of weapon he desired, the dwarves, seeking to simplify their task, proceeded to craft a large club. However, this was certainly far from sufficient. After the staff was crafted, Odin personally inscribed some magical runes upon it, endowing the staff with the ability to change size at will. Although some elements were omitted, Zhong was generally quite satisfied. Regardless of what weapon he was given, he would not wield it. The staff was merely perfect for his purposes. He was genuinely pleased with Odin's generosity and expressed his willingness to assist in the future if needed. He then prepared to depart from Asgard. Where are you headed? Thor asked, his expression peculiar as he regarded Zhong. If you wish to return to Earth. It seems impossible now that the Rainbow Bridge is broken. Oh, that is not a concern. I have my own means. Zhong understood Thor's implication. But possessing the Space Stone, he felt no anxiety about his return. Hardly had he spoken when Zhong vanished in a flash of blue light. Thor was left in confusion, but Odin recognized the source of the blue light as the ability of the Space Stone. further solidifying his desire to forge a bond with Zhong and affirming that the weapon was indeed worth the investment. Zhong materialized in New Mexico, the very town from which he and Thor had departed. This place, however, was transformed. A multitude of lab-coated individuals were diligently studying the peculiar runes produced by the Rainbow Bridge. The sudden appearance of Zhong startled them considerably. He too was taken aback by the number of people present, and with another flicker, he vanished once more, reappearing at the hotel where he had previously stayed. Zhong intended to retrieve the belongings he had left behind, merely a box and some valuables. While the money was of little consequence, the box was significant, as it contained the space stone entrusted to him by S.H.I.L.D. For convenience's sake, he had not taken it to Asgard. It seemed S.H.I.L.D. was quite meticulous. Even in his absence, they had safeguarded the space stone well, and they had even covered his hotel expenses. Taking the box, Zhong checked out of the hotel and, in a secluded location, disposed of the box before teleporting it into the ocean, suspecting S.H.I.L.D. had likely placed some tracking device on it. Holding the cosmic cube of this world, Zhong examined it closely. It was similar to what he had encountered before. However, he could distinctly sense the consciousness within the space stone, likely intended for controlling the other 6 infinity stones. Though not particularly strong, he felt confident he could manage it. Without hesitation, he crushed the outer shell of the space stone, revealing a diminutive gem in his palm. This was indeed the space stone, and despite having seen it before, Zhong couldn't help but marvel at it. Without further ado, he swallowed the space stone, finding it tasteless. Almost immediately, the 2 corresponding infinity stones within him began to attract each other, while the soul stone registered the presence of this additional space stone with a sense of bewilderment. Unfazed, Zhong proceeded to invade the consciousness of this world's space stone with his own. Clearly, Zhong is quite apprehensive about the consciousness of the self-gem, and it must be eradicated immediately. The consciousness of the self-gem has reacted and begun to resist. However, Zhong simply wishes to convey that such resistance is futile. Under the immense weight of Zhong's consciousness, the 2 gems begin to merge, yet each possesses its own consciousness, leading to a fierce struggle for control over the space gem. Unbeknownst to Zhong, who is exerting all his efforts, chaos unfolds outside, as satellite imagery reveals the entire Pacific Ocean shimmering with a blue light. Soon after, the Pacific is beset by a surge of geological activity, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and more. This turmoil proves distressing for nations situated along the Pacific Ring of Fire. Conversely, the Academy City, a product of collaboration between Zhong, Magneto, and the brilliant scientist Beast, has long been prepared for such seismic events, resulting in minimal damage. However, Japan finds itself in a dire predicament. Yet, Zhong remains oblivious to these calamities, engrossed in combat with the residual consciousness of the self-gem. Gradually, with a slight advantage, he tilts the scales of victory in his favor. However, just as he is on the verge of successfully devouring and expelling the consciousness of the self-gem, this weakened consciousness unexpectedly escapes from the space gem. Zhong is taken aback by this sudden flight of the self-gem's consciousness. Is it truly wise to relinquish this opportunity? Although the actions of the self-gem perplex Zhong, he prioritizes his safety and meticulously inspects the space gem, wary of any lingering threats or backup energy sources. After thorough examination yields no findings, he breathes a sigh of relief. The next step involves the merging of the space gem, a seemingly perilous yet fundamentally safe endeavor. Zhong consciously begins to guide the 2 gems towards complete fusion. In an instant, the simultaneous release of energy from both gems inflicts pain upon him. It hurts. Despite the agony, Zhong does not halt the merging process. Instead, he urges it to accelerate. He believes that enduring a brief, intense pain is preferable to a prolonged one. Concurrently, his cells embark on a process of evolution, or rather, a leap in the hierarchy of life. The cells rapidly grow, adapt, die, and then regenerate in an astonishingly swift cycle, gradually undergoing transformation. Zhong's body also begins to change. with his once diminished form revealing its true nature above the ocean surface. As Zhong's roar resonates, it seems as though the entire world is on the brink of destruction. Human authorities observe this colossal beast from satellites, bewildered by its existence. However, as the founder of Academy City, the professor and Magneto recognize this creature's identity. The professor expresses concern, sensing Zhong's pain and anguish tied to growth. Upon hearing the professor's explanation, Magneto chuckles. "Old friend, since you say so, what is there to worry about? After all, he is Zhong." Upon hearing the professor's words, Magneto felt a sense of reassurance. Similarly, the professor found comfort in Magneto's assurance, recalling fond memories shared with him. Thus, the two old men amicably departed from the conference room. However, other nations held a contrasting viewpoint. They convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on how to address the beast wreaking havoc in the Pacific. Chapter 53, Godzilla. Concurrently, scientists began analyzing the gathering. An elderly gentleman with white hair emerged at the meeting. He was one of the world's foremost physicists. He revealed that the energy within this colossal creature was highly unstable, presenting a fluctuating graph that clearly indicated its volatility. Nevertheless, the doctor was a verbose individual, launching into a lengthy discourse. Politicians, unable to comprehend his jargon, promptly interrupted him. "Just tell us if it poses a threat to us." The physicist found himself stumped by the question, while it appeared to pose no immediate danger. The energy contained within the creature was potent enough to obliterate the Earth multiple times over. However, if humanity could harness such energy, it might sustain us until the sun's inevitable demise. The politicians were left in a quandary upon hearing the scientists' words. As they pondered their decisions, a shadowy figure entered the meeting. "I believe I have something you need to see," announced the current director of SHL, who proceeded to present a film reel for projection. The footage depicted a monstrous entity demolishing buildings within an aging cityscape reminiscent of late 20th century urban life. "What is this?" inquired an elderly general. "This is the creature," the director responded, revealing that the events transpired in Tokyo, Japan, during the 1990s. Why were we not informed? The politicians expressed their astonishment at being unaware of such a significant event. This incident was a conflict over the equal rights of superhumans, and following it, we reached a consensus. "And who is this beast?" another politician asked. "We are uncertain, but we refer to it as Godzilla," the director reminisced. "A guardian of superhumans, a revolutionary who fought for their equal rights." "Why are we unaware of this matter?" a politician inquired, clearly indicating his ignorance due to age. Due to the monumental impact of this event, a superhuman erased the memories of the global populace, retaining only those directly involved, and it has remained classified, the director elucidated. "Is there no way to eliminate it?" a hawkish speaker interjected. "No, it feeds on nuclear energy. The detonation of a nuclear bomb is akin to providing its sustenance," the director explained. Instantly, the prominent figures in the meeting descended into despair, recognizing the futility of eradicating such a colossal beast. However, the director offered a glimmer of hope, stating that since the signing of the Superhuman Peace Accord, the creature had not emerged to cause further chaos. So what is the situation now? Politicians have transformed into a myriad of inquiries. While I cannot elucidate this matter, you may wish to contact the Academy City for further information, explained the boiled egg. Quickly, establish communication with the Academy City. Shortly thereafter, a bald figure appeared on everyone's screen. "What is the situation?" The politicians sighed in relief upon recognizing the professor. "Everyone, remain calm. Godzilla is merely undergoing growth. It will be completed shortly, and I sincerely apologize for the considerable disruption caused. However, we shall ensure a thorough cleanup." The professor spoke in a soothing tone. "Cleanup?" A group of politicians immediately associated this with global memory erasure. Surely not. Yet, with the matter clarified, the professor disconnected. They awaited Zhong to complete the fusion of the space gems. Although Zhong possessed formidable willpower, managing two space gems simultaneously proved somewhat taxing. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded, achieving a flawless amalgamation of the two gems. Simultaneously, the appearance of the space gem transformed. A blue crystalline entity emanated a shimmering azure light from within Zhong's being. At last, Zhong managed to reintegrate his consciousness into his own body. At this moment, he realized something felt amiss. First and foremost, he had seemingly grown larger, feeling as though his height had doubled. His weight was presumably substantial, yet the most significant changes lay within his cells and dorsal fin. The cells on his dorsal fin had crystallized, radiating a captivating blue glow. The methods of energy emission had diversified, previously limited to a specialized organ within his oral cavity. Zhong could now emit energy from his hands, feet, or any part of his body. The cellular alterations were profound. In addition to making Zhong's physical structure more suited for survival in outer space, he discovered an extraordinary ability. His cells could extend beyond his body, growing in a manner akin to fungi, ultimately forming crystalline entities that contained vast reservoirs of energy. These entities could be utilized for agriculture, yielding energy in return. Quite impressive indeed. However, there were drawbacks. If left unattended, these entities would proliferate indefinitely, eventually saturating the entire Earth. Furthermore, the crystals, which subsisted on nearly all forms of energy in the universe, would never encounter a shortage of sustenance. Yet, emitting energy from his mouth had become second nature to Zhong, who whimsically mused that any atomic breath not expelled from his mouth could not be deemed genuine atomic breath. Given such significant transformations, Zhong felt compelled to test his newfound powers. Lacking a suitable target, he opted to shoot towards the heavens. He began with his atomic breath. Without any preparatory motion or buildup, a violet stream of atomic energy erupted from his mouth, soaring into the sky and piercing through the atmosphere. Remarkably potent, Zhong was taken aback by the distance his atomic breath traveled. Previously, the extent of his atomic breath had barely breached the outer atmosphere. Now, with a mere utterance, he surpassed that range. Consequently, he refrained from attempting any of his other skills, as the destructive capacity of space shattering far exceeded that of atomic breath. Zhong feared that a moment of carelessness could obliterate the Earth. As there was no opportunity to attempt anything, Zhong found himself devoid of tasks. Moreover, his imposing stature was rather conspicuous, prompting him to diminish in size and vanish from the satellite's view. With the crisis averted, the esteemed individuals seated around the conference table exhaled in relief, witnessing Godzilla's final breath, effectively extinguishing any lingering hopes they harbored. Yet, a few remained undeterred. Though the outcome was inevitably tragic, having shrunk in size, Zhong submerged himself, preparing to visit Academy City, where he intended to bide his time and reflect on his recent advancements. He also aimed to make necessary preparations for Academy City. Having procured a wealth of valuable items from Asgard, it was unnecessary to speculate. The beast was undoubtedly preoccupied. Emerging from the water, Zhong was greeted by the professor and Magneto, who awaited his arrival. "Have you two implanted something in me? How is it you always seem to know my whereabouts?" He quipped, eyeing the professor's mental link speaker with mild annoyance. "Well, whenever a high-speed object is detected in the water, it's likely you," the professor replied, revealing the truth. "Now, what transpired just now?" he inquired. "Naturally, I have grown stronger," Zhong stated matter-of-factly. "By the way, I have procured numerous exceptional items." He then produced a collection of swords and knives from Asgard. "Let me tell you, these items are exceedingly rare, despite being mere cold weapons. Their metals are of advanced technology," he elaborated. "Wait, Asgard, isn't that a mythical realm?" The well-informed beast interjected. "Indeed, Asgard is rooted in mythology, yet it exists in reality. While it does house gods, they're not particularly formidable," Zhong cryptically informed the group. His assertion of their weakness stemmed from his own immense strength. To him, the average Asgardian was akin to an ordinary human. Only beings like Odin could pose a challenge. Yet how many Asgardians possessed Odin's power? Chapter 54, Wade's pseudo, Father. The tumult caused by Godzilla had been resolved, yet due to the pervasive reach of the internet, the existence of the colossal creature was inescapably unveiled to the public. Nevertheless, the government retained the ability to control the narrative. Ultimately, Godzilla morphed into a subject of urban legend, with a handful of eyewitnesses and some individuals with a penchant for the fantastical firmly believing in the giant beast. Concurrently, within the entertainment industry, films centered around such colossal creatures grew increasingly popular. Godzilla became an enigmatic phenomenon, reminiscent of the Roswell incident. "You've achieved fame now," the professor remarked, shutting off the computer while jesting. It was evident that numerous content creators had produced videos about prehistoric monsters. However, Zhong rolled his eyes and commented, "The government's influence on public opinion remains formidable. Thus, we must remain vigilant regarding the narrative surrounding superhumans." "Must you be so serious, my old friend?" the professor countered, well aware that life for mutants in this timeline was considerably improved compared to the past. While Zhong and the professor engaged in light banter, Old Man and the Beast were far from idle. Two individuals are meticulously examining all the items that Zhong has brought back from Asgard. Naturally, the metal is the focus of the swiftest investigation. Within just a few days, Lao Wan has comprehensively discerned the structure of these new metals. Yet he is unable to produce them. In Lao Wan's words, if there were a superhuman capable of controlling atoms, mass production of this metal would be feasible. However, as of now, no individual with such abilities has been encountered in the Academy City. Bored and idling away, Zhong finds the monotony of the Academy City unbearable, prompting him to seek out some engaging tasks. Consequently, our esteemed professor suggests that Zhong take up the role of a teacher, akin to Wolverine, and immerse himself in the noble endeavor of shaping a bright future for superhumans. Nevertheless, Zhong instantly perceives the professor's intentions and dismisses the idea outright. "Not a chance. Not even in your dreams," he asserts, rejecting the professor's proposal. "I intend to conduct experiments. I have recently come across some topics that require investigation." With a casual excuse, Zhong swiftly departs. Upon entering a laboratory, Zhong is once again engulfed in perplexity. What shall he undertake? Just then, he spots Wolverine approaching, an epiphany striking him. "Come here. Wolverine, I have something to discuss with you." Oblivious to the situation, Wolverine casually approaches Zhong. "What are you up to, brother?" As Wolverine draws near, Zhong jabs him with a syringe. "Oh, nothing," he replies, concealing the needle behind him and then shoving Wolverine out of the laboratory. In response to inquiries about Wolverine's presence in the lab, it becomes evident that Zhong's so-called laboratory is, in fact, a mere medical room. Wolverine likely arrived to retrieve something. Clearly a familiar face in this setting. Once Wolverine departs, Zhong retrieves a small vial containing Wolverine's blood, intending to conduct research alongside his own cells, as he regards his own cells with considerable esteem. Thus, in this rudimentary medical room, he commences his experiment. First, he aims to test Wolverine's healing factor. Zhong murmurs to himself as he places a drop of Wolverine's blood in a glass vessel. He then uses his claws to pierce his own arm, allowing a drop of his blood to mingle with Wolverine's. The two droplets of blood intertwine under such circumstances. Eagerly, Zhong directs his gaze towards the adjacent computer, where the electron microscope is continuously simulating the movements of the two cells within the vessel. "Incredible! This healing factor is remarkable," he exclaims. Wolverine's healing factor proves exceedingly resilient, swiftly restoring itself even after multiple invasions and assimilations by the cells. Each time a cell invades, whatever remnants are left behind are expelled by Wolverine's healing factor. However, the cells are not merely passive entities. After repeated failures, they start to evolve rapidly. Zhong observes a gradual change in the behavior patterns of his cells, as Wolverine's healing factor begins to tolerate the invasion, as if it has grown accustomed to the presence of the cells. In reality, the cells have successfully deceived the healing factor, preventing it from initiating healing due to their invasion, while further assimilating Wolverine's cells. "My cells truly are impressive," Zhong exclaims, brimming with childlike pride. Nevertheless, pride aside, the experiment must continue. Zhong once again extracted a sample of Wolverine's healing factor, intending to study it in isolation. He discovered that Wolverine's regenerative abilities served as an exceptional neutralizing agent, capable of diminishing the rejection rates of other aberrant organisms. Zhong possessed a profound understanding of his own cells, which exhibited remarkable adaptability and possessed formidable corrosive and assimilative capabilities. Rather than merely being classified as a type of cell, they resembled highly resilient bacteria or viruses endowed with vigorous vitality. After meticulously analyzing Wolverine's healing factor, Zhong commenced preparations for a potent enhancement serum, with the primary constituents being his own cells and the healing factor. However, due to limited resources, he estimated that he could produce only a single vial. Fortunately, he had a successful subject at hand, the classmate Wade, whom he had previously retrieved. Zhong intended to glean insights and inspiration from him. "Professor, what about the lizard man I brought back last time?" Zhong inquired as he entered the professor's office. "Oh, he is currently teaching art at the university-affiliated Chuanqiu Girls' School," the professor replied after a moment of recollection. "Teaching?" Zhong was at a loss for words. Wade hardly seemed suited for such a role, especially as an art instructor. Did he even comprehend the essence of art? Could it be that the professor had awakened a new superpower, transforming anyone into a teacher? Contemplating this amusing notion, Zhong hastily exited the professor's office. Once outside, he consulted his phone's map and made his way to Chuanqiu Girls' School, only to be halted by a security guard. "You cannot enter," the guard said, eyeing Zhong warily, with her hand poised behind her back, ready to draw a baton if required. Zhong attempted to explain his presence, but a spirited middle school girl passing by interjected, "This is our newly arrived art teacher, Wade. He is not a suspicious character." "Is that so?" The guard, somewhat convinced by the student's assertion, reluctantly allowed Zhong to pass. Thus, he found himself inexplicably infiltrating a girls' school, unaware that Wade was the sole male amidst the students, akin to a rare species. Although Zhong bore a striking resemblance to Wade, rather, it should be said that Wade bore a resemblance to Zhong. It was entirely reasonable for unfamiliar students to fail to recognize him. Shortly after Zhong entered, Wade arrived fashionably late, strolling into the school with an expression of incredulity on the guard's face. Even more amusingly, Wade, now transformed into a lizard, wore a suit, creating an incongruous sight that elicited laughter. Once inside, Wade was expected to fulfill his duties as an art teacher for the day, although he felt a sense of reluctance. The presence of so many beautiful girls swayed him. Wade arrived quite early today, Zhong noted as he was approached by a particularly well-endowed woman in an office, presumably one of Wade's colleagues. Unable to impersonate Wade, he stated, "I'm not Wade. I am here to find him." "Ah, no wonder. You both look so alike. Are you his brother?" The woman inquired with curiosity, clearly associating their lizard-like appearances with a familial bond. Chapter 55. What is the name of Father's father? "No." This response left Zhong feeling rather embarrassed. However, the young woman with a generous bosom was utterly unconvinced. "Well, if we consider blood relations, he could be regarded as her father." Zhong, with an impassive countenance, shamelessly took advantage of Wade. This remark left the young woman covering her mouth, her expression one of heightened astonishment. "Did I inadvertently say something inappropriate?" Zhong pondered, and then added, "If you see Wade, please ask him to come over. I have something of great importance to discuss with him." Unperturbed by his own missteps, he implored the young woman. All right. She nodded eagerly, resembling a gopher, before hastily departing. Zhong shook his head, perplexed by her sudden reaction. While Zhong was occupied with preparations for his research, the SHIELD agency in the United States was celebrating a momentous occasion. Captain America had finally been discovered beneath the ice, and remarkably, he was alive. He could once again contribute to the nation. Most significantly, he was the first and only individual with extraordinary powers within SHIELD simultaneously. The emergence of superhuman abilities ignited Egg's ambition, leading him to revive the long-abandoned Avengers Initiative, forming his own extraordinary task force to confront various crises. The appearance of Thor in Asgard had made it abundantly clear that humanity was not alone. This superhuman team was specifically devised to counter malevolent extraterrestrial threats. Wade. The young woman encountered Wade on her way, exclaiming that a lizard person was in his office, claiming to seek him. She spoke hurriedly before departing, as she was running late for class. Wade was taken aback, but upon hearing about the lizard person, his mind immediately connected the dots. Aside from himself, there was likely only one other individual responsible for bringing the lizard here. Wade was not filled with hatred, but he certainly felt a strong animosity. He quickly made his way to his office, only to find Zhong engrossed in a video game. Observing Zhong's relaxed demeanor, Wade charged forward with a flying kick. However, Zhong remained unperturbed. "Oh, you've arrived," he remarked, glancing back upon hearing a noise, his long-awaited target finally present. Noticing Wade's grim expression, Zhong understood that this individual harbored some hostility toward him, yet he remained indifferent. With practiced precision, he executed a shoulder throw and, seizing the opportunity, sat atop Wade to extract a significant sample of blood with a large syringe. The syringe was soon filled. "All done," Zhong declared as he withdrew the needle. Swaggering out of the school, it was only then that Wade grasped he had been forcibly bled. "Damn it," Wade exclaimed, feeling the sting of the needle, and he immediately protested, struggling to rise. Observing Wade's vigorous resistance, Zhong was hesitant to allow him to fight within the confines of the building, as both were capable of effortlessly demolishing a structure. To mitigate potential damage, Zhong flung Wade out of the window. Wade landed on the playground in a heap, covered in dirt. Roar! Just as Wade contemplated retaliating, he was thwarted by Zhong's crow-esque flight. "Go to hell!" Wade retaliated with a punch aimed at Zhong. Zhong deftly sidestepped Wade's blow and curiously inquired, "Why have you shrunk? I recall that you were not so diminutive." Zhong distinctly remembers bringing him to the island when he was several stories tall. "Humph. The beast claims that without nuclear energy, I revert to my original form, which is why I have refrained from absorbing it lately," Wade remarked testily. Zhong fell silent, evidently aware that Wade had not relinquished his desire to revert to humanity. He chose not to reveal the harsh reality and departed. Wade found it peculiar that Zhong had abruptly left. "I have obtained what I sought," Zhong announced, displaying the syringe in his hand as he exited the school. Upon returning to the laboratory, Zhong resumed his experiments. Is this the genetic structure within Wade? Jung was astounded. A being encompassing the Hulk, super-regenerative factors, and cells had managed to survive. The grandeur of nature. Although Zhong was unaware of the underlying causes, he could not help but marvel at nature's magnificence. Clearly, Wade's case provided Zhong with the impetus to create the first generation of superhuman serum. In a certain sense, success had been achieved, albeit with minor imperfections. "My cells are too potent to be integrated violently." As he spoke, Zhong utilized a nano-sized needle to extract a portion of organelles from his own cells, which he subsequently introduced into an amoeba devoid of any organelles, followed by the implantation of Wolverine's regenerative factor to mitigate rejection and the assimilative effects of the organelles. Next, he incorporated the cell nucleus extracted from Wade, forcibly amalgamating these components with little regard for scientific rigor, resembling a whimsical endeavor. Before long, a genetically modified amoeba had successfully survived. Zhong was quite pleased with this survival, as it could be regarded as his sole, independently developed creation, though it was rather juvenile in nature. Naturally, the amoeba could not be used as a serum for direct injection. Instead, the cell liquid from the amoeba would serve as the remedy. However, at present, Zhong possessed merely one modified amoeba, and thus needed to wait for it to divide. After waiting for the better part of a day, the amoeba showed no signs of activity. This was unexpected. Zhong pondered logically it should have divided by now. Not one to be foolish, he quickly deduced other possibilities. The absence of division indicated unmet conditions. The requirements of this modified amoeba were likely. Zhong recalled the innate nature of cells, radiation. In a hurried manner, he dashed to retrieve a small radiation emitter, typically employed for radiotherapy. Once acquired, he paid no heed to precautions and began irradiating the glass vessel. As for the radiation issue, Zhong harbored no fear, and there were no others present. Hence, he took no protective measures against radiation. After a thorough exposure, the modified amoeba began to exhibit activity and initiated cellular division. Before long, Zhong discarded the now heated small radiation emitter and began observing the amoeba. The quantity should suffice. He then commenced extracting the amoeba's cell liquid. This should pose no issue. In his hand, Zhong held a test tube brimming with the amoeba's cell liquid, which emitted a luminous glow, twinkling beautifully. However, it was actually the radiation from the cell fluid that caused this. Nevertheless, the dosage was minimal and should not be lethal. Zhong speculated, then pocketed it. And the next step was to find a perfect experimental subject. Yet, this posed a genuine challenge. Unlike General Ross, who acted without principles, Zhong could not simply select any subject at random. He also refrained from experimenting on superhumans. With a sense of ethics and integrity, Zhong decided to venture to the United States, hoping to encounter a suitable candidate. In truth, he intended to play the role of a benevolent elder, granting the protagonist a fortuitous encounter. As for the reliability of the potion, Zhong himself was uncertain, but he was confident that it would elicit some reaction in humans. Chapter 56. New York, USA. Zhong was a man of deep emotions. Thus he did not plan to seek out the so-called protagonist, the lab rat, in the Academy City. Instead, he chose New York, believing that he would undoubtedly find a suitable middle schooler yearning for power. Acting on impulse, Zhong teleported himself to the United States. Could I not also stealthily cross over to Europe at any moment to become a European? An idea struck him. He then found himself in an obscure, dimly lit alleyway in New York. As he was about to step out, he heard a commotion behind him. Shouts and curses were flying. "Hand over your money," came a raspy voice from behind. "Am I being robbed?" Zhong was astonished. Was it possible that someone would dare to mug him, given his size? Out of curiosity about the person behind him, he turned around. Just then, he heard the sound of a knife clattering to the ground. Our hapless thug, sporting yellow hair, had not had a job in days and, in dire need of cash, decided to take the risk of robbing a large individual. However, he soon realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. This towering figure was not human. No, he was a superhuman, and he radiated an intimidating aura. As Zhong turned, a scaly visage met the thug's gaze. "What did you say?" Zhong was intrigued by this audacious individual. With a thud, the thug knelt before him, instantly surrendering. "I'm sorry." He capitulated immediately. "Very well, I forgive you, but you must promise me one thing." Zhong doit michivu nature resurfaced. "Sure, no problem," the thug replied, looking as though he was at Zhong's mercy. "Now take off your pants." A wicked smile spread across Zhong's face. Upon hearing this, the thug's expression soured, but he complied, slowly removing his trousers, clearly aware of the impending humiliation. "Be gentle," he weakly pleaded. Zhong did not respond, heightening the thug's anxiety, and in that moment of trepidation, he lost consciousness. "I am not," Zhong muttered as he knocked the thug out, swiftly pilfering some cash from his pockets. As for the discarded pants, Zhong had no intention of helping this ruffian put them back on. It had merely been a cruel jest. He then quietly exited the alley, but the following day, a legend emerged online about a lizard that favored men, complete with a blurry video clip that appeared to be captured by a security camera. However, this rumor has gained considerable traction among a group of high school students who, caught in a state of anxiety, dread the prospect of encountering the fabled lizard man during their commutes. One ordinary American high school student, Dave, finds himself walking home with his close friends when they are suddenly accosted by a gang of delinquents. Surprisingly, the thugs, noticing the well-behaved students, refrain from committing any outrageous acts. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice emerges from behind the ruffians, warning them not to take the children's money. The two thugs, momentarily taken aback, turn around to confront the source of the voice, only to find themselves face-to-face with a towering lizard creature over 2 meters tall. Instantly intimidated, they apologize profusely and return the wallets and phones to the 3 students before hastily retreating. While the thugs exhibited a certain level of compliance upon encountering a superpowered being enforcing justice, the 3 robbed students were left with a different impression. Having just witnessed a lizard man, suddenly, an exhilarating thrill surged through the trio, reminiscent of escaping one peril only to stumble into another. In a moment of cunning, 2 of Dave's friends unceremoniously turned and fled. However, Dave remained rooted in place, captivated by the formidable aura of Zhong, a figment of his imagination. Be gentle, Dave weakly implored Zhong, who, oblivious to the timid student's words, simply ignored him. In the aftermath of this incident, rumors began to circulate at Dave's school, branding him as a peculiar figure, with the origins of such gossip being all too obvious. Yet, Zhong remained irritable, unable to find a suitable candidate for his plans. Why not just select someone at random? He pondered. No, I must ascertain this individual's character, he resolved, demonstrating his desire to be a responsible elder. With no other options, Zhong returned to his refuge, a place he had liberated from a gang of thugs. He refrained from staying in a hotel due to his clandestine arrival and lack of funds. The television in his room was perpetually on, broadcasting news of a suspected superhero performing acts of bravery on the streets, though it appeared he was merely being beaten up. Boring, Zhong muttered, changing the channel, only to find more coverage on the individual clad in a spandex suit. Frustrated, he turned off the television, lying on his bed, pondering a life of idleness. Then it struck him. I believe he could serve as my experimental subject. Evidently, the figure on the television was an ordinary person, yet he possessed the heart of a superhero, embodying righteousness. It seemed imperative for Zhong to uncover the true identity of this individual. However, he was unprepared for the rapid ascendance of this hero to fame, as figurines of him appeared in every comic book store, accompanied by related comics. While browsing, Zhong also noticed comics featuring characters like the Punisher, Iron Man, and Spider-Man, yet there was no sign of his own likeness. Instead, the shelves overflowed with merchandise related to the latest anti-hero releases. Unbeknownst to Zhong, an old acquaintance lingered within the comic shop. Last time, Zhong encountered 3 high school students, which prompted his 2 close friends to tease Dave again, reminiscing about the tales of Dave and the lizard people. However, Dave could only regard his friends with disdain. Unbeknownst to them, he had already become a superhero, the immensely popular figure known as the Sea Slap King, although he was, in reality, just an ordinary man without any superpowers. Yet, he soon found himself embroiled in one event after another due to his superhero identity. Meanwhile, Zhong discovered 2 other ordinary individuals acting as vigilantes, namely the Punisher and Big Daddy, who were actively combating drug traffickers. These were 2 well-trained individuals, yet still ordinary. Before long, Zhong tracked their movements, and before they could confront the drug lord, he eliminated him and awaited their arrival. When they finally appeared before him, they were met with a scene of carnage and the unmistakable figure of Zhong. Who are you? Big Daddy, resembling Batman, questioned warily as he eyed Zhong, who sat in a chair. Clearly, Big Daddy sensed a formidable threat emanating from Zhong, his gun trembling in his grip. At that moment, Zhong had his back turned to them, rendering his appearance a mystery, enhancing the enigma surrounding him. Just as Big Daddy began to lose his composure, Zhong finally turned around. A lizard man, sporting a cigar and sunglasses, stood before them. Who is this monster? The young girl wondered, while Big Daddy instinctively lowered his gun, evidently intimidated by Zhong's imposing presence. Are you the vigilantes recently appearing in New York? Do you crave power? He inquired, producing a vial of shimmering blue serum. Coupled with Zhong's formidable appearance, the atmosphere was charged with intimidation. In the end, the duo clad in tight suits, one elderly and one youthful, declined Zhong's mysterious serum, even shunning the drugs and ill-gotten gains of the traffickers. Watching them depart, Zhong felt a sense of helplessness. His visage lacked the charm he desired. After leaving the drug den, he returned to his humble abode. Another one has died? The notorious drug lord of New York was seething with anger. In recent days, his subordinates had been inexplicably murdered, resulting in significant losses of drugs and money. Meanwhile, the emerging superheroes, the Punisher and Big Daddy, gradually made their way into the digital realm, capturing the attention of the public. This, of course, was orchestrated by Zhong, who had stealthily taken photographs of the pair during their encounter. Once images of the two in their tight suits surfaced online, they sparked a tremendous reaction among netizens, particularly igniting a fascination with the seemingly 11-year-old Punisher. Although the pair had gained notoriety, this was not the outcome Big Daddy had hoped for. Immediately, the address of Zhong was located through online means, revealing that he had not taken measures to obscure his digital presence. Anyone with determination could discern his whereabouts. Subsequently, the drug lord Amick, employing the same method, found Zhong. Thus, two groups simultaneously prepared to confront him, unbeknownst to Zhong, who lay in bed contemplating his journey through the Marvel Universe. A sudden crash of shattering glass was accompanied by a knock on the door. It appeared that the drug lord exhibited more civility than a superhero. Zhong rose to answer the door. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Though Amick's henchmen were fully armed, they were momentarily startled by Zhong's reptilian visage. A superpowered being, it was evident that this group was aware of the formidable nature of superhumans, prompting them to retreat a considerable distance from Zhong. Then, a voice emerged from behind him. Old Dad had arrived. Upon seeing his nemesis, Old Dad momentarily forgot his intention to confront Zhong and instead aimed his gun at Amick. The sudden gunfire elicited an instinctive response from the drug lord. As bullets rained down, Zhong wisely stepped aside, allowing ample space for the ensuing chaos. The two factions began their performance. Despite Amick's numerical advantage, his men lacked systematic training. In terms of reaction time, marksmanship, and tactics, they were outmatched by the likes of Hit Girl and her companions. However, their sheer numbers provided significant firepower. Meanwhile, although Old Dad was outnumbered, he was well prepared. Observing the overwhelming forces before him, he swiftly deployed flashbangs. The ensuing cacophony of screams indicated that the drug lord had been caught off guard. Zhong's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. Donning sunglasses and a cigar, along with a slightly ill-fitting suit, he had reverted to embodying the archetype of society. The drug lord was swiftly dispatched by Old Dad, leaving only Amick, the villain who had falsely branded him as a drug lord and sent him to prison. In the presence of his enemy, Old Dad's gun trembled as he aimed at Amick. The prospect of avenging his grievances felt surreal. "Ah, thank you, superhero, for your assistance," he uttered. Having lingered in the background as an invisible observer, Zhong sought to assert his presence. "So, do you wish to become a true superhero?" He provocatively offered a vial of his own concocted serum to Old Dad. Yet, gazing at his adversary, Old Dad fell into contemplation. "No, irrafuza. I am not a superhero." In truth, he understood the motivations behind his crusade against crime. It was not for personal vengeance. He could hardly be regarded as a superhero, but rather as a despicable individual utilizing his daughter as a means to fulfill his own vendetta. His daughter, however, wore an expression of hope, clearly enamored with the notion of superheroes at her tender age. Amick was destined to perish. Old Dad would not show mercy to his foe. He would ensure that justice was served. Despite Old Dad's rejection of Zhong's serum, Zhong discreetly enticed Hit Girl, slipping the vial into her possession, assuring her that it would prove useful in the future. After successfully dispatching the potion, Zhong ceased to contemplate the implications it might have for the future. Surrounded by lifeless bodies, he resignedly prepared to relocate once more. However, the following day, the unexpected demise of a notorious drug lord significantly impacted the underbelly of New York City. The crime rate surged, and many sought to seize Amick's territory. At this juncture, Big Daddy and Hit Girl emerged before the public, initiating a crackdown on the unruly gangs, albeit not with particularly gentle methods, resulting in an ongoing increase in criminal activity. Nevertheless, the populace, inspired by these two figures, began to form their own superhero coalition to uphold law and order in New York. Son destude etapa a skyscraper. Gazing down at the bustling streets, where police cars raced past, and not far away, a child swung joyfully on a swing. Another peaceful day, he mused. Yet, while Hit Girl and her father took a respite at Starbucks after combating crime in New York, they were approached by two strangers. "Hello, sir. I have a job proposition for you. Are you interested?" Carlson and his team member, Melinda, appeared at Big Daddy's table. "Who are you?" Big Daddy questioned, remaining vigilant about the unexpected visitors. "I am an employee of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I would like to introduce a job opportunity for you." Although Big Daddy was unfamiliar with the agency, it evidently belonged to the government. Their words hinted that his and his daughter's identities had been compromised. "I'm not interested," Big Daddy coldly replied, having had a prior unpleasant experience with government entanglements. Don't be too hasty in rejecting. The police in today's New York City are quite displeased with vigilantes who abuse their power, Coulson warned, a hint of menace in his tone. Moreover, regarding the betrayal you previously suffered, we can assist in exonerating you, he further tempted, realizing the gravity of their visit and the depth of their knowledge about his past. Big Daddy reluctantly conceded, "All right, I agree, but don't involve my daughter." He felt a sense of obligation towards her. Melinda accompanied Hit Girl for some recreation, while Coulson and Big Daddy ventured elsewhere to discuss the job. They sought to invite him to participate in a government initiative. Coulson handed a stack of papers to Big Daddy. The Avengers Initiative? Big Daddy patiently reviewed the contents, lifting his gaze to Coulson. "You want me to become a superhero?" "No, I'm just an ordinary man." "No, you're already a superhero," Coulson countered, disagreeing with Big Daddy's assertion. "A true superhero is not defined by extraordinary powers or superior intellect, but rather by a heroic heart." Coulson served him a dose of inspiration, persuading him to join the ranks of the Avengers. Chapter 58. 6 months later, after handing over the potion, whose effects he remained oblivious to, Zhong clandestinely returned to Academy City. "Ah, you've come, Zhong. The professor observed Zhong as he entered the house. As for Zhong's sudden disappearance, it had become rather commonplace. "Well, I'm back," he thought to himself. "Why is it that I always encounter the professor upon my return? By the way, Wade has become quite peculiar since you left. He has taken to exercising and muttering strange things," the professor remarked, his expression somewhat odd. Although Zhong did not fully comprehend the contents of his words, he suspected they were related to him. "Oh, really?" Zhong responded with little surprise, considering he had indeed struck Wade and extracted some of his bodily fluids. It was only natural for Wade to harbor resentment. Furthermore, someone with Wade's playful disposition would likely resort to odd antics in retaliation. In any case, Zhong remained unfazed. If it came to it, he could simply retaliate once more. Indeed, not long after Zhong arrived on the island, a dark-skinned lizard with peculiar contraptions approached his villa. "Come out, ugly lizard!" One of the lizards shouted at Zhong's villa. The raucousness was so loud that even with noise-canceling headphones on, Zhong could not escape the clamor. "This is truly bizarre," he thought, tossing aside his headphones and rushing outside. Upon exiting, he was met with a startling sight. Wade was suspended in midair by an unknown force. What on earth is happening? He wondered just as he spotted his neighbor, Old Juan, emerging with his daughter, visibly enraged. "What is all this noise in the middle of the day? Some of us are trying to take a nap," he exclaimed, soothing his daughter in his arms before flinging Wade far away, to a distance where even Zhong could no longer see him. Has Magneto turned into a doting father now? The difference is staggering, Zhong mused, yawning at the sight of Wade disappearing like a star before returning indoors. "I might as well finish watching Detective Conan," he decided, drawing the curtains and indulging in his show in the dimly lit bedroom. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of his past life, as some things are indeed difficult to alter. However, while he was engrossed in his viewing, 2 individuals not belonging to this realm arrived in Academy City. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a strikingly beautiful woman of mixed heritage. "Good day, Professor," Coulson greeted, showing the utmost respect for the leader of such a formidable organization. After stating their purpose, the professor welcomed them warmly, akin to a kindly grandfather offering candy to a little girl. Following the professor's directions, the 2 proceeded to Zhong's quaint villa. "What a rather ordinary house," Melinda remarked, surveying the 2-story building. "Of course, did you expect him to reside in a lizard's den?" Coulson replied, pushing the door open. It appeared Zhong to share the unfortunate habit of not locking his doors, a trait common among foreigners. The 2 entered, but due to the drawn curtains and the encroaching dusk, the interior was shrouded in darkness. Consequently, Melinda instinctively drew her weapon, remaining alert in this shadowy environment. They cautiously approached Zhong's bedroom, step by step. Then, he glimpsed a silhouette behind a softly glowing computer. However, the moment they entered the bedroom, Zhong detected an unwelcome visitor. He swiftly turned around, only to find 2 individuals, one of whom brandished a firearm. The newcomers did not seem friendly, yet Zhong was unperturbed by such a minor weapon. Nevertheless, to protect his possessions from potential loss, he resolved to take the initiative. though he appeared somewhat cumbersome. The possession of the space stone granted him remarkable agility. In a flash of blue light, Zhong vanished before the two intruders and swiftly tackled the gunman to the ground. However, a feminine cry pierced the air. Was it a woman? From his extensive experience, Zhong surmised that the voice belonged to a striking beauty, and he could tell from the sensation of her form that she had a commendable figure. Then, he heard a familiar voice. "Mr. Zhong, please stop." It was Coulson speaking. At this moment, Zhong had turned on the lights, revealing an elderly man and a young woman, who appeared to be in pain from the fall. "Are you all right?" Zhong inquired, helping the young woman to her feet. "You lack any semblance of a gentleman," she retorted, clearly resentful of Zhong's brusque actions. This incited Zhong's irritation. After all, they had barged in without knocking, and it was quite fortunate they had not been met with violence. Thus, Coulson intervened, urging both parties to calm down. "What brings you here? It must be of great importance to have come all the way to the island." Clearly, the two agents were quite dedicated, signaling that their matter was significant. "Mr. Zhong, it has been 6 months since we last met. Shouldn't you provide us with something in return?" Coulson revealed his intent. 6 months had flown by, and since Zhong had transformed into Godzilla, he had been oblivious to the passage of time, which left him somewhat reflective. However, there was a dilemma. He had consumed the Tesseract, so how could he possibly return anything? Perhaps I should defer this matter for a few days. How about I return in a week? I'm not quite prepared at the moment, Zhong admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Coulson paused for a moment before quickly regaining his composure, expressing understanding. "We apologize for not giving you prior notice. Let us reconvene in a week." With that, Coulson led Melinda away from Zhong's residence. Once they departed, Zhong promptly teleported to the laboratory of the beast. He intended to fabricate a substitute to appease them, as he could control the energy of the space stone, and creating a convincing replica should pose no challenge. "Beast, I need your assistance. I'm looking to create something." Despite his striking blue hair, the beast was quite agreeable. Upon hearing Zhong's request, he immediately ceased his work, indicating he could assist without delay. "You truly are a good friend," Zhong remarked, then promptly commenced the experiment to replicate the Tesseract. He had devised a plan for the imitation and plucked a crystal from his back, transforming it into a cube before infusing it with the energy of the space stone. However, the crystal on Zhong himself is not an ideal medium. It cracked after only a small amount was infused. This left Zhong somewhat distressed, as this was the most suitable vessel for spatial gemstones. At this moment, the beast spoke up, stating that Zhong's crystal was not meant for energy storage, but rather as a conduit material. Nonetheless, it seems quite similar, and I believe altering the structure of this material could achieve the purpose of energy storage. Chapter 59. The Prototype Cosmic Cube, version 19, with the beast's assistance. Zhong, after countless failures over the course of a week, finally succeeded in creating a cosmic cube that met his high standards. Although the beast did not understand the purpose of this object, he was nonetheless pleased. Simultaneously, such an energy entity could potentially resolve the current energy crisis on Earth, representing a novel energy source, and thus far, no drawbacks have been identified, except, perhaps, for the immense destructive power if it were to explode. Zhong had yet to name this creation. "Why not give a name?" the beast suggested. "How about Prototype Cosmic Cube, version 19? Zhong declared, uttering an exceedingly long title. "A what? I didn't quite catch that. What S with the version 19? The beast responded. Zhong repeated the name, and while the beast understood this time, he expressed confusion about the name's significance. "Is a name really that troublesome?" Zhong remarked, evidently having chosen on a whim. All right then." The beast picked up the Prototype Cosmic Cube, version 19, and said to Zhong, "Could you spare one for me?" "That's possible, but you will have to wait a while. I still have use for this," Zhong replied, intending to use it to deceive Shield. "Oh, fine." And with that, Zhong hurriedly departed with the cube in hand. Upon returning to his villa, Zhong carelessly tossed the creation, which had taken him 5 days to craft, onto his bed and then lay down beside it, awaiting the arrival of Shield personnel. Just then, a knock echoed from his door. Who could it be at this hour? Zhong wondered. Puzzled as he opened the door, a woman stood at his threshold. "Are you Mr. Zhong? I'm your neighbor. Would you be interested in attending our daughter's birthday party?" She inquired. "You're Old One's wife." Zhong immediately recognized her. "I thought Old One would never find a wife, and now he even has a daughter." "Of course, I would love to attend the birthday party," Zhong decided, curious to see this world's Old One. The woman, pleased by his acceptance, said, "Then let us go now," and led Zhong to Old One's residence. However, as Zhong left his home, a figure resembling him appeared outside his bedroom window, the essence of mischief evident in its eyes. Upon arriving at Old One's villa, Zhong found it bustling with people, friends he recognized, including Cyclops, Jean Grey, Wolverine, and Professor X. The arrival of Zhong astonished everyone, for it was evident that someone of his caliber was among the most vivacious individuals present, constantly darting about. Greetings ensued, and upon realizing he had become the center of attention, Zhong felt a touch of embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the crowd, akin to playful jeering, as they gathered to celebrate Old One's daughter's birthday. Soon, it was time for the young girl to showcase her talents. After blowing out the candles, everyone began presenting their meticulously prepared gifts. This left Zhong feeling rather uncomfortable, as he had come unprepared. What could he possibly conjure up at the last moment? Just as the crowd turned their gaze toward him expectantly, Zhong gritted his teeth and extracted a blue crystal from the fin on his back. Admittedly, he had no desire to do so, as although it could regrow quickly, the pain was quite unbearable. Observing Zhong de action, Old One could hardly contain his dismay and remarked, "There's no need for a gift. It's quite all right." Zhong de grimacing in discomfort, then handed the naturally formed crystal to the little girl, who clearly delighted in the sparkling trinket. "Thank you, mysterious uncle," she exclaimed. It was evident that Zhong's appearance warranted such a title, yet he still felt a sense of strangeness about it. The festivities then transitioned into a jubilant party atmosphere, with everyone reveling and drinking. While my little master had already been whisked away upstairs by Old One for a well-deserved slumber. Clearly, Magneto had orchestrated this gathering under the guise of his daughter's birthday, a reunion for old friends. Ever since the advent of world peace, the X-Men had become somewhat obsolete, with everyone pursuing their individual paths. Naturally, except for Jean and Cyclops, who remained inseparable alongside the ever-watchful Wolverine. At that moment, Wolverine stood up and posed a question. "Does anyone else feel a sense of boredom? As if the very essence of our existence has suddenly diminished?" This inquiry silenced the group, for they were accustomed to facing adversaries together, battling against those who opposed mutants. However, with the villains defeated, opportunities for the X-Men to assemble had dwindled. As the group pondered this, Zhong spoke up, "Not all. Although superhumans have attained an equal status, this world continues to face numerous threats. SHIELD has detected extraterrestrial beings, indicating we are not alone, and some of these aliens are decidedly unfriendly. Beyond protecting superhumans, we must safeguard this planet." Zhong's impassioned speech rekindled the X-Men's sense of purpose, reminding them that crises would inevitably arise. Yet Wolverine's focus shifted entirely. The revelation of aliens by SHIELD suggested that combat was imminent. The born warrior within him stirred, igniting a renewed sense of duty. Meanwhile, Wade stumbled upon the glowing blue cube on Zhong's bed, deeming it a valuable treasure and plotting to steal it as retribution for Zhong's previous victories over him. However, the moment he touched the cube, Zhong sensed the disturbance. A theft was afoot. Instantly, he teleported back to his original form, confronting Wade, who was indeed a curious character. Snatching the cube from Wade's grasp, Zhong burst out of the villa, initiating yet another bout of confrontation. Concurrently, the members of the X-Men emerged from Old One's villa to ascertain the unfolding situation. Then he witnessed Zhong mercilessly striking a lizard, each punch landing with a visceral impact that stirred Wolverine's primal instincts. Hastily, Wolverine inquired, "Do you require assistance?" No need," Zhong replied, tossing Wade onto the ground. "One day, I shall defeat you," Wade murmured from his position on the ground. Such fervent, Melodramatic declarations only serve to exasperate Zhong. You seem rather idle, don't you? It appears I must find you something to do. Clearly, for Wade, who simply fancied being an art teacher, life had become too leisurely. Zhong dragged Wade to an open area, where a blue light enveloped them before they vanished from the grassy expanse. Moments later, both appeared on the deck of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Zhong exhibited no discretion, leading to their immediate discovery. Alarms blared, but soon fell silent. Then, a bald man with a dark complexion appeared on the deck, evidently just roused from slumber. Mr. Zhong, what brings you here at this hour? Director Nick inquired. I have come to return the Tesseract, Zhong stated, tossing the artifact to Nick. And I brought you a gift. Chapter 60. Chitauri. At this moment, Nick's demeanor shifted, displaying a flicker of interest. Oh, is it April Fool's Day? He questioned, skeptical of Zhong's intentions. No, Zhong responded, hurling Wade, who had been feigning death behind him, into view. Wade immediately recoiled, exclaiming, How could you do this? Isn't there such a thing as the Superhuman Registration Act? This is illegal. Clearly, his past as a test subject left him with an ominous feeling. Oh, are you referring to that law? Zhong's gaze turned contemplative, provoking a sense of dread in Wade. It seems that this law was a result of my own efforts. What? Wade exclaimed in astonishment, initially perceiving Zhong merely as an immensely powerful superhuman, only to discover he was a prominent figure. The founder of the Urban Academy. Surprised, are you? I brought you here not to make you a test subject, but to mold you into a hero, Zhong declared, patting Wade on the shoulder. To become a true hero. Zhong then led Wade before the one-eyed Nick. This is the one. I heard you were forming a team for the Avengers, so I brought someone along. He may be a bit unruly, so do take care of him. With that, Zhong cast Wade onto the aircraft carrier and vanished. As for the reasons behind this, it was because Wade, with his unique cellular structure, was destined to become a formidable force on Earth. Meanwhile, Zhong planned to embark on a journey through the cosmos after the events of the first Avengers movie. At that moment, Zhong also sensed that the replica Tesseract he had sent out had been taken, no longer residing within S.H.L.D.'s research facility. Concurrently, the Avengers began to assemble urgently. However, Loki had returned to Earth with his scepter of mind control, accompanied by the ambitious Chitauri. Unbeknownst to him, the artifact he had stolen was not the genuine Tesseract, but rather a high-quality imitation crafted by Zhong. While this replica possessed similar capabilities, its energy output was significantly inferior. The energy of the Infinity Stones is boundless, at least for now. Zhong has yet to grasp the true magnitude of the Space Stone's power. Even so, what Zhong has created is merely a high-quality imitation. This implies that while it may not rival the authentic Infinity Stones, the energy contained within this cube is still tremendously vast, sufficient to facilitate the Zetarii army's interstellar traversals. Consequently, in the original narrative, Loki successfully disrupts the unity of the Avengers and opens a wormhole, allowing the Zetarii to invade Earth. Meanwhile, Zhong, having meticulously prepared, utilizes the wormhole to infiltrate the star system housing the Zetarii mothership. The vastness of the universe exceeds human imagination upon his arrival. Zhong discovers that the star clusters depicted by humanity do not correspond at all, leaving him uncertain of which star domain he has entered. The Zetarii, being a hybrid of machine and organic life, possess a far superior adaptability to their environment compared to humans, and their overall capabilities far exceed the average human, rendering Earth's ordinary military forces utterly inadequate. However, unexpected developments often arise. Mutants, the result of experiments conducted by the Celestial Group, have emerged as exceptionally powerful beings after enduring the trials of time. Although they have long found themselves in a disadvantaged position within human society, Zhong's presence has united the mutants, granting them equal standing with ordinary humans and liberating them from the derogatory label of mutants. Most crucially, this has diminished internal conflicts among the superpowered beings, transforming Academy City into a hub of talent and making it one of the most fervent centers of resistance on Earth. The synergy of their various abilities has posed significant challenges even for the technologically advanced Zetarii. However, the situation in New York remains grim, though fortunately, aside from the Avengers, many willing superpower individuals are also combating the Zetaris' onslaught. Thus, Earth's combat capabilities are remarkably formidable. Yet, as the Zetari encounter setbacks in their battles on Earth, Zhong, leveraging his space stone abilities, stealthily approaches their mothership. In an obscure corner of the vessel, he observes clandestinely. As the minions of Thanos, these Zetari are indeed fierce. Not only do they possess exceptional survival skills, but they also exhibit a semblance of unity, though this unity is merely a byproduct of control. Zhong notices that many Zetari appear vacant-eyed, resembling thoughtless automatons. Only a few, those of higher status, retain a semblance of self-awareness. Nevertheless, these individuals are scarce, and the rigid hierarchy renders them easily manageable. Through simple observation, Zhong uncovers a wealth of intelligence. However, this race has no future. Thanos regards them merely as instruments of war, devoid of any other utility, a fact evidenced by their rudimentary equipment. The existence of such primitive weaponry amidst a cosmic civilization suggests a stark lack of advancement in scientific endeavors. After extensive observation, Zhong resolves to take decisive action against the mothership, launching an all-out assault without any pretense of concealment. The opening roar serves not only as a declaration of one's existence, but also as a manifestation of strength, coupled with a gesture of respect and courtesy towards adversaries. As anticipated, in an instant, all attention of the Chitauri was directed towards Zhong, who began to draw weapons in preparation for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Zhong transformed into his towering 200-meter form, wreaking havoc within the mothership. Although such height is indeed formidable compared to humans and Chitauri, it pales in comparison to the vastness of the mothership, rendering Zhong a mere speck. However, within the confines of the mothership, many large-scale weapons remained inoperative, allowing Zhong to act with impunity. He observed the Chitauri, resembling ants in their approach, unafraid as they charged forth, armed with energy rifles aimed at him. Unfazed, Zhong retaliated by smashing with his massive feet and wielding a colossal pillar, occasionally unleashing an atomic breath that penetrated countless metal panels. In the midst of his exhilarating assault, Zhong suddenly realized that no more Chitauri were advancing. Concurrently, a pressure valve was activated, transforming his workshop-like surroundings into a vacuum, causing numerous Chitauri to perish instantly from the rapid decompression and lack of oxygen. Little did they know, Zhong had long since adapted to the vacuum of space. He promptly kicked through a wall and discovered himself propelled into the vastness of outer space. Momentarily bewildered, he quickly regained his composure. Outer space was merely outer space, and he began to float towards the mothership. Yet, the mothership was not without its defenses, and countless automated cannons and missiles commenced their barrage upon him. Chapter 61. Godzilla. The sight of the mothership, ablaze with an array of weaponry, was truly magnificent in Zhong's eyes, exuding a sense of grandeur and the beauty of power. However, amidst the onslaught of diverse energy beams, a blue protective shield enveloped him, absorbing the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Zhong drew closer to the mothership, delivering a powerful strike that shattered its external armor, allowing him entry. Despite the fierce resistance from the Chitauri inside, Zhong's colossal form and mighty weapon were unstoppable. He barely had to exert himself to breach their defenses. Observing the Chitauri on the ground as they fought back, he simply brought down his massive foot upon them, silencing their resistance. At this juncture, Loki's allies were preoccupied with their own crisis, hastily dispatching reinforcements to address the situation with Zhong. As the Chitauri, now alerted to his surprise attack, began to organize a more effective defense, they held on to the hope that once Loki acquired the Space Stone, they would have a chance to turn the tide. Thus, their immediate priority was to minimize losses while awaiting Loki's arrival. Although Loki had utilized the prototype Cosmic Cube to open a wormhole, summoning Chitauri forces, the current Avengers lineup was significantly stronger than that depicted in the original narrative. In addition to the Avengers, there exist other extraordinary beings endowed with superhuman abilities who are also safeguarding New York City. Thus, The invasion by the Chitauri has not been as unstoppable as they had envisioned. At this moment, aside from the staggering destruction wrought by the Hulk, a colossal lizard commands attention. Towering over 10 meters, it unmistakably represents Wade in his full form, seemingly having indulged in Iron Man's arc reactor. Its atomic breath sweeps away all Chitauri units in its path, rendering even the aerial assaults of the giant tortoise ineffective. The battle on Earth intensifies as Loki and the Avengers commence their struggle for the Tesseract. However, the energy-sensitive Wade, along with Thor and Loki, senses something amiss with the Tesseract. Simultaneously, Zhong's transformation progresses remarkably well. Since Zhong remains concealed within the mothership, the Chitauri are unable to employ the cannons of the nearby escort ships to target him. Ultimately, they have no choice but to detach the section containing Zhong. Subsequently, the escort ships unleash a barrage upon the abandoned segment. Despite the escort ship's main cannons being immensely powerful and numerous, their might pales in comparison to Zhong's space gem. Long before the main cannons were fully charged, Zhong had already erected a defensive shield to withstand the impending assault. Following a silent explosion, the section of the mothership housing Zhong is reduced to debris. However, just as relief washes over the onlookers, Zhong manifests his presence by obliterating the densely clustered escort ships with his atomic breath. Yet, he has only managed to annihilate a fraction of the escort fleet. Nevertheless, this incursion instills a sense of helplessness in the Chitauri leader, reminiscent of the powerlessness he once felt in the presence of Thanos. Nonetheless, he refuses to concede defeat. Quickly, charge the escort ship's main cannons again. Prepare all available artillery aboard the mothership. Clearly, the leader harbors doubts regarding the firepower of his fleet. He orders the mothership's cannons to charge as well, intending to unleash a continuous barrage upon this monstrosity. However, Zhong is no fool. He exploits the advantages of the space gem to vacate the ravaged ruins. Leader, the biological signature has vanished. A soldier reports to the Chitauri commander. What? The Chitauri leader reacts with astonishment, halting the charging of the main cannons and scanning the vicinity of the mothership for any biological presence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhong has already fled to the outskirts of this unknown star system. The reason for his location is that Zhong is preparing to unleash a formidable attack. At this moment, he diligently gathers the energy within his body to create a black hole. Fortuitously, having perused numerous celestial texts, he possesses some understanding of the structure of black holes. However, human knowledge is exceedingly limited, and thus Zhong encounters challenges in his endeavor. Ultimately, with the unique enhancement of the space gem's energy, he manages to create a gravitational point. This so-called gravitational point is essentially a truncated version of a black hole, artificially created, possessing some characteristics of a true black hole. However, it did not possess the terrifying gravitational range akin to that of a black hole, nor did it emit the consumed matter. Thus, there existed an upper limit to the mass it could attract. Reluctantly, Zhong dispatched the gravitational particle to the Chitauri mothership. Suddenly, the gravitational field around him shifted dramatically. Before a minion could finish his words, he was drawn into the gravitational particle and compressed into a mere speck. Yet, as more matter was consumed, the gravitational particle's range of attraction expanded. This was dire. At that moment, the center of the mothership morphed into a hollow sphere, and fortunately, the gravitational particle had reached its limit. Then, a visible wave appeared before the Chitauri, followed by an eruption of flames in the dark expanse of space. Even those at the far reaches of the stellar system beheld this brilliance. It seemed I have inadvertently created something extraordinary, Zhong mused. However, this explosion was merely the beginning. The abrupt and unusual detonation caused the gravitational balance of the entire stellar system to falter. The planets near the star were drawn toward it, and the orbits of the larger planets began to shift. It was estimated that, over an extended timeline, there would be numerous catastrophic collisions between planets. As for the satellites, they broke free from their orbits, some drifting away from their planets, while others collided with them. If life existed within this stellar system, it would undoubtedly face extinction. Zhong stared blankly at the unfolding chaos, finally realizing the extent of his terrifying power. So, I'm truly formidable. Gazing upon the fiery stellar system, Zhong suddenly recognized the peril he was in. The Chitauri fleet was, of course, decimated, though some managed to survive, as the planets around them exhibited signs of distress. Many astute individuals sought refuge in the wormhole leading to Earth. Unfortunately, only a fortunate few succeeded, as the wormhole collapsed shortly after a small escort vessel passed through. Zhong's prototype cosmic cube, the 19th model for SHIELD, instantly lost its effectiveness, transforming into an ordinary white cube, its energy nearly depleted. However, a single small escort vessel could not alter the Chitauri's dire situation. Wade, known for his notorious son Zhong, unleashed a spiraling atomic breath replica after finishing Tony's stock, obliterating the small escort vessel into a display of fireworks. This left Loki in utter despair, witnessing both the vanishing wormhole and the vessel's demise. Sensing impending doom, Loki prepared to flee, only to be crushed by the infuriated Hulk and nearly obliterated by Wade's inadvertent stomp. As for the unexpected developments surrounding the alien mothership and the suddenly vanished wormhole, the Avengers felt they had overlooked something significant. Nevertheless, once the chaos subsided, it was time to tidy the battlefield and restore order. However, when the one-eyed Nick Fury gazed at the now white cosmic cube, deep in thought, Chapter 62 unfolded with Zhong farming on an unknown alien planet. The alien invasion of New York concluded, yet many matters remained unresolved. At least some of the principal culprits had been apprehended. Take Loki, for instance. Despite the chaos he wrought upon New York, his formidable background rendered him immune to the repercussions from SHIELD. Ultimately, following negotiations between Asgard and the United States, Loki was dispatched back to Asgard to face punishment. However, as Odin's son, it is unlikely that he would endure any severe repercussions, perhaps merely a life sentence. For being the offspring of Odin affords certain privileges. Meanwhile, the cosmic cube presented a conundrum, as it was merely a counterfeit. Fortunately, its falsehood resulted in a diminished Chitauri presence. Yet, the whereabouts of the genuine cosmic cube became a pressing concern. Isaaki inquired with the professor multiple times about the whereabouts of Chonda, as they could not locate him. However, the professor was equally perplexed, as if Chonda had vanished from the very face of the earth. Still, Nick pondered, to believe in such a thing would be folly. In the end, the conciliatory professor permitted SHIELD agents to search Chonda's quaint villa. Naturally, Chonda had left behind a few tokens within his abode, along with a letter. The letter read, "Greetings, this is a message from Chonda. If you are reading this, it signifies my journey has taken me to the vastness of the cosmos. Should you discover the cosmic cube to be a forgery, do not be surprised, for I orchestrated the deception. The true one has been consumed by me, rendering it utterly inaccessible. I have retained 2 fakes. One is destined for the beast, and the other you may distribute as you see fit. As for my departure from Earth, I find this planet too diminutive. I yearn to explore the universe beyond. The fate of Earth's equilibrium rests in your hands." Chonda's foresight seemed uncanny, as if he had anticipated everything and prepared accordingly. Upon reading this, Captain America, who was conducting the search, felt a surge of indignation towards Chonda. With a heavy sigh, he retrieved a box secured with a 3-digit combination hidden within a cabinet. It appeared to contain the pirated cosmic cube. Observing the note with the self-devised code affixed to the box, Captain America promptly dismantled the lock. Inside lay 2 identical cosmic cubes and a handwritten, graffiti-styled instruction manual. Taking one, Captain America departed with Black Widow. Yet, he was suddenly beset by a profound weariness, an unsettling sensation of aging. Chonda's departure had not altered much. The most disheartened was Wade, whose adversary had simply vanished. Alongside the professor and Old Juan, former comrades, Wade lamented the energy that Chonda still possessed, while he and his allies found themselves increasingly beleaguered. Fortunately, the current era was replete with superpowered individuals, heralding a bright future. Moreover, The presence of these extraordinary beings mitigated property losses for the citizens of New York, enhancing the status and reputation of superhumans on the international stage. Earth began to undergo rapid development, with New York swiftly rebuilding. Everything returned to its former state, while Chongda found the situation rather dull. Observing the tumultuous star system, he resolved to expedite its destruction by sending a graviton into the heart of the star. Then the star collapsed, vanishing with a resounding explosion, transforming into a splendid firework display. This was the grandest firework I had ever witnessed, Zonda murmured to himself, before flicking his tail and departing without a hint of nostalgia. The vastness of the universe allowed Zonda to fully embrace his form. Although he stood merely over 200 meters on the ground, in the expanse of space, that length became significantly magnified. His body had already surpassed 400 meters. Yet, despite such a considerable size, Zonda remained strikingly insignificant against the cosmic backdrop. At this moment, the paramount concern was to find his way. Zonda muttered to himself, producing a star map of the 9 realms of Asgard, evidently attempting to locate his position. However, after scrutinizing the map for an extended period, Zonda lamented, "I cannot find anything resembling my surroundings." It appeared that he was outside the 9 realms. With no alternative, Zonda was left to wander aimlessly, oblivious to his location. Moreover, within his 1 light-year scanning range, he found no ships or similar entities. It was evident that this place was exceedingly remote. This posed a dilemma. Clearly, if this location were truly isolated, it could take Zonda an extensive amount of time to encounter a fleet of intelligent life. He had no choice but to proceed step by step. Although Zonda did not sigh, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Thus, he advanced through the cosmos at a speed of 1 light-year per second, which, in the grand scale of the universe, still felt rather sluggish. In the vastness of space, Zonda's journey spanned several days. However, throughout those many light years, he sensed no sign of intelligent beings until he reached his 6th stellar system. This system was a binary star system, with 2 stars revolving around a common center of mass. Such systems are rarer than single-star systems, yet they remain relatively common. Nuberdelis funde, a creature emerging from a rural sun, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Thus, amidst this endless journey, it was indeed a remarkable sight. The 2 stars orbited each other, tracing nearly equal, intersecting circles in the sky. The heat radiated from these stars was far more intense than that of the sun, enveloping Zonda in a warm and comforting glow. In this stellar system, there are only 3 planets, all of modest mass and inhospitable conditions, unsuitable for human habitation akin to Earth. Yet, they were perfectly suited for Zonda, as the high levels of radiation and the nearly non-existent atmosphere were ideal for a creature like him, who thrived on radiation as sustenance. If Wade were here, he would likely flourish on this planet, Zonda mused, reflecting that, in a certain sense, the mere 10 meters of Wade could be perceived as an underdeveloped version of Godzilla. What if I were to create a race of Godzillas here? From the southern Pandev, envisioning companionship on his journey. Moreover, the Godzilla species could reproduce asexually. With this thought, Zonda acted, using his claws to pierce his own hand and letting a few drops of blood fall to the ground. He then squatted down to observe, yet felt somewhat towering in comparison. Fortunately, the blood dripped from the towering 200-meter-tall Godzilla was quite abundant, and soon enough, reactions began to occur. Due to the ample radiation, the cells within the blood became exceedingly active, gradually initiating a transformation. They began to undulate in an erratic manner, much to Zhong's delight, as this indicated that the pool of blood possessed life. However, disappointment was destined to be his fate. Within a mere 10 minutes, the blood commenced crystallizing into a delicate, crystalline entity that soon assumed a fixed form. Apart from incessantly secreting liquid crystals into the surrounding area, Zhong's evident disappointment lingered. Nonetheless, from his rudimentary observations, he discerned that these crystals were indeed alive, albeit resembling more of a fungus or coral rather than a plant. He mused that, if they were akin to plants, conversing with them would be futile. Despite his disappointment, Zhong remained patient, observing his first creation. Chapter 63. A discovery at last, this entity exhibited rapid development. Within the span of just a month, it spread across nearly half the planet, indicating that enveloping the entire globe was merely a matter of time. Yet, it still failed to produce a small pet-like creature, as Zhong had hoped. Apart from providing him with energy, this creation offered little else of utility. Though with an abundance of gems, Zhong lacked for energy. Impatient, he ultimately decided to depart from this locale, disregarding the spreading crystals. However, even several light years away from that star system, he could still sense the planet, evidently due to the beacon's influence. Nevertheless, as Zhong traversed the void, he found no signs of civilization. The vastness of the universe left him astounded, a sentiment he had expressed countless times, yet the anticipated events remained elusive until now. Zhong detected a metallic artifact drifting approximately 0.8 light-years away, unmistakably a product of advanced civilization. Without hesitation, he teleported to gain a closer inspection. It was a spacecraft. He beheld a somewhat dilapidated metal vessel, square in shape, resembling a box, utterly devoid of aerodynamic design. It appeared to belong to a civilization that had ventured into outer space. Zhong speculated that, despite its modest size and lack of aerodynamic features, this indicated that the craft had been constructed in the void of space. Given its small stature, he surmised that the technological advancement of this civilization might be limited. Regardless, he resolved to enter and examine it closely. Zhong transformed into a towering figure of 2 meters, discovering that the spacecraft's entrance was approximately 3 meters high, quite suitable for his physique. The unknown life form appeared to stand around 2 meters tall, leading Zhong to draw new conclusions. However, he faced a rather awkward predicament as the door seemed stubbornly resistant to opening. Fortunately, as he was not a locksmith, he resorted to using his claws to pry the door open. The armor's hardness was not particularly formidable, confirming his suspicions about the civilization's technological capabilities. After forcing open one door, he encountered a second, indicating that this was indeed a sealed chamber. Thankfully, this airtight compartment was able to be opened. Zhong gently displaced the circular lock cylinder with his hand, subsequently opening the door and thoughtfully closing it behind him. The spacecraft exuded an atmosphere devoid of vitality, with everything appearing lifeless and stagnant. As he traversed the expansive metallic corridor, Zhong arrived at the ship's bridge. There were no living beings in sight, only an array of buttons and incomprehensible symbols. Drawing upon his human intellect, he pressed a large red button. Instantly, the entire ship emitted a series of beeping sounds, and Zhong sensed the vessel rebooting as various indicator lights illuminated. Moreover, the cabin began to fill with air, the composition of which remained a mystery. A piercing alarm soon followed, resembling a warning signal. In an unknown chamber, 2 extraterrestrial beings emerged from an oval pod, appearing somewhat disoriented in their behavior. However, after a brief moment, the 2 creatures began to mobilize. They were non-humanoid. Their legs resembled the appendages of a 4-jointed arthropod, supporting a robust body with heads shaped like tilted eggs. Each possessed 2 arms, albeit lacking hands, instead exhibiting 8 agile fingers. Their bodies were encased in a seemingly rigid exoskeleton, and they were devoid of eyes. The 2 aliens advanced towards the bridge, while Zhong pondered over the buttons, deliberating on which to press. Although he currently lacked the ability to speak and had not yet conjured a language akin to Godzilla's, he had acquired a modicum of telepathic ability following his second fusion with the space gem, an innate power that emerged once his internal energy reached a certain threshold. When the 2 conversing aliens entered the bridge and encountered the unfamiliar figure of Zhong, their discussion abruptly ceased. It appeared evident to Zhong that these 2 were indeed the ship's rightful owners. He greeted them with a guttural roar. This action proved consequential. Startled, the 2 aliens emitted a strange cry and fled. Realizing their vessel had been invaded by an unknown entity, they prepared to seize their weapons in an attempt to reclaim control of the ship. Despite the significant differences between the aliens and humans, their technological advancements seemed to parallel each other. Armed with objects resembling fire pokers, the 2 extraterrestrials launched an assault on Zhong. As electric sparks flickered, Round projectiles struck his resilient skin, yielding no effect whatsoever. Observing Zhong unscathed, the aliens despaired and unleashed the entirety of their ammunition before attempting to retreat. However, Zhong swiftly apprehended both of them, gripping their heads with his claws and initiating a mental extraction from one of their minds. Gradually, he navigated through the memories of the alien, comprehending the culture, language, and social structure of this intelligent species. This knowledge sufficed. Releasing his grip, one of the aliens succumbed to unconsciousness from the strain of the mental probing. They belonged to a nomadic civilization, forced to wander the cosmos in search of a new home due to the depletion of resources on their home planet. However, this spacecraft is merely a transport vessel, ferrying plant seeds and animal embryos. Due to unforeseen circumstances, it has become adrift in the cosmos, separated from its fleet. This civilization has never encountered extraterrestrial beings, making Zhong the first. Yet another alien, trembling with trepidation, gazes at Zhong, clearly distressed by the fate of its companion, whose life hangs in the balance. Armed with sufficient information, Zhong adeptly manipulates the ship's systems, initiating a reboot and self-check of the entire vessel. Suddenly, all the lights extinguish. Is it a lack of power? Zhong ventures into the ship's power room, ensuring that the frightened alien accompanies him. However, the extraterrestrial appears paralyzed by fear, reluctant to move. Observing the nuclear fuel that has surpassed its half-life and the antimatter engine behind it, Zhong resolves to provide energy for himself. As he speaks, a crystalline formation materializes on his claws, which he then inserts into the reactor, hoping it is resilient enough. With a silent prayer, he manually ignites the reactor, which begins to operate beyond its capacity, igniting the antimatter engine. Fortunately, the reactor proves sturdy. With the lights rekindled, Zhong sets his plan into motion. While navigating the ship away is impossible due to his uncertainty of direction, he can send a distress signal, thus attracting assistance. Far simpler than aimlessly searching. Realizing the simplicity of this solution, Zhong promptly takes action, yet is met with silence as he examines the exceptionally rudimentary communication equipment aboard the ship. After multiple investigations, he concludes that it is merely a telegraph machine, impressive only for its remarkable power output. It is astonishing that a wandering civilization relies on such primitive communication. Despite the presence of quantum encryption technology within the signals, Zhong remains incredulous. Ultimately, the small alien explains that due to their nomadic nature, fleets typically travel together, rendering radio communication sufficient. It appears that to acquire a reliable communication device, he may need to explore the marvels of intelligent life within a Marvel universe. Zhong speculates that perhaps he could receive broadcasts from the galaxy. However, this high-power radio is certainly inadequate. Chapter 64. The fishing plan. Although the items aboard this spacecraft are exceedingly primitive, the technology seems to have advanced only a century beyond humanity's own. Yet, they possess numerous technological aspects that lag behind, such as the remarkably simplistic communication device, and their entertainment options are even more lacking. While pondering how to create a gravitational wave broadcast, the captive alien unexpectedly engages in a game. Zhong, intrigued, approaches to discover it is a pixelated line game. Furthermore, the civilization's display screen is archaic, still employing glowing diodes. Upon seeing the oversized back of the screen, Zhong can only exclaim in exasperation. However, he cannot condone the alien's leisurely behavior. Without hesitation, he shatters the display screen, compelling them to resume their work. Despite the protests of the two extraterrestrials, they ultimately submitted to the unyielding authority of Zhong and diligently resumed their tasks. With the assistance of these aliens, Zhong gradually crafted their inaugural gravitational wave communication device. However, such technology does not materialize effortlessly. After nearly 6 months of relentless effort, they finally succeeded in creating a radio capable of receiving gravitational waves. Zhong fervently hoped that the aliens utilized gravitational waves for communication. With a prayer, he activated the radio, only to be met with silence. Adjust the dial, he commanded one of the extraterrestrials. As the dial turned, the radio emitted sounds, albeit indistinctly. Turn it slowly, Zhong instructed, and gradually, he discerned whispers emanating from the device. Although unclear, he was certain it was a form of language, indicating that further adjustments were necessary. With that, Zhong exited the spacecraft alone to fine-tune the gravitational wave antenna he had temporarily placed outside. After a thorough calibration, he returned to the ship and switched back to the original channel, at which point a delightful stream of English flowed from the speakers. Although the two laboring aliens could not comprehend it, Zhong wore a peculiar expression. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "This is quite marvel-like." Indeed, in a universe crafted by Americans, all communication seemed to be in English. Acknowledging that the gravitational wave technology was viable, Zhong felt a surge of joy despite the unexpected outcome. Next on his agenda was to construct a gravitational wave transmitter. Under Zhong's meticulous supervision, the two aliens proved to be exceptionally compliant. Before long, the spacecraft was disassembled to an unrecognizable state. Though the two extraterrestrial laborers felt a pang of sorrow, they dare not voice their discontent. Ultimately, a large, bowl-shaped apparatus, far larger than the spacecraft, emerged outside. While aesthetically unpleasing, it was the gravitational wave transmitter that Zhong had designed and built. Given its substantial size, it was a necessary compromise for sufficient power. With the transmitter complete, the next step was to send out a distress signal. Thus, Zhong initiated the transmission, and although he had recently heard English through the gravitational waves, he prudently included international distress signals from Earth as well. He also inquired about the equivalent of a distress signal in the alien civilization, ultimately broadcasting a plethora of urgent calls for help. What followed was the most tedious of tasks, patient waiting. Thus, Zhong and the two extraterrestrials began their vigil for rescue. However, after 2 long months of anticipation, a spacecraft materialized within Zhong's perception range, followed closely by a vessel that resembled it, but appeared significantly more advanced. In the end, they were rescued by a civilization similar to that of the small spacecraft Zhong had encountered. Evidently, after drifting through space, they had discovered a suitable planet and seemed to have thrived. After being rescued, both Zhong and the aliens expressed their gratitude towards him. Thus, he was sent free of charge to a politically neutral space station, where he was also presented with a commercial map of the galaxy, marking the majority of the intelligent life clusters within it. After enduring a prolonged wait of several days, he found everything to be effortlessly within his grasp. Gazing at the map gifted by the diminutive extraterrestrials and the vividly imaginative space station teeming with diverse life forms, Zhong felt it was the perfect moment to showcase his abilities and simultaneously pave the way for Earth's development. However, despite Zhong's grand ambitions, he found himself devoid of funds, struggling even with the basic necessity of sustenance, although he had no need to eat. The question of how to acquire money swiftly loomed large, and for a terrestrial being like Zhong, illicit means often proved the fastest route. Unfamiliar with gambling, he reluctantly turned to underground boxing. Fortunately, his imposing physique and robust appearance quickly caught the attention of local gangs, who enlisted him as a fighter. Yet, how could a being of Zhong's caliber be challenged? After multiple decisive victories, he became renowned as the champion of underground boxing on the space station, earning the moniker One Punch Lizard Monster among the denizens below. Indeed, in his quest for rapid wealth, Zhong showed no mercy in the ring, obliterating his opponents with single blows, leaving no one capable of enduring his strikes. Unless he chose to show compassion, each punch was fatal. During this time, numerous challengers arose, yet none could stand against Zhong. The stakes were high. A loss meant death. Eventually, challengers ceased to appear, but as a result of his fame, Zhong accumulated substantial wealth, with various gangs also bestowing him monetary gifts as a form of protection money, allowing his financial gains to accelerate swiftly. Nevertheless, Zhong was no ordinary beast. He was a creature yearning for the celestial expanse. With ample funds at his disposal, he procured an old research spacecraft from the fallen empire within the space station. Although it lacked combat capabilities, it was sturdy and provided a space for experimentation. Despite his lack of rigorous scientific training, after acquiring this second-hand vessel, Zhong prepared for departure, having already identified a location, a star system adjacent to the fallen deity. Surrounded by asteroids, a place typically off the beaten path with little likelihood of visitors. It was spacious enough for Zhong to engage in various endeavors, such as the creation of energy crystals derived from his own blood. He believed that their utility extended beyond mere energy production. Most crucially, Zhong began to contemplate the concept of the Infinity Stones. Although such artifacts were mere shadows of possibility at present, he began to scheme. Undeterred even by the prospect of facing cosmic elders, Zhong was an ambitious individual. A life devoid of dreams was no different from that of stagnant fish. At this juncture, it was merely the early days of the Marvel Universe, with Thanos still in possession of the Infinity Gauntlet and the stones scattered across the cosmos. With 2 Infinity Stones already in his possession, Zhong surmised that acquiring a third, the Power Stone, would significantly diminish Thanos' chances of becoming a cosmic-level threat, as he would be unable to amass the complete set. As he pondered these thoughts, Zhong grew increasingly resolute in his convictions, embarking on preparations for his forthcoming endeavors. Firstly, one must fortify one's own strength. Previously, entities such as black holes were entirely unseen on Earth, yet now not only can we behold their physical forms, but we can also observe them at will. The most crucial aspect is the profound celestial knowledge far surpassing that of Earth, which Zhong can acquire. Once he comprehends the principles underlying the formation of black holes, crafting one will not pose a significant challenge for Zhong, especially with the presence of spatial gems. This would markedly enhance his offensive capabilities. Concurrently, his plan for cultivating his subordinates has commenced. Trusting outsiders is not an option. Zhong has resolved to create an army of Godzilla clones. This experiment has already begun to take shape, yet cultivating a purebred specimen would require an excessive amount of time. Thus, Zhong has opted to pursue hybrids instead. Consequently, a multitude of bizarre Godzilla forms have emerged among his followers. Although their combat prowess is commendable, their intelligence remains quite low, necessitating Zhong's guidance. Chapter 65. The formation of the Godzilla Legion within the vast expanse of the universe. It is nearly impossible for an individual to accomplish great feats alone. A reliable group of allies is indispensable. However, achieving trust is a formidable challenge. Zhong has devised a clever workaround: cloning. While this practice may be taboo for certain races, Zhong is unperturbed, for cloning is not infallible. During his initial experiment, he discovered that even fully cloned individuals do not possess the boundless energy that Zhong himself harbors. It is evident that the spatial gems absorbed by Zhong cannot be replicated through cloning. Nonetheless, this revelation is not without merit. Zhong muses that should a cloned entity ever betray him, it would pose a significant dilemma. Moreover, the neutered version of Zhong that results from this process is not without its merits, as it carries inherent high attributes, ensuring satisfactory combat capabilities. However, there are drawbacks, notably the considerable time required to nurture these cells into mature beings. Zhong swiftly conceived a second method: surrogacy. By injecting his cells into the womb of another organism, he could cultivate a creature akin to Godzilla. However, this approach raises concerns regarding the quality of the Godzilla breed, as it would be influenced by the surrogate. Additionally, due to the nature of the surrogate, there may be occurrences reminiscent of alien-like births, which would undoubtedly startle Zhong's heart. Consequently, he has opted to patiently create several original Godzilla clones to serve as his assistants, refraining from large-scale production. Although there are artificial womb technologies available, the unique nature of Godzilla renders existing market solutions inadequate. Therefore, Zhong must develop his own method. Yet he remains in the learning phase due to a lack of technical expertise in this domain. While the establishment of Zhong's Godzilla Legion is temporarily on hold, he is in no rush. He has embarked on other experiments, and with a substantial black market nearby, he can procure virtually anything he desires, whether it be visible or hidden. Most importantly, anything can serve as currency in this realm. Thus, Zhong engaged in trade using a substance known as Godzilla crystal, which is remarkable for its high energy density and gentle nature, allowing him to acquire numerous valuable items. Eventually, Zhong gained a modicum of fame, becoming a minor tycoon in the black market. The research spacecraft he purchased has undergone a profound transformation, evolving from a sci-fi-inspired, sealed cigar-shaped vessel into an abstract, hollow, non-modern spaceship. This change was prompted by Zhong's realization that he required no atmospheric environment. Furthermore, the confined space within the ship was uncomfortable for him. Now, the vessel's spacious interior allows him to gaze out at the cosmos through unobstructed windows. Zhong has also created a substantial platform within the spacecraft, providing him with a place to rest. As he continued to enhance his ship, it gradually expanded in size, while its distinctive hollow design exuded a unique aesthetic. Occasionally, several Godzilla replicas could be seen scurrying about, contributing to the vessel's ongoing construction. However, a source of frustration emerged when these replicas, despite their admirable attributes, exhibited a certain absent-mindedness and a penchant for gluttony. During particle collision experiments, the accelerator occasionally failed to respond. Upon inspection, Zhong discovered that the uranium rods in the nuclear fission reactor powering the accelerator had mysteriously vanished. Perplexed, Zhong reviewed the surveillance footage and found that a few of the Godzilla replicas had inadvertently consumed them while conducting maintenance. Exasperated, he reprimanded the culprits, though their sheepish acknowledgement suggested that they might repeat their mischief in the future. From that point onward, Zhong became more vigilant, only to discover that this habit was prevalent among nearly all the replicas. During one of his leisurely strolls aboard the spacecraft, he observed several of the Godzilla replicas basking in radiation near the deuterium fusion reactor, revealing to him that the energy consumption of the reactor was significantly higher than he had anticipated. While these little Godzillas were indeed gluttonous and careless, they had not caused any major troubles for Zhong, especially when compared to some of his larger subordinates who occasionally contemplated betrayal. He found his little minions rather endearing. Watching the 2-meter-tall replicas dart in and out of the ship filled Zhong with a sense of accomplishment. Currently, he is tackling the challenge of long-distance neural link technology, which he acquired from the black market. Although the technology is relatively advanced, Zhong, being a Godzilla, requires further modifications due to his inherently robust neural structure. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary Godzilla. He possesses a basic telepathic ability, which significantly lowers the barriers to utilizing the neural linking technology. At last, it was ready. Zhong retrieved a minuscule object resembling a parasite from a petri dish. This item, the neural linker, was crafted from a small segment of his own neural cells, ensuring there would be no adverse rejection reactions. Even in the presence of robust cells, it could be stabilized. "Come here," he beckoned. Zhong pointed at a charming little version of Godzilla that passed by him. This miniature Godzilla, quite obedient, approached him without hesitation. In a swift and unexpected motion, Zhong stuffed the small creature into his mouth. The little Godzilla, taken by surprise, inadvertently swallowed what Zhong had given him. With a bewildered expression, the creature stood there, while Zhong immediately commenced his experiment. "La la la. I'm a little newsboy." Zhong began to sing through the neural link. The little Godzilla, having never heard such a melody, promptly covered its ears with its tiny paws, looking rather dejected. Indeed, it was not becoming of such a creature. Observing the little Godzilla's demeanor, Zhong realized the experiment had been a success. In a moment of frustration, he kicked the little Godzilla and called over its companions to join in. Before long, dozens of little Godzillas lined up before Zhong, and he proceeded to stuff each one in turn. Thus, the communication among the Godzilla civilization was established. Zhong, the so-called data center, could instantly hear all the conversations and emotions of the miniature Godzillas. However, while this made management easier, it also filled his mind with a cacophony of noise. Moreover, the little Godzillas quickly learned to use the neural link to communicate with one another, which greatly discomforted Zhong. It appeared that the system was still imperfect. Zhong rose once more to refine this neural connection system with the little Godzillas. After 3 days of diligent effort, he had created a biological brain from a single cell. This brain was remarkably simple, serving as an extraordinarily vast memory storage unit, where all future data would be housed. Naturally, Zhong held the highest authority over it. With the establishment of a server, the Godzillas could engage in joyful conversations together, allowing Zhong to relax. With this group at his disposal, he could afford to take it easy, occasionally calling upon the little Godzillas for assistance. The little Godzillas, ever eager and diligent, reminded Zhong of, after much contemplation, he likened them to minions, a rather apt comparison. Chapter 66. The Godzilla Legion with the diligent assistance of dozens of Godzillas. Zhong's research vessel had completely transformed, no longer resembling its former self. It had become a hollow space station, yet it remained devoid of visitors. Despite his leisurely existence, Zhong did not cease his reflections and soon devised a highly feasible plan. Why not create a plant-based Godzilla? Such a creature would be easy to nurture and grow rapidly, making it ideal for the Godzilla Legion. Once the idea struck him, he took immediate action. Zhong recalled a formidable plant Godzilla from the Japanese Godzilla universe, known as Bikini, which was a synthesis of rose and cell. Zhong scoffed at the notion, exclaiming that roses were hardly worthy of Godzilla. Thus, he resolved to seek out a ferocious plant from the cosmos, one that would be the most formidable of all. However, lacking such a specimen in his vicinity, he decided to venture to a vast repository of knowledge to see what he could unearth. Boarding a ship piloted by the little Godzillas, Zhong gradually approached the colossal head of the giant, where he found throngs of people. Zhong sighed and then flew into the head, where an abundance of spacecraft awaited him. The bustling market below was filled with lively chatter, navigating with familiar ease. He arrived at his favorite shop, intending to procure some items. However, the proprietor, Da Vinci, had already spotted Zhong and promptly rose to greet him with enthusiasm. Zhong, it's been a while. So good to see you, he exclaimed warmly. Although this man shared a name with the famous painter, the two were worlds apart. The Da Vinci before him was a robust and imposing figure, clad in blue skin typical of his Cree lineage. What ferocious and resilient plants do you have? Zhong inquired directly. The Cree, well acquainted with Zhong's penchant for peculiar acquisitions, was momentarily taken aback by his request for plants, a first in their dealings. I apologize, my friend, but I do not possess such items, not even a decent plant, he lamented, feeling the sting of lost business. That's all right. I will continue to look around, Zhong replied amicably, preparing to leave. I shall keep an eye out for you, Da Vinci added, unwilling to miss any opportunity for a sale. Given Zhong's previous generosity, he resolved to specifically search for plants on his behalf. Acknowledging Da Vinci's offer, Zhong departed. In such a vast black market, surely there would be something that piqued Zhong's interest. He made his way to a nearby establishment named the Night Elves. Though he had never visited before, the shop's resemblance to a grand tree suggested it might harbor what he sought. Upon entering this refreshing oasis amidst a sea of high-tech ambience, Zhong felt a sense of novelty, particularly as he had grown accustomed to the highly mechanized alien environments he had previously encountered. However, the appearance of the patrons within left him somewhat disenchanted, their pallid skin and protruding fangs giving them a decidedly vampiric aura rather than an elfin grace. Were these creatures? They are not elves, they are vampires, he remarked, observing the thick red liquid they consumed, which strongly resembled blood. Despite the peculiar aesthetics of the Night Elves, the decor of the establishment was quite impressive, showcasing various glowing flowers and irregularly writhing vines. Zhong surmised there must be something of interest here. He approached one of the Night Elves seated at the bar and inquired, "Do you have any ferocious, resilient plants that can thrive in the cosmos?" The bartender, polishing a glass, appeared bewildered by Zhong's barrage of questions. "This is a bar. We do not sell plants," he replied, clearly perceiving Zhong as a potential nuisance. "Then I shall start with a drink," Zhong said, surveying the array of colorful beverages on display. He selected a luminous bottle that shifted hues and declared, "I will take that one." The Night Elf eyed him quizzically before pouring the drink. Unfazed, Zhong downed it in one gulp and continued, "You are not of the elven race. Surely you must have what I seek." He was determined to pursue this line of questioning. "I am merely a bartender and know nothing of such matters. You should direct your inquiries to my employer," the Night Elf responded, clearly dismissing Zhong's persistent curiosity. The Night Elf could no longer endure Zhong's inquiries and spoke directly. "Well, where's your boss?" Zhong continued to press. The bartender sighed and called out, "Boss." Someone is looking for you. After a considerable wait, a pale, tall woman clad in leather, exuding an air of authority, appeared before Zhong. The commanding presence of this queen made Zhong to swallow hard. Who seeks me? Her tone was decidedly haughty. However, Zhong stood his ground, identifying himself. The queen glanced at him and said, "Then come up," before turning and walking away with a chilling demeanor. Zhong scratched his head and followed her up. Meanwhile, the patrons voiced their astonishment. It was evident that the female proprietor possessed remarkable qualities. Molly actually allowed a man to ascend to the second floor, whispered a voice resembling that of an extraterrestrial creature. "What do you mean by allowed?" Retorted a nearby Cree. "She is a queen. I suspect that large lizard will become Molly's pet." Despite his words, an undercurrent of envy laced his tone, which repulsed the extraterrestrial, prompting him to distance himself from the Cree. Despite the chatter below, Zhong had reached the second floor. The area was lush with greenery, emanating a natural aura. Yet, amidst this serene atmosphere, a person masquerading as a feline creature stood out conspicuously. The female elf effortlessly perched on this faux cat. Remarkably, the individual seemed to revel in the role, reminiscent of a character from a film, which made Zhong feel distinctly uncomfortable. It was clear that he did not share such peculiar interests. "Do you have any extraordinary plants here?" Sensing a significant generational gap between himself and the woman. "Is it beautiful here?" Molly asked, seated atop the feline figure. Zhong appeared bewildered. "It seems pleasant enough. Would you like to stay?" This time, the woman revealed her true intentions. Zhong paused, glanced at the person beneath the elf, and shook his head. It appeared he would not acquire what he desired, prompting him to turn and leave. However, the bartender obstructed his path. At that moment, Zhong understood the implication. They intended to detain him against his will. "How foolish," he scoffed, turning to face them with a fierce expression. Since his last encounter with the Zetarians, Zhong had been focusing on his development, and it seemed he was due for some vigorous exercise. Noticing the fierce look on Zhong's face, the woman acted swiftly. With hands glowing red, resembling some magical force, she conjured a crimson orb and hurled it at him. Yet, Zhong made no attempt to evade it, instead dispersing the orb with a wave of his hand as he approached her. Seeing Zhong's fierce demeanor, the woman displayed no fear. She drew 2 energy daggers, preparing for close combat, which elicited a chuckle from Zhong. Chapter 67. Animals or Plants. Unaware of her own power, Molly rushed towards Zhong. However, as she lunged with her daggers, her expression shifted abruptly. Her strikes found no purchase. In that instant, Zhong seized her by the neck and executed a throw, slamming her onto the floor. The bartender, eager to assist, was sent sprawling by a whip-like strike from Zhong. At that moment, a look of terror finally crossed the maiden's previously cheerful face. However, it was all too late. Zhong, intent on a vigorous bout of exertion, would not spare her. Without a hint of mercy, he hurled her against the wall, embedded in the structure. Molly had scarcely recovered from the pain when Zhong delivered a punch to her abdomen, causing her to spew a mouthful of blood onto his face. Unfazed by the mess, Zhong continued to slam her onto the floor. With her head striking the ground, Molly was directly thrust through the floor, her head protruding from the ceiling below. This startled the patrons downstairs, and after Zhong yanked her out, another hole marred the ceiling. However, on the second occasion, the floor could no longer endure Zhong's merciless treatment and collapsed beneath him. He then emerged on the first floor, grasping the young woman. The crowd, sensing the ferocity emanating from Zhong, quickly scattered. The bolder onlookers cast a glance at the landlady, whose face was bruised and swollen from the earlier altercation. Her eyes widened in fear before she too fled. Zhong, realizing he wouldn't be able to procure any plants today, turned his attention to the dark night elf in his grasp. Rumor had it that elves sprouted from trees. Perhaps this one might as well. Thus, instead of carelessly discarding her, a flash of blue light enveloped them, vanishing amidst the chaos of the bar. While such actions would unequivocally be deemed criminal on Earth, the boundless universe operated under different rules. In this realm, strength dictated one's freedom to act without restraint. Yet despite this, Zhong felt a fleeting pang of guilt regarding his moral compass. Nonetheless, he dismissed it almost instantaneously, proceeding with his plan. The Dark Knight elf, resilient despite the harsh treatment, had merely succumbed to unconsciousness from her injuries. Upon returning home, Zhong found himself at a loss for where to place her. He instructed his underlings to hastily construct a sealed room to confine the Dark Knight elf. As he prepared to venture into the forbidden territory of scientific experimentation on living subjects, after skillfully collecting samples, he commenced the cloning process in a hollow laboratory, illuminated by blue light that cast an eerie silhouette of his figure, reminiscent of a nefarious scientist. Just as he was about to proceed with the cloning, Molly, bound to the laboratory bed, finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing an unfamiliar ceiling, she sensed the urgency of her situation and struggled desperately to free herself, aware that if she did not escape soon, she might never have another chance. Unfortunately, she was not the protagonist. Zhong had secured her too tightly for her to break free. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. She was a practitioner of magic. As Molly recited an incantation, the locks binding her began to yield. Just as she believed she might escape, Zhong entered the room. Their eyes met, creating an awkward tension. And without uttering a word, Zhong promptly resecured her to the bed. Upon departing from the temporary sealed chamber, Zhong began to ruminate on the hasty manner in which he had bound the creature, feeling a twinge of remorse. The absence of space for this ethereal being to roam was apparent, and it seemed necessary to establish a planetary base. Indeed, all of Zhong's creations were conceived among the stars, for Godzilla could thrive in the vastness of outer space. However, this sprite was unable to do so, prompting Zhong to consider making a home on a planet. He held no particular preferences regarding the planetary selection, ultimately choosing one that resided closest to the sun, as it offered Godzilla the most comfortable basking in radiation. As for the nocturnal sprite, a simple dome would suffice for her accommodation. In the ensuing days, Molly remained confined within that diminutive space, realizing that even if she managed to break free of her restraints, escape was futile due to the lack of a spacecraft. The moment she ventured outside, she would be engulfed by the void of outer space. After several days of meticulous observation, she discovered that this reptilian race could indeed survive in the cosmos, a notion she had never encountered before. Resigned to her fate, she lamented her earlier choices, regretting the trouble that her personal whims had summoned. Most vexing of all was the unrelenting tedium of her surroundings. Staring at the barren walls and the solitary bed in the center of the room, she found herself yearning for the company of that monstrous entity. As for Zhong, he had momentarily forgotten about her. After acquiring the sprite's cells, he discerned a significant connection between these beings and plant life, with numerous indications suggesting a synthetic influence at play. Much like the mutants engineered by the divine assembly on Earth, the origins of this transformation remained a mystery. However, the nocturnal sprite, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, harbored a profoundly dark essence within her cells, likely the source of her mysterious abilities. As Zhong delved deeper into his research, he ultimately unearthed the coveted information, a segment of genetic material derived from the sprite cells, concealed within the nucleus. After considerable effort, he extracted this fragment and introduced it into a cell. With rapid evolution and adaptation, a phenomenon he dubbed subcellular emerged. This entity should be cultivable, he mused, as he poured the cells into the soil and resumed his microscopic observations. The cells' capabilities were flawlessly inherited, allowing them to endure the radiation of this planet, situated closest to the stellar body, and to flourish rapidly under its influence. The sprite, intrigued by Zhong's activities, began to observe him as he toiled in the earth. Given the unsuitability of the environment for her survival, she donned the cumbersome spacesuit designed by Zhong. With no means of transportation on this planet, escape was an impossibility. Thus, Zhong allowed her to remain, yet the nocturnal sprite underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from a regal demeanor to one of dispassion. Since relocating to this planet, her speech had dwindled. Could it be a case of emotional distress? Zhong pondered as he watered the soil. Perhaps it would be prudent to take her to consult with the professor at some point. As for his plant, Godzilla, its growth was promising. However, Zhong was taken aback to discover that what he had cultivated resembled moss rather than the normal vegetation he had anticipated. Although it was indeed moss, it was not akin to the thin layer found in the wild, thriving instead in a moist environment. Zhong es moss ressemblait gras, and while its roots were embedded in the soil, they intertwined with one another. Furthermore, this moss had the remarkable ability to connect with the Godzillas, proving to be quite convenient. The group of Godzillas under Zhong's care frolicked joyfully upon the grassy expanse. Regrettably, while the moss grew rapidly, it did not bear the large fruit that Zhong had envisioned, from which a Godzilla would emerge. Thus, his research was deemed a failure. Indeed, it was evident that he needed to work with more reliable plants. Zhong amused himself, stroking his head. Chapter 68. The call for help from Asgard. Zhong's moss would not yield Godzillas, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he eventually found solace in the fact that he was merely an amateur scientist and that his efforts were not entirely fruitless. He discovered that this moss could be shaped into any form he desired. Consequently, he crafted a small shelter to shield himself from the wind and sand, which turned out quite well. However, Molly, who was wandering about outside, appeared quite out of place. Zhong and his subordinates could roam freely without any protective gear, yet one among them donned a cumbersome suit that seemed discordant. Hence, Zhong resolved to improve the suit and even considered packaging the technology for sale on Earth. He certainly wouldn't admit that his motivation stemmed from a desire to see the enchanting figure of the elf. Zhong, along with 2 assistants, began the modifications and simplifications of the protective suit. These tasks were not overly challenging. By unifying and modularizing the technologies, he fashioned a suit that bore little distinction from an ordinary bodysuit. "This is quite satisfactory," he remarked, summoning Molly to try it on. With the new suit, Zhong found Molly among the Godzilla troop considerably more agreeable. Having reached a temporary conclusion with his Godzilla army, Zhong, lacking the patience to pursue further developments, decided to take a break and rest. Just then, he received a report from one of his subordinates in outer space, informing him of an unidentified object within the space station that was flashing continuously. Without hesitation, Zhong teleported to the space station. He beheld a palm-sized device, shimmering in gold and silver, that clashed with the aesthetic of the station. "What is this?" "Ah, it's the communication equipment from the Celestial Palace," he realized as he activated it, only to see Odin, the old man, speaking, though Zhong could not hear him. Judging by Odin's expression, it seemed they were in trouble. Without a moment's thought, he instantly transported himself to the Rainbow Bridge. "Ah, it has indeed been repaired," Zhong observed, noting that it appeared unchanged from its former self. As for Helda, she was genuinely startled, but upon recognizing Zhong, she promptly invited him into the Celestial Palace. Upon entering the Celestial Palace, Zhong beheld Thor alongside a woman, whose name eluded him for a moment. After a brief reflection, he recalled it was Thor's wife. "Ah, Thor, you have finally brought your beloved. When shall we celebrate your nuptials?" Zhong jested, eliciting a blush from the muscle-bound Thor, while Odin appeared less than pleased. "Well, speak up. What brings you here?" Zhong exhaled, aware of Odin's typically serious demeanor. Indeed, it is as follows. Before Odin could articulate his thoughts, Thor rambled on extensively. "So, you mean to say that your wife harbors a certain energy within her that you wish to extract?" Zhong grasped the situation. "Yes, however, this energy is derived from the Dark Elves' ether, a perilous weapon that inflicts significant harm upon mortals," Odin elucidated. "Dark Elves? What connection do they have with the Night Elves?" Zhong pondered internally, realizing Thor sought his assistance. "Very well, I shall give it a try," he acquiesced, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the power of the Reality Stone. Zhong placed his hand on Jane, who lay upon the bed, attempting to sense the energy within her. The energy does not seem overwhelmingly potent on the surface," he mused, as he detected a peculiar force, one that seemed highly mutable in nature. The Reality Stone indeed proved to be enigmatic, just as Zhong endeavored to extract it. The energy abruptly solidified within Jane's body, akin to iron. After several unsuccessful attempts, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. This strange energy appeared resistant to extraction. Subsequently, Zhong tried to employ spatial transference, to directly transport the energy, yet yielded no response. Is it that the power of the space stone cannot affect the reality stone? After numerous trials, Zhong found no feasible solution and had to concede defeat. While extraction was possible, it would come at the cost of her life, and no other alternatives seemed available. Thor's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Zhong's words. Odin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Then there is only one alternative. No, someone will control this energy, and he has already arrived." Funding Thor. Having sensed the Dark Elf's ship approaching. "Quickly, check for any issues," Odin commanded decisively. Moments later, chaos erupted in the prison as individuals fled. "Prepare to suppress the riot at the armory," Odin instructed without hesitation. "This is no trivial matter. There's a larger threat looming," Zhong cautioned. The entire Celestial Palace's defense system activated in response. Though Zhong's warning had prompted some precautions within Asgard, it could not entirely prevent internal treachery. Consequently, the palace's protective barrier was breached. Observing the turmoil within Asgard, Zhong suddenly recognized the significance of stealth. Soon, a massive black cross-shaped ship appeared in the skies above Asgard. Odin, aware that the intruders sought to seize the ether, urgently instructed his wife to safeguard Jane. Understanding the impending confrontation, Zhong proposed, "She is too vulnerable. Allow me to take charge." He then led Jane away. "I know you. You were present during the Battle of New York," Jane remarked, looking at Zhong. "New York? I did not participate in the Great Battle in New York. That was my son," Zhong remarked. "Is that so?" Jane suddenly found herself intrigued by the gossip surrounding superheroes. "He is merely my son in a genetic sense. He was the result of an experiment conducted on my cells," Zhong clarified, asserting his single status and lack of offspring. Upon hearing this, Jane felt a twinge of pity for Wade, who had transformed in such a manner. "Ahem, perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself." Somewhat exasperated by the young woman, as Zhong navigated the corridor, he unfortunately found himself lost. "Why on earth is the palace constructed so vast?" he grumbled. Before long, two groups surrounded him. Then, a frighteningly pale man with small braided pigtails stepped forward. "I merely wish to take back what is mine," the man stated. "I have my eye on your belongings. You should leave," Zhong retorted, instantly adopting a defiant stance, which displeased the adversary. Meanwhile, Jane watched in alarm. Their numbers far exceeded theirs. Wouldn't they simply crush him if he continued to act so brazenly? In response to Zhong's boldness, Malekith wasted no time and fired a shot. Zhong shielded Jane from the onslaught of attacks. Following this, several grenades resembling miniature black holes were launched. While these devices posed no threat to Zhong, they did capture his attention. Intrigued, he utilized the space stone to diminish the gravitational pull of the grenades, examining them closely. He even managed to acquire one from an unknown dark elf. "Fascinating," he mused, pocketing the intriguing object. Announcement. "After much contemplation, I have made a decision. Henceforth, this book will cease updates due to the overwhelming academic demands of my senior year in high school, leaving me with little time. However, I assure you that I will resume updates as soon as I find the opportunity, even if readership is limited." As he stowed away the small trinket, Zhong scrutinized the dark elves before him. Aside from the elder in the center, the other dark elves appeared remarkably similar. Upon closer inspection, he realized they all wore masks. Perhaps they are so unattractive that they feel compelled to conceal their faces, Zhong speculated with a hint of malice. Meanwhile, Malekith was taken aback by Zhong's spatial manipulation. Their civilization's unique weapon, the small black hole bomb, had no effective defense even against the Asgardians, as it could instantaneously alter gravitational forces to create a brief black hole. This technique was virtually indefensible. Yet the lizard-like figure across from him not only possessed the ability to defend against it, but could also halt or even reverse its effects. The sheer terror of such power surpassed Malekith's expectations. Realizing he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, Malekith was not one to concede easily. Aware that such strength had not been seen even in Asgard 5,000 years prior, he contemplated the possibility of an alliance. "Mighty One, I mean no offense. However, Asgard is the enemy of the Dark Elves. Please do not impede our quest for vengeance. Malekith, recognizing his defeat, expressed that he was only causing trouble for Asgard. Oh, I see. She is not one of Asgard's people. She belongs to our world. I am here to take her away, Condor pointed at Jane, clearly having seen through Malekith's ulterior motives. Upon hearing Condor's words, Malekith immediately felt embarrassed, and upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed that the woman beside Condor was not of Asgardian descent. However, even so, he thought to himself, you lizard have even less in common with her. Despite the inner turmoil, Malekith, recognizing Condor's formidable strength, decided to retreat and said, "Is that so? My apologies," before steering away and heading toward the palace. However, Jane was displeased. "You must help Thor." Condor ignored her protest, teleporting Jane to the Godzilla star system, a name he had coined. As an astronomer, Jane was astonished to find herself transported from Asgard to an unknown location, momentarily forgetting the preceding events. Was the principle behind this? She instinctively questioned, regretting not having brought any measuring instruments, which could have provided valuable data for her research. "You wouldn't understand," Condor replied, subsequently placing her in the former residence of Molly. He hastily produced a spacesuit for Jane, enabling her to explore the surroundings and alleviate her boredom. After donning the form-fitting spacesuit, Jane finally had the freedom to move about on this unfamiliar planet. She soon spotted a stunning beauty engaged in a game of cards with various versions of Condor on the grass. However, the alternate Condors, though lacking in intellect, were adept at cheating, resulting in the beauty's frequent losses. It seemed she was too lazy to protest, as their methods of deception were rather rudimentary. As the playful alternate Condor became mischievous and scattered the cards around, the beauty silently gathered the mess. "Hello," Jane boldly greeted. The beauty merely lifted her head, her aloof demeanor making Jane feel a chill of indifference. "Were you also captured?" The strikingly pale-skinned woman suddenly spoke, startling Jane. "What did you say?" Jane, caught off guard, failed to catch the words. "Were you brought here against your will?" The woman repeated. No, I was saved by him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive." Jane recalled Condor's remarkable abilities. "Is that so?" The woman then ignored Jane, returning to her solitary card game. Strange person, Jane thought, sensing that this woman was not ordinary and likely had significant ties to that peculiar lizard. All around, the grass stood half a meter tall, and the presence of any life on this planet seemed highly improbable, let alone such green grass. Bored, Jane began to examine the grass. Since she was observing, she decided to collect samples, casually plucking some. However, oddly enough, despite her best efforts, she could not even manage to pull off a single leaf. Jien felt an inexplicable sense of curiosity and knelt down to observe her surroundings. To her astonishment, what she initially thought was grass resembled a peculiar type of moss, with roots tightly adhering to the ground rather than penetrating the soil. Furthermore, all the roots were interconnected. Truly, this was an alien flora. Although Jien was not a biologist, she could discern that this plant was entirely unlike anything found on Earth. Her gaze shifted to Zhong, who, after ensuring Jien's safety, intended to confront the Dark Elves. However, the Dark Elves, devoid of ether, were no match for the formidable Asgardians. After enduring significant losses, the Asgardians successfully captured the leader of the Dark Elves. By the time Zhong arrived, a standoff had already ensued between the Dark Elves and the Asgardians. The capture of Malekith instilled a sense of caution among the other Dark Elves, yet Malekith was a fearless individual. Even in captivity, he planned to use his flagship to orchestrate a mutual destruction. This scenario felt eerily familiar. Had Odin still been alive, he would have certainly echoed such sentiments. Just as the two factions found themselves at an impasse, Zhong made his entrance. Observing the subdued Malekith, Zhong underestimated the strength of Asgard. He had anticipated a chance to engage in combat with the Dark Elf. However, witnessing Malekith's desperate demeanor, Zhong felt quite troubled. Thus, he proposed that conflict was not the only solution. Perhaps they could seek common ground. As he spoke of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence from his previous life, Zhong initiated an equal dialogue with Malekith. "Come, let us sit down and converse. Utilizing a table and wine from Asgard, he fashioned a makeshift conference room, with Malekith and Odin seated on opposite ends and Zhong in the center. Nevertheless, the faces of both parties displayed reluctance and hostility. In contrast, Zhong appeared genuinely enthusiastic, clearly intrigued by the prospect of such negotiations, especially considering that this was a rare sight involving two gods. Even a muscle-bound Thor could sense Zhong's unusual excitement and suspected he might be up to something. Had Zhong been aware of Thor's thoughts, he would have assured him that he was merely curious to witness the exchange of barbs between two divine adversaries. Thus commenced the inaugural dialogue between the two historically antagonistic races. Quickly, return the ether to the Dark Elves and accept our dominion, Odin, Malekith declared boldly. Undeterred even after being captured, his audacious statement was fraught with danger, provoking even the beleaguered Odin to contemplate a lethal response to the Dark Elf. Ignorant Elf. The ether is far too perilous, and, based on your past actions, it is impossible for it to be granted to you. Furthermore, as a punishment, you are forbidden from entering the Nine Realms again. Odin likewise presented a series of impossible demands. Chapter 70. Zhong's strategy. Noticing that the negotiations were on the brink of collapse, Zhong swiftly intervened to mediate. Hey, everyone, let's remain calm and not escalate the situation. Come, let's share a drink. He poured a cup for each side, attempting to ease the tension. Both sides were evidently displeased, sullenly sipping the wine poured by Zhong, and they forcefully slammed their glasses down onto the table. Noticing the tension, Zhong felt compelled to speak up, saying, well, I have a request. Could someone please retrieve the ether from Jian before we proceed? He hastily reminded them. Upon hearing this, Malekith immediately chimed in. Sure, no problem. I'll resolve this matter right away. Odin, recognizing Malekith's ulterior motives, quickly interjected. No, the ether cannot be entrusted to him. He is far too dangerous. This sparked yet another round of bickering between the two, plunging them into a quandary once more. As for Thor, although he understood Odin's intentions, he was reluctant to sacrifice Jian, given that she was his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Jian's condition deteriorated rapidly. She suddenly collapsed onto the verdant grass, and red gas began to emanate from her, absorbing the surrounding energy. Zhong, sensing the urgency, swiftly transported Jian to Asgard. Have you thought of a way to reconcile our differences? He questioned, casting Jian, now unconscious, onto the ground. Thor, filled with concern, rushed over to check on her. Father, please make a decision quickly. Thor implored Odin, unwilling to witness Jian perish before his eyes. Observing Thor's emotional turmoil, Odin sighed, clearly more invested in the welfare of his two troublesome sons than in preserving the peace of the Nine Realms. Very well. You shall hand over the ether to us and then vacate the Nine Realms. With no alternative, Odin conceded. Yet he astutely recognized that Zhong would not be easily deceived. The prospect of Malekith securing the ether remained uncertain. For the sake of his sons, Odin resolved to take a risk. Moreover, even if Malekith obtained the ether, with Zhong and himself united, they could surely deal with the Dark Elf. As Malekith noted Odin's concession, a knowing smile crept across his lips. Zhong, having long since devised a plan, awaited the moment the ether was extracted from Jian. Whosoever claimed it would depend on their respective capabilities, and it was clear that Odin lacked such prowess. Thus, the three scheming individuals forged an agreement, leading to a series of negotiations and discussions. However, while the three were engrossed in their deliberations, a stunning woman, suspected of having autism, miles away, touched the residual power of ether left by Jian. Instantly, she began to transform, growing increasingly beautiful, an alluring aura gradually emanating from her. Meanwhile, within the cosmic void, only 4 individuals remained: Jian, Malekith, Odin, and Zhong. It was evident they had agreed that during the extraction of the ether, no one else would be present. As Malekith began to extract the ether from Jian's being, Odin felt an unsettling sensation upon witnessing the deep crimson liquid. Yet, as Malekith siphoned the ether, he also began to absorb it, while Zhong appeared unperturbed. Among the 4 individuals, only he comprehended the true essence of the ether, its origins, and its purpose. Most crucially, the space gem had yet to sense the presence of the reality gem, indicating that the latter remained within Jane. Meanwhile, Odin, unable to remain passive, felt a twinge of anxiety at Zhong's hesitance to act. Gripping his spear with vigilance, he kept a wary eye on Malekith, who, in contrast, was reveling in the swift restoration of his own power. However, just as the ether was on the brink of depletion, Zhong perceived the reality gem flickering fleetingly within a surge of energy. Seizing the moment, he swiftly materialized beside Malekith, interrupting the absorption, and extended his hand to forcibly control the ether suspended in the void through the power of space. The ether, reacting with remarkable swiftness, began to contract its energy, attempting to evade Zhong's grasp. Yet, Zhong was not to underestimate the might of the infinite gem. He unleashed his full strength. After several fierce resistances, he narrowly succeeded in subjugating the reality gem, which then revealed its authentic form. This entire sequence transpired in an instant, leaving Odin and Malekith momentarily bewildered. By the time they regained their wits, Zhong had already vanished from their midst, having utilized the space gem to escape. Although Odin was taken aback, his reflexes were sharp. Observing Zhong's disappearance, his immediate instinct was to raise his spear and fire upon Malekith, who remained in a state of confusion. The vanished Zhong had indeed fled with the reality gem, moving with unparalleled speed. However, in order to maintain control over the reality gem, Zhong could not teleport freely across the cosmos. Nevertheless, he was capable of short-distance movement. Thus, he first departed from the realm of Asgard, ensuring that Hela would not detect him. Ultimately, Zhong alighted upon a desolate planet, devoid of a substantial atmosphere due to its low mass. For the time being, he felt secure, and upon scanning his surroundings for threats, he commenced digging a burrow. He continued until he neared the planet's core, then, gazing at the red reality gem in his hand, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. Instantly, an exceedingly unstable energy surged into Zhong's being, prompting him to endeavor to harness this newfound power. This energy was entirely distinct from a space gem. It was an energy adept at corrosion, capable of transforming into any other form of energy. The ability to manifest into a tangible form was a testament to its formidable nature. Just as Zhong prepared to exert control, this energy began to invade his cells. His body flushed crimson, indicating that his cells were ill-equipped to contend with this force. Nevertheless, he quickly shifted his consciousness into the space gem, intending to infiltrate the reality gem. What ensued was a contest of wills. The goddess of vengeance had embedded fragments of her consciousness within each gem through her own stone. Although not overwhelmingly potent, these fragments posed a significant challenge for Zhong. Thus, he was compelled to exert his utmost strength, never daring to let his guard down. However, this time, the consciousness within the reality stone exhibited an exceptionally tenacious resistance, most notably its elusive nature. It never confronted Zhong directly. Were it not for the capabilities of the space stone, Zhong would have been unable to match the speed of the reality stone. Nevertheless, Zhong's progress was agonizingly slow. Each time he managed to grasp a fragment, the reality stone would slip away, leaving him in a state of frustration. The most pressing concern was that Zhong had no time to waste, as his body was being insidiously eroded by the energy of the reality stone, which could not withstand for long. In the face of the guerrilla tactics of the reality stone, Zhong had no choice but to expand his consciousness to occupy the space within it. Although this would weaken his consciousness, the ability granted by the space stone allowed him to swiftly mobilize his awareness. Thus, a slight loss was deemed acceptable. After several encirclements and divisions, Zhong finally cornered the reality stone, forcing its remaining consciousness to shatter and flee. Ultimately, Zhong succeeded in seizing control of the reality stone, claiming it as his own. Chapter 71. The might of the reality stone. Zhong snatched the reality stone, and while Odin was somewhat surprised, he did not elaborate further. This power was beyond the control of the Celestial Palace, so Zhong was unconcerned. At least the Celestial Palace would not attract trouble because of this. However, Zhong remained underground on an unknown planet for 2 years. He ultimately succeeded in mastering the Reality Stone, yet he understood that future attempts to seize the Infinity Stones would likely be futile. Through his 2 attempts, he had distinctly sensed the increasing resistance of the stones. The next time, the silicon-based stone would not allow him to touch it at all. Nevertheless, Zhong was not disheartened, for this was the Marvel Universe. There were many ways to grow stronger, and it was not essential to rely solely on the Infinity Stones. Simultaneously, Zhong began to repair and enhance his body, for the Reality Stone was indeed effective in fortifying one's physique. Consider the Cursed Warrior, who became immensely powerful using just a trace of residual energy from the Reality Stone, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Thor. Thus, Zhong also utilized the Reality Stone to bolster himself, benefiting from its abundant and pure energy. His cellular control being meticulous, this energy transformed Zhong most exquisitely. Although his height and weight remained unchanged, the star-like red patterns manifesting on his surface indicated a remarkable enhancement. Thanks to the power of the Reality Stone, Zhong's cells gained a self-healing ability that far surpassed any ordinary cells, even exceeding that of Deadpool. His healing was a direct consequence of the Reality Stone's energy materializing from thin air, completely defying any scientific principles and shattering the rules of the universe, rendering it nearly incomprehensible. Concurrently, Zhong's mastery over the Space Stone advanced, leading him to complete a grand and ambitious concept. He referred to it as the Fly Swatter attack, with the technical term being dimensional strike, and in a more pretentious tone, two-dimensional foil strike. As for this method of attack, Zhong had long contemplated its feasibility. However, due to the limitations of relying solely on the space gem, he could only unleash it in his immediate vicinity. Moreover, he had yet to discover the legendary materials capable of harnessing such spatial power. Fortunately, with the advent of the Reality Gem, Zhong need not worry any longer. He could directly create the necessary materials through the Reality Gem, thus bypassing the entire research and development phase and obtaining a finished product. Consequently, this creation could be transformed into a weapon, one that anyone could wield. Henceforth, Zhong could finally distribute little notes to others, akin to a minstrel of civilization, singing songs while showering people with messages and shooting light-speed marbles. The thought was exhilarating. Yet, these were mere trifles for Zhong. The paramount concern was that he now possessed a sense of security in the cosmos, enabling him to confront collectors head-on. In the future, he could seize the power gem directly, and even if he could not utilize it himself, he could leave it for a human to play with. Simultaneously, the technology he aspired to attain was finally within reach. For instance, a remarkably high-fidelity replica of the space gem, aided by the Reality Gem, had achieved near perfection. Aside from lacking the infinite energy of a true Infinity Gem, its other capabilities were on par with the original. Zhong commenced the large-scale deployment of this innovation aboard his spacecraft. As the adage goes, if it's free, take it. Thus, the fastest space fleet in the universe was born. However, they could only remain in outer space, as Zhong had yet to equip them with a compatible artificial intelligence. As for having a small Godzilla pilot them, observing the creature engrossed in a game of poker made him reconsider. Yet, what of the Dark Elf? Sondapandir. Searching around until he discovered her lying in her living pod, her expression one of utter despondency. Frowning, he resolved to send her back to Earth. After all, he had already utilized her, and he planned to visit Earth soon to see if he could procure an artificial intelligence akin to Jarvis or Friday. Without a compatible intelligence system, his spacecraft could not engage in large-scale coordinated combat, while Zhong had a rudimentary understanding of technology. The expertise required for such a fleet was not trivial and necessitated specialized talent. The only individual he recalled who had such expertise was Tony Stark, albeit he too had a share of mishaps, reminiscent of the Marvel version of Skynet, Ultron. However, unlike Skynet, which had time machines for an unfair advantage, Ultron merely commanded a legion of robots. Lost in thought, Zhong quickly redirected his focus. It was time to attend to more pressing matters. He resolved to return to Earth immediately, eager to reconnect with his old friends whom he had not seen in quite some time. With that, he and Molly vanished in a flash of blue light from the Godzilla star system. Shortly thereafter, a brilliant flash heralded their arrival at a cerulean planet. Truth be told, Earth was truly beautiful when viewed from space. Contemplating his descent, he opted not to enter Earth directly, wishing to savor the sensation of traversing the atmosphere. As if descending from the heavens like a meteor, the spectacle was undeniably striking, reminiscent of the cataclysmic arrival of the Cybertronians. Yet, this Earth bore little resemblance to the one depicted in the Transformers saga. It retained a level of technological advancement that was quite remarkable. Thus, as Zhong approached Earth, he was swiftly detected. Concurrently, the Avengers entered a state of heightened alert, a clear indication that the previous extraterrestrial incursion had instilled a sense of vigilance within the planet's inhabitants. As Zhong breached the atmosphere, humanity's counteroffensive commenced, with several missiles emblazoned with the Stark Industries emblem launched in his direction. Zhong, however, disregarded these attacks entirely, forcefully penetrating the atmosphere and vanishing into the Pacific Ocean. Naturally, humanity would not relent, initiating a thorough search throughout the Pacific. Yet, Zhong disappeared beneath the waves only to reappear on a small island inhabited by superhumans. This locale marked his initial arrival in this world and served as the sole place where he felt a semblance of belonging. Regarding the Avengers and SHIELD, Zhong was not particularly well acquainted with them. Thus, he escorted Molly to the professor's office. The professor, though advanced in age, continued to contribute to the development of superhumans. Upon seeing Zhong, the professor greeted him with a warm smile, saying, "It's been a long time, my old friend." Zhong returned the smile, acknowledging the professor's age with a sense of nostalgia. In the Marvel Universe, the professor was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. The professor soon noticed the young woman beside Zhong and inquired curiously, "And who might this be?" She is a captive I encountered in outer space. Since her capture, her mental state has been somewhat unstable, so I brought her to Earth for a visit," Zhong candidly explained. The professor's interest peaked at the mention of a living alien. "Oh, really? How is the universe?" he asked. "The cosmos is vast, teeming with various races and cultures, yet fraught with peril," Zhong replied without reservation. "Nevertheless, Earth remains relatively secure. Generally, extraterrestrials cannot traverse here at will within the confines of the 9 major realms." "Is that so?" Although Earth had recently endured an alien assault, it remained largely oblivious to the cosmos beyond. Thus, the intelligence Zhong brought back was of paramount importance. By the way, the alien faction that previously attacked Earth was led by a being known as Thanos, a formidable adversary. The incursion was motivated by the presence of the Infinity Stones and the Tesseract, which Thanos sought to collect to fulfill his ambition of universal domination. Zhong succinctly elucidated the reasons behind the last assault on Earth. Upon hearing this, the professor's expression shifted to one of understanding. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place. So that was the root of it all. However, as it stands, Earth is relatively safe. With the Infinity Stones in my possession, as long as I remain on Earth, it should be secure, Zhong reassured him. The professor's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he responded, "Then I entrust this to you." Chapter 72. Deceiving Tony. Once their serious discussion concluded, Zhong decided to leave Molly at the Academy City. Clearly, under the guidance of this esteemed professor, Zhong harbored the belief that any mental ailment could be cured. Little did he know, upon learning the full extent of the situation, the professor wore a rather peculiar expression. Leaving behind Molly, Zhong departed from the Academy City. However, the professor mentioned that since Wade had joined the Avengers, he seldom remained in the Academy City and had been thriving in New York, suggesting that Zhong pay him a visit. After all, in terms of genetics, he was, in some sense, a senior. Thus, Zhong found himself on the streets of America, guided by the address provided by the professor. His appearance, however, startled many onlookers. Yet, the public quickly recognized the resemblance between Zhong and Wade. A crowd gathered, intrigued, though few dared to approach someone with such a fearsome demeanor. Ignoring the curious gazes of the masses, Zhong followed the address to a rather luxurious villa, evidently a sign that Wade was living quite comfortably. At that moment, Wade was engaged in business discussions concerning his own likeness rights. Someone intended to purchase Wade's appearance for merchandise, such as figurines, given that he was indeed a member of the Avengers. However, Wade was clearly seasoned in such negotiations, indicating it was not his first experience in this arena. Just as the two parties reached a stalemate, the doorbell rang. Zhong arrived at Wade's doorstep. Upon hearing the doorbell, Wade excused himself with a muttered curse and opened the door, only to find a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Seeing that Wade had hardly changed, Zhong warmly pulled him inside, as if he were returning to his own home. The group negotiating with Wade, however, was taken aback by this scene. What on earth? Two Wades? Although they bore a striking resemblance, it was evident that Zhong towered over Wade by a head, and his aura was far more menacing, lacking a distinctly human quality. This was due to the fact that Wade was a product of human modification, whereas Zhong was born as he was. Observing the stunned expressions of the crowd, Zhong unabashedly declared, "Well, I am his father. Otherwise, how would he exist?" This explanation, albeit unconventional, was surprisingly logical. Yet, the crowd soon discovered an inconsistency. Wasn't Wade a modified being? Given Wade's fame post-battle, it was common knowledge that he had been altered by a nefarious organization. Simultaneously, there was a sense of sympathy for Wade's plight. As the crowd pondered Zhong's seemingly absurd statement, he clarified, "Well, it's merely a matter of genetics. It isn't literal. Wade's modification stemmed from my genes, though I'm not human." By the end of his explanation, an unsettling chill swept through the onlookers. However, Wade was far from pleased with Zhong's flippant remarks and retaliated with a direct punch. Since becoming an Avenger, Wade had certainly endured his share of nuclear radiation. The American government was also amenable to this arrangement, as there remained no effective methods for managing nuclear waste, making Wade a favorable option. This was, of course, partly due to the presence of the affluent Stark. In recent years, Wade's growing strength has instilled in him a sense of confidence to confront a person he deeply despises. He delivered a direct punch to Zhong's face, causing those nearby to gasp in shock. Zhong, however, remained unfazed, smiling at the onlookers as he remarked, "This is merely a domestic matter. Return tomorrow to find Wade." In the face of Zhong's unwavering demeanor, several individuals chose to retreat, clearly respecting him. As they exited the grand doors, they felt the ground tremble beneath them, followed by Wade's agonizing screams from the car. There was no way Zhong would not retaliate. He had never been struck so harshly, not even by his mother. After delivering a lesson to Wade, Zhong suddenly felt invigorated, as if he had consumed a miraculous tonic, his legs no longer aching and his feet free from fatigue. Feeling a newfound vitality, Zhong joyfully departed from Wade's opulent mansion, making his way toward Tony Stark's tower, intending to procure a formidable artificial intelligence to command his invincible fleet. Upon arriving at the base of Tony's futuristic skyscraper, Zhong pushed open the door to reveal an environment reminiscent of science fiction, complete with cleaning and service robots, an epitome of advanced technology. As the owner of this remarkable edifice, Tony resided at the top, rather than ascending the stairs. Zhong opted for a swift teleportation directly into Tony's chamber. Meanwhile, WWII, equipped with surveillance capabilities, promptly detected Zhong's presence, but refrained from sounding an alarm, recognizing him as a frequent visitor and friend of Tony. However, Tony was less than welcoming. Upon seeing Zhong's peculiar appearance, he immediately called for WWII. The AI informed him of Zhong's past visits, suggesting that Tony had forgotten him. Upon recollecting this long-lost friend, Tony felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ah, Zhong, it has been quite a while, my dear friend," he exclaimed, albeit awkwardly, yet still mustering the courage to greet him, for they had once collaborated in the creation of Iron Man. Zhong understood Tony's lapse in memory, considering that the latter had once caused a brilliant scientist to descend into madness due to forgetfulness. When Zhong tactfully mentioned this, Tony appeared somewhat mortified, clearly a sensitive subject for him. "By the way, I still have the first-generation armor you created," Tony said, leading Zhong to tour an impressive exoskeleton suit, approximately 3 meters tall, that Zhong had once replicated from the invisible Iron Man. However, noticing the suit's rust, Zhong surmised that Tony had not maintained it well. Simultaneously, Tony showcased his anti-Hulk armor to his old friend. Observing the similarly towering machine, Zhong couldn't help but chuckle. Given the nature of Tony's anti-armors, which typically suffer defeat, the kind-hearted Zhong suggested that Tony increase its height, boasting that armors in space were often 70 to 80 meters tall and remarkably powerful. Ultimately, Tony acquiesced, agreeing to elevate the armor's stature to approximately 10 meters. Little did Zhong realize that the cost of customizing such armors, especially for someone like Tony, was exorbitantly high, with each additional meter significantly increasing the expenses. Zhong, an extraordinary individual, immediately discerned the troubled expression on Tony's face, which clearly indicated his concern about finances. Therefore, Zhong suggested, "During my years away from Earth, I have ventured into the cosmos. Shall I take you along to broaden your horizons?" It was evident that Tony was somewhat intrigued, yet due to his current mission of safeguarding Earth, he hesitated to give an immediate affirmative. Observing this, Zhong continued to entice him, assuring, "Rest assured, I possess advanced interdimensional teleportation technology, so there is nothing to fear." Ultimately, Tony succumbed to Zhong's allure and agreed. Upon hearing Tony's consent, Zhong promptly urged him to prepare for departure without delay. However, Tony was preoccupied with pondering what to bring, which prompted Zhong to realize the situation. He then said, "I shall fetch you a space suit." Hastily, he retrieved a suit of his own design from the Godzilla galaxy. Once Tony donned the space suit, Zhong eagerly whisked him away, vanishing from the confines of his mech display room. Chapter 73. The vastness of the universe. Zhong did not transport Tony directly to a spacecraft. Instead, they found themselves suspended in the void of space. Tony was awestruck by this almost magical method of travel, captivated by the breathtaking beauty of the cosmos. The orange-red stars radiated brilliant light, illuminating the surrounding planets, each adorned with distinct hues due to their varying atmospheres. The drifting meteoroids and swiftly streaking comets composed an astonishingly beautiful spectacle. Beyond the stars, the most alluring aspect lay in the profound darkness of the universe, evoking a sense of alluring desolation. "Isn't it beautiful?" Zhong's voice resonated directly in Tony's mind, enraptured by the splendor of the universe. Tony remained oblivious to the fact that he had yet to experience the enchanting realms of the multiverse, a feat that Zhong, with his possession of the Space Stone, had undoubtedly encountered. After Tony had sufficiently absorbed the breathtaking views, Zhong guided him to his fleet. Before them lay an immense armada, the result of Zhong's command over numerous smaller Godzillas and the capabilities of the Reality Stone. The Reality Stone's primary function was to manifest any conceivable reality. Having glimpsed the vastness of the universe, Tony was now confronted with the marvels of intelligence, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment. It was clear that he had never experienced such wonder on Earth. Zhong then showcased his fleet to him, reminiscent of Tony's previous displays of his own creations. Over a span of 24 hours, Zhong introduced Tony to every type of landing craft, though due to their intricate designs, Tony could only observe while clad in a spacesuit, unable to touch them directly. Nevertheless, he was deeply impressed and began to understand why Zhong had advised him to construct a mech towering 70 or 80 meters. His own design seemed inconsequential in comparison. After a full day of exploring the fleet of landing crafts, Tony realized he had neither eaten nor drunk anything, and only then did he recognize his extreme hunger. Concurrently, Zhong informed him that a space station suitable for human habitation, crafted by the smaller Godzillas, had also been designed. Under the influence of Zhong, this extraordinary gem, he suddenly appeared in the vastness of space above Godzilla's star. Subsequently, Zhong escorted Tony to this newly established space station, which was far larger than any building Tony had ever encountered. However, Tony, having grown accustomed to awe-inspiring sights, felt no surprise. While savoring the alien delicacies prepared by Zhong, Tony's expression suggested that the food was not particularly palatable. Just as Zhong and Tony were enjoying their time together, chaos erupted on Earth. Tony's sudden disappearance sent S.H.I.E.L.D. into a frenzy. Fortunately, Nick Fury discovered that there seemed to be an internal issue within S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding Tony's abrupt vanishing. Fury could only hope that it was not a consequence of internal affairs. After sampling a few bites of the alien cuisine, Tony ceased eating. However, Zhong had no intention of returning Tony. Instead, he guided him to the floating skull of a long-dead giant, the very lair of the Guardians of the Galaxy. This time, Zhong chose to navigate in a small spacecraft rather than utilizing teleportation. Evidently, Tony was taken aback by the sight of the colossal head suspended in space. Zhong explained, "This is the remains of an ancient titan, now a hub of illicit trade." The notion of deities seemed to shatter Tony's scientific worldview, as he grappled with the idea that science had purported there were no gods. The vastness of the universe rendered Earth insignificant, leaving him questioning his own beliefs. Zhong found Tony's predicament amusing. As they conversed, they entered the interior of the skull, where the spaceship glided amidst a lavish spectacle. This locale was arguably the largest black market in the galaxy, where one could procure nearly anything imaginable. After landing the spacecraft, Zhong and Tony disembarked. Although Tony had seen much on Earth, he appeared like a country bumpkin, eagerly observing his surroundings. Zhong briefly outlined the rules and handed Tony a small pistol imbued with the power of the space gem, capable of shattering the fabric of surrounding space. Additionally, he provided Tony with grenades, a universal translator, and some energy crystals of his own creation, cautioning him to remain safe before departing. As a scientist, Tony began to wander through this sci-fi black market, intrigued particularly by technological marvels. The universal translator allowed him to eavesdrop on conversations among the diverse array of aliens nearby, which he found fascinating. Eventually, he entered a seemingly random shop, which by his assessment appeared to be a weapons store. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of fantastical firearms. Each weapon was accompanied by descriptions and demonstration videos, yet Tony could not discern the fundamental principles behind these arms. He could only ascertain that one was a particle weapon with considerable power. From Earth's perspective, however, all the weapons here were formidable. As Tony inspected the various firearms, the shopkeeper took a keen interest in him. The focus was fixed on the small handgun strapped to Tony. This particular firearm was highly sought after among mercenaries due to its rarity and formidable power, which could nearly disregard all forms of defense. Its scarcity was exacerbated by the enigmatic means of its distribution, rendering it exceptionally unique. Most critically, this weapon could not be replicated. Many had attempted to counterfeit it, all of which ended in failure, as it contained a mysterious energy that could not be artificially created. Moreover, the absence of available ammunition rendered it exceedingly precious. In truth, when Zhong initially crafted this weapon, he intended to gauge its market response, and upon sensing its effectiveness, he ceased its export. Upon noticing the weapon on Tony, the proprietor found it impossible to remain composed. However, in an effort to avoid offending Tony, he restrained himself, fixating his 6 large eyes upon him, inducing an unsettling sensation in Tony. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, Tony inquired about the jellyfish-like creature's intentions. The creature, unable to resist, lifted Tony and inquired about the potential sale of the gun at his waist. Startled, Tony quickly urged the large jellyfish to set him down. "Is your gun for sale?" The jellyfish repeated. "My gun?" Tony responded, glancing at the small handgun at his side, perplexed. Yet, as a businessman, he could perceive the creature's eagerness. If the jellyfish desired the gun, Tony thought it would have to offer something of value in exchange. Unaware of the handgun's true worth, he discerned from the jellyfish's demeanor that it was indeed valuable. Thus, he initially had no intention of trading. Seizing the opportunity, Tony managed to extract information regarding several weapons of interest from the jellyfish before departing. With a clearer understanding of the technology behind the weapons he desired, Tony left. Although he lacked extensive experience, he was not foolish enough to purchase such items without proper knowledge. To do so would render him a gullible target. The weapons he selected were those he felt he could comprehend. Tony believed their prices would not be exorbitant. Yet he would need Zhong's assistance should he wish to make a purchase. In Chapter 74, titled Soul Tree, Tony concluded his shopping in the entertainment district by acquiring some renowned alien liquor, of which he claimed ignorance, and an anti-aging accessory, leaving behind no further purchases. Simultaneously, he realized that the energy crystals left for him by Zhong held unexpected value, and after exchanging some items, he still had a considerable number of crystals remaining. The scene shifted to Zhong, who was drawn to this location due to a remarkable plant known as the Soul Tree. reputed to possess the ability to resurrect the dead. However, such claims were merely rumors, often exaggerated in the vastness of space. Nevertheless, the existence of such tales suggested that the plant must possess some extraordinary qualities, prompting Zhong to investigate further. Upon arriving at a shop that advertised the soul tree, he discovered it was a biopharmaceutical company, with a crowd gathered outside. Clearly, the allure of immortality held a fatal attraction for all sentient beings. However, at that moment, the company's doors were firmly shut, presenting an air of aloofness, clearly aiming to exude an air of sophistication. While everyone else patiently awaited their turn, Zhong was not inclined to conform. Observing that the door remained shut, he resolved to employ his own methods to gain entry. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by anyone, Zhong vanished. Utilizing his ability to teleport, he infiltrated the company's interior, surveying his surroundings before embarking on his quest for a specific target. From the various elements present, it was evident that this establishment was a quintessential biopharmaceutical company devoted to the development of enhancement agents. While these creations appeared to possess an air of grandeur, in the vastness of the universe, they did not embody particularly advanced technology. Crucially, every species or individual was entirely distinct, resulting in varied enhancement effects. Furthermore, such enhancement outcomes were inherently limited. Among the universe's formidable beings, none had attained their prowess through ordinary enhancement agents. The prospect of extending life was also exceedingly constrained. However, the company's sudden claim of possessing a plant capable of bestowing immortality could not help but attract attention. Zhong recalled the promotional imagery of the tree as he navigated through the company's premises. Ultimately, he discovered the fabled plant at the heart of the establishment. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared rather unwell, significantly less vibrant than depicted in the advertisements, with once lustrous purple vines now dimmed. Surrounding the tree, a group of individuals busied themselves with unidentified instruments, creating a scene of frenzied activity. Zhong's presence soon drew attention. Evidently, there was no reptilian among them. Following a brief moment of chaos, alarms blared, prompting security personnel to arrive promptly. Undeterred by the guards wielding laser and Gauss pulse weaponry, Zhong advanced toward the soul tree. "Is this the soul tree?" he inquired, grasping an alien who appeared to be a researcher. "Yes," the alien stammered, visibly shaken. Receiving confirmation, Zhong unceremoniously cast him aside and approached the tree, replete with its special effects. Simultaneously, he retrieved a universal portable hard drive from his pocket to download the data from the surrounding computers. As he perused the information regarding the soul tree, he learned that this botanical wonder had been discovered on a planet within the 52-star system. It exhibited exceptionally strong bioelectrical waves, and it was found that, through a specialized linking device, one could transfer biological consciousness into the tree. This tree would subsequently nurture a new life akin to resurrection. Suddenly, Zhong realized he might have found the very plant he sought. Clearly, this plant had the capacity for propagation, leading Zhong to contemplate the possibility of mass-producing Godzilla. With this thought in mind, he decisively waved his hand, seizing the plant along with the forcibly downloaded data. As for the equipment he could not carry away, he dismissed it, suspecting they might possess tracking capabilities. Thus, Zhong departed from the company with an air of audacity. Although the black market operated with few regulations, his blatant disregard for order and his destructive actions posed a considerable threat to the overall environment of the black market. In the shadows of the black market, various factions commenced their pursuit of Zhong, and soon his indistinct lizard-like visage began to appear on screens everywhere. Simultaneously, Tony, upon spotting it on the screen, felt a wave of unease wash over him, prompting him to discreetly return to the dock, evidently preparing to board Zhong's spacecraft. Upon his arrival at the dock, a thorough inspection commenced, and, to his dismay, he encountered Zhong, who had been waiting aboard the vessel. "What are you doing?" Tony complained, revealing his trepidation in the vastness of space. "Fear not, I am quite adept at this," Zhong reassured him with a chuckle. Unfazed by the imminent pursuers, he initiated the spacecraft's launch, confident that no one could catch up to him with the powers of his space gem. Upon reaching his stronghold, Zhong was greeted by the sight of the soul tree he had transported. "Tony, intrigued by the commotion surrounding the acquisition of merely a tree, half-jokingly anticipated taking the blame for it. Noticing Tony's discontent, Zhong elaborated, "This is the soul tree, reputed to possess the ability to resurrect any being, and most importantly, it can do so indefinitely. The theory is that it stores souls and continuously generates individuals." Tony, now genuinely astonished, had never heard of such a tree. Although he was unclear as to why Zhong sought it, its capabilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. However, the tree appeared to be in poor condition, exuding an aura of impending demise, a likely consequence of its failure to adapt to its new environment. Despite simulating the original planetary conditions, something essential was evidently lacking, exacerbating the situation, particularly given Zhong's own circumstances. Undeterred, Zhong had already devised a solution. He produced a serum derived from his own cells and administered it with a swift injection. The tree responded initially with vigor, but soon began to wither again. Zhong remained unperturbed, confident in the resilience of his cells. Yet, observing the tree's size, he surmised that a mere vial might be insufficient, prompting him to instruct his companion, Godzilla, to fetch in 4 bags to provide sustenance to the tree. As the cells infiltrated, the tree began to undergo a transformation. The once dazzling vines lost their luster, becoming increasingly menacing, their tips morphing into heads reminiscent of Godzilla's. The trunk of the tree began to writhe, continuing its undulating motion until it fell silent. Utilizing a scanner, Zhong detected that the tree was indeed extraordinary, as the cells persisted in their assimilation and adaptation, albeit at a sluggish pace. Realizing it would require considerable time to recover, he shifted his focus back to Tony. "Have you encountered any intriguing items on the black market?" "Fonde inquierde enthusiastically." "Indeed, but you managed to ruin everything," Tony replied, somewhat vexed. "Not to worry, just let me know what you find, and I shall assist in bringing it to Earth." Zhong reassured him, downplaying the matter. "You're not contemplating theft, are you?" Tony wondered, a hint of apprehension creeping into his thoughts. "Certainly not. How could you think such a thing of me?" Zhong retorted, though his denial lacked conviction. "In truth, I sought you out to request your assistance in creating an artificial intelligence. The requirement is simple." Zhong gestured towards the satellites above to activate these devices. Upon hearing the news, Tony immediately discerned that Zhong's visit heralded no pleasant tidings. The excursion to the cosmic black market and the splendid vistas of the universe were merely preludes to this unsettling revelation. Yet, as a scientist, Tony promptly elucidated that creating an artificial intelligence was not particularly remarkable. It was the conception of a computer endowed with formidable capabilities that truly mattered. Upon hearing this, Zhong felt a surge of reassurance and exclaimed, "Precisely. I have an idea concerning the computer. However, it requires the expertise of professionals to refine it." With that, he led Tony to a large screen within the space station, which displayed the bold title GZ Project. Chapter 75. The GZ Project. Zhong proceeded to elucidate the details of this ambitious initiative. The essence of the project was Zhong's aspiration to inscribe a computer chip onto a proton, subsequently aggregating these protons to forge an extraordinarily powerful computer. After contemplating this notion, Tony marveled at Zhong's imaginative prowess. If successful, the computational capacity of such a machine would indeed be terrifying, while also being remarkably compact and portable. Nevertheless, the conundrum of how to perform lithography on a particle posed a significant challenge. In response to Tony's queries, Zhong escorted him to a laboratory where a sealed cube awaited. Within this cube, Zhong revealed, resided a solitary proton. With a wave of his hand, a luminous plane emerged within the cube. Zhong explained that he had reduced the spatial dimensions, allowing the proton to unfold in a two-dimensional space. Yet, the subsequent dilemma remained: how to execute lithography upon this proton. Observing the surreal phenomena, Tony fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, Tony lamented, "This is exceedingly difficult to fathom. Why not seek assistance from technologically advanced civilizations to resolve this issue? Earth's technology is woefully inadequate, because I hail from Earth, and you're the only person I know here," Zhong replied matter-of-factly. "However, it is of no consequence if we cannot conceive a solution immediately. I have ample time." For now, let me return you to Earth." With that, Zhong transported Tony back to Stark Tower. Upon his sudden return, Tony was no longer astonished. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with the challenge of performing lithography on a proton. Simultaneously, he began perusing every existing text on microphysics available on Earth. Despite his vast intellect, Tony recognized that he was not omniscient and thus needed to refresh his knowledge. Clearly, Zhong's inquiry was profoundly intricate and had piqued Tony's interest. It dawned on him that constructing mechas paled in comparison to the endeavor of creating a proton computer. Such a challenge to the very fabric of physics was far more enthralling. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts grew increasingly concerned about Tony's inexplicable disappearance and his subsequent peculiar behavior upon his return. Rather than expanding his mecha creations, he had taken to reading, astonishingly. Tony was actually reading. Pepper had always believed that Tony had ascended to the pinnacle of human science and no longer required further study. As Tony grappled with this dilemma, Zhong began to gather scholarly works on physics, both to enhance his own understanding and to prepare resources for Tony. He recognized that he was not an exceptionally formidable scientist, but Tony was. While Zhong and Tony were engaged in their rather unglamorous task of digging manure to paint walls, the professor found himself in a predicament. In his attempts to treat Molly's psychological ailments, he inadvertently awakened an unknown force lying dormant within her mind, a force that even the professor found to be injurious. This extraordinary power revealed itself to be a manifestation of wish fulfillment, akin to a divine creative force, capable of instigating boundless destruction. As Molly rampaged through the Academy City, the professor's battle police made a reluctant return to action. The departure of Zhong had significantly diminished their combat capabilities. Yet the arrival of Wade restored some of their former strength, allowing them to lure Molly out of the Academy City. The professor attempted to summon Zhong back, as he was the one who had brought him there. Unfortunately, Zhong had not left any contact information, and, at that moment, he was light years away in another galaxy. Thus, they had no choice but to rely on themselves. In the Godzilla galaxy, having acquired a theoretical foundation, Zhong commenced his experiments with the intention of constructing a rudimentary proton computer. However, he was abruptly interrupted by a familiar energy emanating from the depths of the cosmos, nearly causing an uncontrollable two-dimensional expansion that threatened to transform the entire galaxy into a two-dimensional realm. Reacting swiftly, Zhong traced the energy fluctuations and found himself back on Earth. Outside the atmosphere, he witnessed Molly unleashing chaos upon the Pacific Ocean, causing it to churn violently. Japan, unfortunately, bore the brunt of her wrath, suffering through relentless tsunamis. Observing Wade's desperate struggle, Zhong suddenly felt a pang of guilt for placing his ally in such peril. In an effort to alleviate his conscience, he covertly extracted the power of the Reality Stone, which had unknowingly merged with Molly. Once he siphoned away the energy, Zhong departed from Earth, returning to his secluded galaxy to continue his proton computer experiments. Zhong's knowledge, while not the most profound, was enriched by his experience with the three-body problem, granting him an expansive imagination that even a genius like Tony had to admire. However, Tony was not in the best of spirits. After exhausting all known literature on microphysics available on Earth, he found himself at a dead end, leading to a sense of despair. Fortunately, he was not one to surrender easily. With his considerable wealth, he summoned virtually every expert in physics to collaborate on the challenge of inscribing circuit boards within a two-dimensional proton. Although many regarded Tony as delusional, they were willing to engage in discussions for the sake of the financial incentive. Unexpectedly, as the group of scientists set aside their reservations to delve into the problem, a theoretically feasible method began to emerge from their discussions. However, this was merely a concept, lacking any theoretical validation. Thus, the assembled scholars embarked on a quest for theoretical substantiation. With the formidable assistance of Tony's advanced artificial intelligence and supercomputers, they successfully demonstrated the feasibility of this method through formulas within a month. The scientists were, of course, elated, yet amidst their excitement, they regained their composure. One scientist posed a question to Tony: how feasible is it to truly dimensionalize a proton? This inquiry plunged the group into silence. as their relentless dedication over the past month had been predicated on this very premise. Who could say? A pensive expression crossed Tony's face. Within this month, they seemed to have successfully validated a physical theory that might never be utilized. Yet for Tony, the situation was quite different. He also witnessed the power of humanity. He realized that he himself would likely never discover the method alone, a revelation that significantly altered his disposition. This research achievement was, of course, collective endeavor, with each individual possessing a comprehensive theoretical foundation. As for the method of etching a circuit board onto a proton, they ultimately decided to employ strong interaction forces to create the circuit through twisting. However, the first requirement was the presence of instruments capable of generating strong interaction forces. While Earth may lack such capabilities, it did not imply that Zhong did. Consequently, Tony utilized a universal translator to establish an interstellar connection. Upon receiving the news, Zhong promptly took Tony away, leading to Tony's mysterious disappearance once again. However, aside from Pepper Potts, no one else was aware of this. The disbanded S.H.I.D. lacked the capacity for a robust intelligence network and remained oblivious. Chapter 76. The success of the GZ project after meeting with Tony. Zhong wasted no time and began examining his research results. Upon reviewing them, Zhong could not help but marvel. It was no surprise that Tony had arrived at a solution within just over a month, complete with a theoretical basis. Zhong was acutely aware of the vast technological chasm that existed. Regardless of its accuracy, he resolved to give it a try, as the worst outcome would merely be the loss of a proton. Tony, you are truly remarkable to have achieved results so swiftly. While I am still grappling with the problem, you have a theoretical foundation, Zhong conceded, feeling somewhat inferior and acknowledging that some things indeed rely on innate talent. In this domain, Tony inadvertently stood at the pinnacle of the universe. However, Zhong's compliments left Tony feeling somewhat sheepish. How could the proud Tony accept such accolades without merit? He responded to Zhong, "This is not solely my achievement. It is the culmination of a month's work with the world's leading scientists. It belongs to the wisdom of all humanity." Tony candidly revealed the truth, which only astonished Zhong further. The arrogant Tony had sought assistance. Surely, he must be a counterfeit version of Tony. Zhong bluntly pointed out Tony's pride, which rendered Tony rather embarrassed. However, the jesting ceased at that point. Zhong commenced the validation of this result, representing the collective intelligence of humanity. Utilizing the space stone, he forcibly unfolded the proton into 2 dimensions. Then, employing the reality stone's capabilities, Zhong began to influence reality, generating strong interaction forces to commence the etching process on the 2-dimensional proton. Tony naturally exclaimed that it was unscientific for Zhong to create what he envisioned without the aid of any instruments. Ultimately, the last proton chip was successfully crafted by Zhong. Following that, he proceeded to create the second one, and after consecutively producing 8 pieces, the proton computer was deemed complete. The next phase was experimentation, during which Zhong reverted these 8 protons back to 3-dimensional form and, utilizing strong interaction forces, firmly bound them together. These protons were then encased within a transparent crystal, which activated the computer. Subsequently, Zhong connected it to a display screen and began to input some fundamental programs into the computer for Tony. Only after they successfully installed the system onto the processor, allowing the entire computer to function normally, could they truly consider it a success. This, however, merely demonstrated the feasibility of the proton computer, despite being merely a prototype. It had already outperformed all supercomputers on Earth. Its low energy consumption shattered humanity's conventional wisdom that frequency equates to performance. Tony was exceedingly pleased, as this could be regarded as the universe's sole proton computer, a credit to his contributions. Following the prototype success, Zhong accelerated the production of the next generation of computers, the GZ. This time, Zhong utilized a hydrogen atom instead of a single proton, eliminating the need for activation, as the atom's inherent energy was sufficient. Concurrently, he intensified the 2-dimensionality of the protons. Theoretically, Transforming a three-dimensional object into 2 dimensions could yield an object of infinite size. However, Zhong discovered there was a cost to this process. Even with the space gem, he realized that he could not indefinitely 2-dimensionalize an object. The prior 2-dimensional protons were relatively small, merely a few palm sizes. This time, Zhong exerted his utmost effort, conjuring a 2-dimensional proton roughly the size of a badminton court. Although it did not reach the limits of the space gem, this was the pinnacle of Zhong's capabilities. He then commenced etching the chip within this expansive area. After a week of meticulous etching, the entire 2-dimensional proton was densely inscribed with intricate circuits. Zhong subsequently reverted the proton back to 3-dimensional form. The final hydrogen atom was encased within a similar crystal, and testing commenced. This time, the performance of the proton computer exceeded expectations, surpassing the previous iteration with astonishing results. An artificial intelligence, provided by Tony and named Friday, was swiftly installed. Upon completion, this artificial intelligence began assessing the computer's environment, and its astonishment was palpable, evident even in its synthesized mechanical voice. Zhong remarked that this was far superior to Tony's previous endeavors, declaring that Friday would now accompany him. Of course, Tony, having invested so much effort, sought compensation. Zhong presented the prototype to Tony, who was naturally filled with discontent, expressing a desire for a computer identical to Zhong's. Zhong, however, would not acquiesce, stating, "This one took me an entire week of sleepless nights to etch." Unyielding, Tony expressed his willingness to assist, eliciting a disdainful glance from Zhong. However, upon further reflection, Zhong reconsidered and thought it might not be entirely unfeasible. "Tony, come here. I have something magnificent to show you." With that, Zhong utilized the powers of the Reality Stone to temporarily grant Tony the ability to engage in proton etching. He then presented a proton, stating, "I can provide you with photolithography, but you must handle the execution yourself." With that, he departed. Tony, gazing at the substantial surface before him, embarked on his journey of photolithography. Yet, being merely an ordinary man, the process drained him immensely. Consequently, Tony found himself oscillating between periods of etching and rest, resulting in rather low efficiency. Eventually, he discovered a method of duplication. Thus, many sections of his circuitry became identical repetitions. While this led to a slight reduction in performance, it significantly accelerated his progress. After 2 days, Tony successfully crafted the proton computer he envisioned, and Zhong assisted in packing it into 3-dimensional form. In the process, Tony sought to learn a few techniques of photolithography. Upon discovering his progress, Zhong couldn't help but marvel at the reasons behind Tony's genius. Several days later, after sending Tony on his way, Zhong's Godzilla fleet finally transformed from mere ornamentation into a formidable force. Friday evolved into the fleet's central artificial intelligence, controlling the entire armada. In a bid to enhance Friday's intelligence, Zhong scoured the black market for numerous materials on artificial intelligence, entrusting them to Friday in hopes she would optimize herself. The notion of artificial intelligence rebellion never crossed Zhong's mind. Even in the event of a betrayal, he mused, a fleet would still be no match for him. A mere 2-dimensional foil particle could dismantle the entire armada. As Friday initiated her core functions, the fleet radiated with a brilliant light before dimming again. Subsequently, a somewhat indistinct holographic figure materialized on Zhong's terminal. Not bad, Zhong mused. While Friday was merely a rudimentary artificial intelligence lacking in many areas, the sheer computational power of thousands of proton computers rendered her quite formidable. The next step was to upgrade this artificial intelligence. The most expedient method for upgrading would be to employ the Mind Scepter. Yet, Zhong was acutely aware that the Mind Stone was beyond his reach this time. His method of acquiring the Infinity Stones had been excessively domineering. Unlike Thanos, who wielded the power of the Infinity Stones, Zhong had directly appropriated their powers for himself, thereby expelling the consciousness of the vengeful goddess residing within the Infinity Stone and inciting her ejection. Now, should Zhong encounter an Infinity Stone, it would likely flee far from him, and even if he managed to capture one, it would rather self-destruct than be consumed by him. As for the Soul Tree, which Zhong had forcibly infused with living cells. It had merely grown without exhibiting any further activity, seemingly content to exist as a tree. Planting such a tree aboard a starship proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, Zhong decided to abandon it on a planet, planning to return for a visit when time permitted. Chapter 77. The expedition of the Godzilla Legion. With the establishment of a cosmic fleet, Zhong found himself occupied, casting aside thoughts of the gemstones. After all, the Marvel Universe brims with treasures, yet the Infinity Stones appeared remarkably abundant on Earth. Emboldened by his fleet, Zhong embarked on an adventure under the banner of the Singer civilization, traversing the cosmos. Suddenly, the gravitational anomalies within the Godzilla star system escalated, causing the entire fleet to vanish from this stellar realm, only to arrive in an unknown territory. This place was at the very edge of the star maps in Zhong's possession, a domain he had never set foot in, leaving him utterly oblivious. The fleet's radar scans revealed no signs of intelligent life, indicating the vastness of the universe. Even within a galaxy, the distribution of sentient beings was exceedingly sparse. Undeterred, Zhong commenced his pioneering journey, delving into the infinite void where no signs of life were present. However, resources were plentiful, allowing the fleet to flourish rapidly. Throughout this voyage, Zhong encountered many peculiar phenomena, such as a multi-star system where 5 suns maintained a delicate equilibrium through mutual gravitational influence. Upon witnessing this, Zhong prudently instructed his expansive fleet to steer clear, lest they disrupt the fragile balance. Altoug Zhong de possède à favorable disposition toward celestial body. The inhospitable environments of such star systems rendered the existence of intelligent life virtually impossible. After a brief observation, he resolved to depart from this rare, multi-star system. Just as they were about to leave, Friday, the fleet's AI sounded an alarm, detecting an abundance of metallic substances on the 3rd planet within the multi-star system. A most unusual finding. Intrigued, Zhong commanded a precise scan to ascertain the situation. The second scan yielded a more accurate conclusion. The 3rd planet was not a true celestial body, but rather an intelligent construct. This revelation compelled Zhong to investigate further. A small exploration vessel emerged from the vast fleet, and Zhong, accompanied by 3 robotic companions, embarked on his inaugural exploratory journey. Following the navigational coordinates displayed on the computer, Zhong and his trio of cold, mechanical aids approached the metallic planet. The planet, cloaked in a deep brown hue, bore no remarkable distinction from ordinary worlds, yet the sensors indicated it was predominantly composed of metal. With audacity, Zhong commanded the ship to draw near, and due to its modest size, the atmosphere proved exceedingly thin. After a few minor jolts, the vessel landed upon the surface. Zhong stepping out to bask in the scorching rays of the 3 suns above. Meanwhile, his robotic companions diligently commenced their sampling and analysis. As Zhong expanded his perception, he discerned the state of the planet. This celestial body was not hollow. Rather, it harbored vast expanses within. Clearly, it was an intelligent creation, and most notably, at its core lay an energy nucleus, continuously emanating power, suggesting extraordinary significance. As for the soil on the planet's surface, it is merely a conglomeration of cosmic dust. Thus, Zhong harnessed the power of the reality gem to disperse this dust, leaving the 3 robots in a state of confusion, uncertain of their next actions. Once the cosmic debris was cleared, the visage of the entire planet unveiled itself before Zhong. Despite the passage of countless years, the surface of this creation remained remarkably smooth and lustrous. Zhong stamped his foot, yet no significant changes were apparent, indicating the commendable quality of the material. Then, with a flicker, Zhong materialized beside a hollow entrance. According to his scans, this appeared to be the entrance or exit to this colossal artificial structure. Without hesitation, Zhong leaped into the void. The smooth metallic walls offered no handholds, but with his current physical prowess, such free fall posed no concern. Gazing at the sleek, curved metallic wall surrounding him, Zhong felt as though he had entered the Death Star from Star Wars. Could this possibly be a star-destroying weapon left behind by some ancient civilization? Zhong speculated. As he ventured deeper into the sphere, he encountered corpses along the way. They appeared to have calcified into fossils, likely having perished eons ago. As Zhong continued his descent, the number of these remains increased. Judging by the calcified skeletons, these bodies were humanoid in shape, yet their elongated mouths bore a resemblance to lizards, strikingly similar to Zhong himself. However, given his superior capabilities, these long-dead extraterrestrials were no match for him. Although they bore a likeness, no blood relation existed. Thus, after casting a cursory glance at the armor adorning these lizard-like beings, Zhong pressed onward into the depths of this enigmatic sphere. The walls around him remained unchanged, though the number of forks in the path multiplied. However, equipped with the space gem, Zhong possessed a comprehensive three-dimensional map of the entire sphere and was not concerned about losing his way. Following his meticulously charted route, he soon found himself in a vast expanse, the boundaries of which his eyes could scarcely perceive. This was the heart of the sphere, where layers upon layers of small structures were densely packed against the walls, evoking discomfort in those with claustrophobia. Yet, Zhong soared into the air, ascending rapidly. The vacuum of this space alleviated any concerns regarding the sound barrier, as he was not inclined to witness any destruction. Upon reaching the apex of this spherical chamber, a strikingly conspicuous red-painted cubicle caught his attention. Zhong surmised this must be the control room of the entire sphere. Approaching the imposing door, he passed through it effortlessly. Entering the control chamber, inside, he found nothing, no bodies or blood, just an eerie stillness as if nothing had ever transpired. Zhong furrowed his brow, sensing the oddity of the absence of a supreme controller. Ascending to the control platform, the chamber suddenly illuminated, coming to life. The outcome, of course, was one of failure. Following a tremor throughout the entire sphere, the light extinguished once more. Yet, a faint glow persisted, prominently visible amidst the darkness, a blue orb flickering gently. Zhong placed his hand upon it, and suddenly a stream of information surged into his being, albeit it was merely a collection of code that he could not comprehend. Nevertheless, he crafted a storage device using a reality gem to retain this peculiar code, sensing that this luminous sphere was meant to convey something significant. As for the recent flickering of light, Zhong was fully aware that it was a result of insufficient energy. However, he showed no inclination to replenish this unknown entity's power. After all, having read the three-body problem, he remained exceedingly cautious regarding such first contact scenarios. Chapter 78. Analysis. Upon acquiring the strange message, Zhong immediately teleported to the surface of the sphere, observing the three robots still engaged in sampling. He gestured to bring them aboard the small spacecraft before departing from the metallic orb. Returning to the Godzilla First Fleet, Zhong urged the diminutive Godzilla and Friday to swiftly construct a simple server, instructing it to read the data from the storage device. The server was physically isolated to prevent any viral contamination from Friday, as Zhong understood the limitations of his artificial intelligence. Thus, he proceeded with caution. However, after Friday's unilateral analysis, Lin Xin received a document resembling an experimental report. The content was unexpected. Zhong had anticipated a space station or colonial vessel of some civilization, or, at the very least, a refugee ship from a misfortunate race. Instead, this massive sphere turned out to be a biological laboratory. The experiment's objective was utterly insane. Dubbed God Creation, strangely, it resembled an introductory brief, lacking any signatures or identifying marks, essentially a product devoid of any provenance. The originators of this laboratory were not disclosed, as if they had materialized from thin air. Moreover, no experimental results were provided, rendering the entire situation exceedingly peculiar. Nonetheless, upon understanding the content, Zhong decisively destroyed the entire server, despite his curiosity lingering. After obliterating the server, Zhong instructed Friday to mark a coordinate on the star map, designated as the strange sphere, codename 00001, establishing a database wherein all data was securely stored. This marked the first significant coordinate for the Godzilla fleet. He then summoned his crew to depart from this unstable stellar system. As for the true purpose of that entity, Zhong was not in haste to uncover it. Instead, He directed the warship toward the vast expanse. Just as the fleet was completely departing, the sphere flickered a few times before vanishing, as if it had never existed. Yet, the stellar system continued its operations as before. The disappearance of such a massive object had no discernible impact on the gravitational dynamics of the entire star. Continuing his interstellar journey, Zhong ultimately discovered signs of civilization within a rather inconspicuous star. A diminutive satellite emerged on the periphery of this stellar system, and if Zhong were to casually scan the surroundings, he would have overlooked this minuscule object. Subsequently, he naturally stumbled upon this fragile civilization. This civilization exhibited a technological advancement slightly surpassing that of ordinary humanity, boasting a well-developed aerospace technology. However, in the realm of Marvel, Earth's technology is rather peculiar and cannot be simply quantified. Zhong, harboring no interest in invasion, opted instead to dispatch a proton for surveillance. This civilization consisted of humanoid life forms. Yet curiously, these beings were diminutive in stature, yet possessed an extraordinary vitality, their sole interest being the exploration of space. However, due to their scientific limitations, they were confined to their own stellar system. Their green skin evoked the image of a particular individual in Lin Xin's mind. Most intriguingly, this species seemed to require no sustenance, deriving all necessary energy from light, rendering their space travel remarkably uncomplicated. Apart from oxygen, they required nothing else, and they could survive in a vacuum of space for extended periods, donning merely a spacesuit. The social structure was equally straightforward. The entire planet functioned as a single nation, composed of various companies, each dedicated to the aerospace industry, amassing the technological reserves necessary for space exploration. Zhong found it rather bizarre, as it was his first encounter with an entire race so fervently passionate about the cosmos. Even among Earthlings, none exhibited such relentless dedication. Thus, Zhong, in his curiosity, captured one solitary little green being from a moon orbiting a distant gas giant in this stellar system. He was a valiant pioneer, albeit perpetually stranded on this moon due to budgetary constraints. Yet, thanks to the unique characteristics of this organism, he thrived on the moon. The oxygen recycling system aboard his spacecraft allowed him to exist almost indefinitely on the satellite, provided he basked in sunlight regularly. As for the energy powering the equipment, it originated from solar panels on the landing module. Fortunately, his information transmission system remained operational, enabling him to amuse himself with solitary games transmitted from his home planet. Passing the time. As for his return to his home planet, based on the intercepted communication from Zhong, he estimated he still had 8 years to wait. However, this prolonged duration was not particularly burdensome for them. His only concern was how to live joyfully on this moon. Yet, he was destined for some remarkable adventures. Today, the little green being, as was his routine, rose early, donned his spacesuit, and stepped out of his landing module. The reason for his current predicament could be attributed to his own regulatory infractions, which had led to the depletion of the fuel necessary for his return. Today, he planned to engage in golf on this moon with its feeble gravitational pull, an activity that constituted his sole outdoor recreation. His purpose for traveling to this moon was to seek out a long-cherished legend from his home planet, the tale of the deep-sea Leviathan. From the various accounts that have circulated, this colossal creature thrives on the satellite it currently inhabits, as well as a nearby moon, relishing the taste of little green beings and their rockets. However, it is undeterred by the peril of death as it seeks to validate or refute its existence. Alas, due to a series of miscalculations, it has become eternally ensnared in this desolate realm. The silver lining, however, is that in approximately 8 to 10 years, a rescue mission may arrive. Yet today, while searching for a golf ball belonging to the Great Flyer, it witnessed a breathtaking spectacle on this atmosphere-less satellite. An immense, sky-covering artificial craft gradually materialized above the once tranquil landscape. In a frenzied state, it disregarded its usual reluctance to utilize its air pack and hastened towards its landing module, eager to report the situation back to its home planet. Unfortunately, its communication signals were abruptly severed by Zhong, leaving only a busy tone in response. In a state of urgency, it inspected the most valuable component of its landing module, the communication antenna. Upon glancing at the top of the module, It beheld a creature it had never encountered before. Oh no, it was the legendary deep-sea Leviathan, actually a minuscule version of Godzilla, a subordinate of Zhong. The sheer size of Godzilla spelled doom for the little green being, which stood a mere 75 centimeters tall. The diminutive Godzilla descended steadily beside the landing module, sending shivers of terror through the little green being. Following Zhong's instructions, the small Godzilla carefully encased the little green being in a tiny canister, which was indeed very small, rendering the little green being akin to a pet. The playful little Godzilla, with its enormous claws, scratched at the canister, causing the occupant within to faint from sheer fright, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 79. The Artificial Little Green Being Project. Although the little green being's psyche was not as robust as that of its kin, it adhered to a principle of prioritizing safety during its celestial explorations. In contrast, some of its reckless compatriots were obsessed with the perilous extremes of physical entry and descent. It was well aware that countless individuals perished daily within the atmosphere of their home planet. Nonetheless, Zhong remained indifferent, rubbing his enormous claws while observing the now unconscious little green being. What followed was a series of somewhat taboo human experimentation. Zhong sought to comprehensively understand the species. Consequently, after a painless dissection, he gleaned all the essential information about them, leading to further experimentation, including cellular infection trials. It became evident that Zhong had not abandoned the Godzilla breeding program from years past. However, conducting such experiments directly on living beings was something Zhong could not reconcile with. Despite his villainous appearance, his moral compass remained steadfast. He would never engage in inhumane acts. Yet, cloning a specimen seemed permissible, albeit ethically questionable. It was certainly more palatable than using a living individual. Before long, Friday, adhering to Zhong's directives, created a basic biological cultivation chamber, wherein the first generation of little green beings began to be cloned. Due to the accelerated development process, this little green being resembled an unprogrammed automaton, remaining utterly motionless. However, it was not long before a probe injected a blue liquid deep within the small green creature. This concoction was the first generation of cells cultivated by Zhong, representing the most primitive version. Presently, the cells within Zhong's body had evolved significantly from this initial form. Yet, as is often depicted in various narratives, the earliest versions are typically the most potent. The cloned little green creature reacted violently. After a brief period of extraction, its body began to convulse, and characteristics reminiscent of Godzilla began to manifest, such as the dorsal fins along its back. Then, with a resounding pop, this initial clone transformed into a mass of vegetable juice, a sight that Zhong found quite repulsive. Despite the unpleasantness, he understood that failure is the mother of success. No genius has ever achieved greatness without encountering setbacks. Even Tony Stark faced numerous failures in his early endeavors with armor. Thus, after instructing the little Godzilla to clean up, Zhong embarked on a new project for the fusion of the next generation of little green cells. As the experiments progressed, the survival time of the injected green creatures steadily increased. Ultimately, Zhong succeeded in creating a fused little green creature. However, judging by its expression, this new creation appeared to possess little utility, as its fierce countenance revealed a distinct lack of intelligence, even inferior to that of the little Godzilla. Reluctantly, Zhong decided to temporarily abandon this endeavor. The creature, though spirited, exhibited signs of abnormality in communication with this species, which had never ventured beyond its own star system, proved to be quite troublesome. Moreover, the Godzillas lacked a unique language, leading Zhong to refrain from attempting dialogue with the little green creature. Consequently, despite his vociferous calls to the little Godzillas, they paid him no heed, engrossed in their own amusements. Fortunately, Zhong did not forget about this intriguing little being and instructed the little Godzilla to release it. He responsibly retrieved its landing pod and, with astonishing strength, hurled the little green creature into the gravitational orbit of its home planet. Zhong believed it would soon return to its homeland, conveniently ignoring the extraordinary acceleration resulting from his immense power. He trusted that a species capable of surviving atmospheric entry would manage this force without issue. After bidding farewell, Zhong commanded his fleet to depart from the star system that had nurtured such fascinating life. He had little interest in establishing a dark forest that fostered distrust among civilizations. Rather, he preferred a more open, integrative interstellar society. After backing up the complete genetic information of the little green creature, Zhong's entire fleet entered a state of traversal. In a flash of blue light, the vast fleet vanished. Following Zhong and Odin's victory over the Dark Elves, Odin began contemplating retirement. Having endured the trials of the Dark Elves, he recognized his advancing age and his inability to wage war as he once did. Even former adversaries now posed significant challenges. Thus, he prepared to abdicate his position in favor of his son, seeking a life of leisure on Earth, though all of this was conducted in secrecy. As for our protagonist, Thor, he has realized that he is not suited to be a king, thus generously bequeathing the throne to his younger brother. He then embarked on a journey across the 9 realms in search of meaningful endeavors, such as extinguishing potential threats to the Celestial Palace in their infancy. Meanwhile, Zhong has been exploring the cosmos, currently situated in an exceedingly perilous star system. This system's sun is on the verge of destruction, transforming into a red giant that engulfs the surrounding planets. The reason for Zhong's halt is the rumor that this phenomenon possesses considerable value, as it is said that Thor's hammer is crafted from the remnants of such deceased stars. With this in mind, Zhong directed a particle of light toward the expanding red giant, hastening the star's demise. After a few years of waiting, he collected the remnants of the extinguished star. Zhong intended to seize an opportunity to sell these materials to the Celestial Palace or other civilized organizations, for such items held no utility for him. However, while contemplating this, the flagship's communication device suddenly activated. Zhong was aware that he had few friends in the vast universe, and even those had yet to venture beyond the solar system. Thus, the only possibility for receiving communication at that moment was significant. Upon activating the projection, he indeed saw an elderly man clad in a golden-eye mask, appearing quite ordinary. Has it begun? Zhong répondit, observing Odin's visage gros sérieux. Odin sighed and replied, "Yes, I beg of you." Zhong did not elaborate further, instructing his companion Friday to allow for free development within this star system, before a blue light vanished from a bridge. Simultaneously, Zhong materialized on Earth, specifically in Norway, where he beheld the aged Odin. "Years have passed, and you have aged remarkably," Zhong jested. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a yellow halo manifested beneath his feet, plunging him into the depths of space. Unperturbed, Zhong broke through to an area resembling a study, where a curly-haired figure adorned in very earthy yellow gloves appeared before him. Without hesitation, Zhong lunged forward with a clawed strike. Dr. Strange, taken aback by Zhong's strength, found his magic effortlessly dispelled and Zhong standing before him. The curly-haired mage, shielded by his crimson cloak, felt a surge of discomfort as blood rushed to his head. Intrigued by the flying Dr. Strange, Zhong pounced, revealing his fangs in a grin. Chapter 80. The Dawn of the Gods. Dr. Strange, upon witnessing Zhong's fearsome countenance, immediately lost his composure. Particularly, Zhong's teeth suggested an ominous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he conjured a portal, maintaining a considerable distance from Zhong. Intrigued, Zhong observed this emerging magician from Earth, clearly a responsible guardian of the planet, and not lacking in power. After all, spatial abilities are considered fundamental strengths among the mightiest in the universe. However, Dr. Strange held a different perspective. The ability to effortlessly breach his magic and possess spatial abilities surpassing his own indicated that Zhong had undoubtedly attained power rivaling that of the multiverse. However, among such formidable beings, the only one that the curly-haired individual has encountered is Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension. He found himself wholly outmatched and ultimately forged an agreement with Dormammu to protect Earth through the cunning use of the Time Stone. The astute Dr. Strange, recognizing his inferiority to the colossal lizard before him, hastily activated the Time Stone hanging around his neck, hoping to cheat fate. Yet, disappointment was destined to be his companion. For Zhong had no intention of terminating his existence. As long as Dr. Strange remained alive, he could not reset his progress. Thus, this duplicitous strategy was fated to fail. Just as the curly-haired individual let out a sigh of relief, Zhong's massive claw came into view, sending him hurtling backward once more. However, Zhong's strength was not overwhelming. His most significant achievement was merely swelling the other's face. Yet, the curly-haired one was not so easily placated, for as the adage goes, one ought not to strike the face. This slap had incensed the naturally proud individual. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the time stone on his chest erupted with energy autonomously. This power was sudden and immensely potent, a terrifying force previously unseen by Dr. Strange. Clearly, this was the Infinity Stone responding to Zhong's brazen attempt to seize power, triggered by the energy of the Space Stone. In an instant, the world transformed into monochrome, with all things frozen in time except for the curly-haired one. Having never encountered such power, Dr. Strange observed the suspended Zhong with curiosity. However, although Zhong was caught in a temporal stasis, he was by no means powerless. While the Time Stone was indeed formidable, it did not render Zhong defenseless, for the Infinity Stones could influence and balance one another. Though immobile, Zhong was acutely aware of the energy fluctuations from the reality and space stones. Immediately, he unleashed the full might of both stones. In an instant, the world regained its vibrant colors, and all remained oblivious to the halt in time. Yet, Zhong experienced the shift differently as he broke through the stasis. A powerful aura surged forth, sweeping across the entire Earth, resonating with his old friend, the Professor, far across the Pacific. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange, situated close to Zhong, was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer force emanating from him. Observing the dazed Dr. Strange, Zhong grinned, gently tousled his soft golden hair with a claw, and vanished before his eyes. Arriving in Norway, Zhong resumed discussions regarding Ragnarok. After an exchange of ideas with Odin, the latter presented a small, radiant golden cube, placing it in Zhong's claw. This object represented a long-standing agreement between them. Odin would grant Zhong a complete suite of celestial technology in exchange for his assistance in helping Asgard navigate the impending doom of Ragnarok. Their previous conversation had merely touched upon the transfer of the Destroyer technology, a pinnacle of celestial scientific achievement, renowned for its immense power. Odin was reluctant to relinquish such core technology to Zhong, yet faced with the crisis of Ragnarok and his eldest daughter's pleas, combined with Zhong's adeptness at seizing opportunities, he ultimately capitulated and divulged the method for creating the Annihilator. Although Zhong was intrigued by this formidable weapon, his true intention in acquiring this technology was to ascertain whether he could forge powerful robots to serve as fodder for his fleet or to establish some production units. With the emergence of a young Godzilla, certain minor tasks could no longer be entrusted to them, as the little Godzillas were incapable of shrinking like Zhong. At this juncture, Dr. Strange, having regained his composure, produced an ice pack to soothe his swollen face. Due to the blood congestion, his visage began to distort dramatically, rendering him quite comical. Sensing Zhong's conversation with Odin in Norway, Dr. Strange surmised that this newly appeared creature was not here to create chaos. However, nursing his facial indignity, he nonetheless placed Zhong on his list of potential threats and initiated contact with Academy City, well aware that he could not confront such a formidable adversary alone. Soon after, he received a message from the professor, and upon reading its contents, his contorted face expressed a myriad of emotions. Why was it that such a powerful being could evade the responsibility of safeguarding Earth? Wasn't it said that with great power comes great responsibility? What was this alien incursion about? Dr. Strange felt a deep frustration he could not articulate. In Norway, Zhong acquired what he sought and departed. Upon returning to his fleet, he entrusted the celestial technology to Friday, hoping she might conjure something innovative. Subsequently, Zhong reappeared on Earth, yet this time he did not confront Odin directly. Instead, he encountered two individuals, Thor and his brother. Clearly, according to the narrative, this was Odin's last glimpse of his two wayward sons. As anticipated, upon witnessing the astonished expressions of Thor and Loki, Odin transformed into light and perished. Almost immediately, a portal manifested before the two brothers. True to his nature, Thor, upon hearing of an elder sister who was not of virtuous disposition, promptly transformed his umbrella into a hammer, ready to engage. Loki, ever astute, recognized that he could not face his elder sister alone and prepared to stand alongside Thor. The two brothers, poised for confrontation, soon beheld their sister, a statuesque woman with ample upper proportions. Yet her attire revealed her nefarious nature. Without hesitation, Thor swung his mighty hammer. However, the fabled Mjolnir did not produce the effect Thor anticipated. Instead, it was effortlessly grasped by their alluring sister. Loki, who had planned to fight alongside his brother, suddenly lost his composure and exclaimed, "Nanny?" In a moment of astonishment, the brothers watched as Mjolnir was crushed before their eyes. Although Thor realized his hammer was lost, he felt no fear and prepared to advance unarmed. At this moment, Loki, being the more rational one, promptly summoned the Bifrost to make a hasty retreat. However, Hela was quicker, following the two brothers into the Bifrost. Upon reaching the Celestial Palace, Hela found herself separated from the brothers and instead confronted a towering lizard, nearly 2.5 meters tall. As the Celestial Palace resorted to using lizards as pets for guardianship, the self-proclaimed invincible Hela could not help but scoff at the sight. Consequently, she was expelled from the Bifrost, landing in the presence of our protagonist, Godzilla, while Zhong refrained from unleashing his full might on Earth, fearing catastrophic destruction. However, in the Celestial Palace, such concerns dissipated. Infuriated by Zhong's sudden assault that sent her flying, Hela drew her sword of the night sky and lunged at him. Despite her foreboding that her return to Asgard might necessitate a bloody suppression, she did not anticipate the rapidity of this encounter. As Hela charged towards him, Zhong stood his ground, unleashing an atomic breath directed at her. Hela managed to deflect it with her sword, but retaliated by casting several flying daggers, which Zhong disregarded entirely. With the atomic breath bearing down on her, Zhong finally stepped into Hela's attack range. She swung her night sky sword at him, but he did not evade. Instead, he swung his massive claw in a powerful uppercut aimed at her chin. As for any sentimentality, Zhong had long since shed such human emotions after years of being Godzilla. Misjudging the power dynamics, Hela struck Zhong, only to be met with his overwhelming strength, which shattered the ceiling of the Bifrost, sending her hurtling outwards. Chapter 81. The Goddess of Death, Hela. Observing Hela's flight, Zhong did not pause. Instead, he leaped and broke another hole in the Bifrost. Then, with an enormous weight, he sat down upon her. Although he had intended to retire this tactic after the Pacific Rim incident, he made an exception this time, as his opponent was Hela, a woman with whom he could boast to other celestial beings, claiming he once subdued the goddess of death. Yet, realizing she was up against a formidable adversary, Hela swiftly evaded. The Bifrost, lacking structural support, collapsed under Zhong's immense weight, but Hela, possessing the gift of flight, avoided plummeting into the abyss of space. Meanwhile, Zhong had already teleported to Asgard, awaiting Hela's arrival. After all, he had reigned supreme for far too long, with only Hela, aside from the elusive Thanos, capable of challenging him. As Hela stood at the precipice of Asgard, she sensed that she had encountered a true adversary. With a vigilant gaze fixed upon Zhong, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite Zhong's reptilian visage betraying no emotion, Hela finally resolved to exert her full power, summoning a multitude of spikes from the realm of Asgard. Observing Hela's escalation, Zhong felt compelled to respond. Thus, with a resounding roar, a colossal version of himself, standing 300 meters tall, materialized in Asgard. Amidst the terror-stricken gazes of the Asgardians, Hela began her rescue operations. Previously, Thor had conferred with him, instructing him to seize the opportunity to evacuate the populace while he confronted Hela. However, due to Thor's circumstances, the grand sword that Hela cherished had vanished alongside the Rainbow Bridge into the cosmos. Consequently, he retrieved a formidable sword bestowed upon him by Thor, a weapon crafted from a star in a recent endeavor. Though it lacked the intricate design of Mjolnir, it encapsulated the very essence of a dying star's heat, wielding considerable power, and was aptly named the Joy of Fire by Thor. As Thor engaged Hela in combat, Hela swiftly orchestrated the evacuation of his citizens to the mountains for refuge. Observing the now deserted city, Thor unleashed his full might against Hela. With a thunderous stomp, the entire celestial palace quaked beneath him. Subsequently, a robust stream of crimson breath surged towards Hela, who immediately summoned a multitude of metallic spikes to counter Thor's onslaught. Yet, despite the fiery breath emanating from Thor, his claws remained relentless, empowered by the might of the Reality Stone, landing a devastating blow upon Hela. The sheer force and energy unleashed a tidal wave, propelling Hela away once more. This time, however, she could no longer withstand Thor's overwhelming strength. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, aware of her inability to defeat Thor, Hela opted for retreat, taking advantage of her smaller stature. As she fled, Thor did not pursue her, feeling satisfied with his accomplishments. The impending destruction of Asgard was of little concern to him, even finding a sense of pleasure in its demise. For he believed that humanity would flourish in the void left behind. Without Asgard, the dominion of the Nine Realms would inevitably belong to Earth, bolstered by Thor's presence. Once Hela had departed, Thor diminished in stature and surveyed the nearly deserted Asgard. He made his way toward the grandest palace, recalling his previous visit to the realm. He reached the subterranean vault that once housed Odin's treasures, artifacts acquired from battles of yore, undoubtedly containing valuable items. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Thor sought to discover what treasures lay within. Upon entering the crypt, however, he inadvertently triggered a mechanism, summoning a destroyer. It was evident that Thor's intrusion was unwelcome. Nonetheless, faced with a solitary destroyer, he was undaunted. With ease, he dismantled the automaton and proceeded to explore. The crypt was modest in size and contained few items, with one display case conspicuously empty. Curious, Thor approached and realized it was the location of the Tesseract. Reflecting on his thoughts, he produced a replica of the Tesseract. Despite his persistent efforts to replicate or create the Infinity Stones, he had yet to attain the true power of the Infinity Stones, lacking the divine essence that resided within the cosmos. However, such artifacts are predominantly unique, and Zhong cannot acquire them. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. What Zhong has presented is, to date, the most exquisitely crafted imitation of the Infinity Stones. If one were to shatter the cube, one would discover an Infinity Stone within. As for the raw materials, Zhong collected fragments encountered during his cosmic travels, discreetly gathering them from various planets. These fragments harbor a semblance of the consciousness of celestial spirits. Utilizing this essence of the star spirits, he has simulated divinity, resulting in the formation of an Infinity Stone within the cosmic cube. Upon observing the vacant pedestal, Zhong was struck by a brilliant idea to deceive Thanos with this counterfeit stone. In future confrontations, he could exploit this ruse. Should the deception be uncovered, it would matter little. Although the materials are valuable, they were all gathered by Zhong, and he could simply retrieve more later. In the original narrative, it appears that summoning such fragments incurs no significant cost. With this thought, Zhong carefully placed the cosmic cube upon the pedestal and continued deeper into the tomb. However, he soon discovered that there was little of worth remaining. The most notable item was the Frost Giant's box, which in truth was rather feeble. Thus he paid it no heed. Upon reaching the end, Zhong beheld the Eternal Flame, a remarkable entity believed to possess the power to resurrect the deceased. Although he was uncertain of its application, he decided to take a small portion for future study. Subsequently, Zhong shattered the tomb's floor, revealing a burial chamber before him. He held no interest in the corpses, but he was keen on acquiring the dimensional wolf, a pet of Hela. Without hesitation, he stealthily took it. Observing that most items in the tomb were either counterfeit or of inferior quality, Zhong pondered where Odin might have concealed the true treasures. However, unable to locate them, he chose not to pursue the matter further and departed Asgard, returning to his fleet. As for the ensuing events, they were of little concern to Zhong. At most, he might return to seek any potential benefits. Subsequently, Zhong focused his efforts on mastering the mass production of destroyer units and experimenting with the celestial techniques acquired from Odin, particularly in the realm of magic, which he found exceedingly fascinating. Moreover, with the enhancement of his combat repertoire through magic, his attacks might become considerably more spectacular, while simultaneously enriching his knowledge base for Earth's future.